Chapter 1. Rebirth of Red Cloud, Awakening of the Check-in System. With the great Tao above, henceforth I shall be known as the Red Cloud of the Primordial Chaos. A young man stood beneath an endless thunderstorm, vowing to the great Tao. As his words lingered, the ominous clouds above dissipated in response. It turned out that this young man had traversed from a later era, occupying the true spirit of Red Cloud, which had yet to gain consciousness. Simultaneously, he awakened the quintessential feature of a travel era system. However, this system proved somewhat lackluster, as it could only fully awaken after he underwent transformation. Fortunately, Red Cloud began his cultivation early, having spent over 10 million years reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, guided by the innate heritage of true spirits. Congratulations, host, for reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Transformation successful. System binding in progress. System binding successful. The check-in system has been activated. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Check-in system. Red Cloud paused momentarily before inquiring, "What functions do you possess, system?" Hosts can check in at various renowned mountains and sacred lands within the primordial chaos to receive certain rewards. Detection indicates the host is at the Fire Cloud Cave. Would you like to check in? Not just yet. Open the novice gift pack. Red Cloud was in no hurry to check in. After all, the Fire Cloud Cave was his place of enlightenment. It would not escape. Instead, he preferred to explore the contents of the novice gift pack, hoping for something extraordinary. His intuition proved correct. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining check-in critical hit X1. Upon seeing this check-in critical hit, Red Cloud felt no hesitation and promptly proceeded to check in. Ding! Host is checking in at the Fire Cloud Cave, defaulting to check-in critical hit. Congratulations, host, for acquiring top-tier Chaos Divine Demon as a companion and a fragment of the Creation Jade Plate X1. That upon receiving these two rewards, Red Cloud found himself momentarily breathless. What is of utmost importance in the primordial chaos? Undoubtedly, it is the companions. The three purities attain their positions as saints primarily due to their companions that end the primordial chaos. Time is of little worth. What truly matters is a person's foundational roots. This determines the upper limits of one's cultivation. As a congenital divine demon like Red Cloud, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could typically cultivate to the Quasis Saint or Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. The roots of a top-tier Chaos Divine Demon stand shoulder to shoulder with Pangu and Yangmei. With sufficient heritage, one could at least reach the Tao of Heaven Realm. As for the fragment of the Creation Jade Plate, upon refining it, Red Cloud discovered it contained the imprint of the five elements Great Tao. With this fragment, he was confident in traversing the path of the five elements to attain enlightenment. However, in his heart, Red Cloud yearned to achieve enlightenment through the great path of strength. After all, the notion of the strongest force resonates deeply within people's minds. After receiving these two rewards, Red Cloud did not anticipate that his very first check-in would lay the foundation for his future. At the very least, it would alter the trajectory of his fate, which had originally been calculated to end in his downfall. Moreover, the original Red Cloud was universally acknowledged as a good-natured individual in the primordial chaos. Now, however, Red Cloud believed he was no longer a paragon of virtue. Currently, my only shortcoming is the absence of a companion's spiritual treasure. In future confrontations, this may prove disadvantageous. After careful contemplation, Red Cloud swiftly identified his weaknesses. With the war among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shieling clans now concluded, he recognized that a considerable interval remained before the next calamity. Thus, this moment was opportune for him to venture forth in search of treasures. System, can I check in multiple times at the same location? Negative, only one check-in opportunity exists per location. Then how can I obtain a chance for a check-in critical hit? The opportunity for a check-in critical hit cannot be actively acquired. It will randomly trigger during the host's check-in. That after conversing with the system, Red Cloud understood that his system bore limited capabilities. Yet, should fortune favor him, it might wield significant influence. After a brief period of rest at the Fire Cloud Cave, familiarizing himself with the roots of the top-tier Chaos Divine Demon, he departed towards Buzhou Mountain. If one were to seek treasures in abundance, Buzhou Mountain would be the prime location. Red Cloud held no attachment to the Fire Cloud Cave. He was aware of the forthcoming events. Although the Fire Cloud Cave was his birthplace, after the emergence of humanity, it became intertwined with the fate of the human race. Otherwise, he would not permit the three sovereigns of humanity to reside in the Fire Cloud Cave to suppress human destiny. Rather than cling to the Fire Cloud Cave, it would be more beneficial to gift it to the human race, thereby forging a bond of goodwill. As the first cloud to take form within the universe, endowed with the roots of a chaos divine demon, Red Cloud's speed was undeniably exceptional. Nevertheless, even so, with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, it took a full 100,000 years to traverse from the Fire Cloud Cave in the 33 heavens to Buzhou Mountain. Standing before the towering Buzhou Mountain, which supported the heavens and the earth, Red Cloud couldn't help but feel deeply awed, especially now, as Panga's oppressive aura had yet to fully dissipate from Buzhou Mountain, accentuating its inviolable nature. However, once the great Tao recedes, and the Tao of Heaven formally takes control of the primordial chaos, Panga's oppressive force will completely vanish. At that point, Buzhou Mountain will merely retain its function of supporting the heavens and the earth. Ultimately, under the machinations of the Tao of Heaven, Buzhou Mountain will be severed by Panga's bloodline descendants. Panga's influence within the primordial chaos will be minimized to the utmost. After reflecting on this, Red Cloud inquired within his mind, "System, check in at Buzhou Mountain." Ding. Detection indicates the host is at the outer perimeter of Buzhou Mountain and cannot effectively check in. Upon hearing the system's response, Red Cloud muttered a curse under his breath at the infernal system and proceeded towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain. After all, his system resembled a soulless code. No matter how many times he cursed it, it would likely remain unresponsive. As Red Cloud began his ascent of Buzhou Mountain, he soon sensed something nearby, calling to him. It appears that the roots of this chaos divine demon are indeed beneficial. I have scarcely reached Buzhou Mountain, and I am already encountering fortuitous opportunities. Following the source of the call, Red Cloud arrived at a clearing on Buzhou Mountain. To the naked eye, there was no discernible anomaly. However, Red Cloud understood that innate treasures within the primordial chaos were typically guarded by innate great formations. Utilizing his primordial spirit's power, Red Cloud scoured the clearing, ultimately uncovering a trace of irregularity. Innate great formation, I have found you. Red Cloud seated himself on the ground, beginning to comprehend this innate formation that in truth, there are two methods for deciphering an innate formation. The first is to shatter the formation forcefully with overwhelming power to seize the treasures within. The second method, which Red Cloud was currently employing, involves comprehending the formation to discover its vulnerabilities. Red Cloud sat before the formation for an entire millennium, finally discerning a slight flaw in its design. Chapter 2. Acquiring the Treasure, Meeting Pangu. This is the place. In an instant, Red Cloud's form vanished as he entered the formation. Upon entry, he was taken aback by the dense chaos spiritual energy surrounding him. It is noteworthy that with the conclusion of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chilan clan wars, chaos spiritual energy had nearly vanished from the innate spiritual energy of the primordial chaos. With subsequent calamities on the horizon, the innate spiritual energy would eventually transform into postnatal spiritual energy. Red Cloud did not anticipate encountering such a substantial quantity of chaos spiritual energy here. However, all of this paled in comparison to the magnificent lotus platform before him. 24th grade creation Qinglian. The moment he beheld the lotus platform, the name sprang to his mind. Every innate divine demon possesses a heritage within their true spirit, granting them knowledge of the treasures and spiritual roots within the primordial chaos. Thus, Red Cloud immediately recognized the 24th grade creation Qinglian. Suppressing his excitement, he swiftly approached the fully matured creation Qinglian, preparing to collect and refine it. The creation Blue Lotus possesses a remarkable origin. Having transformed from the seed of the primordial treasure, the Genesis Blue Lotus, in the primordial chaos, before the cosmos was formed, there existed four great primordial treasures: the heaven-splitting axe, the Genesis Blue Lotus, the creation Jade Disc, and the Chaos Pearl. During the great cataclysm of creation, the first three treasures shattered, becoming various innate treasures within the primordial realm. Among them, The Genesis Blue Lotus yielded 5 seeds, which transformed into the Creation Blue Lotus, the Annihilation Black Lotus, the Fiery Red Lotus, the Golden Lotus of Virtue, and the Pure White Lotus. Hongyun recalls that the Creation Blue Lotus was divided into 3 by the 3 pure ones, transforming this innate treasure into 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, thereby giving rise to the tale of the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf, which speaks of the unity of the 3 teachings. However, this innate treasure now belongs to him, Hongyun. With the heavenly Tao yet to seize control over the primordial realm, it naturally cannot lay claim to this treasure. Hongyun sits cross-legged within the innate great array, refining the Creation Blue Lotus to a level suitable for initial USTO easily refined. It would require an immense investment of time and effort, as innate treasures possess formidable power, and the Creation Blue Lotus is a paragon among them. Given Hongyun's current cultivation, complete refinement is impossible. Upon completing the refinement, Hongyun rises and directs his gaze toward the place where the Creation Blue Lotus grows. The location that nurtures the Creation Blue Lotus must surely hold extraordinary significance. As he clears away the surface soil, he unexpectedly uncovers the 9 heavens breath soil beneath. This 9 heavens breath soil is indeed a remarkable find. With it, I could potentially benefit from the merits of Nuwa's sanctification in the future. Upon discovering the 9 heavens breath soil, Hongyun's mind begins to scheme. This is not unreasonable in the primordial realm. If one does not plot against others, they will surely be plotted against in return. Hongyun himself is a prime example of this. As a quintessential good-natured person, he not only lost his saintly position, but also his very life. After securing the 9 heavens breath soil, Hongyun exits the innate protective great array and continues his ascent toward the peak of Mount Buzhou. Along the way, although he does not encounter treasures like the Creation Blue Lotus again, he does gather numerous innate spiritual roots and materials. Despite the fact that these items may seem worthless now, after the Fengshen Cataclysm, innate spiritual roots and materials will become exceedingly rare. In that future, these will be invaluable treasures. Fortunately, the Creation Blue Lotus contains a small space otherwise. Hongyun would be a loss for where to store so many items. After expending a full 10 millennia, Hongyun reaches the summit of Mount Buzhou. This is aided by the waning pressure of Pango otherwise. With Hongyun's current cultivation, reaching the peak would have been impossible. Detected that the host is at Mount Buzhou. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. The host has checked in at Mount Buzhou. No critical check-in has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pango's cultivation technique 9 transformations of the mysterious origin. Hongyun had previously hoped to check in for a cultivation technique, and he did not expect to achieve this so quickly. It is well known that the cultivation techniques of the Great Pangu are among the most elite within the ranks of the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons. Combined with Hongyun's current top-tier chaotic deity and demon lineage, the results are far more than mere arithmetic. Upon receiving the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin, Hongyun wastes no time and immediately sits cross-legged at the peak of Mount Buzhou. As he begins to cultivate the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin, his cultivation realm plummets from the Tai Golden Immortal to the Celestial Immortal. Yet almost instantaneously he ascends back to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. At that moment, while Hongyun is engaged in cultivating the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin, an old Taoist atop Yujing Mountain suddenly opens his eyes. Strange at this time, there should not be any innate deities or demons breaking through to Deluo. Could it be that my understanding of the heavenly secrets is flawed? No, with the impending battle, I must re-examine the heavenly secrets. In the west, at Mount Shumi, a figure clad in black robes, Luo Hu sits upon a throne, playing with 4 small swords. Suddenly, Luo Hu's brow furrows as he gazes toward the direction of Yujing Mountain. Hongjun, do you think that by allying with the heavenly Tao, you could disrupt the heavenly secrets? I shall not allow you to have your way. As soon as Luo Hu finishes speaking, the 4 small swords in his hand slice through the void and swiftly vanish. Yet, Hongyun, situated on Mount Buzhou, remains completely unaware of these events. At this moment, he has successfully broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm with the aid of the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Just as Hongyun revels in his achievement, a voice suddenly resounds in his ear. Hongyun abruptly opens his eyes and looks ahead, where a robust man is smiling at him. Hongyun can ascertain that his spiritual power did not sense this man's presence just moments ago, indicating the astonishing strength he possesses, capable of erasing him effortlessly. There's no need to panic. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. I'm simply quite curious as to how you came to possess my cultivation technique. Cultivation technique? Are you the great Pangu? Indeed, I am Pangu. Upon hearing this, Hongyun cannot help but take a sharp breath. However, he refrains from disclosing the origins of the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin. After all, he cannot reveal the existence of the system to Pangu. As for lying in front of Pangu, Hongyun has no desire to do so, for he believes that Pangu, with his formidable strength, would easily see through any deception. Thus, remaining silent is his best course of action. Well, since you have inherited my technique, it is fate that binds us. In the time of creation, I glimpsed the future of the primordial realm. To alter that future, a variable is required. It appears you are that variable. What do you mean by that? You need not understand now. Just remember what I have said today. After speaking, Pangu transforms into a beam of white light and enters Hongyun's forehead. Chapter 3. Seizing the Qiankuan cauldron within the essence of Hongyun, numerous insights from Pangu's cultivation of the 9 transformations of profound origin emerged. With these revelations, Hongyun might grasp the path of power. Beyond these insights, Pangu had also left him 2 gifts. One was the complete mastery of time over the primal chaos, and the other was the Hongmeng measuring ruler before him. When Pangu created the heavens, 2 portions of his great merits transformed into the celestial tower of mystical yellow and the Hongmeng measuring ruler. This ruler had the ability to kill without entangling in karmic retribution, making it a formidable tool for self-preservation. After refining the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Hongyun began his search atop the Buzhou mountain. It was said that the entrance to the celestial realm lay at the peak of this mountain. Yet now, there was not a single trace to be found. After several laps around the summit, Hongyun saw no sign of the celestial realm, deducing that the time for its emergence had not yet arrived. Just as he prepared to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. I am the Taoist Qiankuan. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Hongyun looked at the figure before him, astonished to realize that this was none other than the ancestor Qiankuan. When Pangu opened the heavens, most of the chaotic deities were vanquished, yet a few chose to abandon their corporeal forms and reincarnate into the primal chaos. The ancestor Qiankuan was among the most distinguished of these. Hongyun, greetings, fellow Taoist. Hongyun sensed that the cultivation of ancestor Qiankuan had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus addressing him as a fellow Taoist was quite appropriate. However, Hongyun remained inwardly vigilant, for none of the chaotic deities were to be underestimated. Until he discerned the intentions of ancestor Qiankuan, Hongyun resolved to remain on high alert. As Hongyun pondered the ancestor's motives, Qiankuan spoke, fellow Taoist, I have come to retrieve an item. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. After Hongyun spoke, he turned to depart for Buzhou Mountain. However, a great cauldron materialized out of thin air, obstructing his path. What does Taoist Qiankuan mean by this? Hongyun turned back to question him. Hongyun, are you feigning ignorance? I merely placed the Hongmeng measuring ruler temporarily on Buzhou Mountain, only to have it pilfered by you. Truly, Taoist Qiankuan, you have no shame. What evidence do you possess to prove that the Hongmeng measuring ruler is yours? Hongyun was taken aback that Qiankuan had noticed his Hongmeng measuring ruler and harbored covetous intentions to seize it. How to prove? It relies solely on my strength. As soon as Qiankuan's words fell, the distant cauldron soared into the air and hurtled toward Hongyun. This cauldron, known as the Qiankuan cauldron, was a congenital treasure. Although it was not adept at offense, its might was not to be underestimated. Hongyun deftly evaded the strike, revealing the Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand. His expression darkening as he regarded ancestor Qiankuan. Surprised that Hongyun could evade his attack, Qiankuan, however, did not regard him as a significant threat. In Qiankuan's eyes, Hongyun was merely a fledgling at the early stage of the Great Luo, easily crushed like an ant. Controlling the Qiankuan cauldron, Qiankuan advanced toward Hongyun once more. At the same time, Hongyun felt two powerful forces in the world compressing around him. The Qiankuan Dao, realizing the situation, he swiftly invoked the five elements Dao to break free from the Qiankuan Dao's suppression. Then, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler, he unleashed a beam of golden light toward Qiankuan. With his pupils narrowing, Qiankuan summoned the Qiankuan cauldron before him in a heartbeat. A tremendous shockwave erupted, causing Qiankuan to frown slightly. When the golden light dissipated, Qiankuan found that Hongyun had vanished from sight. Thinking to escape? Not a chance. Qiankuan had already left a mark on Hongyun. In the next instant, he vanished, chasing after him down Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, Hongyun sensed the pressure behind him, realizing that Qiankuan was in pursuit. Yet, as a fledgling at the early stage of the Great Luo, he knew he was no match for Qiankuan's might. After all, this was the primal chaos, where the disparity between realms was akin to heaven and earth. Those who were the foremost beneath numerous saints were merely ants in the presence of true saints. To engage in combat across realms was an impossible feat among the innate divine beings. Hongyun, you should obediently surrender the Hongmeng measuring ruler. I can spare your true spirit and grant you a chance at reincarnation. You must be dreaming. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me. After Qiankuan spoke, the speed of the Qiankuan cauldron surged, enveloping Hongyun in an instant. Before Hongyun could react, he was drawn into the Qiankuan cauldron. Hongyun, within this Qiankuan cauldron exists a small world of its own. Since you refused to relinquish the treasure, I shall take it for myself. Upon hearing Qiankuan's words, Hongyun surveyed the small world. Technically speaking, this space could hardly be deemed a small world, as it harbored no life whatsoever. It served well as a storage space. Just as Hongyun contemplated his escape, the space suddenly transformed. Countless streams of Qiankuan energies surrounded him, seeking to obliterate him. Fortunately, the primal chaos lotus instinctively protected its master, shielding him from the onslaught of Qiankuan energies. Without the primal chaos lotus, he would have truly met his end. Standing atop the primal chaos lotus, Hongyun wielded the Hongmeng measuring ruler, attempting to break the Qiankuan cauldron. Yet, a congenital treasure was not so easily destroyed. After several attempts, he ultimately achieved nothing. At that moment, the primal chaos lotus suddenly radiated a brilliant azure light, swiftly illuminating the entire space. Soon after, Hongyun noticed a phantom of a lotus pod materializing not far before him. The primal chaos lotus guided Hongyun toward the lotus pod. As Hongyun stretched out his hand, upon touching the phantom of the lotus pod, the entire Qiankuan cauldron was instantaneously refined by him. Outside, the triumphant ancestor Qiankuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. His aura diminished drastically, and even his realm fell to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How is this possible? My Qiankuan cauldron! With wide eyes, Qiankuan gazed at the Qiankuan cauldron swirling around Hongyun, filled with disbelief. The Qiankuan cauldron was his companion treasure, a vessel of his entire Tao. Now that it had been seized, the fury in Qiankuan's eyes was almost palpable. Ant, you seek death. Chapter 4. Annihilation of the Universe. Seeking Penglai. The venerable ancestor of the universe produced a grand seal, hurling it towards the crimson cloud with great force. As the universe cauldron intercepted this strike, the crimson cloud wielded the primordial measuring rod, unleashing hundreds of golden beams aimed at the venerable ancestor. The ancestor, feeling the urgency, swiftly evaded. In his prime, he would have been unperturbed by such an assault from the crimson cloud. However, bereft of a protective treasure and severely wounded, he found himself merely holding on against the onslaught. How detestable! You shameless wretch, seizing my innate treasure and daring to humiliate me so. Yet, the crimson cloud paid no heed to the ancestor's words, relentlessly swinging the primordial measuring rod and escalating the attack. After all, he understood the principle of seizing the moment when an adversary is weak. Should the venerable ancestor recover, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Desiring to flee, the The venerable ancestor found his path obstructed by the universe cauldron and the Genesis green lotus. Dear friend Hongyun, this time it is my fault. Once I recover, I shall engage in profound discourse with you. Attempting to flee when you cannot prevail? How lacking in dignity. I concede, indeed, I was abrupt. I am willing to offer the universe cauldron as compensation. I implore you to show mercy. The universe cauldron? It is already mine. What need is there for compensation? The crimson cloud, unmoved by the venerable ancestor's feigned humility, was resolute not to let him escape. From prior experience, he was certain that once the venerable ancestor regained his strength, he would seek vengeance. Despite being a top-tier chaotic being with rapid cultivation speed, a breakthrough to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm would take time. Thus, allowing the venerable ancestor to escape today would only invite future troubles. Although infuriated by the crimson cloud's words, the venerable ancestor dared not show anger. If you grant me clemency, I shall bestow great gifts upon you in the future. No need, I kindly ask you to meet your end. Only then can I find peace. Upon uttering these words, the crimson cloud utilized the universe cauldron and the Genesis green lotus, binding the venerable ancestor in place. The venerable ancestor attempted to muster all his strength, but the crimson cloud delivered a decisive blow using the primordial measuring rod. I refuse to accept this. The venerable ancestor's primordial spirit was extinguished, leaving only a wisp of true spirit to escape. However, the crimson cloud did not pursue further, for that last strike had depleted much of his energy. With the venerable ancestor reduced to a mere remnant of true spirit, even if reborn, he would no longer possess his former self. Finding a cave upon the Mount Bujo, the crimson cloud immediately commenced his cultivation. In the primordial world, time was of little value. A mere brief retreat lasted 100,000 years. Yet, his cultivation remained at the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, with a considerable journey still ahead to reach the mid-stage. After such an extensive period of cultivation, progress was minimal. It seemed that achieving the Tao of the mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal would be a formidable endeavor. The crimson cloud set his sights on this goal, understanding that only by attaining such a stature could he become a player in the primordial chess game rather than a mere pawn. Moreover, he aspired to achieve this before the 6 saints attained their own sanctification, lest he fall prey to their schemes. With his objective firmly established, the crimson cloud departed from Mount Bujo, making his way towards the eastern sea. While Kunlun Mountain was among the highest realms in the primordial world, he did not intend to venture there just yet. Instead, he leaned towards the 3 islands of Penglai Island, Fangzhong Island, and Ingzhou Island, each formed from fragments of chaos that have fallen into the primordial realm, possessing the innate ability to convert chaotic energy into primordial energy. These islands were the premier choice for a Taoist sanctuary, especially given their capacity to shield against heavenly secrets, making them the unequivocal choice for the Crimson Cloud's new abode. Mount Bujo lay at the heart of the primordial land, a vast distance from the eastern sea. Even with the Crimson Cloud's speed, the journey took him a staggering 150,000 years. The primordial realm was immense. The expanse of the eastern sea rivaled that of the primordial land itself. The time required to locate the 3 islands of Penglai remained uncertain. The Crimson Cloud sighed, lamenting the protracted journey. He found himself genuinely curious about how others traversed such distances swiftly. After all, the primordial space was notably sturdy, only accessible to those above the Great Luo stage. However, he quickly dispelled such thoughts and stepped into the boundless ocean. According to later records, the 3 islands of Penglai were perpetually in motion. His confidence in finding them stemmed from his formidable lineage as a top-tier chaotic being, which granted him a vague sense of the island's location. Though not precise, it provided a general direction. Summoning a cloud, the Crimson Cloud seated himself upon it, simultaneously cultivating and contemplating the Tao as he journeyed towards the sense direction. In the blink of an eye, several 100,000 years passed, and he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. One day, while meditating on the great Tao, he suddenly felt a tremor within his primordial spirit. Found it. The crimson cloud's eyes flew open, brimming with excitement as he stood atop the surface of the eastern sea. With a casual punch, he struck the air, only to be met with a resistance akin to a wall, absorbing the full force of his blow. In the next moment, an innate great formation materialized before him. Wasting no time, he began to decipher this formation. Drawing from his prior experience, he swiftly identified its weaknesses. In an instant, he slipped into the formation. Punglai. Upon entry, he beheld a stone tablet inscribed with two primordial characters, Punglai. At the very heart of Punglai Island stood a colossal pine tree, radiating a potent essence of the five elements. The five-pin pine. Remarkably, it was one of the 10 finest innate spiritual roots. The 10 premier innate spiritual roots of the primordial realm included Hongjun Li, hollow willow, fusong tree, peach blossom tree, gourd vine, bitter bamboo, ginseng fruit tree, immortal apricot, bodhi, and five-pin pine. The crimson cloud recognized that the five-pin pine was second only to Hongjun Li among spiritual roots. Detected that the host is located on Punglai Island. Would you like to check in? Check in. Beep. The host has checked in on Punglai Island, but did not trigger a critical hit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the marks of the Great Tao of Strength and the Great Tao of Space. Upon hearing the system's rewards, the crimson cloud could not help but nod in approval. Both the Great Tao of Strength and the Great Tao of Space were essential to his aspirations. Chapter 5. The unification of the three islands with the imprint of these two great roads. Entering the path has undoubtedly become significantly easier. Just as Hongyun contemplated the potential of the five-needle pine, an unexpected wave of consciousness emanated from it. This consciousness, however, was merely in its nascent stage, capable only of the simplest form of communication. To think you have developed your own awareness. Since our fates are so intertwined, I shall accept you as my disciple. Hongyun declared, producing a small portion of the 9 heavens essence soil and placing it at the roots of the five-needle pine. Nourished by this essence, the five-needle pine flourished with an even greater abundance of the five elements' power. Suddenly, the tree shimmered with brilliance, and 5 pine nuts drifted toward Hongyun. Thank you, a tender, childlike voice resonated within Hongyun's spirit, though the sound was intermittent. I shall accept these 5 pine nuts. When you eventually take form, I will perform the formal rites of apprenticeship. Hongyun discerned that these 5 pine nuts were the innate fruits produced by the five-needle pine. The so-called innate fruit represents the first tangible result of an innate spiritual root, embodying the essence of a great path. Notably, the innate fruits from the 10 most exceptional spiritual roots hold a significant influence even over the primordial golden immortals. These 5 pine nuts symbolize the 5 great paths: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With these 5 nuts, Hongyun felt confident that he could grasp the 5 elements' great path to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. It is well known that in the primordial world, practitioners below the Deluo level compete in divine abilities and spiritual power, while those at or above the Deluo level contend with their understanding of the Tao. Hongyun sat cross-legged beneath the five-needle pine, swallowing the 5 pine nuts in one breath, and began to contemplate the 5 elements' great path. Simultaneously, fragments of the creation jade plate floated above his head, aiding his comprehension. After nearly 1,000,000 years of diligent effort, Hongyun not only comprehended the 5 elements' great path to the later stage of the primordial golden immortal, but also grasped the paths of strength and space at the level of the primordial golden immortal. At this moment, Hongyun had undergone a profound transformation, standing nearly at the apex of the primordial golden immortal realm. Master, upon hearing this voice, Hongyun turned to the five-needle pine beside him. Remarkably, in just 1,000,000 years, the pine-s intelligence had become akin to that of a human. Indeed, once you reach the level of the primordial golden immortal with your innate spiritual root, you shall take form, Hongyun replied. Master, I understand, but it will require considerable time to transcend to the primordial golden immortal. Hongyun nodded, acknowledging the arduous journey that innate spiritual roots must undertake before they can transform. It is far more challenging than for innate divine beings. Only after taking form and breaking free from the constraints of their original bodies, can they be on par with innate divine beings. Furthermore, Hongyun was aware that among the 10 exceptional innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, apart from Xinyuanzi, Zhuanti, and Yangmei, the others had not fared well. The bitter bamboo was refined by Zhuanti into the 6 roots of purity. The peach tree was split into countless saplings. The gourd vine withered away. And the fusang tree was destroyed during the war between the Wu and the Lich. As for the Hongjun Li and the 5-needle pine, they were very likely considered materials for alchemical concoction by Laozi. Thus, accepting the 5-needle pine as a disciple could be seen as saving its life. If discovered by others, its consciousness would likely be eradicated. Rest assured and cultivate here. Within this Penglai Island, there will be no dangers. Hongyun had already refined the core of Penglai Island, turning it into his sanctuary. However, aside from the 5-needle pine, there were no significant opportunities remaining on the island. As for the other innate spiritual roots, Hongyun chose not to disturb them, allowing them to grow freely on Penglai Island. Consequently, Hongyun departed Penglai Island, heading directly towards Fangzhong and Ningzhou. These 3 islands were arranged according to the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, with close proximity to each other. After refining Penglai Island, Hongyun naturally discerned the locations of the other 2 islands. After employing various means, he breached the innate grand formations surrounding Ningzhou Island and Fangzhong Island. However, neither island presented substantial opportunities. On these islands, he discovered only 2 upper-grade innate spiritual treasures and 1 medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, albeit lacking in formidable power. Hongyun refined both Fangzhong Island and Ningzhou Island, fully transforming the 3 islands into his sanctum. Although the innate grand formations of the 3 islands possessed the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, they could only defend against beings below the primordial golden immortal level. Their future utility seemed limited. It would be more advantageous to merge the 3 islands. Resolute in his decision, Hongyun immediately commenced the process. Boom boom, a thunderous sound resonated as Penglai, Fangzhong, and Ningzhou islands merged into one. Astonishingly, the innate protective formations of the 3 islands also fused into a grand formation of yin and yang, encompassing the 5 elements. This formation not only obscured heavenly secrets, but could also thwart all entities below the saint level. With the establishment of this yin-yang 5 elements grand formation, once the innate 5 directions banner was gathered, even saints would find it impossible to enter Penglai Island without permission. Master, I sense that the power of the 5 elements on the island has become even more potent. With this enhancement, I am confident I can take form within millions of years. The excited voice of the 5-needle pine reached Hongyun's ears. Yet at that moment, Hongyun had no time to attend to the pine, as he sensed an attack on Penglai Island's protective formation. Second young master, this formation is formidable. It feels quite comparable to our Dragon Palace's formation in the East Sea. The individual referred to as second young master, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Nonsense. The formations of our Dragon Palace were personally laid down by Lord Zulong. How can this pathetic island's formation compare to my Dragon Palace's 10,000 dragon formation? Continue the assault. We must break this wretched formation. Upon receiving the command, the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals brandished their weapons, relentlessly attacking the yin-yang 5 elements grand formation. Impudence. Upon appearing, Hongyun's overwhelming presence instantly subdued all the aquatic beings. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The previously dubbed second young master stammered in terror. Just a mixed blood dragon, and you dare threaten me? Hongyun's gaze fell upon this celestial dragon, and with a tremendous surge of might, he crushed it. However, he refrained from slaying the remaining aquatic beings. Though the heavenly Tao had yet to take control of the primordial realm, killing these beings would not incur karmic retribution. Yet, it would unnecessarily increase his own karma. If he accumulated too much karma, he would inevitably attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, leading to his eventual downfall. Just as Hongyun intended to return to Penglai Island, the entire primordial realm began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Hongyun raised his gaze to the sky and calmly stated, The heavenly Tao has arrived. Chapter 6. Meeting Hongjun. Not daring to delay for a moment, swiftly sought out a nameless isle to settle upon. The heavenly Tao governs the vast wilderness, representing a grand opportunity for all. As the great Tao recedes, the heavenly Tao's dominion over the wilderness causes the myriad paths to become exceptionally vibrant. This moment serves as an opportune time to comprehend the great Tao. The heavenly Tao's governance over the wilderness was not an instantaneous affair. It took a full millennium to unfold. Yet, during this millennium, Hongyun elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, just a step away from entering the Primordial Golden Immortal stage. He had grasped the limits of the Tao of strength, the Tao of space, and the Tao of the five elements. At that moment, as Hongyun consolidated his cultivation, the sea of the Eastern Ocean began to boil as if it were heated to a rolling tempest. Subsequently, a dragon of enormous length, measuring 100,000 zhong, leapt forth from the depths of the water. "Are you the one who has slain my kin?" it roared. "You possess quite the audacity to harm the bloodline of my dragon clan. Who are you?" Hongyun regarded the dragon before him and inquired, "What brings you here?" Despite the severe depletion of power among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, they still retained a portion of their might. This dragon, as it stood, was indeed at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. "Who I am is of no concern to you. Since you dare to harm my kin, you shall pay the price." With that, the dragon unleashed its divine powers, commanding the vast waters of the Eastern Ocean to surge toward Hongyun. However, such an attack was no more than a mere ripple in Hongyun's eyes. "Freeze," he declared. At his command, the space within 100,000 miles abruptly solidified. Even the dragon, a great Luo Golden Immortal, found itself suspended in midair, motionless as if caught in a wave. "Please spare me. I am willing to serve as your mount. Do not slay me." The young dragon, realizing it was outmatched, immediately pleaded for mercy. "Speak. What is your purpose here?" Hongyun was skeptical that the dragon sought revenge for a mere celestial bloodline. I heard from the aquatic beings who fled that there is a newly discovered island here, protected by a primordial array. Thus, I can see if I might gain some opportunity. A mere mid-stage great Luo dares to covet my domain. Without further ado, Hongyun wielded the Hongmeng measuring ruler and struck the dragon down. "Friend, your methods are indeed impressive. This mastery of the Tao of space commands my utmost admiration." Just as Hongyun prepared to return to Penglai, a figure suddenly materialized before him. "Is there something you desire, my friend?" Hongyun observed the elder before him with caution. Clearly, the elder's arrival bore no spatial fluctuations, indicating that his mastery of the Tao of space surpassed Hongyun's own. "I am Yangmei. During my travels in the Eastern Ocean, I noticed that you too have delved into the Tao of space, which is why I sought to engage in a discussion." Upon hearing the name Yangmei, Hongyun was taken aback, but concealed his surprise. "Since you invite me, I would be most willing." The two settled upon the ground and began to expound upon their respective paths. In that instant, the sounds of the great Tao resonated across the surface of the Eastern Ocean. Countless aquatic beings, immersed in the auditory enlightenment, awakened their consciousness and embarked upon the path of cultivation. These newly awakened beings gathered around Hongyun and Yangmei, yet neither paid them heed. It was evident that Yangmei, as a spatial deity, provided Hongyun with significant insights into the Tao of space. Conversely, Hongyun's mastery of the Tao of the five elements evoked a profound clarity in Yangmei. Their discourse on the Tao continued for an entire millennium, and Hongyun sensed that he would soon transcend into the primordial golden immortal realm. "Truly, you are exceptional, Hongyun. You remind me of another friend who possesses a unique understanding of the great Tao." "Who might this friend be?" Hongyun inquired. "Hongjun, if you wish, I can take you to meet him. Our appointed day for discussing the Tao is approaching." Hongyun nodded in agreement. For Hongjun had acquired most of the creation jade discs and was chosen by the heavenly Tao to be its representative. "Since you are willing to go, let us depart," Yangmei declared, and with that, he traversed through space with Hongyun in tow. In a single step, they traversed trillions of miles. "Truly impressive, my friend. I find myself lacking in comparison." Hongyun shook his head. Even at his utmost, he could only cover a mere 100,000 miles in a breath. You underestimate yourself. As a primordial golden immortal, if you cannot achieve this, it would be quite unworthy. Hongyun acknowledged Yang Mei's words. Recognizing the vast difference between the primordial golden immortal and great Luo golden immortal realms, a gap wider than that between great Luo golden immortal and celestial. With Yang Mei guiding him, they journeyed from the Eastern Ocean to Yujing Mountain in merely over 1,000 years. In truth, Yujing Mountain lay within the Kunlun mountain range, though not upon its main peak. Upon their arrival, Hongjun appeared before them. Yang Mei, you have arrived late. The other two friends have already gathered. I was delayed due to my discussions with Hongyun in the Eastern Ocean. Is this young man Hongyun? Hongjun inquired, turning to Hongyun. I am Hongyun. Honored to meet you. Hongjun. Hongyun bowed respectfully. Hongjun regarded Hongyun, pausing momentarily as he sensed an inscrutable depth to him. He then spoke, since you have arrived, why not join us in discussing the Tao? Certainly. Hongyun scrutinized Hongjun, realizing he could not fathom the essence of this Taoist ancestor. Moreover, Hongjun emanated an aura of transcendence that evoked a peculiar sensation in Hongyun. Hongjun led Yang Mei and Hongyun to the summit of Yujing Mountain, where the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of Spirit would awaited them. Detection of host presence at Yujing Mountain. Would you like a check-in? Check-in. Beep. Host has checked in at Yujing Mountain, but no critical check-in event has occurred. Congratulations. Host has received a fragment of the creation Jade Disk X1. Surprised by the voice in his mind, Hongyun had not anticipated that he could check in at Yujing Mountain, having previously thought there was only one opportunity atop Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, however, Hongyun refrained from claiming his reward. After all, Hongjun was right beside him. If he were to draw upon the creation Jade Disk, any aura released would surely attract the attention of this ancient being. Hongjun produced 2 mats for Yang Mei and Hongyun to sit upon. Taoist Qianquan, might I inquire why you have yet to arrive? Hongyun felt an urge to respond that the ancestor of Qianquan would not be coming this time. However, he chose to remain silent, for speaking would only invite unnecessary trouble. Chapter 7, Breakthrough. A warning? As Qianquan Taoist has yet to arrive, it seems he is preoccupied with pressing matters. Let us commence our discussion of the Tao in the meantime. Upon hearing the suggestion from Elder Lingmu, the other 4 nodded in agreement. This time, I shall take the initiative and cast the first stone. I beseech my esteemed friends to offer their insights. Elder Lingmu extended his hand, and suddenly, a vibrant world materialized behind him. Just a glance was enough for the others to sense the rich vitality emanating from this realm. Countless beings were born and thrived within this world. The others probed their spiritual energies into this domain, absorbing Elder Lingmu's elucidation of the Tao of life. Among the 5, Hongyun possessed the weakest cultivation and thus received the most profound assistance. After all, the myriad paths of the Tao converge into one. Even if Hongyun does not cultivate the Tao of life, he still gains new insights into his own path through Elder Lingmu's teachings. Following Elder Lingmu, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Hongjun each took turns expounding on their understandings of the Tao. This led Hongyun into a deeper state of enlightenment. At this moment, Hongyun seemed to transform into a furnace, whether it be the Tao of strength, the 5 elemental Tao, or the space Tao, along with the recently comprehended Tao of life and the Tao of Yin and Yang. They all became fuel that intensified the flames within the furnace. I now face 3 choices: the Tao of strength, the 5 elemental Tao, and the space Tao. Regardless of which path I choose, I can step into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. However, each path only allows one to attain the Tao of the primordial. Yang Mei is destined to attain the Tao through space, so that path is not my primary choice. As for the Tao of strength and the 5 elemental Tao, Hongyun quickly made his decision in his heart, and an aura of supreme majesty radiated from him. The Tao of strength. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Hongjun, who was in the midst of teaching, gasped in astonishment. Elder Lingmu, the great immortal Yang Mei, and ancestor Yin Yang also looked at Hongyun in shock. Yet, they refrained from interrupting him, for he was at a critical juncture of his breakthrough. To sever another's path is a grudge that can only be settled with blood. At this moment, Hongyun was immersed in his enlightenment. The 9 revolutions Xian Yuan skill was autonomously operating, continuously absorbing the surrounding innate spiritual energy. Tao of Strength. Break through for me. Hongyun felt as though he had entered a new realm. The primordial chaos remained the same, yet through Hongyun's eyes, it appeared transformed. Upon breaking through to the primordial golden immortal, he felt a weight pressing down upon him. At the same time, a warning echoed within his consciousness. Am I not allowed to act freely? I shall act regardless. What can the heavenly Tao do to me? As Hongyun's provocation resonated, dark tribulation clouds swiftly gathered above Yujing Mountain. Hongyun glanced up at the sky, without a trace of fear in his eyes. My friends, I find myself in a bit of trouble. Please continue your discourse. I shall return shortly. As soon as he spoke, Hongyun's figure vanished, appearing above Kunlun Mountain. The overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth caused countless beings on Kunlun to tremble in fear. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, 3 streams of pure energy spiraled within a grand formation, gazing in trepidation at the impending tribulation. Brother, will this tribulation affect us? We are the true disciples of Pangu. Even the heavenly Tao would not dare to act against us. Rather than worry, it would be wiser to strive for a breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal and seek transformation. At this moment, Hongyun looked at the tribulation clouds above and brandished the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. Disperse. With a mighty strike of radiant golden light towards the tribulation clouds, countless bolts of lightning erupted from within the clouds before they could even touch the golden light. The two forces collided, unleashing terrifying power. Yet the golden light, infused with Hongyun's comprehension of the Tao of Strength, shattered the tribulation instantaneously. The dark clouds were subsequently cleaved apart, and the sky reverted to its previous state. Hongyun Taoist, truly a fearless newcomer. Do you not fear retribution from the heavenly Tao for such affronts? Esteemed Inyang Taoist, your words are misguided. I do not seek to provoke the heavenly Tao. Why would it target me? Although Hongyun understood he was now under the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, he knew he must not voice this truth. After all, they were accompanied by a chosen representative of the heavenly Tao. Yet, the others were expressions of disbelief upon hearing Hongyun's words. You do not provoke the heavenly Tao. Then what were you doing just now? Hongyun Taoist, since you have broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, surely you have received a warning from the heavenly Tao. It would be wise to refrain from acting recklessly in the future. Hongjun Taoist, we pursue the Tao for the sake of attaining its ultimate realm, do we not? If we are to be intimidated by the heavenly Tao now, how can we ever discuss the Tao? Inyang, Lingmu, and Yangmei nodded in agreement after hearing Hongyun's words. Seeing this, Hongjun felt it prudent to refrain from further admonitions and continued the discussion of the Tao. Hongyun returned to his meditation, attentively listening to Hongjun's teachings. It must be said, Hongjun was indeed the chosen representative of the heavenly Tao. With the support of the creation jade disk, his comprehension of the Tao surpassed that of Yangmei and Inyang by a considerable margin. After a full 100,000 years, their discourse finally came to an end. Hongyun Taoist, do you intend to return to the Eastern Sea? I plan to traverse the vast expanse of the primordial. Then do remember not to venture westward. Why is that? You may be unaware, but there is a being named Luohu in the west. He has committed mass slaughter in pursuit of the 4 swords to slay immortals, seeking to amass sufficient blood essence. Having just achieved your breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal, you will undoubtedly become his target. Thank you, Yangmei Taoist. I shall heed your warning. After bidding farewell to the others, Hongyun made his way directly to the summit of Kunlun Mountain. The moment he set foot upon this place, he felt a wave of warning wash over him. This was not a warning from the heavenly Tao, but rather from the very essence of the primordial itself. Hongyun understood that this was solely due to the presence of the 3 pure ones. However, he harbored no intention of taking action against them, for the 3 pure ones were endowed with immense merit from the creation of the world. Anyone who dared to slay the 3 pure ones would likely face immediate retribution. Detected that the host is at East Kunlun Mountain. Would you like to check in? Check in. Beep. The host has checked in at East Kunlun Mountain, but has not triggered any bonus rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, Kunwu's sword. After claiming his check-in reward, Hongyun promptly departed and headed towards West Kunlun. After all, the system had indicated East Kunlun, and thus West Kunlun must certainly offer a check-in opportunity. Hongyun was determined not to miss such an opportunity for gain. Chapter 8. The Kontong Seal on Shoyang Mountain. Detected that the host is at the western Kunlun Mountains. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. The host checked in at the western Kunlun Mountains, but did not trigger a critical hit. Congratulations. The host has obtained the 3 light divine water. Hongyun did not expect that he could check in to receive the 3 light divine water atop the western Kunlun. It is known to be a treasure that rivals the essence of the 9 heavens in the primordial world. The 3 light divine water comprises the sunlight divine water, the moonlight divine water, and the starlight divine water. The sunlight divine water can erode blood, essence, and flesh. The moonlight divine water can corrode the primordial spirit, while the starlight divine water can devour true spiritual consciousness. However, when these 3 are combined, they become the foremost healing elixir in the primordial world, capable of remedying all wounds except those inflicted by the primordial path. Hongyun stored the 3 light divine water and was about to depart when a wave of energy surged from the distance. In an instant, he appeared atop the western Kunlun Mountain. Boom! It turned out that a woman in palace attire was undergoing the tribulation of the transformation of shape. The power of the heavenly tribulation was immensely strong, quickly injuring the woman severely. However, she wielded a mirror that deflected the might of the tribulation at a critical moment. Fellow Taoist, after observing for so long, might you reveal yourself? Seeing that he had been discovered, Hongyun stepped forward. I am Hongyun. Honored to meet you. It is fellow Taoist Hongyun. I am the Western Queen Mother. Hongyun was astonished to find that the woman before him was the illustrious Western Queen Mother. Moreover, she had transcended before the 3 purities, indicating her profound roots. May I inquire what brings you to the Western Kunlun? I am merely wandering through the primordial world. Since you have transformed, why not engage in a discussion of the Tao? The Western Queen Mother regarded Hongyun and nodded in agreement. However, during their discourse, she realized that Hongyun's realm far surpassed her own. This could hardly be termed a discussion. It was more akin to a lecture. I'm truly grateful for your guidance, fellow Taoist. I can offer you this Hongjun Li as a token of my appreciation. You are too kind, but the Hongjun Li holds little significance for me. Having observed your injuries from the tribulation, allow me to gift you a few drops of the 3 light divine water. The Western Queen Mother gazed at the 3 light divine water floating before her. Her heart stirred. Your kindness shall not go unrewarded. I will repay you in the future. Repayment? Perhaps you might offer yourself in return. The Western Queen Mother blushed at Hongyun's words. After stammering for a while, she continued. The matter of becoming Tao partners. Allow me some time to consider. Very well. I intend to wander the primordial world, so I shall return after some time. Agreed. I shall certainly provide you with a response then. Hongyun nodded and left the western Kunlun. With the impending Tao demon calamity, he needed to hasten his efforts to enhance his strength, lest he find himself unable to partake in the ensuing chaos. As for his desire to become Tao partners with the Western Queen Mother, it was a spur-of-the-moment thought. I'm simply looking out for the Western Queen Mother, ensuring she is not ensnared by that fool, the Eastern King, and it is certainly not for any allure. Indeed, I am a benefactor of the primordial world, with no ulterior motives. As Hongyun journeyed, these thoughts occupied his mind. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy against him was unfolding atop the western Shimi Mountain. My lord, we have uncovered that the latest individual to ascend to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal is named Hongyun. However, we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts. Useless. Luo Ho uttered these 2 words with a faint breath, causing the kneeling individual to tremble in fear, unable to raise his head. Luo Ho toyed with the 4 swords of extermination and contemplated for a moment before declaring. Send out all the 7 emotions and 6 desires to search for this Hongyun. If we can slay him, my extermination sword array will reach completion. With Luo Ho's command, the 7 emotions and 6 desires departed from the west. At this moment, Hongyun had already arrived atop Shoyang Mountain. Though it appeared unremarkable now, it would one day serve as the Tao ground of the Saint Laozi. Moreover, this mountain held a unique refining material, highly compatible with the yet-to-emerge human Tao, Shoshan copper. Hongyun casually searched Shoyang Mountain and soon discovered a piece of Shoshan copper the size of a small hill. This solitary piece was sufficient to forge several spiritual treasures. However, after circling the mountain, he still could not locate the designated check-in point as per the system's requirements. System, are you malfunctioning? I have searched the entirety of Shoyang Mountain, yet I cannot check in? The only response was the system's silence. With no other choice, Hongyun decided to sit down and meditate for a time. Yet, before he could begin to comprehend the Tao, he suddenly sensed a tremor deep within his soul. What? In that fleeting moment, images from his past life flashed through his mind. Those brief 20 years of memory paled in comparison to the countless eons he had now experienced. Yet, these memories flickered before him like a film reel. Suddenly, a bold idea surged within Hongyun's mind. He vanished from his location and appeared before a patch of weeds. Clearing the foliage with his hand, he indeed discovered a stone seal hidden within the grass. Beneath the seal, there were innate divine characters inscribed with the words Kongtong. Above the seal coiled 9 dragons, exuding an inexplicable majesty. The Kongtong seal, it was indeed the Kongtong seal. Hongyun never anticipated that the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, would come into his possession so effortlessly. With the Kongtong seal in hand, he would be able to command the will of emperors and sages, as well as control the fate of the human race during the great calamity of the Fengshen. Though at present, the Kongtong seal appeared no different from an ordinary stone, Hongyun understood it was merely because the human race had yet to emerge. Once they did, the Kongtong seal would transform into a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, capable of governing the destiny of humanity. Detected that the host is at Shoyang Mountain. Would you like a check-in? Check-in. Ding. The host checked in at Shoyang Mountain, but did not trigger a critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained a recipe for the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. Hongyun examined the recipe for the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, but upon glancing at the required materials, he promptly abandoned the idea. The elixir necessitated the collection of 10 supreme, innate roots to unleash its full potential. The ones he had previously refined were merely diluted versions. Although they could allow a person to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm, they were of little interest to Hongyun's current perspective. Chapter 9. Becoming Tao Companions. No female protagonist. All schemes. Please continue reading, esteemed brothers. After receiving the check-in reward, Hongyun did not hastily depart from Shoyang Mountain. Instead, he returned to his previous position, entering seclusion to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. Hongyun understood that while the system served as a catalyst for his strength, true enhancement of his abilities required relentless practice to bolster his power. This period of seclusion spanned an astonishing 500,000 years. During this extensive time frame, countless primordial deities emerged, and the wilderness witnessed numerous conflicts. One day, as Hongyun was imparting teachings to some yet-to-take-form spiritual beasts on Shoyang Mountain, he suddenly sensed that the entire mountain was enveloped by a grand formation. Ha ha! Today marks the completion of my extermination sword array. Before Hongyun could react, the previously clear sky changed its hue. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards him. With a thought, Hongyun summoned the primal lotus, shielding himself and blocking the onslaught of the extermination sword chi. Taoist Luo, what do you mean by this? Hongyun inquired. I have been searching for you for 500,000 years. If you willingly surrender everything, I can allow your true spirit to reincarnate. Luohu responded, do you think you can control me? Then we must engage in battle. Although Hongyun was uncertain how Luohu had located him, with Luohu at his doorstep, retreat was not an option. Refusing to drink the wine of friendship, you shall taste the wine of punishment. Luohu hovered in midair, exerting his full strength to activate the extermination sword array, aiming to obliterate Hongyun within. However, with the primal lotus as his protection, Luohu could not harm Hongyun in the slightest. armed with a Kunwu sword, Hongyun charged through the array, yet the array's power surpassed his expectations. Indeed, it was the extermination sword array that could only be breached by the four saints in the future, truly formidable. As Hongyun navigated the array, he meticulously observed its transformations. The intricacies of the sword formation were perilous, teeming with lethal intent, fully deserving of the title of the most vicious formation under heaven's Tao. Yet, Hongyun was aware of the method to dismantle the formation, to immobilize the four extermination swords stationed at its gates, thereby significantly reducing its potency. The crux of the matter, however, was that Hongyun was alone. If he had four primordial golden immortals with him, breaking the formation would pose no challenge. Since breaching the extermination sword array was impossible, escaping should not be too difficult. With this thought, Hongyun tightened his grip on the Kunwu sword and struck in a specific direction. With the force of my strike, break for me! A beam of white sword chi cleaved through the array, indeed creating a significant breach. However, the array possessed self-repairing capabilities, and the gap began to shrink. With a swift movement, Hongyun stepped out of the extermination sword array, only to collide head-on with Lu, who wielded the god-slaying spear. I never expected you to cultivate the Tao of strength. You must be related to Pangu. All who cultivate the Tao of strength must perish. Luohu glared at Hongyun as if he were his sworn enemy. Hongyun was taken aback. The impact of Pangu on Luohu was evidently profound. Merely the Tao of strength had provoked such a fierce reaction from him. As the god-slaying spear lunged toward him, Hongyun did not dare to underestimate it, and promptly raised his Kunwu sword to defend himself. After all, the god-slaying spear was the foremost weapon under heaven's Tao. Even a saint could not withstand its assault. Although the Kunwu sword lacked the might of the god-slaying spear, and Hongyun's cultivation was inferior to Luohu's, the primal lotus shielded him, rendering Luohu unable to inflict harm. Manifest the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Luohu, seeing his relentless assault yielding no results, immediately unleashed his 7 emotions and 6 desires to seal off all possible escape routes for Hongyun. This was Luohu's chosen path, severing his own 7 emotions and 6 desires to attain a deeper alignment with the Tao. In truth, Luohu's approach bore a striking resemblance to Hongjun's method of severing the 3 corpses, albeit they represented 2 extremes. As the 7 emotions and 6 desires enveloped him, Hongyun remained unfazed. His own Tao surged forth, primarily embodying the Tao of strength, supplemented by the Tao of space and the 5 elements. In an instant, he felled one of the manifestations of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Caught off guard by Hongyun's sudden outburst, Luohu exclaimed, "Hongyun, you seek death." Each manifestation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires was of immense significance to Luohu. Although he could recreate the fallen one, doing so would undoubtedly consume more time. Luohu had not anticipated that his objective would remain unfulfilled while suffering such a substantial loss. As Hongyun faced the advancing god-slaying spear, he did not retreat, but advanced, meeting it head-on with his sword. The entire Shoyang mountain trembled under their clashing forces. Hongyun cleaved through the god-slaying spear and, with a graceful flick of his sword, unleashed thousands of sword chi, encircling Luohu. Each strand of sword chi was capable of slaying a formidable being at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Luohu, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retracted the remaining manifestations of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, unwilling to incur further losses. If left unchecked, the remaining 12 manifestations would perish beneath Hongyun's onslaught. Annihilation Black Lotus. Luohu withdrew the extermination sword array, transforming its formation into the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus, encasing himself within its protective embrace. Most of Hongyun's sword chi was intercepted by the Annihilation Black Lotus. However, a few still broke through its defenses, leaving Luohu in a state of disarray. Devouring the world, countless demonic energies erupted from Lu, merging with the Annihilation Great Mill, advancing towards Hongyun. Recognizing the overwhelming force of the Annihilation Great Mill, Hongyun understood he was not its match. He swiftly retreated, shattering the demonic energies Luohu had unleashed. Luohu had not anticipated that amidst their battle, Hongyun would choose to escape. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Hongyun traversed through the layers of barriers he had set. Luohu, I shall remember today's events, and I will certainly return to collect this debt of karma in the future. Hongyun refrained from lingering too long with Luohu, for at present, he was indeed not Luohu's adversary. However, he knew that Luohu was akin to a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap much longer. After all, the heavenly Tao governed the wilderness and would not permit a bloodthirsty entity like Luohu to exist. Once the battle between Tao and demon commenced, he would assist Hongjun as needed. After departing from Shoyang Mountain, Hongyun did not resume his check-in, but instead returned directly to Zikanwan. Sensing Hongyun's aura, the Queen Mother of the West promptly appeared before him. Greetings, esteemed Tao, friend Hongyun. Tao was Queen Mother. I wonder how you have contemplated the matter I previously mentioned? Tai Zhen is willing to become Tao companions with you, embarking together on the path of the Tao henceforth. Chapter 10. The Battle of Tao and Demons commence. Having received the affirmation from the Queen Mother of the West, Hongyun effortlessly cradled her in his arms. The sudden turn of events elicited a gasp from the Queen Mother, for although she possessed the formidable power of the great Luo Golden Immortal in certain respects, she remained an inexperienced maiden. With the Queen Mother in his embrace, Hongyun made his way to her palace, where they engaged in a profound discourse on the Tao. Ultimately, the Queen Mother found herself captivated by Hongyun's profound insights. Taizhen, while your cultivation is that of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it still pales in comparison to true great powers. I shall impart my teachings to you during this period. Focus solely on enhancing your cultivation. The Queen Mother, entirely enchanted by Hongyun, naturally nodded in agreement. The effects of Hongyun's teachings were remarkably significant, propelling the Queen Mother's cultivation to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal over the course of 1,000,000 years. Simultaneously, Hongyun experienced an epiphany during his teachings, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. One day, while Hongyun was imparting his teachings to the Queen Mother, an unexpected visitor intruded upon the serene atmosphere of Zikanwan. Hongyun, my friend, may I have the honor of your presence? The voice of Hongjun resonated throughout Zikanwan, interrupting the meditative state of both Hongyun and the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother frowned, remarking to Hongyun, "This Hongjun is truly impudent to so brazenly disrupt another's cultivation. Be cautious. His visit must surely herald significant matters." Hongyun, sensing the potential repercussions of the Queen Mother's words reaching Hongjun's ears, intervened. If this incident led to the Queen Mother falling into Hongjun's machinations, it would be a grave miscalculation. Moreover, Hongyun speculated that the imminent war of Tao and demons was upon them, as he had never disclosed his whereabouts to anyone. Hongjun, in his current state, was not the Tao ancestor of later times, capable of divining Hongyun's location with a mere calculation. Thus, Hongyun surmised that it was the heavenly Tao that had revealed his movements to Hongjun. "Ah, Hongjun, it has been some time since we last met. Your cultivation has evidently progressed." Hongjun replied, "Do not jest, my friend. I am currently in a state of utter disarray." Observing Hongjun's expression, Hongyun feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What troubles you, esteemed friend, to wear such a worried countenance? Are you aware of Luoho? We have unfinished business. Hongyun, you may not know, but Luoho has been slaughtering countless beings to forge his exterminate immortal's sword array, accumulating a significant amount of bloodshed. In the interest of preserving stability in the primordial world, I have come to beseech you to join forces with us to eliminate Luoho." Upon hearing Hongjun's noble declaration, a smirk of skepticism crept into Hongyun's heart. Such righteous words masked the true intention of pursuing greater heights for himself. Though these thoughts lingered, Hongyun concealed his sentiments. "Esteemed friend, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Simply send me a message when the time comes, and I will lend my utmost support. Thank you, Hongyun. I must now seek out a few more allies, so I shall take my leave." After nodding in acknowledgement, Hongyun returned to the Yaoqi. The Queen Mother, sensing something peculiar about Hongjun's visit, found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Hongyun was preoccupied with preparations for the impending conflict. Hongjun's speed was remarkable within a millennium. He sent word to Hongyun to rendezvous in the west. Upon receiving the message, Hongyun arrived at the designated location, where he found Yang Mei, Ling Mu, and Yin Yang already gathered. Greetings, esteemed friends. No need for such formalities, Hongyun. Let us proceed directly to confront Luo Ho. Following Hongjun's proposal, the group nodded in agreement and swiftly took flight towards Mount Shumi. Ha ha! As they approached, laughter resonated from Mount Shumi. Soon after, Luo Ho's figure materialized before Hongyun and the others. Esteemed friends, your arrival at my Mount Shumi brings immense honor. Yet, may I inquire about your purpose here? Luo Ho, you have wrought untold carnage across the primordial world. We have come to uphold justice and settle the score. In that case, let us dispense with idle chatter. Hongjun, your intentions are transparent to me, as are mine to you. Today, the contest of Tao shall determine victor and vanquished. At Luo Ho's words, both Ling Mu and Yang Mei were left bewildered. Although they wished to question Hongjun about the unfolding events, Luo Ho had already initiated the Exterminate Immortals Sword Array, denying them any opportunity. Within the Exterminate Immortals Sword Array, Hongyun discerned that this formation was fundamentally different from those encountered previously. Attempting to breach it solely by his own strength would prove far more challenging than during his previous encounters atop Shoyang Mountain. Esteemed friends, the weakness of this Exterminate Immortals Sword Array lies in the 4 Exterminate Immortal Swords. If we can restrict their movements, I am confident in our ability to dismantle this formation. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Yin Yang, Ling Mu, and Xiankun each ventured towards their respective directions. Luo Ho, realizing this, could not allow them to succeed and promptly activated the Exterminate Immortals Sword Array, launching an assault on the group. In an instant, the world was plunged into darkness, and the sun and moon dimmed. The individuals within the array found themselves disoriented as the forces of Yin and Yang were inverted, surrounded by an overwhelming tempest of sword energy and malevolence. Indeed, the Exterminate Immortal Sword Array was a formidable force, as the verse states, neither copper nor iron nor steel, once concealed beneath Mount Shumi's heel. No need for Yin and Yang's inversion. Could water and fire not temper its sharp precision? The Exterminate Immortals wreak havoc, causing the demise of the celestial. The array's bloodied glow envelopes all. In this lethal formation, we find ourselves lost, utterly unable to locate the 4 Exterminate Immortal Swords. Ha ha! Hongjun, the first saint of heavenly Tao, can only be I, Luo Ho. Today, let you all become the nourishment on my path to greatness. Hongyun, you dare to deceive us. Upon hearing Luo Ho's words, the ancestor of Yin Yang immediately grasped the truth. If he still failed to comprehend the situation, all those years of cultivation would have been in vain. Hongjun's actions were nothing short of using them as pawns. Yet, now trapped within the Exterminate Immortal Sword Array, they were completely ensnared by Hongjun's machinations. Do not panic, esteemed friends. Once we vanquish Luo Ho, I shall provide an explanation. Upon finishing his words, a radiant jade light ascended within the Exterminate Immortal Sword Array. Hongyun, standing beside Hongjun, discerned that this jade light emanated from the creation jade dish. Regardless of the chaotic transformations of Yin and Yang within the array, the positions of the 4 Exterminate Immortals swords stood out like beacons in the night. Hongyun, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Ling Mu each selected a sword and swiftly charged forward. Chapter 11. Scheming against Hongjun. Igniting the earth veins. Red Cloud chose the Trap Immortal Sword, located directly to the south of the Exterminate Immortal Sword Array. With the assistance of the Creation Jade Plate, Red Cloud swiftly located the Trap Immortal Sword's position. However, Luo Ho had long since anticipated the intentions of the group and would not allow them to succeed. Brandishing the God-slaying spear, Luo Ho strode into the Exterminate Immortal Sword Array, advancing toward the weakest among them, Red Cloud. Red Cloud, last time you managed to escape. This time, I shall ensure you do not return. While grandiloquent proclamations are common, I, the humble monk, believe today is destined to be your day of demise. With the Kunwu sword in hand, Red Cloud confronted the God-slaying spear, engaging Luo Ho in a fierce exchange. Yet, within the confines of the exterminate immortal sword array, Red Cloud soon found himself suppressed by Luo Ho, unable to reach the trap immortal sword. Mianwile, Hongjun, Youngmei, and Lingmu were all anxiously aware that as long as the formation remained unbroken, they would be trapped within the exterminate immortal sword array for another day. Yet they understood Red Cloud's predicament and were powerless to assist, for should they leave, the suppressed immortal sword would erupt, amplifying the array's power exponentially. At this moment, Hongjun stood at the very heart of the formation, suppressing the exterminate immortal sword array's diagram. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Ho was simultaneously controlling the array's operations. Were it not for the creation Qinglian, Red Cloud would likely have suffered injuries by now. As the stalemate persisted, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah! It pains me to the core." Lingmu Daoist's voice echoed throughout the exterminate immortal sword array, and soon the others sensed his waning energy, indicating severe injury. "Ha ha! Heaven assists me. It seems victory is assured." As the master of the exterminate immortal sword array, Luo Ho was acutely aware of every shift within it. Lingmu Daoist, grievously wounded by the absolute immortal sword, could no longer suppress it. Once he eliminated Red Cloud before him, victory over Hongjun would be within his grasp. Hongjun's expression darkened, as if he had resolved to take decisive action. From him emerged two figures, his good corpse and evil corpse, radiating power equal to his own. The good corpse and evil corpse advanced toward Red Cloud and Lingmu Daoist, respectively. Upon seeing one figure approach with a cane, Red Cloud surmised it to be one of Hongjun's three corpses. "Hongjun, do not blame me, for you were the first to scheme against us." As Hongjun's three corpses drew near, Red Cloud feigned weakness and withstood a punch from Luo Ho. Utilizing the recoil, he swiftly distanced himself from Luo Ho, leaving only Hongjun's three corpses to face the fully powered Luo Ho. Not good. The good corpse's expression shifted upon witnessing the dire situation and attempted to flee. For a single corpse could not hope to contend with Luo Ho. Red Cloud hastened to secure the trap immortal sword. "I can hold on a while longer." Red Cloud ignored the good corpse's plea. Although he had arrived before the trap immortal sword, he made no move to seize it. The good corpse, unable to withstand Luo Ho's onslaught, was soon gravely injured by the god-slaying spear. If this continued, the good corpse would be rendered completely useless. Hongjun, anchored at the formation center, was consumed with anxiety, but could do nothing. He could only hope Red Cloud would secure the trap immortal sword in time. Standing beside the trap immortal sword, Red Cloud needed merely to stretch forth his hand to seize it, yet he remained patient, waiting for the opportune moment. As he tended to his wounds, he observed the battle unfold. Finally, the good corpse faltered, pierced through by the god-slaying spear, leaving Red Cloud with his chance. In an instant, Red Cloud decisively subdued the trap immortal sword. As the trap immortal sword was subdued, the four exterminate swords fell silent, and the entire exterminate immortal sword array gradually halted its operations. Seizing the opportunity, Red Cloud retrieved the trap immortal sword, along with the exterminate sword, absolute sword, and slaughter sword. The exterminate immortal sword array was thus breached. Boom! Just as the onlookers began to celebrate, a tremendous tremor shook the ground. Red Cloud focused his gaze and discovered that the good corpse had self-destructed, severely wounding Luo Ho. Not only Luo Ho, but even Red Cloud was taken aback by Hongjun's ruthless actions. Though Luo Ho was shielded by the world-destroying Black Lotus, his proximity to the explosion rendered him gravely injured. "Hongjun, despicable and shameless. As long as I can eliminate you, what matter is a small sacrifice." Although Hongjun was also significantly wounded, victory was within reach. He had to endure. Seeking justice? Truly a travesty. You lured these individuals here solely to secure your victory over me and solidify your position as the foremost saint of the heavenly Tao. Enough. Cease your nonsense. Hongjun's furious rebuke interrupted Luo Ho, for he feared Luo Ho's words might incite Red Cloud and the others to turn against him. To the victor go the spoils. Today, having lost, I will not deny it. However, I did not fall at your hand. Hongjun, but to the heavenly Tao. Hongjun, do you believe you have triumphed? Upon finishing this statement, Luoho abruptly retreated to Mount Shumi. The next moment, the entire Western Earth veins trembled violently under Luoho's influence. Luoho, cease at once. Hongjun attempted to halt Luoho, but it was evidently too late. Heavenly Tao above, today the demon ancestor Luoho shall transform into the heavenly demon, mending the heavenly Tao's imperfections. From this day forth, Tao and demon shall not coexist. As the Tao diminishes, the demon shall flourish. As the Tao thrives, the demon shall remain hidden. As Luoho's declaration reverberated, Yang Mei was the first to act. Boom! A colossal explosion shook the entirety of the primordial world. Even though Yang Mei had swiftly torn through the fabric of space, he was still caught in the overwhelming force. Lingmu Daoist, lacking a protective treasure, was utterly obliterated by the explosion of the earth veins, unable to escape even his true spirit. Though the ancestor Yin Yang possessed the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, he too was annihilated by the tremendous power. Red Cloud retrieved the Qian Kuan Ding, Creation Qinglian, and Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Despite such formidable defenses, Red Cloud was still gravely injured from the blast. Had he possessed one less treasure, he likely would not have survived. Regaining his focus, Red Cloud seized the Taiji diagram and trap Immortal Sword at lightning speed. Without so much as a farewell, he returned to the eastern seas, Penglai Island, where he could evade Hongjun's pursuit and safely recuperate his injuries. Chapter 12. Encounter with the 12 ancestral witches. It was truly perilous. Had any part of the plan gone awry, I would have perished in the west. Upon returning to Penglai Island, Hongyun immediately settled beneath the 5-pin pine and commenced the healing of his injuries. At this moment, Hongjun also realized that he had not only been ensnared by Hongyun, but had also fallen into the schemes of the heavenly Tao. Given the heavenly Tao's dominion over the Honghuang realm, it was inconceivable that it was unaware of Laohu's actions. The intertwining of all the ley lines in the west could not have escaped its notice. Yet, the heavenly Tao not only failed to provide him with any warnings, but instead offered subtle hints. Although slaying Luohu had granted Hongjun a wealth of merits from the heavenly Tao, the immense karmic repercussions resulting from the destruction of the West now burdened him. Consequently, Hongjun found himself in servitude to the heavenly Tao. However, Hongyun was not inclined to concern himself with Hongjun at this juncture, as he was wholly focused on mending his injuries. Fortunately, with the aid of the 3 lights, divine water, Hongyun's wounds healed remarkably swiftly, returning him to his former state. Observing Hongyun cease his cultivation, the voice of the 5-pin pine resonated immediately. Master, I am on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal transformation. Indeed, Hongyun replied thoughtfully, though not on par with other innate deities. You are not far behind. Continue your cultivation diligently here on Penglai Island. I shall need to venture out shortly. Rest assured, upon your return, I shall have attained the great Luo golden immortal status. With a smile at the assurance from the 5-pin pine, Hongyun remarked, there is no rush to depart. First, I intend to enhance Penglai Island. After stating this, Hongyun produced the Qian Kuan Ding along with numerous refining materials. Under Hongyun's guidance, these materials gradually morphed into the shape of a palace. Once the palace took form, Hongyun's hands moved in intricate patterns, inscribing various formations. He did not cease until the formations reached their maximum capacity. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, quite commendable. Should better materials present themselves in the future, I shall elevate its grade. In truth, these materials could have forged a high-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. However, due to the innate nature of the Qian Kuan Ding, the grade was inevitably reduced. Nevertheless, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure certainly surpassed a high-grade postnatal treasure. This palace shall be named the Palace of Inquisition. Hongyun positioned the Palace of Inquisition at the center of Penglai Island, connecting it to the island's spiritual veins. This would ensure a constant influx of innate spiritual energy, fortifying the palace's foundation. Subsequently, Hongyun reorganized the island's spiritual roots and spiritual beasts, rendering it far more orderly. Upon completing the preliminary transformation of Penglai Island, Hongyun departed directly towards the vast wilderness. His destination was Mount Wanshou. In the trajectory of Hongyun's previous life, there existed an inescapable figure, Xinyuanzi. As a steadfast friend, Xinyuanzi was undoubtedly Hongyun's most loyal ally. Moreover, Xinyuanzi was integral to one of Hongyun's future plans, necessitating his inclusion in Hongyun's ranks. With his current cultivation level, Hongyun reached Wuzhuang Temple at Mount Wanshou in just a millennium. Before Hongyun could utter a word, Xinyuanzi emerged from the temple. "I am Xinyuanzi, honored to meet you, fellow Taoist. May I inquire about your purpose here? I am Hongyun, here to admire the splendid scenery of the wilderness. If you don't mind, please join me in Wuzhuang Temple for a discussion." Very well. Hongyun followed Xinyuanzi into Wuzhuang Temple. The first sight that greeted them was the magnificent ginseng fruit tree, home to the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. Xinyuanzi, being quite generous, immediately plucked 10 ginseng fruits and presented them to Hongyun. In return, Hongyun offered some pine nuts from the 5-pin pine. The two then settled in the grand hall, engaging in free conversation. "Xinyuanzi, are you aware of the happenings in the west? Are you referring to the destruction of the western ley lines?" Hongyun affirmed with a nod and continued, "I know you possess the Earth Book, hence I wish to bestow upon you a significant opportunity." "What opportunity might that be?" "The Earth Book you wield has the power to reorganize ley lines. If you could restore vitality to the western ley lines." Hongyun did not finish his thought, yet Xinyuanzi comprehended. Rising from the mat, Xinyuanzi bowed to Hongyun. "There is no need for such formality." Hongyun interjected, employing a powerful force that rendered Xinyuanzi immobile. "There is no need to be so courteous." Xinyuanzi nodded, secretly astonished and speculating about the extent of Hongyun's power. Hongyun was aware of Xinyuanzi's thoughts, but chose not to disclose anything further. Detection. Host is at Mount Wanshou. Would you like a check-in? Detection. Host is at Mount Wanshou. Would you like a check-in? Check-in. Notification. Host has checked in at Mount Wanshou, triggering a critical hit. Congratulations. Host has obtained the innate 5 directions flag, Li Di Yin Guang flag. Surprised by the unexpected critical hit at Mount Wanshou, Hongyun found the reward somewhat baffling. In his memories, the Li Di Yin Guang flag was supposed to be in Hongjun's possession, subsequently acquired by Laozi at the Cliff of Dividing Treasures. He never anticipated it would come into his hands so effortlessly. "Dear friend Hongyun, having granted me such a grand opportunity, I cannot be stingy. I am aware of the whereabouts of an innate supreme treasure and am willing to share this information with you. Please do enlighten me." Xinyuanzi nodded and elaborated. "This innate supreme treasure was discovered by chance. However, my cultivation is insufficient to approach it, and let us proceed to see it." Hongyun nodded in agreement and followed Xinyuanzi out of Wuzhuang Temple, soaring towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Given the geographical proximity of Mount Wanshou to Buzhou Mountain, they arrived at Xinyuanzi's indicated location in a short span. Yet upon their arrival, they discovered 12 towering figures in the valley Xinyuanzi had mentioned. "Who dares to covet the treasures of my witch clan? The treasures of the Honghuang are always claimed by the capable. Since when did these unclaimed spiritual treasures belong to your witch clan?" Recognizing the figures before him, Hongyun discerned they were the 12 ancestral witches: the space ancestral witch Di Jiang, the time ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin, the metal ancestral witch Ru Shou, the wood ancestral witch Zhu Meng, the fire ancestral witch Zhu Rong, the water ancestral witch Gong Gong, the ice ancestral witch Xian Ming, the earth ancestral witch Ho Tu, the thunder ancestral witch Chong Liang, the wind ancestral witch Tian Wu, the lightning ancestral witch Yen Zi, and the weather ancestral witch Shi Bai Shi. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches retained their primordial forms, having not yet transformed into innate Tao bodies. Chapter 13. Submission. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft believed that maintaining their physical forms in this state would allow them to unleash their inner power to the utmost extent. Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, prepared to strike upon seeing Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. "Wait!" Hongyun's voice reached Zhurong, yet he showed no sign of halting his actions. Muttering curses under his breath, "What are you waiting for? Plapava tudi." As Zhurong's fist came crashing down, Hongyun stood his ground, showing no intention of evading. This left Xinyuanzi in a state of panic. He had heard of the 12 ancestors' formidable reputation, knowing they focused solely on physical training, neglecting the cultivation of their primordial spirit. In contrast, beings like Xinyuanzi, as innate deities, primarily honed their spiritual essence. Although their bodies were continuously tempered by spiritual energy, they paled in comparison to the 12 ancestors. Thus, facing them in close combat would be exceedingly perilous. Both Xinyuanzi and the other 11 ancestors believed Hongyun would suffer greatly. For no one in the primordial realm could surpass the 12 ancestors in physical prowess. Before the watchful eyes of many, Hongyun lightly extended his right palm, attempting to intercept Zhurong's strike. Seeking death, the 12 ancestors thought to themselves. As descendants of Pangu, they naturally looked down upon other innate deities. Just as they anticipated that Hongyun's arm would snap under Zhurong's force, Hongyun's palm suddenly grasped Zhurong's fist. In an instant, before Zhurong could react, Hongyun hurled him to the ground. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Zhurong was sent reeling, utterly disoriented. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, he could not break free from Hongyun's grip. The other 11 ancestors were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. After a considerable moment, Hongyun, seemingly fatigued, discarded Zhurong onto the ground, and only then did the remaining ancestors react, surrounding Hongyun and Xinyuanzi with predatory intent. What? Do you all wish to engage me as well? Hongyun spoke to the 11 ancestors with a tone of disdain. Though he had not specialized in physical cultivation, his 9 transformations of mysterious essence was a dual cultivation of both primordial spirit and body. Even without deliberately honing his physique, having reached the 5th transformation, his body had ascended to the level of a primordial golden immortal. In comparison, the 12 ancestors, having only manifested for a mere 1 to 2 million years, could only attain the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, rendering them insufficient before Hongyun. Those who dare to bully my brother shall be crushed into a pulp. As Rishu spoke, he intended to throw a punch, but was halted by Zijian. Esteemed senior, we acknowledge our earlier transgressions and wish to apologize. Zijian paused before continuing. However, please understand that we acted out of necessity. Hongyun regarded Zijian with a puzzled expression. What necessity? Is it possible that the spiritual treasure bears the mark of your witch clan? Indeed, this treasure was left to us by the Pangu, our father. At Zijian's words, Hongyun furrowed his brow, instinctively believing this treasure to be the Panga Hall. Yet, reconsidering, he found it illogical, for the Panga Hall was the birthplace of the 12 ancestors and could not simply be a treasure without an owner. Noticing Hongyun's troubled expression, Zijian hurriedly added, "This artifact is called the Chaotic Disc, and it requires the bloodline of Pangu to activate." To prove his point, Zijian squeezed out a drop of his own blood, which, as if guided by an unseen force, flew towards the chaotic disc. Upon contact, the disc emitted 12 beams of various colors, each descending into the hands of the 12 ancestors, transforming into uniquely shaped spiritual treasures. Observing the aura emanating from these treasures, Hongyun deduced they could only be activated by physical strength. Indeed, these are treasures left for the 12 ancestors by Pangu. Hongyun mused inwardly. Esteemed senior, this can attest that I have not deceived you. Upon hearing Zijian's statement, Hongyun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Prepare tout dit. Just as Zijian believed he could send Hongyun away, Zhurong, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up, wielding a fiery blade aimed at Hongyun. Zhurong, halt! Zijian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As Zhurong approached, Hongyun's thoughts surged, and he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Zhurong. This time, Hongyun had no intention of showing mercy. He lifted the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler and struck Zhurong with unhesitating force upon his back. Zhurong felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, unable to withstand the overwhelming power, and was sent hurtling away, crashing through dozens of peaks before finally coming to a halt. However, the impact shattered numerous bones, rendering him incapacitated. What does this mean, esteemed senior? Do you think it's easy to bully? If you are unwilling, come forth to battle. Hongyun addressed Emperor Jiang directly, avoiding unnecessary words. Even a clay figure possesses a measure of spirit, let alone Hongyun, a formidable primordial golden immortal. At present, he could be deemed a pinnacle existence in the primordial realm, at least until Hongjun achieves sainthood. The 12 ancestors were all fiery in nature, and even though Zijian and Hutu exhibited more reason than their peers, they could not endure the sight of their injured brother any longer. The 11 ancestors surged forward, intent on overwhelming Hongyun in a collective assault. Zenyuanzi, standing nearby, produced the Earth Book and swiftly erected a defensive barrier to thwart the ancestors' onslaught. Rest assured, my friend, with me here, they shall not harm you. Hongyun turned to Zenyuanzi, whose face was flushed, struggling to maintain the barrier against the relentless attacks of the ancestors. Leave them to me, Hongyun declared, stepping outside the protective range of the Earth Book to confront the 11 ancestors directly. Bang! Hongyun wielded the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler, standing resolutely against the 11 ancestors. However, they were no match for him. Even the swiftest among them, the spatial ancestor Emperor Jiang, could barely catch a glimpse of Hongyun's figure. In less than an hour, the 11 ancestors found themselves gravely injured, sprawled on the ground like Zhurong. Hongyun had reduced the 12 ancestors to a mere pile, subsequently setting up a formation around them. Chapter 14. The Nine Dragon Seal today. Consider this a minor lesson for you all. Should you dare to provoke me again in the future, it shall not be so easily resolved. After speaking, Hongyun turned and left the valley with Zhun Yuanzi. He had set up a formation against the 12 ancestors of witchcraft because he had severely injured them. Should they be killed as a result, a grave karmic consequence would inevitably befall Hongyun. The current 12 ancestors are not encumbered by the karmic ties of later generations. They still possess the profound merit of their primordial creation. At this moment, however, the 12 ancestors were all suffering from various degrees of broken bones and had essentially lost their ability to move. Brother, why were you so courteous to Hongyun before? One asked, do you think that if we had been less courteous, we would be in a worse predicament now? Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's words, Di Jiang fell silent. For at the moment they engaged in battle, the outcome had already been sealed. Moreover, when I caught sight of Hongyun, I glimpsed a fragment of the River of Time. I foresaw that our witch clan would need to rely on Hongyun to establish ourselves in the vast wilderness. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The other ancestors vehemently dismissed Zhu Jiuyin's words. Yet, considering that Zhu Jiuyin was innately endowed with the Tao of Time, they fell silent once more. Observing the despondent mood of his siblings, Zhu Jiuyin spoke again. However, what I saw is likely a mere branch of the River of Time. The river has countless branches, and the one I glimpsed may not come to pass. Yet this time, no one responded to him. Seeing this, Zhu Jiuyin quietly channeled his internal energy to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, upon returning to Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi felt immense guilt towards Hongyun and wished to offer his Earth Book as compensation. Naturally, Hongyun refused Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book, and to dispel Zhen Yuanzi's thoughts, he departed from Wanshou Mountain without delay. However, instead of heading directly back to Penglai Island, Hongyun traversed the 33 heavens and arrived at the Sun Star. Who dares to trespass upon the Sun Star? As soon as Hongyun set foot on the Sun Star, he was detected by Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. This was primarily due to Hongyun's failure to conceal his aura. Otherwise, given Di Jun and Dong Huangtai's current capabilities, they would not have been able to sense him. I am a wandering Taoist exploring the vast wilderness. I seek merely to experience the wonders of the Sun Star. This Sun Star is the sanctum of my brother and me. We welcome no visitors. Kindly return, friend. Di Jun, a born ruler of the demon clan, exuded an undeniable aura even in his mid-stage of great Luo golden immortal. However, mere intimidation could not deter Hongyun. And if I insist on entering? Hongyun narrowed his eyes at Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, his tone unfriendly. After all, if he could not enter the Sun Star, he would miss out on the reward. Regardless of whether he offended Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, death awaited all in the end. Seeking death, Dong Huangtai raised the Chaos Bell and hurled it towards Hongyun. Hongyun extended a finger, the Tao of power emanating from him and enveloping his fingertip. When the chaos bell struck this force, it was repelled, its toll echoing through the cosmos. Just as Dong Huang Tai prepared to strike again, he was halted by Dijun. Since our friend wishes to enter the Sun Star, we shall, of course, extend our welcome. Wise words, friend Dijun. After speaking, Hongyun disregarded Dijun and Dong Huang Tai entirely and ventured deeper into the Sun Star. It was only when he reached beneath the Fusang tree that he triggered the system's check-in. Detected host within the Sun Star. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Host has checked in at the Sun Star. No critical check-in bonus triggered. Congratulations. Host has obtained the essence blood of the Chaos Golden Crow. Upon seeing this reward, Hongyun felt no interest whatsoever. Should he give this essence blood of the Chaos Golden Crow to either Dijun or Dong Huang Tai, they could each create a Chaos Divine Demon. However, Hongyun harbored no goodwill towards them, and thus had no intention of presenting the essence blood. After receiving his reward, he promptly left the Sun Star and headed straight for the Moon Star. Observing the direction in which Hongyun had vanished, Dong Huang Tai asked, "Brother, do you truly believe that Hongyun merely wished to witness the scenery of the Sun Star?" Although uncertain of Hongyun's true intentions, he sensed that his purpose for entering the Sun Star was far from simple. In that fleeting moment, he felt a stirring of bloodline within Hongyun. Indeed, I sensed it too. I previously thought I had misperceived. Yet there are only the two of us, the three-legged golden crows in the vast wilderness. Could it be that Hongyun is also one of them? Jun shook his head, choosing not to speak further and instead settle beneath the Fusang tree to enter a state of meditation. Observing this, Dong Huang Tai, he also took his place beneath the tree to cultivate. Both brothers, ambitious by nature, felt a twinge of discontent after witnessing Hongyun's formidable strength. Unbeknownst to them, Hongyun remained entirely unaware that Dijun and Dong Huang Tai had resolved to surpass him. Even if he were to learn of their intentions, he would merely scoff in derision. As Hongyun journeyed towards the Moon Star, a celestial body suddenly caught his peripheral vision. The purple tenuity star. Noticing the intense purple tenuity aura emanating from it, Hongyun altered his course and arrived at the purple tenuity star. How curious. Both the Sun Star and the Moon Star have birth star gods, yet the purple tenuity star, the master of all stars, has not produced any star gods. As he traversed the purple tenuity star, Hongyun extended his vast spiritual power. He could ascertain that no star gods were being nurtured within. However, he did discover something intriguing, a primordial formation. It is well known that locations with primordial formations typically signify opportunities. Hongyun produced the Hongmeng measuring ruler and shattered the formation with brute strength. Instantly, a nine-dragon seal manifested, attempting to escape. But Hongyun had long been prepared. He would never allow it to evade, capturing it with a swift motion. The control hub of the Heavenly Court? Who would have thought it lay upon the purple tenuity star? It appeared that Dijun and Dong Huang Tai were able to establish the Heavenly Court due to their acquisition of this nine-dragon seal. Hongyun chose not to refine the nine-dragon seal, but instead stowed it away. Hongjun, oh Hongjun, I shall see how you intend to proceed with the witch and demon calamity without establishing the Heavenly Court. Securing the nine-dragon seal, Hongyun began to contemplate how best to outmaneuver Hongjun. After all, they still had a karmic debt to settle, and since Hongjun dared to scheme against him, he would certainly retaliate in kind. Chapter 15. The steed. At this moment, Hongjun was in seclusion, recuperating from his injuries. In the recent battle between Dao and Demon, he had not only been forced to witness the self-detonation of a benevolent corpse, but had also found himself closest to the epicenter when Lahu triggered the explosion of the Earth's veins. Thus, instead of advancing towards the realm of saints, he was compelled to focus on healing. Hongyun had not anticipated that his minor scheming against Hongjun would inadvertently delay Hongjun's ascension to sainthood. After acquiring the nine-dragon seal, Hongyun embarked on a search on the Ziwei star, ultimately discerning why the Ziwei star was incapable of nurturing stellar deities. Within the celestial body of the Ziwei star stood a colossal star tree, bearing 365 luminous star fruits that radiated brilliance. All the power of the Ziwei star was absorbed by this star tree, making the emergence of stellar deities impossible. As Hongyun contemplated plucking a star fruit, a beastly roar pierced the air. Immediately, a ferocious creature descended from the star tree, glaring intently at Hongyun. Roar! Taowu! Hongyun recognized instantly that the beast before him was one of the 4 formidable creatures of the beast clan, Taowu, before the great calamity of Dao and Demon, and the calamity of Dragon Sweat. There had been the infamous beast tribulation. Under the leadership of the beast emperor Shun Ni, the beast clan nearly overturned the primordial realm. These beasts were the manifestations of the chaotic gods and demons slain by Pangu, the malevolent spirits coalescing into these fierce creatures. Thus, each beast possessed immense physical strength, yet, aside from the beast emperor, the others lacked intelligence. However, Hongyun clearly perceived a flicker of awareness in Tao Wu's eyes. Sensing the threat posed by Tao Wu, Hongyun did not retreat. Instead, he advanced 2 steps forward. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, Tao Wu lunged at Hongyun. Hongyun deftly sidestepped the attack. But Tao Wu's tail seemed to possess a will of its own, aimed directly at Hongyun's eyes. Yet, before the tail could reach him, Hongyun vanished, appearing before Tao Wu. Upon realizing his strike had missed, Tao Wu's gaze flickered with a hint of confusion reminiscent of humanity. Hongyun, observing this, smiled and spoke. I offer you a chance. Should you manage to touch me, I shall spare your life. Despite Tao Wu's limited intelligence, he comprehended the essence of Hongyun's words. Roar! Roar! Tao Wu grew increasingly agitated, circling Hongyun in search of a flaw. After exhausting all patience, he could not find any weakness. His already limited intelligence spiraled into frenzy. Hongyun watched as Tao Wu's form accelerated, ultimately transforming into a radiant blur that enclosed him in the center. Subsequently, countless claws emerged from the radiance, launching an assault from all directions. Boom! The Qian Kuan Ding materialized, warding off Tao Wu's claws effortlessly. Each of Tao Wu's strikes against the Qian Kuan Ding produced not even a ripple. For an entire day and night, Tao Wu relentlessly attacked. Yet the Qian Kuan Ding remained immovable. You have struck at me for so long. Now is time for me to retaliate. Upon finishing his words, a tremendous pressure descended upon Tao Wu, pinning him to the ground, rendering him powerless. In truth, Tao Wu was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, insignificant in the face of Hongyun. Roar! 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 This time, Tao Wu's roars seemed to carry a tone of appeasement. He understood he was no match for Hongyun, yet with limited intelligence, this was the only way he could yield. Hongyun regarded Tao Wu and inquired, How did you come to possess this intellect? Roar! Tao Wu's small eyes brimmed with confusion. Although he comprehended each word Hongyun spoke, he could not grasp their collective meaning. Seeing Tao Wu's bewilderment, Hongyun shook his head and then infused his vast spiritual power into Tao Wu's true spirit. Like the shaman clan, beasts only cultivated their physical forms, lacking spiritual essence. Furthermore, unlike the shaman clan, Tao Wu had no bloodline to safeguard his true spirit. Thus, Hongyun easily uncovered the memories concealed within Tao Wu's true spirit. After a lengthy duration, Hongyun finally understood that the source of Tao Wu's awakened intellect lay in the star tree before him. Without hesitation, Hongyun plucked a star fruit, forcefully placing it into Tao Wu's mouth. Meanwhile, his spiritual power continuously monitored the changes within Tao Wu's body. Upon entering, the star fruit immediately transformed into specks of starlight, dispersing throughout Tao Wu's limbs and bones. A portion of the starlight refined his physical form, while the majority flowed into Tao Wu's true spirit. Hongyun sensed a slight augmentation in Tao Wu's true spirit, which had also become purer. Upon this revelation, Hongyun consumed another star fruit himself. However, the effects of strengthening his true spirit did not manifest, and even the physical refinement was negligible. It seemed the star fruit was only beneficial for cultivators below the Deluo golden immortal level. With a wave of his hand, Hongyun harvested half of the star fruits from the star tree. He then consolidated their power and infused it entirely into Tao Wu's body. Roar! The overwhelming force momentarily overwhelmed Tao Wu, causing him immense agony. After a prolonged convulsion, he finally absorbed all the power of the star fruits. Thank you. Upon hearing Tao Wu's fragmented voice, Hongyun recognized his success. Do you wish to follow me and become my steed? I am willing. Without hesitation, Tao Wu readily agreed. Now, Tao Wu could no longer be deemed merely a fierce beast. After all, beasts lack spiritual essence. But with the aid of the star fruits and Hongyun, Tao Wu had birthed a faint spiritual essence. His physical cultivation had also broken through to the early stage of the Luo golden immortal realm. Though he may not rival the innate gods and demons, he far surpassed the postnatal beings of later generations. Now that Tao Wu had the opportunity to follow a powerful figure like Hongyun, he would not forsake it. By aligning with strength, he could seize greater opportunities. Hongyun nodded and approached the star tree, examining it closely. At that moment, new star fruits were forming upon the tree. After counting meticulously, he confirmed there were still 365. Controlling the power within him, he uprooted the star tree, transferring it into the space within the Qian Kuanding. Upon returning to Penglai Island, he could replant it. After completing these tasks, Hongyun mounted Tao Wu's back, directing him towards the direction of the Tying Star. As Hongyun sat upon Tao Wu, he continued to contemplate the great Tao. Previously, he had journeyed alone, wasting much time. Now, with a steed to accompany him, he was determined to seize the opportunity to deepen his understanding of the Tao and enhance his cultivation. Chapter 16. Ascending to Enlightenment. Hongjun achieves sanctification. Though he currently resided in the mid-stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm, if he remained complacent, it was only a matter of time before others would catch up. Amidst the boundless cosmos, the Tulu bore the crimson clouds, relentlessly advancing towards the direction of the moon star. Master, we have arrived at the moon star. Upon hearing Tulu's words, Hongyun opened his eyes, a flash of sword radiance gleaming within. During this period, although he had not made any significant advancements in his cultivation, he had comprehended the way of the sword through the second fragment of the creation jade dish he had previously acquired. The way of the sword, unlike other paths, was uniquely synthesized with the way of power, forming a style that belonged solely to him. Upon reaching the moon star, he was greeted by two breathtakingly beautiful women, whose grace and demeanor were in no way inferior to the Queen Mother of the West. Shihi, Changshi, it is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Greetings, esteemed ladies. I am curious. How did you come to know of me? Hongyun inquired, intrigued. Logically, even in the vast expanse of the primordial land, very few were aware of his existence. How did these sisters, residing on the moon star, come to learn of him? Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you may not be aware, but we traveled through the primordial realms not long ago and heard of you from the celestial deities Dijun and Tai Yi on the sun star. Nodding at Shihi's words, Hongyun silently made a mental note regarding Dijun and Tai Yi. Shihi continued, we have long heard of your profound cultivation, and thus, we sisters wish to seek your guidance. Guidance might be too grand a term. Let us engage in a discourse on the Tao, and perhaps there will be mutual gains. Hongyun replied courteously, not adopting the same rigid demeanor he had towards Dijun and Tai Yi. The sisters invited Hongyun into the Moon Palace, where they settled comfortably. Detected that the host is on a moon star. Would you like a check-in? Check-in. Beep. Host has checked in on the moon star. No critical hit has been triggered. Congratulations. Host has received 2 drops of the divine blood of the moon demon Wang Shu. Upon seeing this check-in reward, Hongyun suspected it was intended for Shihi and Changshi, yet he had no evidence to support this theory. Throughout their discussion, it was primarily Hongyun imparting knowledge, enabling the two to elevate their cultivation from just breaking through to the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm to being merely a step away from the late stage. If Shihi and Chang, she had relied solely on their own efforts, achieving such progress would have taken them several million years. As they prepared to part ways, Hongyun decided to gift the divine blood he had received from the system to Shihi and Changshi. This act utterly astonished the two sisters, who insisted on following him. Ultimately, it was only after Hongyun assured them they would reunite in the future that they relinquished their intentions. After departing the moon star, Just as Hongyun intended to return to the primordial realm, he encountered an unexpected figure. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, how have you been? Yang Mei. As Hongyun beheld the celestial master Yang Mei before him, he sensed something different about him. Countless Tao rules swirled around Yang Mei, as though he could command the very elements of earth, water, fire, and wind with a mere gesture. You! A bold thought suddenly surged in Hongyun's mind. Yang Mei had already attained the Hongyun Great Luo Golden Immortal status. Indeed, it is as you surmise, fellow Taoist. I have taken that crucial step. Yang Mei declared, I have come to inquire if you would join me in going to Yujing Mountain to resolve our karmic ties. Upon hearing Yang Mei's intention, Hongyun shook his head. I appreciate your offer, but I have my own methods to resolve these ties and am not in a rush. Yang Mei frowned slightly, but did not dwell on the matter. After I conclude my karmic ties with Hongjun, I shall be departing the primordial realm. Would you care to accompany me? I have no intention of leaving the primordial realm. Hongyun replied without a moment's hesitation. If he were to leave with Yang Mei, not only would he potentially lose access to the check-in system, but all his previous plans would also be rendered null. Yang Mei nodded slightly, then vanished from Hongyun's sight in an instant. Despite Hongyun's unwavering gaze, he could not discern how Yang Mei had departed. Wheat Yang Mei's ascension. It seemed that the time for Hongjun's sanctification was drawing near. A grand conflict awaited them. Yet Hongjun was no match for Yang Mei. Understanding these matters, Hongyun summoned Tulu back into the Qian Kuinding and hastened to return to Penglai Island. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the successfully transformed five-pine tree, which sensed its master's presence and hurriedly approached. Wuda pays homage to master. No need for such formalities. Rise. Hongyun said, satisfied with his eldest disciple. Now that you have successfully transformed, I shall fulfill my promise to you. With a wave of his hand, Hongyun produced the Qian Kuinding and drew the essence of the five-pine tree into it. Today, I shall refine your essence into a piece of innate spiritual treasure. It will serve you well as you traverse the primordial realm. Wuda nodded, excitement radiating from his visage. He had long envisioned transforming his essence into a spiritual treasure since his transformation, for the pine nuts he produced were significantly weaker than before. Rather than keep them, it would be far better to forge them into a powerful treasure. However, lacking innate heritage, he had no means to craft such a treasure. Now witnessing his master take action, he was more than willing. Wuda, during this time, I shall enter seclusion to contemplate the Tao. Remain here and do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Yes, master. With the crafting of the spiritual treasure arranged, Hongyun needed only to invest time. Thus, he entered the Hall of Inquiry, eager to see if he could make further progress during this period. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. One day, while in deep meditation, Hongyun abruptly opened his eyes and sensed a terrifying pressure rising from the heavens and the earth. All beings within the primordial realm fell to their knees, unable to rise under the weight of this force. Though Penglai Island was protected by a grand formation, it could not entirely withstand this pressure. Yet, the force was not overwhelmingly strong. Even Wuda could endure it. Soon, extraordinary phenomena erupted throughout the primordial realm. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and melodious sounds filled the air, enchanting all living beings. Hongjun has achieved sanctification. Upon witnessing these manifestations, Hongyun understood precisely what had transpired. Chapter 17. Arrival at the purple clouds palace high above the nine heavens. Resting on a mat, I, Hongjun, shall preside over the teachings. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall hold the esteemed position of a master. From Pangu emerged the primordial chaos, and the dualities of yin and yang began to unfold. The leaders of the metaphysical path, I shall transform the essence into Hongjun. Note, at this moment, Hongjun has not yet accepted the three pure ones as disciples, hence fewer verses are penned. I, the humble Hongjun, today attains sainthood. A millennium hence, I shall commence the grand discourse in the chaotic purple clouds palace, imparting the profound truths of the primordial wilderness to all who are destined to hear. As Hongjun's voice resonated, the overwhelming aura, akin to a retreating tide, dissipated. Nonetheless, the primordial realm erupted in fervent discussion regarding Hongjun's impending teachings. When Hongjun attained sainthood, the heavenly decree relayed the news of the sage to every being's consciousness. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, Yuan Shi, with an expression of urgency, addressed Laozi, "Elder brother, we cannot afford to miss such an opportunity to hear the sage's teachings." Beside him, Tong Tian was equally stirred, yearning for the sage's formidable presence. In his heart, Tong Tian resolved to cultivate himself into a sage as well. As followers of Pangu's true teachings, we must possess formidable powers, and this chance cannot slip away. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, we shall soon venture into the chaos to seek the Purple Cloud's palace. Indeed, elder brother. At this moment, the three pure ones exhibited a brotherly camaraderie, with Laozi holding absolute authority. Although Yuan Shi occasionally flaunted his elder brother's prestige before Tong Tian, the latter seldom objected. Once the three pure ones resolved to journey to the chaotic Purple Cloud's palace, they immediately set forth. After all, Hongjun mentioned that the teachings would commence in a millennium, and a Deluo, golden immortal, not adept in swiftness, would require nearly 8,000 years to traverse from the primordial realm to the chaos. Apart from the three pure ones, countless cultivators promptly embarked towards the chaos. "Master, are we not going to the Purple Cloud's palace to hear the teachings?" Wuda asked in astonishment upon noticing his master's lack of intention to move. "Since it begins in a millennium, even if you arrive early, Hongjun will not impart teachings ahead of time. With your cultivation, reaching the Purple Cloud's palace will not take long. In this millennium, first refine your spiritual treasure." "Yes, master." Wuda returned to the Qian Kuanding to cultivate, albeit the absorption of spiritual energy was rather slow. Hongyun observed Wuda's practice, but had no intention of imparting techniques, as the 9 transformations of the profound origin was not suitable for him. Forced cultivation would only harm Wuda's foundation. Wuda must cultivate practices aligned with the 5 elements to fully harness his potential. Thus, Hongyun decided to check in several times to see if he could sign in for a suitable technique for Wuda. As time flowed gently, the power of the 5 elements within the Qian Kuanding grew increasingly potent. When it reached its zenith, a 9-tiered treasure pagoda radiating 5 colors soared from the ding. Wuda, who had been prepared, immediately imprinted his primordial spirit onto it. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, indeed worthy of its origin, showcased commendable power. "Thank you, master. Without your guidance, my essence would have likely been wasted in my own hands. There's no need for such gratitude. This was a promise I made to you, and I shall fulfill it. Master, should we not proceed to the Purple Cloud's palace to hear the teachings? After all, so much time has passed, and nearly all the Luo cultivators in the primordial realm have journeyed to the chaos." Hearing Wuda's words, Hongyun shook his head and replied, "You remain overly naive. Not everyone who ventures into the chaos will gain entry to the Purple Cloud's palace." Seeing Wuda still perplexed, he continued, "Do you recall what Hongjun said at the moment of his sainthood? I remember, those with destiny can." Wuda began, only to suddenly glance at Hongyun. "Indeed, it is as you surmised. Not everyone will be deemed fortunate. Without Hongjun's permission, even if one were to perish in the chaos, they would not find the slightest trace of the Purple Cloud's palace." Wuda nodded, now comprehending Hongyun's meaning. "Let us depart. Since your spiritual treasure is ready, it is time for us to move." With a wave of his hand, Hongyun stowed the Qian Kuanding and, alongside Wuda, set forth into the chaos. With Hongyun's current speed, reaching the chaos would not take long. However, upon their arrival, they found no sign of the Purple Cloud's palace. Yet, Hongyun remained unfazed, addressing the chaos nonchalantly. "Hongjun, do you not wish to conclude the karmic ties?" With a sigh echoing from the depths of the chaos, a purple light flashed, revealing the location of the Purple Cloud's palace. Hongyun smiled faintly and led Wuda to the palace's exterior. At this moment, many awaited outside the Purple Cloud's palace, some engaging in quiet conversation and forming friendships. Upon seeing the master and disciple, they cast curious glances. However, Upon noticing Hongyun, figures such as the Three Pure Ones, Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors of the witches narrowed their eyes, watching Hongyun warily. Hongyun, disregarding their presence, approached the West Queen Mother. I had initially intended to seek you out in the Western Kunlun, but surmised you would come to hear the teachings. Hence, I came directly to the Purple Cloud's palace. You need not explain. Instead, tell me about those two sisters. The West Queen Mother shot Hongyun a glance before looking at Shiha and Changshi. Hongyun's smile faded as he noticed the two sisters gazing at him eagerly. Fellow Taoist, it has been quite some time since we last met on the lunar star. I have been in closed-door cultivation, hence the absence. After this discourse, perhaps you could join us in visiting the lunar star as a token of gratitude. Though Hongyun faced away from the West Queen Mother, he could still sense her resentful gaze. There is no need for gratitude. Should fate allow, there will be opportunities for discussions in the future. After saying this, Hongyun turned away from Shiha and Changshi, returning to the West Queen Mother's side. Just then, Tai, bearing the Chaos Bell, approached Hongyun. Hongyun, is it not time to reckon with your previous intrusion into the solar star? Upon hearing Tai, Hongyun cast a dismissive glance, ignoring him entirely. Enraged by such contempt, Tai's fury ignited. You seek death. Having roamed the primordial realm for many years, both Emperor Jun and Tai had established considerable renown. Furthermore, with Tai's cultivation now at the late stage of Deluo, he had never tasted defeat, buoyed by the power of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Chapter 18. Invitation from the Tao Ancestor. The Chaos Pearl as the Bell of Chaos tolled. The surrounding chaotic energy was immediately dispelled. It is worth noting that these great Luo golden immortals were able to venture into the chaos, primarily due to their possession of spiritual treasures for protection. Only the 12 ancestor witches, who specialized in cultivating their physical forms, could withstand the ferocious chaotic energy at the great Luo golden immortal stage. The mere toll of the Chaos Bell was enough to disperse this chaotic energy, demonstrating its formidable power. Brother, how does the Chaos Bell compare to your heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong Tower? I cast a glance at my second brother before responding. Though the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong Tower is a postnatal treasure, it possesses only defensive capabilities. In contrast, the Chaos Bell, being a congenital treasure, embodies both offensive and defensive prowess, rendering it incomparable. The Chaos Bell is transformed from our Father's creation acts. As the true disciples of Pangu, it rightfully belongs to us. Second brother, tread carefully. Tai's cultivation is not inferior to our own, and with the Chaos Bell in his possession, his strength is unfathomable. Third brother, do not bolster another's ambition while diminishing our own prestige. Remember, we are the true disciples of Pangu. Dijun and Tai are but insignificant beings. So what is there to fear? Yuan Shi held no regard for Tai, even taking the opportunity to lecture Tong Tian. I observed this all in silence, refraining from intervening. At that moment, Tai had already seized control of the Chaos Bell, directing it towards Hongyun. Yet, Hongyun stood firm and undeterred, stepping forward to reveal the Kunwa sword, deflecting the Chaos Bell aside. In the blink of an eye, Hongyun appeared before Tai, unleashing a swift sword energy. Not good, Dijun exclaimed as he witnessed this, hastily employing the river map and Luo book to intercept the sword energy. With a mere thought, Dijun transformed the river map and Luo book into two flowing rivers, encasing Hongyun at their center. The Primordial River Luo Formation. This was a powerful formation that Dijun comprehended from the river map and Luo book. Yet, Hongyun effortlessly cleaved through the formation with a single strike. What? Impossible. This scene left everyone outside the Zixiao Palace in utter astonishment, taking a considerable time to regain their senses. They had all heard of the formidable reputation of the Primordial River Luo Formation, yet it had been so easily breached. Just as Dijun and Tai prepared to advance once more, the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open. A boy and girl emerged, casting cold glances at the crowd in the chaos. The Tao Ancestor has decreed no fighting outside the Zixiao Palace. Violators shall be executed without mercy. Recognizing the boy's icy demeanor, Hongyun understood that he was Hao Yin, with the girl beside him being Yaoqi. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Dijun and Tai swiftly halted their actions, wary of provoking further conflict. The others were equally astonished, realizing that even the attendant of a saint possessed cultivation at the initial stage of Great Luo. As the Great Luo gathered their thoughts, Hongyun and Yaoqi respectfully approached Hongyun. Hongyun, Yaoqi, greetings, Senior Hongyun. The Tao ancestor requests your presence in the Zixiao Palace for a discussion. At Hongyun's words, a sharp intake of breath echoed through the chaos. For none expected such a powerful saint to use the term request towards Hongyun. Dijun and Tai's expressions darkened, not only wary of Hongyun's immense strength, but also fearful that he might reveal their misdeeds before the saint. Hongyun, upon hearing Hongyun's invitation, calmly nodded. He understood that Hongjun wished to settle all matters of cause and effect before his discourse. Otherwise, this first sermon would be rendered futile. It was essential for Hongjun to seize the fortune of the innate divine demons during his teachings. Otherwise, he could not align with the heavenly Tao. Hongyun instructed Wuda to closely follow the Queen Mother of the West before accompanying Hongyun and Yaoqi into the Zixiao Palace. The grand doors of the palace closed once more, thwarting any attempts to glimpse the happenings within. As Hongyun stepped into the Zixiao Palace, the scenery transformed instantaneously, placing him atop Jade Capital Mountain. Detected that the host is in the Zixiao Palace. Would you like to check in? Check in. Beep. The host has checked in at the Zixiao Palace, triggering a critical check-in reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. In his moment of surprise, Hongyun heard Hongjun's voice. Friend Hongyun, it is delightful to see you well. Friend Hongjun, I did not expect that upon our reunion, you have already attained the status of primordial unity. Truly, congratulations. However, our previous matters remain unresolved. Indeed, I have summoned you for this very reason. After speaking, Hongjun conjured a vast amount of heavenly Tao merit in his hands. Friend Hongyun, this is the merit we acquired after defeating Luo, who I now bestow it all upon you. Seeing such a significant amount of heavenly Tao merit, Hongyun graciously accepted it without hesitation. Previously, he had wondered why he received no merit for participating in the battle against the demons. It turned out that Hongjun had intercepted it all, although Hongyun had no intention of using this merit to elevate his own realm. It would serve well to solidify his merit body and forge spiritual treasures. In a vast wilderness, merit was akin to a universal currency. Those with great merit were seldom harmed, for to slay a wielder of great merit would invite immense karmic retribution and endless misfortune. Thus, as long as one was not reckless, great merit holders typically faced little danger. Hongyun turned his gaze back to Hongjun, recognizing that this merit was rightfully his, not merely a means to settle old debts. Observing Hongyun's demeanor, Hongjun retrieved a jade talisman and a grand seal from his robe. Friend Hongyun, I have discerned that your disciple is born of the five-needle pine, endowed with spiritual intelligence. Therefore, I possess a method that aligns perfectly with him. This Qilin seal is a supreme congenital spiritual treasure, once belonging to the ancestral Qilin. I am willing to offer these two items to resolve our past grievances. After reviewing the method inscribed within the jade talisman, Hongyun consented. Both he and Hongjun felt an invisible bond severing between them. The scheme Hongjun once devised to have Hongyun perish at the hands of Luo, who is now wholly resolved. Now that our past debts have been settled, I await your sermon, dear friend. Not so fast. Just as Hongyun intended to depart, Hongjun called him back. Seeing the smug expression on Hongyun's face, Hongjun felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. Yet he could not act on that impulse and was left to negotiate patiently with Hongyun. Hongyun, the Taiji diagram and the Nine-Dragon seal do not rightfully belong to you. You should return them to me, so I may hand them over to their true master. Your statement is misguided. Both of these treasures were acquired through my own efforts. The Tao ancestor cannot simply claim them without cause. Do you intend to use force to coerce me? Chapter 19. The seizure of the mat. No. I merely hope that my esteemed friend can produce these two spiritual treasures. I am willing to exchange them for a spiritual artifact. Hongjun, having severed ties with Hongyun, no longer refers to him as a friend. In turn, Hongyun graciously addresses him as the Tao ancestor. After a brief contemplation, Hongjun presents two small flags before Hongyun. I propose to exchange these two innate 5 directions flags for the Taiji diagram and the 9 dragon seal. The Tao ancestor is indeed an astute negotiator. These innate 5 directions flags are merely exquisite innate treasures, while the 9 dragon seal serves as a nexus for the heavenly court, and the Taiji diagram is a paramount treasure. To attempt to exchange these two extraordinary items for just 2 exquisite innate treasures seems rather simplistic, does it not? Observing Hongjun, Hongyun continues, if I am not mistaken, the Taiji diagram was prepared for Laozi among the 3 pure ones, correct? Upon hearing this, Hongjun's usually impassive demeanor shifts, albeit momentarily. Yet Hongyun perceives the change. Nevertheless, Hongjun remains silent, fixating his gaze on Hongyun as if attempting to penetrate his very thoughts. After some time, Hongjun produces 4 spiritual orbs. These orbs represent the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Although each is merely a superior innate treasure, together their potency rivals that of extraordinary innate treasures. Then allow me to accept them graciously. Hongyun gestures, collecting the plain cloud realm flag, the azure lotus flag, and the 4 spiritual orbs. By the way, during the previous battle, I acquired this sword of sealing immortals. I believe the Tao ancestor would find it quite useful. What do you desire? The central wood yellow flag. Without hesitation, Hongjun retrieves a small yellow flag from within his robe and tosses it before Hongyun. In the next moment, Hongyun finds himself transported from the Zixiao Palace. How easily my defenses were breached, Hongyun murmurs to himself, then approaches the Queen Mother of the West, presenting her with the 4 elemental orbs. This is too precious. I cannot accept. They are merely 4 orbs, a token for your protection. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West finally accepts the orbs. Onlookers gaze in awe, secretly lamenting Hongyun's extravagant generosity, so casually bestowing 4 superior innate treasures. Had it been them, they would have surely refined them for personal use. Yet, they remain unaware that these 4 orbs hold little value for Hongyun. After all, he possesses the Kunwa sword, the Hongming measuring ruler for offense, and the creation azure lotus and Qian Kuan cauldron for defense, with the creation jade plate fragments aiding his comprehension. The 4 elemental orbs are tasteless to him and too precious to discard. Thus, gifting them to the Queen Mother of the West enhances her powers as well. After accepting them, the Queen Mother of the West begins to refine the treasures under Hongyun's protective gaze. Just then, Emperor Jun and Tai approach Hongyun once more. What? Has the previous lesson not been sufficient? Are you seeking death? Hongyun, let me tell you, were it not for the face of the saints, my brother and I would not let this matter rest. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Upon hearing Emperor Jun and Tai's words, Hongyun unleashes his full might. In an instant, the oppressive aura of a Hunyuan golden immortal envelopes the area, nearly overwhelming Emperor Jun and Tai, who are closest to him. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Tai manages to deflect much of Hongyun's pressure with the Chaos Bell. At that moment, everyone comprehends that Hongyun's cultivation likely surpasses that of a great Luo golden immortal. Had it not been for Hao Yin and Yaoqi's timely intervention, Emperor Jun and Tai would have soon faced annihilation at Hongyun's hands. Realizing this, they are gripped by trepidation. Tai's lips quiver, yet he ultimately refrains from uttering a word. Emperor Jun bows respectfully to Hongyun and quickly pulls his brother to a spot farthest from him. Brother, we have offended Hongyun. Do you think he will retaliate? He likely will not. From all indications, this esteemed friend Hongyun is not one to revel in bloodshed. Otherwise, those 2 unkempt birds would have been slain by him long ago. The 12 ancestors of sorcery believed their voices were hushed, but everyone present, trained in the path of the primordial spirit, possesses keen perception. Thus, their words are crystal clear to all. Although Emperor Jun and Tai remain at a distance, they keep a close watch on the unfolding events. Upon hearing the 12 ancestors of sorcery, both feel their frustration boiling over. Were they not outside the Zixiao Palace, they would surely confront the 12 ancestors to settle the score. Hongyun pays little heed to the 12 ancestors of sorcery's remarks. instead contemplating how to acquire the Xian Yuan water controlling flag. With the Eastern Azure Lotus flag, Western Plain Cloud Realm flag, Southerly Earth Flame flag, and Central Wood Yellow flag already in his possession, he only lacks one flag to form the innate 5 elements Great Formation. At that point, even a saint would find it impossible to breach Penglai Island. Hongyun is aware that the Xian Yuan water controlling flag rests with Mingyi, and obtaining it will not be a simple task. He surveys Mingyi in the distance, suddenly conceiving a plan to procure the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. Yet now is not the time. Noticing that Hongyun is not cultivating, Jin Yuanzi approaches him. Esteemed friend Hongyun. Before Jin Yuanzi can finish, Hongyun interrupts him. Immediately, Jin Yuanzi hears Hongyun's voice in his mind. Esteemed friend Jin Yuanzi, once the gates of Zhixiao Palace open, rush in with all your might and seize the foremost mat. Though Jin Yuanzi does not fully comprehend Hongyun's intent, he nods in agreement. Hongyun imparts similar instructions to the Queen Mother of the West, though she lacks speed, and he doubts she will succeed in claiming a mat. As Hongyun ponders, the gates of Zhixiao Palace swing open with a resounding crash. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongyun transforms into a streak of light, soaring into the palace, closely followed by Jin Yuanzi. All present behold 6 uniquely colored mats within the Zhixiao Palace. Those gathered to listen to the Tao are no fools. They speculate that these mats must possess extraordinary qualities, prompting them to rush into the palace. The 3 pure ones, unified as one, surpass even Jin Yuanzi, who is left behind. Hongyun occupies the first mat, while the 3 pure ones take the second, third, and fourth mats, respectively. Jin Yuanzi swiftly occupies the 5th mat. The final mat is graced by a stunning woman, who is not the Queen Mother of the West. Hongyun recognizes her as Niwa, with Fushi standing sentinel behind her. Chapter 20. The arrival of the film emperor. The discourse begins. As the onlookers beheld 6 meditation mats, each occupied, they felt a twinge of reluctance, yet dared not vie for the spots. Seated in the second row were figures such as Kuan-peng, Mingyi, Dijuan, Tai, and the Queen Mother of the West. It must be noted that Dijuan and Tai possessed remarkable speed. Their golden crow transformation was indeed no mere boast. Even from the farthest reaches of the Zhixiao Palace, they ultimately secured seats in the second row. Just as all had settled, Hongyun noticed 2 figures swiftly approaching from outside the Zhixiao Palace. Within moments, they entered the Zhixiao Palace. Upon seeing them, Hongyun realized that the 2 titans of the Hongwang realm were about to make their appearance. Adopting a demeanor of eager anticipation, Hongyun quietly observed the impending performance of these 2 illustrious figures. As anticipated, upon catching sight of the scene within the Zhixiao Palace, Junti crumpled to the ground in tears. Brother, we journey from the West with great effort to hear the teachings, yet here we find not even a single space to sit. How shall we revive the West? I would rather perish here in the Zhixiao Palace. On the other hand, Jane wore a countenance steeped in sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks in an instant. The sight of the 2 brothers was indeed heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from those who witnessed it. Those seated within the Zhixiao Palace were resolute individuals. How could mere words sway their steadfast hearts? Moreover, Hongyun was no benevolent soul, and thus none were inclined to relinquish their seats to Jane and Junti. Realizing this, Jane and Junti ceased their lamentations, mustering the audacity to push forward. As they advanced, Junti meticulously surveyed the surroundings. Eventually, they found themselves before Hongyun. Esteemed fellow, might you graciously yield your position to us? We shall forever remember your kindness. Upon hearing Junti's plea, the onlookers within the Zhixiao Palace exchanged glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama. However, Junti remained oblivious to their expressions, gazing at Hongyun with an air of innocence. I would not be averse to yielding my seat, yet I possess but 1 spot, while you are 2. To whom shall I concede? Do not trouble yourself. My brother and I can manage to squeeze together. Hongyun initially intended to sow discord between Jane and Junti, only to discover their bond was far too strong. If you 2 can manage to shift even an inch, this seat shall be yours. Upon uttering these words, Hongyun unleashed his aura, pressing the unprepared Junti down to the ground. I no longer desire the seat. I surrender. Realizing the gravity of Hongyun's power, Zhuanti hastily begged for mercy. Hongyun, however, swiftly retracted his pressure, for he wished to continue observing the spectacle. Should Zhuanti falter here, what entertainment would remain? Jane assisted Zhuanti to his feet, their gaze shifting to the three pure ones. Yet, the formidable aura emanating from the three pure ones made it clear to Jane and Zhuanti that these were not adversaries they could confront. They then turned their attention towards Xinyuanzi and Nuwa, but ultimately retreated. Zhuanti, unperturbed, approached Kunpeng seated in the second row. Esteemed friend, might you yield your seat to us? Begone. Kunpeng's dark gaze fell upon the audacious Zhuanti, commanding him to leave. However, Jane and Zhuanti recognized Kunpeng's isolation and seized the opportunity to pull him into their entreaties. Unable to bear their persistence, Kunpeng prepared to retaliate against Jane and Zhuanti. At that moment, a foot propelled Zhuanti aside, and two figures positioned themselves protectively before Kunpeng, Dijuan and Tai. Upon witnessing Kunpeng receiving assistance, Zhuanti once again collapsed to the ground, resuming his act of despair. Amidst the chaos, a figure suddenly materialized on the cloud platform before the Zixiao Palace. It was Hongjun. With a disdainful snort, Hongjun's presence unleashed an overwhelming pressure throughout the Zixiao Palace. What manner of spectacle is this? Weeping and wailing. Upon seeing Hongjun, Zhuanti's cries only intensified. Saint, my brother and I have traveled from the west with the intention of absorbing your profound teachings, yet we find ourselves without a place to sit. Reflecting on our impoverished West, our arduous journey to attain the Deluo Golden Immortal has brought forth this sorrow. Hongyun, upon hearing Zhuanti's melodramatic lament, nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated such theatrics from Zhuanti, who could easily deceive the uninformed. Observing Zhuanti's continued sobbing, Hongjun interjected, "You two shall sit here." With a gesture, he conjured two additional meditation mats beside Nuwa. Upon seeing the mats, Zhuanti immediately ceased his tears, dragging Jane to sit upon them. Witnessing this spectacle, others began to mimic Zhuanti, clamoring for their own mats. Yet Hongjun remained indifferent to their pleas, merely stating, "Hongyun, you and I were once of the same generation, and thus you cannot sit among my disciples." Without further ado, Hongjun conjured a mat beside him. Hongyun said nothing further, settling onto the mat. Thus, the seating arrangements were established, a precedent for future discourses, not to be altered lightly. We shall heed the saint's decree. The remaining attendees, realizing their chances had dwindled, ceased to imitate Zhuanti, fearing the ire of the saint might cost them the opportunity to listen to the teachings. Hongjun continued, "Since my ascension to sainthood, I have perceived the incomplete heritage of the beings of Hongyun. Thus, I shall deliver 3 discourses within the Zixiao Palace, each lasting 10,000 years. Thank you, Tao Ancestor." Hongjun nodded and commenced his teachings. Before the upper clear purple mist emperor, the supreme Tao of Jade Morning, idly residing within the pearl of the bud, dispersing into the 5 forms, transforming into myriad deities. This is known as the Yellow Quartz Inner Chapters, where the heart of the zither dances thrice. The 9 Shi reflects brightly in the void, and the divine cover of the youth births purple smoke. The teachings Hongjun imparted were centered on the path of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Though all present were at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, they inevitably encountered challenges in their cultivation. Hongjun's discourse offered them the chance to mend their deficiencies. As Hongjun's teachings delved deeper, some began to cry out, seemingly lost within the grandeur of the Tao. Others recultivated their Deluo Golden Immortal state, solidifying their foundations. Some even gleaned insights into divine powers. However, their reactions were all shielded by Hongjun's formidable magic, ensuring no disruption to those around them. At this moment, Hongyun attentively absorbed Hongjun's teachings, continuously verifying his own cultivation within the Deluo realm, diligently seeking to fill the gaps in his understanding. Chapter 21. Taking on a disciple. As Hongyun immersed himself in the essence of the Tao, he suddenly sensed something being drawn from within his body. In the next moment, the chaos pearl rewarded by the system vibrated within his primordial spirit. Hongyun beheld a stream of fortune intercepted by the chaos pearl. which then nourished his primordial spirit in return. Fortune, indeed, Hongjun was scheming regarding it. Having imparted the Tao to these innate deities, he naturally had the right to share in their fortunes. While Hongyun pondered this, Hongjun cast a glance at him, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Yet, he resumed his discourse as if nothing had transpired. In the central pool, divine garments of crimson and a cloud robe adorned with a tiger talisman. The spirit of Hongjun resides within 3 inches, veiled in lush foliage, supporting each other. As Hongjun continued his lecture, he unexpectedly uttered an enigmatic phrase: "The Tao shall not be transmitted to the six-eared." Only Hongyun realized that a small monkey had been eavesdropping on the teachings, and Hongjun had already detected its presence. Time swiftly passed, a mere blink for these primordial deities. Hongjun's lecture soon reached its conclusion. As his words faded, everyone found themselves enveloped within the chaos, while the Zixiao Palace had vanished from sight. Observing this, Hongyun chose not to linger in the chaos any longer. He intended to depart directly with Wuda, the Queen Mother of the West, and Zenyuanzi. However, Emperor Jiang approached Hongyun, blocking his path. "Hongyun, my friend, I wish to extend an invitation to you for a meeting at Mount Buzhou, as we have had previous misunderstandings." Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, Hongyun felt a stir within. Although he had previously checked in at Mount Buzhou, the Wu clan had yet to do so at the Panga Hall. Much like the Zixiao Palace, where one could check in once at Yujing Mountain, the Zixiao Palace would allow another check-in. Moreover, his check-in at the Zixiao Palace not only triggered a critical hit, but also yielded the Chaos Pearl. Before the creation of the world, 4 primordial treasures existed within the chaos: the Axe of Creation, the Jade Plate of Fortune, the Azure Lotus of Genesis, and the Chaos Pearl. The first 3 had shattered during the great catastrophe of creation, transforming into countless innate spiritual treasures within the wilderness. Only the whereabouts of the Chaos Pearl remained a mystery, which contained a realm of pure chaos, filled with the most pristine chaos spiritual energy. Thus, when Hongyun received Emperor Zhang's invitation, he readily accepted. "Wuda, you shall accompany the Queen Mother of the West to West Kunlun." "Yes, master." Hongyun and the 12 ancestral witches descended from the chaos, heading straight for the Panga Hall at Mount Buzhou. As they neared the hall, Hongyun observed a monkey fiercely battling a black bear. Despite the monkey's only possessing the celestial realm, its formidable physique allowed it to contend with the true celestial black bear. Seeing Hongyun fixate on the monkey, Hutu inquired with interest, "Are you intrigued by this little monkey?" "Naturally, for it has caught the attention of our Tao ancestor. It must be extraordinary." The 12 ancestral witches, who had initially dismissed the monkey, now gazed curiously at the ongoing battle. Yet, apart from noticing that the monkey possessed 6 ears, they found nothing particularly special about it. Although the monkey's physique was impressive, it paled in comparison to their own clan. However, Hongyun recognized that this monkey was none other than the 6-eared macaque, a central figure in the tale of the 4 chaotic monkeys. Not merely intrigued, I now wish to take this little monkey as my disciple. Upon uttering this, Hongyun quietly observed the battle below. The clash between the 6-eared macaque and the black bear had reached a stalemate. The macaque bore numerous wounds, yet its aura grew ever more formidable. In contrast, the black bear demon, with a significant portion of its right palm missing and one eye gouged out, exhibited a waning spirit and was already contemplating retreat. When one side of a battle begins to harbor fear and thoughts of retreat, it signifies their impending defeat. This black bear demon was no exception. It was actively seeking an opportunity to flee. However, the 6-eared macaque was determined not to grant it that chance, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Just as the macaque prepared to claim its spoils, Hongyun and the 12 ancestral witches made their appearance. "Little monkey, do not be hasty in leaving." The 6-eared macaque, confronted by so many individuals radiating intimidating pressure, would have fled if not for the fear of immediate annihilation. "Greetings, esteemed beings. What brings you here?" Upon witnessing the macaque's trepidation, Huta couldn't help but chuckle. "Little monkey, your fortune has arrived." The 6-eared macaque, bewildered by Hutu's words, found himself at a loss for understanding. Hongyun stepped forward, gently placing his hand upon the macaque's head. A gentle force flowed into the macaque's body, swiftly mending its injuries. My lord, the six-eared macaque stared blankly at Hongyun, an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. Since its inception, no one had ever shown it such kindness. Six-eared, I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? As soon as Hongyun finished speaking, the six-eared macaque prostrated before him. I am willing. Kneeling on the ground, the macaque bowed 9 times to Hongyun. All right, rise. Hongyun assisted the six-eared macaque to its feet, then produced a drop of Sanguang divine water, infusing it into the macaque's being. Though your innate divine ability has been injured, it can still be restored, so do not worry about that. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that his divine ability could indeed be recovered, the macaque leaped for joy. Congratulations, my friend, on acquiring a fine disciple. The 12 ancestral witches congratulated Hongyun, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Hongyun had initially presumed that the 12 ancestral witches were solely brawn over brains, with only Zijian and Hutu displaying any semblance of normalcy. Now, however, it appeared that they were not entirely devoid of social understanding. Little did Hongyun know, the 12 ancestral witches were simply intimidated. The memories of past events were still fresh. Had they continued to be unruly towards Hongyun, the consequences could have been far worse than before. At the invitation of the 12 ancestral witches, Hongyun brought the six-eared macaque to the Panga Hall, the birthplace of the 12 ancestral witches. This hall, a manifestation of Pangu's heart, was classified as a primordial treasure. Moreover, it served as a sanctuary bestowed upon the 12 ancestral witches by Pangu himself, for even the heavenly Tao could not penetrate the sanctity of the Panga Hall. Chapter 22, Guiding the Ancestral Witches. Imparting Techniques. As Hongyun entered the Panga Hall, he immediately sensed a complete severance of his connection to the heavenly Tao. Ever since the heavenly Tao assumed control over the wilderness, cultivators have been able to divine the secrets of the universe, gaining insight into matters of their desire. However, within the confines of the Panga Hall, Hongyun discovered his inability to divine the mysteries. His spiritual power could only extend 3 zhang around him. Hongyun, our Panga Hall is quite rudimentary. If our hospitality falls short, I hope you will forgive us. There is no need for such formality, fellow cultivators, Hongyun replied. As practitioners of the Tao, we do not concern ourselves with trivialities. Observing the war-torn Panga Hall, Hongyun chose not to elaborate further. Actually, we have invited you here not only to express our apologies, but also to seek your counsel on a matter. Pray, speak freely, Emperor Jiang. We, the 12 siblings, have inherited the will of our progenitor and intend to aid him in managing the wilderness. However, we find ourselves quite constrained with only the 12 of us. Emperor Jiang regarded Hongyun, then turned to Zhu Jiuyin before continuing, thus, we wish to invite you to join us in overseeing the wilderness. In doing so, you could claim 50% of its fortunes. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's proposition, Hongyun felt a surge of temptation. Securing even a mere 10% of the wilderness's fortunes would require Hongjun's direct involvement. Such an immense fortune would be of significant benefit, even at the level of the heavenly Tao. Yet, Hongyun restrained his impulse and addressed the 12 ancestral witches. I have no interest in managing the wilderness, so I shall refrain from participating. However, I can offer you a suggestion. Please do share. Since you deem your numbers insufficient, why not utilize your own bloodlines to create kin? Initially, the 12 ancestral witches thought Hongyun intended to dismiss them. Yet, his words enlightened them profoundly. Indeed, no matter how many helpers they sought, none would be as reliable as their own kin. With that, they were struck by inspiration, and Emperor Jiang said, we sincerely apologize. This is our token of apology to you. We have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall not take up more of your time. Hongyun nodded, fully aware of their intentions. Once he departed the Panga Hall with Lu Er, the 12 ancestral witches gathered around a vast blood pool. Emperor Jiang was the first to slice his arm, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the pool. Within mere moments, the blood pool churned violently, and a figure emerged. Greetings, ancestor witches. The 12 ancestral witches noted that the newly manifested witch possessed only the cultivation of the golden immortal, with potential limited to the Tai golden immortal. However, they remained undeterred, for it was merely a drop of Emperor Zhong's ordinary blood. With their ancestral witch blood, they could surely awaken even stronger witches. Meanwhile, after leaving the Panga Hall, Hongyun felt perplexed. Despite spending considerable time there, he had failed to trigger the system's acknowledgement. It seemed he had not reached the core area of the Panga Hall and would have to wait until he achieved enlightenment to see if another opportunity arose. As Hongyun pondered, Lu Er's voice broke through his thoughts. "Master, where are we headed now?" "We shall seek your senior brother, and I will impart the cultivation techniques to you all." Lu Er nodded, determination flashing in his eyes as he gazed upon the swiftly passing scenery. He had always known his heritage as 1/4 of the Chaos Demon Ape. However, since his birth, aside from a divine ability to listen to the myriad of worlds, he had possessed no other inheritance for cultivation. His current status as a celestial immortal stemmed solely from eavesdropping on others and learning fragmentary cultivation methods. Thus, Lu Er resolved to diligently cultivate in order to repay his master's kindness. Before long, Hongyun and Lu Er arrived at the Western Kunlun. "Doi Tien, allow me to introduce my newly accepted disciple, Lu Er." Lu Er pays his respects to Master. Lu Er's greeting brought great joy to the Western Queen Mother. "There is no need for such formalities. Here is a gift for you to help you reshape your foundation." "Thank you, Master." With her keen insight, the Western Queen Mother immediately recognized Lu Er's foundation as rather unstable. If unaddressed, he might never reach the golden immortal realm. The gift she provided was none other than the renowned weak water of the wilderness, capable of reshaping Lu Er's foundation. "Junior brother, I do not possess much, but I shall give you a few pine nuts." Wuda extended his hand, offering Lu Er 5 pine nuts. While these were not the first fruit of the tree, their efficacy was nearly equivalent. "Thank you, senior brother." Seeing that the Western Queen Mother and Wuda were familiar with Lu Er, Hongyun prepared to impart the techniques to his 2 disciples. "Wuda, Lu Er, since you have taken me as your master, I shall naturally teach you the cultivation techniques. Since you are about to impart teachings, I shall take my leave to cultivate." The Western Queen Mother declared, attempting to depart, but was halted by Hongyun. "Fear not. There is no need for such reservations between us." With that, Hongyun produced a jade talisman obtained from Hongjun. "This is what I exchanged with Hongjun. It contains the cultivation techniques of the 5 elements divine demons from years past. As you practice the 5 elements path, this technique will undoubtedly resonate with you." Wuda accepted the jade talisman, discovering it contained the renowned technique titled 5 Elements Reincarnation Sutra. Hongyun's gaze turned to Lu Er as he smiled and said, "Lu Er, your talents are extraordinary, being one of the 4 mischievous monkeys with remarkable physical gifts. I possess a technique known as 9 transformations of the mysterious origin, the cultivation method of the Great Pangu, allowing for the dual cultivation of both spirit and body. Do you wish to practice it?" Lu Er was momentarily stunned by this extraordinary opportunity. After a long pause, he finally responded, "Disciple is willing. Disciple is willing." Hongyun pointed, and the scriptures preceding the primordial supreme, golden immortal instantly manifested within Lu Er's spirit. He refrained from imparting the subsequent scriptures, fearing Lu Er might become overly ambitious and neglect the essence of cultivation. It is crucial to understand that while techniques are important, the heart seeking the Tao is paramount. The Western Queen Mother looked at Hongyun in astonishment, having not expected him to possess the cultivation techniques of the Great Pangu. "How did you come to possess the techniques of the Great Pangu? Are you not concerned?" The Western Queen Mother asked, gesturing upwards. "Are you referring to Hongjun?" "Fear not. As long as I remain here, he will not sense the occurrences in this place." Chapter 23, Uninvited Guest. Shi Wangmu was taken aback by Hongyun's remarkable confidence. After all, according to the information provided by the Heavenly Tao, the saints of the Honghuang were omniscient and omnipotent. However, upon further reflection, Shi Wangmu considered that since Hongyun could engage in discourse with Daozu, he must possess unique means. Little did she know that Hongyun's advantage stemmed entirely from the Chaos Pearl, a powerful artifact that inherently shielded him from the scrutiny of heavenly secrets. No matter where Hongyun ventured or what he undertook, Hongjun could not fathom his actions. The 4 spiritual pearls you entrusted to me have surprisingly shown the ability to merge with my innate treasure, the Kunlun mirror. What? In Hongyun's slightly astonished gaze, Shi Wangmu produced the 4 spiritual pearls representing earth, water, fire, and wind, alongside the Kunlun mirror. As soon as they appeared, the 4 pearls instinctively flew toward the Kunlun mirror, swirling around it incessantly. Just as Shi Wangmu intended to intervene, Hongyun halted her. He wished to observe the connection between the Kunlun mirror and the 4 spiritual pearls. After all, the Kunlun mirror was a supreme innate treasure with the power to traverse space, while the 4 spiritual pearls represented the fundamental forces of the Hongyun. The 2 artifacts appeared to be intrinsically unrelated. As Hongyun and Shi Wangmu watched, the Kunlun mirror and the 4 pearls drew closer, creating a vortex that nearly engulfed the nearby Lu air. Fortunately, Wuda managed to catch Lu air just in time, sparing him from peril. Hongyun waved his hand, insulating the commotion caused by the 2 treasures, and awaited the outcome. Approximately a day later, the 4 spiritual pearls transformed into 4 innate spiritual patterns, inscribed around the Kunlun mirror. Shi Wangmu, upon sensing this change, summoned the Kunlun mirror back to her grasp for a thorough examination. Now, the Kunlun mirror can actually harness the power of the heavens and earth within a radius of 100,000 miles. After comprehending the Kunlun mirror's newfound abilities, Shi Wangmu found it hard to believe this was reality. The capability to manipulate the forces of nature was indeed astonishing. Although the Kunlun mirror remained a supreme, innate treasure, its ability to command such power was enough to rival that of an innate supreme treasure. Do not speak of this matter. Refrain from using the Kunlun mirror's abilities lightly, unless absolutely necessary. Understood? Shi Wangmu recognized the gravity of the situation. The revelation of such power would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. As Shi Wangmu secured the Kunlun mirror, Hongyun shifted his gaze toward his 2 disciples. Wuda, before you enter seclusion for cultivation, assist your junior brother Lu air in refining that drop of Sangguang divine water. Yes, master. After speaking, Wuda took Lu air outside the palace. Inside, only Hongyun and Shi Wangmu remained. Suddenly, Shi Wangmu's face flushed crimson as if recalling something. However, Hongyun remained oblivious, continuing, Next, the teachings from Hongjun will pertain to the realm beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal. He refers to it as the quasi-saint level, but in my view, though his concept of quasi-saint is commendable, it is not advisable. Therefore, I intend to impart knowledge to you, enabling you to gain insights into the realm of the primordial golden immortal, ensuring that during the next sermon, you do not inadvertently step into the quasi-saint realm. Hongyun did not underestimate the path of severing the 3 corpses. Rather, he held it in high regard. After all, it was through this very path that Hongjun became the first saint of the Hongyun. However, the path of severing the 3 corpses was a dead end for others. Those who learn from me live. Those who imitate me perish. This principle was exceedingly simple. The path of severing the 3 corpses was tailored exclusively for Hongjun, and others could only squander endless years in futile pursuit. What Hongyun was sharing was not an overarching principle, but rather his personal experiences from when he broke through to the primordial golden immortal. With these experiences, while Shi Wangmu might not achieve an immediate breakthrough, she would avoid being misled by Hongjun into severing her corpses and becoming a quasi-saint. As Hongyun imparted wisdom to Shi Wangmu, tumult brewed across the Hongyun. On the Sun Star, a gathering of formidable great Luo golden immortals, including Kuanpeng, Baise, Fushi, and Nuwa, convened around Dejuan and Tai. Esteemed friends, I plan to establish the Yao clan to govern the Hongyun. What are your thoughts? The Yao clan? What is that? Baise was perplexed by Dejuan's intent. Were it not for his prior acquaintance with Dejuan and Tai, he would have retreated to ponder the Tao. Dejuan and Tai shared their vision, igniting fervor among the others. Once their plan was realized, they would benefit as elders of the new clan. Thus, they all agreed and set out to recruit members for the Yao clan. Simultaneously, within the Panga Hall atop Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestor witches fervently sought to birth the witch clan. Their blood and essence flowed into the blood pool, as if it were free of cost. Whenever their bodies weakened, they would seize innate spiritual fruits to replenish their vitality. At this moment, the two future dominators of the Hongjun were rapidly advancing. Although they had yet to reach the point of absolute dominance, the outlines of their power were already beginning to take shape. Just as Hongyun was imparting knowledge to Shi Wangmu, an uninvited guest suddenly intruded upon the Western Kunlun. "Stop! Who are you?" Lu Er, having regained his powers, quickly detected the stranger and blocked his path. "A mere monkey dares to obstruct my way." The stranger regarded Lu Er with contempt, and with a mere wave of his hand, a fiery blaze surged toward Lu Er. Currently, Lu Er had yet to reach the celestial realm and could not react in time. In that critical moment, Wuda appeared just in time to intercept the attack. "Taoist Dong Wang Gong, why must you strike my junior brother?" "Wuda, why do you have to address me as a fellow Taoist? I advise you to step aside promptly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon seeing Wuda, Dong Wang Gong's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. But that astonishment quickly shifted to resolve. Noticing Wuda's unwillingness to yield, Dong Wang Gong summoned his pure yang sword, launching it toward Wuda and Lu Er. Boom! Dong Wang Gong's sword clashed against the Five Elements Tower, sending Wuda and Lu Er hurtling back from the immense recoil. Ultimately, Wuda was merely at the early stage of Great Luo, while Dong Wang Gong had already ascended to the late stage after the first sermon. The vast disparity in their cultivation levels rendered Wuda unable to contend with Dong Wang Gong. Chapter 24. Digging the wall? Yet, relying on the Five Elements Tower, Wuda forcefully obstructed the Eastern Duke. Despite the Eastern Duke's relentless strikes, delivering over 10 sword slashes, Wuda, shielded by the Five Elements Tower, only sustained minor injuries. Since you choose to court death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The Eastern Duke unleashed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, creating a tsunami of spiritual waves. Soon, the essence of the utmost yang from the heavens converged towards him, subsequently gathering upon the sword in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, the Eastern Duke seemed to transform into a second sun, radiating intense warmth. Before Wuda could react, the Eastern Duke swiftly swung his sword, sending a searing beam of light towards the Five Elements Tower. "This is bad. That strike cannot be blocked." Wuda's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Lu Er, attempting to flee. However, before the sword light could reach the Five Elements Tower, it was shattered by another beam of light. "Eastern Duke, how dare you lay a hand on my disciple?" The figure of Hongyun appeared, standing protectively in front of Wuda and Lu Er. "Fellow Taoist Hongyun, I do not wish to make things difficult for your disciple. It is merely that your disciple obstructed my path. I acted out of necessity. Regardless of your reasons, the fact remains that you attacked my disciple." Just as Hongyun was about to strike, the Eastern Duke addressed the Queen Mother of the West beside him. "Fellow Taoist Queen Mother, I am here to invite you to join my Zifu continent. If we join forces..." The Eastern Duke's words were interrupted as Hongyun's Kunwu sword cleaved towards him, digging walls right in front of Hongyun. If he could still endure that, he would truly be a turtle in a shell. Before Hongyun, the Eastern Duke had no power to retaliate. Although he barely parried the first strike, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The second strike shattered all his defensive treasures, cleaving his body in two. Just as Hongyun prepared to unleash a third strike to obliterate the Eastern Duke's primordial spirit, a force immobilized him. Yet, the chaos pearl within Hongyun's primordial spirit quivered, instantly shattering this constraint. A soft gasp sounded, and then Hongjun appeared, blocking Hongyun's lethal blow. The Eastern Duke, still shaken, gazed at Hongyun, realizing he had narrowly escaped death at his hands. He also recognized that he could not afford to provoke Hongyun. Why had he been so foolish as to attempt to seize another's Tao partner? Does the Tao ancestor want to stop me? The Eastern Duke must not perish. He is the chosen male immortal of the heavenly Tao, and I cannot simply watch as he falls beneath your sword. What nonsense about being the foremost male immortal. I have no intention of adhering to that. I only know that the Eastern Duke has provoked me, and he must perish. However, for the sake of the Tao ancestor's face, I can allow this fellow to reincarnate. Presumptuous! How dare you speak so arrogantly before the Tao ancestor? Sensing his backing, The Eastern Duke regained his bravado, and he had just heard that he was the chosen male immortal of the heavenly Tao. Does this not imply that Hongyun would eventually have to bow beneath him? When that time comes, he would surely take great pleasure in trampling Hongyun, avenging today's grievances. With this thought, the Eastern Duke became increasingly reckless. Why not kneel and apologize to the Tao ancestor? The Eastern Duke failed to notice that Hongjun's expression was growing increasingly grim. Oof. Just as the Eastern Duke was about to continue speaking, Hongjun let out a cold snort, forcing the words back down his throat. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, I would like to have the Eastern Duke apologize. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. What say you? Impossible. Hongyun showed no sign of retreat, unafraid that Hongjun would strike him. For there remained an unresolved karma between the Eastern Duke and Hongyun. Moreover, Hongjun, wishing to achieve harmony, could not easily entangle himself in karma at this stage. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun continued, This dragon-headed staff is a spiritual treasure I have prepared for the Eastern Duke. Let it serve to resolve your karma. Excellent. Hongyun accepted the dragon-headed staff and returned to the West Kunlun with the Queen Mother and his 2 disciples. He understood that today, he could not kill the Eastern Duke. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to slay the Eastern Duke under Hongjun's watch. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, it was better to withdraw gracefully. After all, the Eastern Duke would eventually meet his demise. At that time, Hongyun could act again. The Eastern Duke watched as the exceptional innate spiritual treasure that rightfully belonged to him was taken by Hongyun, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Yet ultimately, he could not resist the formidable Hongjun and was brought to the Zhixiao Palace. Tao Ancestor, why do you allow Hongyun to show such disrespect towards you? Are you questioning me? I dare not. I dare not. The Eastern Duke trembled as he knelt, not daring to move an inch. Were it not for the fact that the Eastern Duke still held some value, Hongjun would have erased him from the primordial realm. Previously, he had only provided the Eastern Duke with a hint, yet the Eastern Duke had brazenly intruded upon West Kunlun, attempting to seize another's Tao partner before Hongyun. Had he not arrived in time, the Eastern Duke would have surely been slain. However, the Eastern Duke was an indispensable part of his plans, compelling Hongjun to swallow his pride and plead for leniency on his behalf. Looking down at the kneeling Eastern Duke, Hongjun slowly spoke. Eastern Duke, as the chosen male immortal of the heavenly Tao, you bear the responsibility of managing the male immortals of the primordial realm. However, your current cultivation is insufficient. You must elevate your power. I am a foolish disciple. I humbly request the Tao ancestor to impart teachings. Seeing the Eastern Duke's compliance, Hongjun was quite pleased and continued. To enhance your cultivation speed, you must utilize the merits of the heavenly Tao and gather the fortunes of the primordial realm. I possess an item that can assist you in gathering the fortunes of the primordial realm. After finishing his words, the 9-dragon seal materialized before the Eastern Duke. Though this item is not yet for use, you may prepare for it upon your return. The disciple expresses his profound gratitude for the Tao ancestor's immense grace. I will surely. Before the Eastern Duke could complete his sentence, he found himself back in the Zifu continent. Remembering the Tao ancestor's prior words, he stowed the 9-dragon seal and, disregarding his injuries, set forth to the primordial realm to gather followers. West Kunlun, Master, do you think the Eastern Duke will seek revenge against you in the future? Do not worry. Even if he harbored such intentions, he lacks the capability. A mere Eastern Duke is not worth my concern, Hongyun remarked, gazing at his 2 disciples before continuing. Wuda, take Lu Air back to Penglai. I too must prepare for what lies ahead. Chapter 25. To the Phoenix Clan. Meeting the Vermilion Bird Hongyun comprehended that the recent affairs concerning the Eastern Prince were merely a trivial test orchestrated by Hongjun. Hongjun sought to employ the Eastern Prince to position himself in opposition to the Witch and Demon clans, intending to use their hands to eliminate him. Regrettably, the Eastern Prince was exceedingly foolish, entirely oblivious to Hongjun's true intentions. Initially, Hongyun believed that, given his current strength, Hongjun would refrain from plotting against him. Yet, to his astonishment, Hongjun's schemes had only multiplied, showing no inclination to wait until the 3rd sermon concluded and the distribution of the primordial purple chi. Hongyun's original aspiration was to avoid being manipulated, to escape the fate he had witnessed in the original timeline. Since Hongjun still sought to ensnare him, he would not remain passive. Seated upon the back of a Taowu, he directed it to soar towards the southern expanse of the primordial realm. While he began to contemplate the great Tao, striving for an early breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal, in the ageless realm of the primordial, as the witch and demon clans continued to flourish, vitality surged within. One day, Hongyun arrived at the territory of the Phoenix clan, Mount Immortal Fire. Among the three innate tribes, he held the greatest esteem for the Phoenix clan. Although the Dragon clan boasted the support of Zhurong, a Hongyun Golden Immortal, the shackles of karma rendered them unable to act, akin to their own demise. The Qilin clan had nearly been exterminated, with the remnants hiding away. Even those who still roamed the primordial were often forcefully taken as mounts. In contrast, the Phoenix clan thrived, their strength preserved thanks to the divine ability of Nirvana. While they no longer basked in the glory of their former days as one of the three innate tribes, they remained self-sufficient in the primordial realm. Moreover, Hongyun suspected that the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng, may not have perished after all. However, these thoughts remained mere conjecture. Only by witnessing the truth could he ascertain Yuan Feng's fate. Concealing his aura, Hongyun ventured deep into the heart of the Phoenix clan, finally releasing a trace of his presence. Who dares trespass into our sacred ground? In the blink of an eye, a fiery red figure appeared before him. I am Hongyun. Honored to meet you, Vermilion Bird. Ah, it is you, Hongyun. May I inquire about your purpose for infiltrating our sacred domain? The Vermilion Bird, one of the great Luo Golden Immortals attending the Zixiao Palace, did not rush to take action upon recognizing Hongyun, for she was acutely aware that she was no match for him. If Hongyun truly intended harm against the Phoenix clan, he would not need to be so covert. After all, the Phoenix clan was currently ensnared by karma. Striking them down would not only evade retribution, but might even earn the favor of the heavenly Tao. I have come to propose a collaboration with the Phoenix clan. Collaboration? Are you aware that our clan is currently overwhelmed with troubles? Partnering with us might lead to entanglement in karma, the Vermilion Bird replied. Rest assured, since I've come this far, I harbor no fear of such matters. Rather than waste time here, why not hear my proposal for collaboration? The Vermilion Bird scrutinized Hongyun, but ultimately could not discern the underlying motives, leading her to invite him into the grand hall of the Phoenix clan. You speak of collaboration. Might you elaborate? I can assist the Phoenix clan in alleviating their karma and lifting the punishment afflicting Mount Immortal Fire. However, I wish to enter the depths of Mount Immortal Fire. What? The Vermilion Bird was astonished, not by the first part of his statement, but by his desire to enter Mount Immortal Fire. Although renowned in the primordial, few cultivators dared to venture within, for the mountain perpetually erupted with south bright leaf fire, a divine flame rivaling the true fire of the sun. Any ordinary golden immortal who came into contact with even a trace of this fire would meet a certain death. Only the Phoenix clan not only remained unafraid, but could also harness its power. May I inquire your purpose for entering Mount Immortal Fire? The Vermilion Bird fixed her gaze upon Hongyun, determined not to relent unless he provided an answer. After careful consideration, Hongyun realized he could not disclose his intentions regarding the system's checkpoint, and instead offered a vague explanation. I intend to utilize the south brightly fire to forge a unique spiritual treasure. Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird pressed further. And how do you plan to eradicate our clan's karmic ties? Even the Tao ancestor Hongjun would tread carefully. Hongjun smiled, stating, whether or not I can alleviate the Phoenix clan's karma ultimately rests with you. It depends on your willingness. Whatever the cost, I am willing. Excellent. I am prepared to pledge an oath of the great Tao that should I fail to resolve the Phoenix clan's karma, I shall make no progress in my cultivation for life. Seeing Hongyun willing to make such a solemn vow, the Vermilion Bird nodded in agreement, permitting him to enter Mount Immortal Fire. Despite the secrets hidden within, she reasoned that the protective formations would keep him safe. Yet, as she observed Hongyun's departing figure, an ominous premonition lingered in her heart. Upon entering Mount Immortal Fire, Hongyun immediately stirred the south bright leaf fire into a frenzy. However, the flames at the mountain's entrance posed no threat to him whatsoever. Without hesitation, he soared deeper into the mountain's core. Along the way, numerous fire spirits, born of the South Brightly fire, attempted to impede his progress, but all were effortlessly dispelled by Hongyun, returning to the flames from whence they came. As he neared the depths of Mount Immortal Fire, a sudden cry of a phoenix echoed through the mountain. Soon after, a pristine white phoenix emerged from the blazing South Brightly fire below. Upon seeing this phoenix, Hongyun felt every hair on his body stand on end, instinctively alert. This phoenix was entirely composed of the purest South Brightly fire, and its aura unmistakably reached the realm of Hongyun Golden Immortal. With its gaze fixed upon Hongyun, the phoenix, lacking in intelligence, was consumed by a singular instinct: murderous intent. Vile beast, seeking death. Faced with such hostility, Hongyun's own bloodlust surged. The Kunwu sword manifested in his hand, cleaving towards the phoenix. However, before the blade could land, the South Brightly fire throughout Mount Immortal Fire erupted into chaos. An endless torrent of flames enveloped Hongyun, transforming his surroundings into a blazing inferno. Yet, undeterred by this encirclement, Hongyun remained resolute. Chapter 26. Collaboration with the Primordial Phoenix, the Kunwu sword retained its relentless momentum, cleaving towards the phoenix. With a piercing cry, sensing the formidable power of the Kunwu sword, the phoenix dared not confront it head-on. Its form dissipated instantaneously, merging into the boundless flames of the southern Ming Li fire. In the next moment, the phoenix's shape reformed behind the crimson clouds, its two massive claws reaching toward the crown of the clouds. The Qian Kuan Ding materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon the phoenix, scattering its form. Hongyun realized that he was in the phoenix's domain. Even if he could disperse it 1,000 times, he would inflict no harm. Only by locating its true essence could he genuinely resolve the issue. Hongyun understood that the phoenix would never place its core here, and thus he must break through the prison of the southern Ming Li fire. With this thought, Hongyun immediately wielded the Kunwu sword, unleashing countless beams of sword light. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding southern Ming Li fire was severed, transforming into flickering flames that fell back into the depths of the undying volcano. The phoenix was extremely displeased with Hongyun's actions, yet was compelled to swiftly launch an attack. For Hongyun had now discerned its true essence, a pure white lotus, albeit composed of the southern Ming Li fire. Even a mere wisp of this flame could harm a mighty figure at the Luo Golden Immortal level. Feeling the phoenix drawing ever closer behind him, Hongyun swiftly moved before the phoenix's essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the Kunwu sword, extinguishing the consciousness within the white lotus. With a cry of defiance, the phoenix slowly dissipated into the void. Had it not been for Hongyun, the consciousness within that lotus might have manifested after countless ages. But now, it had become Hongyun's spoils of war. Hongyun collected the southern Ming Li fire into the Qian Kuan Ding and continued to flicker through the depths of the undying volcano. Yet soon he discovered that not only had he failed to locate the checkpoint, but there was nothing else aside from the southern Ming Li fire. Something was amiss, exceedingly amiss. Hongyun's spiritual power enveloped the entire base of the undying volcano, and at last he detected an anomaly. Each time the southern Ming Li fire flowed to this spot, an unsettling sensation arose, as if something was pushing the southern Ming Li fire outward. Approaching this location, Hongyun delicately touched the mountainside, discovering a folded space within the rock. Moreover, beyond this folded space lay a remarkably concealed grand formation for protection, which explained why Hongyun had overlooked it earlier. Closing his eyes, Hongyun began to comprehend the formation before him. It was not overly complex, but possessed remarkable concealment. In less than an hour, he unraveled the formation, and the hidden folded space gradually came into view. Boom! The entire interior of the undying volcano underwent a tremendous transformation. The already vast inner space expanded, astonishingly doubling in size. A colossal phoenix tree suddenly appeared before Hongyun. The sacred artifact of the Phoenix clan, unexpectedly found here. In a flash, Hongyun reached the top of the phoenix tree, discovering a gigantic egg nestled within its canopy. Who dares trespass into the forbidden territory of the Phoenix clan? Primordial Phoenix, you have indeed not perished. Who are you? And what is your purpose in the undying volcano? The Primordial Phoenix regarded the unexpected visitor with great caution, for she was at a critical juncture of her rebirth, where any lapse could prove catastrophic. Fear not, my friend. I come with no ill intentions towards you or the Phoenix clan, Hongyun proclaimed, settling into a cross-legged position atop the Phoenix tree. Detected that the host is within the undying volcano. Shall the checkpoint be recorded? Record the checkpoint. Ding. The host has recorded the checkpoint in the undying volcano. No critical hit has been triggered. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Nirvana Fruit 1. Upon seeing the reward from the system, Hongyun realized it was intended for someone else. Moreover, it was something he could utilize immediately, just as the Primordial Phoenix speculated about Hongyun's intentions. He presented the Nirvana Fruit. The moment she laid eyes upon the Nirvana Fruit, the Primordial Phoenix felt a tremor within her bloodline. Although she was unaware of the fruit's nature, she sensed it would greatly benefit her rebirth. Friend Primordial Phoenix, this is my sincerity. What is it that you wish of me? The Primordial Phoenix, aware of her clan's potential to traverse the vast wilderness, understood well that there were no free lunches in this world. What I require from the Phoenix clan cannot be accomplished in a short time. Thus, during this period, you may focus on your recovery. Moreover, I shall assist the Phoenix clan in resolving your karmic burdens. Are you not afraid that my clan may turn ungrateful and retaliate against you? Upon hearing the Primordial Phoenix's words, Hongyun merely shook his head lightly. As long as the Phoenix clan did not wish for their utter annihilation, they would not take such actions. After speaking, Hongyun plucked a branch from the Phoenix tree and departed from the undying volcano. Just as he intended to leave the territory of the Phoenix clan, he suddenly noticed Tai Yi arriving at the Phoenix clan. The Chaos Bell emanated an immense pressure, bearing down relentlessly upon the members of the Phoenix clan. From this day forth, the Phoenix clan shall be merged into the Demon clan. Those who resist shall perish. Tai Yi's gaze was cold and devoid of emotion, surveying the multitude of phoenixes below. Although Zhu Ke led the remaining powerful members of the Phoenix clan in a desperate resistance, they stood no chance against the Chaos Bell. Even if we die, the Phoenix clan shall never submit to anyone. Upon hearing Zhu Qiue's words, Tai Yi's brow furrowed in frustration. Stubbornness leads to death. With that, Tai Yi activated the Chaos Bell, intending to eradicate the entirety of the Phoenix clan. Along this path, he had already obliterated several races unwilling to submit, and he saw nothing wrong with his actions. Seeing the Chaos Bell descend, Zhu Ke resolved to risk her life to carve a path for her kin. However, before the Chaos Bell could strike, it was repelled by Hongyun. Hongyun, how did you arrive here? Tai Yi's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing Hongyun, as he pondered how to escape. After all, this was not outside the Zhixiao Palace. If Hongyun wished to kill him, it would likely be impossible today. Tai Yi, I shall protect the Phoenix clan today. Leave the Chaos Bell behind, and you may retain your life. Impossible. Even in death, I shall not relinquish the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke, overhearing the familiar exchange between the two, couldn't help but reflect on the tides of fortune. Little did she expect that the once dominant Tai Yi would now be in a position akin to that of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 27. The confrontation with Tai Yi, regardless of the circumstances. The Chaos Bell shall not be surrendered to you today. After Tai Yi proclaimed this, he was engulfed in the blazing fire of the sun, harnessing the might of the Chaos Bell as he charged towards Hongyun and the members of the Phoenix clan. Yet, despite Tai Yi's formidable prowess and the Chaos Bell being a supreme innate treasure, he ultimately remained a late-stage Deluo. Moreover, Hongyun was not without his own innate treasures, rendering Tai Yi no match for him. Within mere 10 exchanges, Tai Yi was once again subdued by Hongyun, and the surrounding solar flames were extinguished with a mere wave of Hongyun's hand. Tai Yi, there exists a saying, recognize the times. As long as there are mountains, one need not worry about firewood. If I were to slay you today, the Chaos Bell would still belong to me, and you would be bidding farewell to your life. I advise you to obediently hand over the Chaos Bell, You are dreaming. Even if it costs me my life, I shall never surrender the Chaos Bell to you. The moment Hongyun finished his statement, Tai's resolute refusal rang out. Subsequently, Tai revealed his true form as the three-legged golden crow, breaking free from Hongyun's oppressive might. With a cry, the three-legged golden crow called out, and the sun, which hung high in the sky, suddenly emitted a golden beam, striking Tai with lightning speed. In that instant, Tai's aura surged dramatically, swiftly reaching the threshold of the half-step primordial golden immortal realm. Upon witnessing this, Hongyun couldn't help but marvel at the innate divine demons, realizing none were to be underestimated. Even at this juncture, Tai still possessed hidden means. However, regardless of whether Tai reached the half-step primordial golden immortal or even advanced to the primordial golden immortal, Hongyun remained unfazed. First style of opening heaven, Hongyun wielded the Kunwu sword, unleashing a colossal sword energy. As the sword energy swept through, the very fabric of space was torn asunder. And despite the constant restoration of the cosmic forces, the remnants of the sword energy rendered the shattered space irreparable. This strike was derived from the Pangu inheritance attained after Hongyun cultivated the 9-turn mysterious origin art to its 6th turn. However, only the first 2 styles were contained within the 6th turn of the technique. Nevertheless, even these 2 styles wielded immense power, granting Hongyun the potential to engage in a battle beyond his level. Realizing he could not contend with this strike, Tai had no choice but to summon the Chaos Bell with all his might, positioning it before him in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The Chaos Bell resonated with each strike, while Tai was sent reeling, coughing up blood, feeling as though his very body had betrayed him. In this critical moment, Hongyun diminished the sword energy's potency. Otherwise, Tai would have surely perished beneath its might. Yet, even so, Tai lay helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. He had already sensed the essence of death beneath that sword energy. He never anticipated that even with the solar power of the sun at his disposal, he would still fall at Hongyun's hands. Tai, since you are unwilling to surrender the Chaos Bell to me, I do not wish to commit acts of slaughter. How about this? I propose a compromise, and you may consider it. What kind of compromise? Upon hearing that he might escape with his life, Tai was naturally inclined to seize this opportunity. Observing Tai's inquiry, Hongyun smiled and said, I understand that the Chaos Bell is your companion treasure, and thus you would not easily part with it. Furthermore, I am a person who values reputation and would not resort to forceful theft. At this point, Tai rolled his eyes, nearly expressing his disdain. You would not resort to forceful theft? Who was it that nearly beat me to death moments ago? However, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of Tai's mind. Seeing Tai's lack of significant reaction, Hongyun continued, Therefore, I have devised a compromise. You shall now vow that upon your demise, you will willingly bestow the Chaos Bell upon me. What say you? After contemplating Hongyun's words, Tai readily agreed. His overwhelming pride led him to believe that his current inability to contend with Hongyun was merely due to the brevity of his cultivation time. Once his cultivation reached the appropriate level, with the Chaos Bell in hand, who in this vast primordial realm could possibly harm him? With the heavenly way above Tai. Upon hearing Tai's vow, Hongyun gazed at the Chaos Bell with an expression akin to one who beholds their own possession. Alarmed, Tai hastily concealed the Chaos Bell and swiftly employed the Golden Crow's transformation technique to make his escape. Thank you, Hongyun, for your assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, the Phoenix clan would have been in dire straits today. No need for such formality. Since we are now in a cooperative relationship, I naturally would not stand idly by. With this matter settled, I must continue my journey through the primordial realm, just as Hongyun intended to depart. The vermilion bird's expression suddenly shifted, and she hastened to Hongyun's side. Please hold on, my friend. I implore you to join me in the hall for a discussion. Seeing the urgency in the vermilion bird's demeanor, Hongyun immediately surmised that Yuanfeng must have contacted her. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the area within 100 miles with the realm of the Chaos Pearl. Although the Grand Hall of the Phoenix clan possessed certain abilities to obscure heavenly secrets, Hongyun knew that, in Hongjun's eyes, It was akin to a bikini, little difference between being clothed or unclothed, as the essential truths would likely still be discerned. Speak. What is the matter? Did you not just witness our clan's ancestor? Indeed. Is there a problem? It's this way. The ancestor has requested that you take someone with you and accept them as your disciple. Upon hearing the vermilion bird's words, a name immediately surfaced in Hongyun's mind. Are you referring to Hongjun? The vermilion bird gazed at Hongyun in astonishment. It was well known that Hongjun's existence had always been a closely guarded secret within the Phoenix clan, and she was certain that no one would dare divulge his information. After all, Hongjun was not only their clan's young master, but also their future hope. The vermilion bird remained silent, instead summoning Hongjun to her side. Upon seeing Hongyun, Hongjun seemed to understand the situation and promptly knelt before him. I, disciple Hongjun, humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. Rise, for since you have shown me your respect, I shall naturally accept you as my disciple. From this day forth, you shall be my third direct disciple. Thank you, master. Hongyun carefully observed Hongjun, noting that he bore no traces of karmic entanglements. Rather, he possessed a significant amount of merit. Most importantly, Hongjun had already achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal. Additionally, Hongjun was also on the path of the 5 elements, conveniently alleviating the need to search for a cultivation method for him. Hongyun transmitted the 5 elements reincarnation sutra to Hongjun, and then, together, they departed from the undying volcano, making their way towards the Eastern Sea. Master, where are we headed? I will take you back to meet your 2 senior brothers. Chapter 28. Teaching the disciples, Hongyun swiftly returned to Penglai Island, summoning Wuda and Lure to his side, introducing them to Hongjun. Hongjun had previously met both Wuda and Lure. There is no need for formalities among brothers, he said. Lure scrutinized Hongjun closely, but after a brief moment, he became thoroughly disheartened and sat beside Hongyun. What is this? Do you have an issue with your junior brother? Hongyun teased, observing Lure's demeanor. How could I dare to have an issue with my junior brother? My concern lies with myself. Now, my junior brother has reached the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, while I am but a mere true immortal. How can I face being a senior brother when I cannot even compare to my own disciple? The usually lively Lure's sudden change in demeanor intrigued both Hongyun and Wuda. However, Hongyun's primary curiosity was how Lure discerned Hongjun as cultivation level. After all, neither he nor Wuda had mentioned Hongjun's realm. Lure, being merely a true immortal, was theoretically unable to perceive Kongxuan's cultivation, which was separated from him by a realm of profound immortality. How did you determine Hongjun as cultivation? Hongyun inquired. Master, I did not see it. I heard it. Lure replied, piquing not only Hongyun's curiosity, but also that of Wuda and Hongjun, who gazed at him with intrigue. Master, you may not know, but my innate divine abilities extend beyond merely eavesdropping on conversations. I can perceive the flow of a person's bloodline, aura, and internal spiritual energy. Lure glanced at Hongjun and continued, I not only know that junior brother Hongjun is at the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, but I also recognize that he belongs to the Phoenix lineage. However, the bloodline within him seems somewhat different from ordinary phoenixes. The other 3 were utterly astonished by Lure's revelation. They had not anticipated such formidable abilities from him. Yet, upon reflection, Hongyun realized that the 4 mischievous monkeys, being fragments of the chaos demon ape, must possess extraordinary talents. Lure, the monkey of 6 ears, adept at discerning sounds, could perceive the principles of the universe, understanding all things. If Lure's innate divine abilities were merely limited to eavesdropping, it would indeed be a disgrace to the chaos demon ape. Lure, you must diligently cultivate your innate abilities. Your path may very well lie within these divine powers. Hongyun encouraged. As for your cultivation, there is no need to rush. Every journey is taken step by step. Though the road may be long, progress is inevitable. All you need is to focus on your cultivation. Yes, master. I shall remember. After Hongyun's guidance, Lure's mindset became significantly more expansive, and even his cultivation realm felt subtly loosened. Meanwhile, Wuda and Kongxian pondered Hongyun's words, increasingly recognizing the profound wisdom embedded within them. Observing their expressions, Hongyun continued, "Do you know that there are many ways to swiftly enhance one's cultivation within the vast wilderness? However, I do not recommend you employ them. Do you understand why?" Wuda, Lurk, and Kongxian all shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Hongyun paused before elaborating. In the wilderness, there are roughly 4 methods to rapidly elevate one's cultivation. The first is to utilize vast celestial materials and treasures, forcefully stacking one's cultivation. The second involves slaughtering sufficient living beings to absorb their vitality and enhance one's own cultivation. However, I believe both methods lead to self-destruction. After reaching the Great Luo, understanding the Tao becomes the key to progress. Mere accumulation of spiritual energy will ultimately result in loss of control over one's internal power. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Kongxian promptly asked, "Master, are the remaining 2 methods related to merit and fortune?" Hongyun nodded approvingly, saying, "Indeed, they pertain to merit and fortune. While this method may appear harmless, it could ultimately prove to be the most perilous." Noticing Kongxian's astonished expression, Hongyun discerned his thoughts. "Were you previously considering leveraging merit and fortune to accelerate your cultivation?" Kongxian nodded, as this was indeed the method his mother had employed to achieve status as one of the 3 great overlords of the wilderness. Hence, he saw nothing wrong with this approach. You see only the potential for rapid cultivation through refining fortune and merit. But do you understand that once you reach my level, your ability to advance further depends entirely on whether the heavenly Tao consents? I do not deny that fortune can enhance one's cultivation and comprehension of the Tao, but it must never be refined. As Hongyun imparted this wisdom, the 3 disciples nodded vigorously. Wuda and Lurk had never harbored ambitions for rapid advancement. Now, they were even more resolute in their commitment. Kongxian, too, completely altered his perspective and abandoned any thoughts of competing for fortune. Satisfied that his objectives had been achieved, Hongyun felt content. It was essential to recognize that while Kongxian was regarded as the foremost individual beneath the saints, he remained beneath them nonetheless. Observing his 3 disciples diligently striving for improvement, Hongyun, as their master, could not afford to be complacent. Before entering seclusion, Hongyun took the star tree he had acquired from the Ziwei star and planted it in the original location of the 5-needle pine. The star tree, which had shown signs of withering, regained vitality with the assistance of the 9 heavens soil, continuously absorbing the starlight emitted by the celestial bodies and coalescing into star fruits. However, the process was significantly slower than it had been on the Ziwei star. Having completed these tasks, Hongyun returned to the Hall of Inquiry and subsequently entered the Chaos Pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, a realm of tranquility, the gentle chaos aura harmonized perfectly with the 9 turns profound origin technique. As Hongyun meditated within the Chaos Pearl, absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy while contemplating the Tao through the fragments of the creation jade plate, the 3 factions in the wilderness, namely the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan, and the Eastern King's Purple Mansion, were fervently developing. Particularly, the Demon Clan and the Purple Mansion were engaged in fierce competition for more races to join their ranks, transcending the bounds of mere covert conflict. These 2 factions clashed daily, resulting in numerous races perishing at their hands. However, after several 100,000 years, aside from the Witch Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan, almost all races in the wilderness had pledged allegiance to either the Demon Clan or the Eastern King's banner. The Witch Clan, while also expanding, mainly operated within the confines of the unending mountain, experiencing some conflicts with the Demon Clan and the Purple Mansion. But both adversaries were too preoccupied to address them. This provided the Witch Clan with an opportunity to steadily grow stronger. As the situation in the wilderness became increasingly tumultuous, Hongjun's second sermon was about to commence. Chapter 29. The second sermon and the acquisition of disciples. The second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace was about to commence, welcoming all those fated to attend. Hongjun's voice resonated throughout the vast wilderness, drawing countless cultivators toward the chaos, eager to become one of the fortunate few. Hongyun, accompanied by his 3 disciples, also made his way to the Zixiao Palace. Unlike the first sermon, this gathering was devoid of numerous disputes. The gates of the Zixiao Palace stood wide open, with all attendees seated patiently in the positions they occupied during the initial sermon. Once everyone was settled, Hongjun finally made his appearance. This sermon would delve into the path of the quasi-saint. After Hongjun introduced the essence of the sermon, a voice arose from the crowd. "Might I inquire, Daozu, what is the path of the quasi-saint?" Upon hearing this, the others regarded Hongjun with expressions of curiosity. The quasi-saint is a realm that exists between the great Luo golden immortal and the saint. I have named it the quasi-saint. Those who step into this realm hold the hope of attaining the status of a Hongyun saint. A murmur of excitement swept through the gathering at the prospect of becoming a saint. Even the 3 pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, appeared stunned, their eyes gleaming with aspiration. "Please, Daozu, elucidate the path of the quasi-saint." Hongjun nodded and began his discourse. The essence of the quasi-saint's path lies in the severance of the 3 corpses: the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse. Listening intently to Hongjun's teachings on the severance of the 3 corpses, Hongyun understood that this method involved utilizing innate spiritual treasures to anchor one's good intentions, malevolent thoughts, and obsessions, thereby aligning oneself more closely with the heavenly Tao. While the good and evil corpses could be severed with relative ease, the self-corpse posed a formidable challenge, one that ordinary individuals might struggle to overcome. Even if one succeeded in severing the self-corpse without the aid of the creation jade plate, achieving the unification of the 3 corpses and attaining Hongyun would remain elusive. Thus, the path of the quasi-saint, as crafted by Hongjun, was akin to a gilded cage for the beings of the wilderness. Once one stepped inside, retreat would be impossible. Hongyun had long cautioned his 3 disciples, as well as Xinyuanzi and Zhuangmu, urging them not to sever their corpses to become quasi-saints. Consequently, even though Xinyuanzi and Zhuangmu were on the brink of breakthrough, they heeded Hongyun's advice, forcibly suppressing their urges to sever their corpses. In contrast, others harbored no such reservations. Upon reaching the threshold of breakthrough, they wielded innate spiritual treasures to sever either their good or evil corpses. Aside from Hongyun and his companions, the 12 ancestors of sorcery exchanged glances, observing the surrounding individuals achieving breakthroughs. Resigned, they opted to depart from the Zixiao Palace, deeming it a more prudent use of time to refine their physical forms elsewhere. Noticing the 12 ancestors leaving, Hongjun showed no inclination to intervene, as their fortune paled in comparison to that of the 3 pure ones. Over the course of 10,000 years, Hongjun imparted the entirety of the teachings on severing the 3 corpses. Through the interplay of Hongjun's teachings, Hongyun successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. Figures such as the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Fuxi, Dijuan, and Dongwangong all succeeded in severing their corpses, achieving the quasi-saint realm. Once the sermon concluded, Hongjun surveyed the assembly and spoke with a measured tone. "Dongwangong, you embody the innate essence of the sun. You shall be recognized as the foremost male immortal of the wilderness." "Thank you, Daozu." Dongwangong beamed with pride at Hongjun's proclamation, casting a triumphant glance at Dijuan and Tai, as if relishing the moment. Hongjun, unfazed by Dongwangong's elation, turned his gaze towards Zhuangmu. "Zhuangmu, you embody the innate essence of the moon. You shall be acknowledged as the foremost female immortal of the wilderness." "Respectfully, Daozu, my cultivation is insufficient. I fear I may not be worthy. I implore you to rescind your decree." The crowd reacted with astonishment at Zhuangmu's words, particularly Dongwangong, who struggled to comprehend her refusal of such an honor. Surely, with the title of foremost female immortal, she could command great influence in the wilderness. Observing Zhuangmu's reaction, Hongjun furrowed his brow and glanced at Hongyun, who appeared to be meditating, avoiding Hongjun's gaze. With no other option, Hongjun continued addressing Zhuangmu. "As the foremost female immortal, there are no specific duties. You need not worry that an abundance of responsibilities will impede your cultivation. Your disciple will heed Daozu's command. With Hongjun's reassurances, Zhuangmu reluctantly acquiesced. Upon her agreement, a wave of fortune flowed into her primordial spirit. However, she, mindful of Hongyun's teachings, had no intention of refining this fortune, choosing instead to utilize it to enhance her cultivation speed. At that moment, Dijun and Tai abruptly rose to their feet, respectfully stating, "Respectfully, Daozu, my brother and I have sensed the chaos and conflict within the wilderness. Therefore, we have established the demon clan, wishing to assist Daozu in governing the wilderness. Daozu, my Purple Mansion continent possesses a formidable strength, and, as the foremost male immortal, I too wish to aid Daozu in governing the wilderness." Seeing Dijun and Tai step forward, Dongwangong, unwilling to be outdone, also rose to make his request. Hongjun regarded the three with a stoic expression, responding coolly, "As a saint, I shall not meddle in the affairs of the wilderness. It is entirely dependent upon your individual fortunes. We shall obey Daozu's command." After hearing Hongjun's words, Dijun, Tai, and Dongwangong begrudgingly returned to their seats. Only Hongyun stood nearby, secretly amused by the situation. Recognizing that Hongjun was attempting to both engage in a special service and establish a monumental structure without directly intervening in matters of the wilderness. In truth, what significant events transpired in the wilderness that did not bear Hongjun's influence? As Hongyun pondered these thoughts, Hongjun continued, "As a heavenly Tao saint, I bear the duty of imparting teachings. Thus, while I disseminate the Tao in the wilderness, I remain responsible for the education of my disciples. Three pure ones. You are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with great fortune and profound virtue. You shall be my direct disciples. Your disciples pay their respects to the teacher." The three pure ones erupted with joy upon hearing that the saint would accept them as disciples, bowing deeply to Hongjun. Hongjun nodded and then turned his gaze toward Nuwa. "Nuwa, you possess great fortune and shall achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. You shall also be my disciple." Nuwa was taken aback by such an honor, mirroring the three pure ones in her respectful bow to Hongjun. After accepting Nuwa, Hongjun closed his eyes in meditation, falling silent. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi remained unperturbed, quietly contemplating the path of the quasi-saint and correlating it with his own. However, beside Nuwa, Jane and Juni were already anxious. Rising to address Hongjun, "Daozu, our western region is barren. We lack not only cultivation resources, but also spiritual energy. We beseech you, Daozu, to show mercy and accept us as disciples." Chapter 30. The Battle of Immortals and Demons, the Fall of the Eastern King. Upon hearing the lamentations of the two, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Jin and Zhuan-Ti, saying, "Considering the bare nature of the West and the challenges you face in your cultivation, I shall accept you as my registered disciples." Dao ancestor Zhuan-Ti was about to suggest that since they had already been accepted as disciples, they should be taken as direct disciples instead. However, Jane stopped him. "Disciples pay their respects to the master. Disciples pay their respects to the master." Though Zhuan-Ti did not fully grasp Jane's intentions, he nonetheless acknowledged his status as a registered disciple. Witnessing Jane and Zhuan-Ti weeping over their newly acquired status, many others bowed in reverence, eager to imitate their example. Yet, Hongjun offered them no opportunity, vanishing from sight. "Senior brother, why did you stop me just now? Perhaps if we plead further, the master might take us as direct disciples." "Junior brother, being accepted as registered disciples is already a considerable fortune for us. If we were to be overly demanding, we might provoke the displeasure of the saints. Your words hold wisdom." Zhuan-Ti paused before continuing, "Senior brother, the Tao of the semi-saints, as taught by the master, must be wielded with innate spiritual treasures to sever the dead. Why don't we seize this opportunity to venture east in search of such treasures?" "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." As Jane and Zhuan-Ti departed, many looked on with envy. After all, the identity of a disciple of a saint was akin to wielding invincibility in the primordial world. Regrettably, they had missed this opportunity. Only Jin Yuanzi remained impassive, as he had no desire to become Hongjun's disciple. Jun and Tai exchanged glances at the Eastern King, then descended into the chaos. Returning to the Sunstar. Within a century, the sound of war drums reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Boom, boom, boom. Countless demon clans, led by Jun and Tai, surged towards the Eastern Sea. From that direction, the furious voice of the Eastern King echoed. Jun, you have gone too far. On Penglai Island, Hongyun and his 3 disciples watched this monumental battle unfold. Hongyun had previously anticipated a conflict between the celestial court established by the Eastern King and the demon clan founded by Jun and Tai. However, he had not expected this confrontation to come so swiftly. Over years of development, the strength of the demon clan had far surpassed that of the celestial court. Yet, at the conclusion of the recent teachings, Hongjun had conferred the title of the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm upon the Eastern King, instilling a sense of urgency in Jun and Tai. If the Eastern King's Sao Celestial Court were to continue developing unchallenged, it was highly likely that the demon clan would not stand a chance against it. Thus, they resolved to cut through the chaos with swift action. Master, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle between the celestial court and the demon clan? Uskit Liu-ia, gazing curiously at the conflict raging in the skies above the Eastern Sea. There is no doubt, the celestial court is destined to lose. Upon hearing their master's unwavering conviction, Wu De, Hongyun, and Kong Xian were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why their master held such a favorable view of the demon clan. Do you doubt my words? Hongyun smiled at his 3 disciples within the celestial court. Only the Eastern King has achieved the semi-saint realm after the teachings. However, among the demon clan, Jun, Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa have all successfully severed their ties with mortality and attained the semi-saint status. Who do you think will prevail? Listening to Hongyun's analysis, the 3 nodded in agreement, realizing the validity of his statements, from both the perspective of high-tier combatants and the number of low-tier cultivators. The Celestial Court was indeed at a significant disadvantage against the Demon Clan. As the disciples conversed, the battle between the Demon Clan and the Celestial Court of the Purple Tenuity Continent had already commenced. The vast battlefield resembled a meat grinder, relentlessly consuming lives. Dijun, Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa firmly trapped the Eastern King at the center, cutting off all his avenues of escape. Although the Eastern King had also reached the semi-saint realm, he was no match for the 4 of them. Soon enough, Tai seized an opportunity and struck him severely with a Chaos Bell. The Eastern King, his energy destabilized, unleashed a torrent of innate yang energy into the Eastern Sea. Centered around the Eastern King, the surrounding waters within a 1,000,000-mile radius were almost instantaneously evaporated. Countless sea creatures faced imminent peril under the onslaught of the yang energy. With a heavy sigh, Hongyun cast forth the primal creation Blue Lotus. Under his guidance, the lotus grew rapidly against the wind, diving into the sea to isolate the Eastern King's surging innate energy, thus preventing the loss of innumerable sea life. However, neither side could afford to concern themselves with such matters, continuing their relentless combat. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Even a valiant hero cannot withstand overwhelming numbers. The Eastern King, merely a semi-saint, faced off against 4 formidable opponents from the Demon Clan. Moreover, both Jun and Tai wielded supreme treasures. Thus, the Eastern King found himself in a position of helplessness. Jun, Tai, I am a Dao ancestor's personally appointed foremost male immortal. If you dare to harm me, the Dao ancestor will surely not let you go. Upon hearing the Eastern King's declaration, the 4 Demon Clan members instinctively paused their attacks. Sensing their hesitation, the Eastern King sighed in relief. Yet the very next moment, Tai spoke. The Dao ancestor has stated that the female immortal's position does not confer authority over the female immortals of the primordial realm, and similarly, your title as the foremost male immortal holds no such authority. Furthermore, the Dao ancestor has also declared that who governs the primordial realm depends entirely on personal fortune. Now, is the Demon Clan's turn for fortune? Jun felt invigorated by his brother's words. Eastern King, rest assured, I shall claim your celestial court. I would rather die than allow your demon clan to succeed. As the Eastern King spoke, the innate yang energy within him surged violently, seeking to self-destruct and take Dijun, Tai Yi, Nuwa, and Fushi down with him. Chaos Bell restrain. He too and Luo Shu bind. Heavenly regulations. Earthly rules. The four of them unleashed their powers, binding all of the Eastern King's internal energy. Not a single trace of power could he muster. How is this possible? The Eastern King widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events unfolding around him. While Dijun and Tai Yi lacked such prowess, the heavenly regulations and earthly rules wielded by the siblings Fushi and Nuwa constrained him completely. An unfamiliar force overwhelmed the Eastern King, leaving him incapable of mobilizing his spiritual energy. He could only watch helplessly as the Chaos Bell descended toward his crown. No, you cannot. A wisp of true spirit escaped from the Eastern King's head, fleeing into the void. Seeing this, Tai Yi attempted to pursue, but was stopped by Dijun. Let it be. Allow his true spirit to escape. If he remains ungrateful, we can sever him once, and we shall be able to sever him countless times. Confident in Dijun's words, Tai Yi, Fushi, and Nuwa remained silent. Chapter 31. The emergence of the Celestial Court and the rise of the Witch Clan. At that moment, a grand seal flew forth from the body of the Eastern King, landing before Emperor Jun. Had Hongyun been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized this seal as the Nine-Dragon Seal. An extraordinary resonance seemed to emerge between Emperor Jun and the Nine-Dragon Seal, resulting in a remarkably peculiar state. The Nine-Dragon Seal, which had eluded the Eastern King for ages, was instantaneously refined by Emperor Jun. Moreover, through the Nine-Dragon Seal, Emperor Jun discerned the location of the Celestial Court. It was unexpected to find such a place within the vast wilderness. Our demon clan is destined to flourish. Destined to flourish indeed. The other three, witnessing Emperor Jun's demeanor, assumed he had been driven mad with joy after vanquishing the Eastern King. Brother, are you all right? I am not merely all right. I have never felt better. Emperor Jun patted Tai Yi's shoulder, then stepped forward to the remnants of the Celestial Court's forces and proclaimed loudly, "Those who surrender shall not be harmed." The Celestial Court's remaining members, upon seeing their leader slain, dared not resist and expressed their willingness to join the demon clan. With the incorporation of the Celestial Court's remnants, the strength of the demon clan surged. Yet, Emperor Jun did not rush to consolidate power. Instead, he led everyone to the Buzhou Mountain. Guided by the resonance of the Nine-Dragon Seal, Emperor Jun and his followers ascended to the peak of Buzhou Mountain, where a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Esteemed ones, this celestial court shall serve as the future domain of our demon clan. As Emperor Jun uttered the name of the celestial court, the demon clan's mighty beings understood its significance within the heavenly order. It was the focal point of fortune within the vast wilderness. The celestial court could be deemed the rightful ruler of the wilderness. Emperor Jun promptly assigned Baizé to prepare for the demon clan's establishment within the celestial court. Baizé worked with remarkable efficiency, arranging most matters within less than 10,000 years. With all preparations completed, Emperor Jun led everyone into the celestial court. By the decree of the heavenly Tao, Emperor Jun recognized the disorder and chaos in the wilderness and thus established the celestial court to govern it. With the demon clan as the foundation of the celestial court, we shall suppress its fortunes with the He Tu and Luo Shu, commanding the celestial bodies and the fortunes of myriad races. The celestial court is established. As Emperor Jun's proclamation echoed, a tremendous virtue descended from the heavens, merging with his being, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the early quasi-saint stage. With a suitable opportunity, he could advance to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Immediately thereafter, Emperor Jun swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. By the heavenly Tao, I, in the name of the heavenly emperor, appoint Tai Yi as the eastern sovereign, Fu Shi as the Shi sovereign, and Nuwa as the Wa sovereign. As Emperor Jun lavishly conferred titles, far away in the eastern sea, Hongyun received a portion of this virtue. Upon sensing the heavenly mysteries, he realized that this virtue stemmed from his prior protection of the ocean's creatures. However, Hongyun did not absorb it. Instead, he stored it within his merit golden wheel. Master, does the demon clan's occupation of the celestial court signify their future dominion over the wilderness? Kong Xian, too, understood the implications of the celestial court's significance. He believed that the demon clan, having seized the celestial court, now stood invincible. Kong Xian, one must not view matters in isolation or stasis. As the saying goes, misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune often harbors misfortune. Whether one can govern the wilderness still depends on the witch clan's consent. As soon as Hongyun's words faded, an immense aura surged throughout the wilderness. However, this aura was still far from the magnitude of Hongjun's ascension to sainthood. Yet, Hongyun was all too familiar with his presence. It was Pangu. Father God above, we of the witch clan, being of your bloodline, are willing to manage the order of the wilderness today. We beseech you to witness this. Witch clan, arise. As Emperor Zhong's voice resonated throughout the wilderness, Buzhou Mountain began to tremble slightly, as if responding to the witch clan. Subsequently, the entire wilderness quaked in unison with Buzhou Mountain. Countless beings felt their hearts leap to their throats, fearing that chaos would return to the wilderness. Fortunately, it did not take long for the heavens and earth to stabilize completely. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, but filled with authority, echoed in the minds of all beings. The Quasi-Witch clan is hereby established. Upon hearing the celestial decree, Emperor Jun's countenance darkened. He contemplated leading the demon army directly against the Witch clan, yet was wary of the Pangu aura that had previously been unleashed. He feared that the Witch clan might possess remnants of Pangu's power. The 12 ancestor witches, fully aware of their clan's current limitations, did not possess the arrogance to provoke the demon clan. Nevertheless, the foundational structure of the wilderness had been established, with no race capable of rivaling the demon or witch clans. Hongyun urged his 3 disciples to diligently cultivate. As for himself, he departed from Penglai Island, heading straight for the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Little dragon, I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. Are you the current spokesperson for the Dragon Clan? I am Ao Guang, the clan leader of the Dragon Tribe. Very well, spare me your bewilderment. Even in decline, the Dragon Clan would not allow a Tai Golden Immortal to take on such a role. Summon the Candle Dragon. At Hongyun's words, Ao Guang broke into a cold sweat, stammering without being able to articulate a reason. Just as Ao Guang feared for his fate, the voice of the Candle Dragon echoed. Ao Guang, bring our friend Hongyun to the Eastern Sea. Ao Guang secretly sighed in relief, then led Hongyun deeper into the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Hongyun was intrigued by the sea, having heard tales of it being a vortex that consumed the waters of the 4 seas, said to be a domain of utter stillness within the vast wilderness. Under Ao Guang's guidance, Hongyun soon encountered the Candle Dragon, the last remaining Hongyun Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan. However, the Candle Dragon appeared as frail as a flickering candle, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Detected that the host is in the Eastern Sea. Would you like a check-in? Check-in. Beep. Host has checked in at the Eastern Sea. No critical strike triggered. Congratulations. Host has received the Rui Golden Cudgel, the Heart's Desire Iron Rod, the sky-propelling White Jade Pillar, and the sea-arching Purple Gold Beam. Upon seeing the rewards provided by the system, Hongyun was somewhat taken aback. Yet, the voice of the Candle Dragon rang in his ears. Dear friend Hongyun, may I inquire what brings you to our Dragon Clan? Rest assured, Candle Dragon, I have not come to pursue any grievances with the Dragon Clan. Quite the contrary, I bring an opportunity for your clan. The Candle Dragon did not respond immediately, but scrutinized Hongyun, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After all, the Dragon Clan could scarcely withstand any upheaval. A single misstep could lead to their utter ruin. Hongyun, however, remained patient, simply observing the Candle Dragon in silence. Chapter 32. The Layout. Wishing everyone a joyous New Year's Eve. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Long finally spoke. I cannot comprehend why you have chosen the Dragon Clan. Hongyun shook his head, unwilling to divulge his intentions to Zhu Long. The matter was of great significance. and Hongyun could not ascertain whether the Dragon Clan would betray his plans. Should Hongjun become aware of his schemes, it would render him utterly impotent. Moreover, if Zhu Long were to disagree, Hongyun possessed countless methods to compel the Dragon Clan to seek his assistance. Seeing Hongyun's demeanor, Zhu Long could not help but sigh. Since you have chosen my clan, we shall naturally cooperate. I must say, you have made a most prudent decision. To demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to present you with a modest gift. Upon finishing, Hongyun produced the Rui Jingu Bang, which he had already refined, and, with a mere thought, enlarged it, placing it atop the sea eye behind Zhu Long instantly. The sea eye, which devoured the ocean waters, was completely obstructed by the Rui Jingu Bang. It is worth noting that this Rui Jingu Bang was not merely a creation of the Dragon King, but a genuine top-grade, innate spiritual treasure of immense power. It was among the 4 legendary weapons ordained for the Monkey King. After acquiring these 4 rods, Hongyun had thought that the system intended for him to establish a zoo on Penglai Island. Zhu Long felt a wave of relief as he observed the sea eye being sealed. Your generosity is remarkable to leave a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure here. In due time, someone shall come to retrieve it. You need not worry. I shall address the issues of the sea eye. Upon hearing this, Zhu Long nodded in agreement. Since the fall of the ancestor dragon, he had been suppressing the sea eye with his own body to ensure the survival of the Dragon Clan. However, shackled by karma, he could not fully suppress the sea eye. Thus, he had endured years of torment and suffering. I wish to take the Azure Dragon with me. What do you think? Very well. Hongyun successfully took the Azure Dragon with him and transported it to Penglai Island for its peaceful cultivation. He then set his sights on the northern reaches of the wilderness. Hongyun's objective was straightforward: to stabilize the 4 cardinal points of the world. To accomplish this, he needed to locate the 4 divine beasts. Having already found the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, only the White Tiger and Black Tortoise remained elusive. Hongyun knew that the Black Tortoise was situated in the extreme northern lands. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted a towering mountain. Sensing Hongyun's presence, the mountain slowly raised its head to gaze at him. Who are you? I come seeking the Black Tortoise. A Black Tortoise. I am aware you are constrained by the will of heaven and unable to transform. I can offer you an opportunity to escape your corporeal form. Hongyun recognized that this mountain was the future Black Tortoise, a being of chaotic origins. Although its physical form was formidable, it was still bound by the heavenly decree and unable to manifest. Is this true? Indeed, I can swear an oath by the will of heaven. I do not trust such oaths unless you are willing to make a vow by the great Tao. By the great Tao, I, Hongyun, shall assist the Black Tortoise in shedding its physical form in the future. Should I fail to uphold this promise, my cultivation shall stagnate for eternity. Seeing Hongyun's earnestness, the Black Tortoise entrusted him with the slumbering Black Tortoise. This child, much like myself, enjoys deep slumber. I hope you can find a suitable place for him. Fond of sleep? Then I believe I can provide him with an excellent sanctuary. After all, once he becomes one of the 4 cardinal points, he will lose his freedom to roam. After securing the Black Tortoise, Hongyun did not linger in the extreme north, but instead flew westward. Now that he had found the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, only the White Tiger, born of the innate metal essence, remained to be located. Through divination, Hongyun traced the faintest hints of the White Tiger's whereabouts. Roar! As he beheld the subdued White Tiger, a hint of resignation crossed Hongyun's face. He had not anticipated that the White Tiger had been tainted by demonic energy, its very soul corrupted, reduced to a mere fiend. The current White Tiger bore no semblance of its innate nature, its mind consumed by a singular desire for bloodshed. Even with the 3 luminaries' divine water and merits, it seemed unlikely that the demonic energy could be cleansed. Was his plan destined to falter at the outset? Furrowing his brow, Hongyun contemplated his next course of action. Suddenly, as the White Tiger writhed, he noticed something peculiar in its abdomen. The Kunwu sword flashed forth, slaying the corrupted White Tiger and slicing open its belly. Out emerged a small White Tiger, enveloped in innate metal essence. As the essence was gradually absorbed by the little White Tiger, Its cultivation level astonishingly ascended to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Roar! The little white tiger let out a mournful cry, then nestled quietly in Hongyun's embrace. Who would have thought you possessed such a method? Truly impressive. Hongyun quickly discerned that this little white tiger was, in fact, the true spirit of the corrupted white tiger. In its desperate plight, it had somehow transferred its essence into its own belly, safeguarded by the innate metal essence, thus avoiding complete corruption. With the acquisition of the white tiger, my plans may continue. Hongjun, should you wish to scheme against me, be prepared to pay the price. Hongyun stored the little white tiger within the Qian Kuanding and departed the westward direction. As for lingering in the west, that was utterly impossible. All the celestial abodes had been destroyed by Luo Ho. Mount Shumi remained, albeit barely, offering only slightly more abundant spiritual energy than other regions of the west. Rather than squander time here, it was far more prudent to expedite preparations for the impending battle between the witches and the demons. After all, the era of saints would soon dawn following the third sermon. However, with the nine heavens breath in his possession, whether Nuwa could attain sainthood would depend entirely on Hongyun's consent. As long as Nuwa could not attain that status, the remaining five would also be unable to do so. Thus, Hongyun found himself with ample time at hand. After leaving the west, Hongyun returned to Penglai Island, where he settled both the white tiger and black tortoise. In doing so, Hongjun would remain oblivious to the true location of Hongyun's pieces on the chessboard. Chapter 33. The acquisition of the primordial treasure. After completing all that, Hongyun did not hasten to enter seclusion in Penglai. Instead, he made his way to the blood sea of the underworld. This blood sea, formed from the navel of Pangu, has accumulated all the filth and negativity of the primal chaos, gathering the blood of countless beings, infused with a resentment that is unbearable for ordinary creatures. Common spiritual treasures would be destroyed upon contact with the blood of the sea. Presently, the only entity born from the entire blood sea is the Mingi. Friend Mingi, it is I, the humble Hongyun, who comes to visit. Might you reveal yourself? Hongyun's voice resonated across the expanse of the blood sea. Yet he waited for some time without catching sight of Mingi. The surface of the blood sea remained undisturbed. However, Hongyun did not feel anxious. He understood that Mingi was peculiar by nature and acted with utmost caution. They had never crossed paths before, thus Mingi would not easily show himself. Yet, Hongyun was well aware of Mingi's greatest aspiration, to attain the status of a saint. Friend Mingi, I have come to propose a transaction. I possess a method that could enable you to achieve immortality. Just as Hongyun pondered that, Mingi was unmoved and prepared to alter his approach. The surface of the blood sea began to churn. Soon after, Mingi appeared before him, seated atop a crimson lotus of karmic fire. Greetings, esteemed Hongyun. No need for formalities. My friend, you mentioned you could grant me indeed. I possess a method that would allow you to attain immortality, so that the blood sea remains unspent. Mingi remains undying. Upon hearing these words, Mingi felt as if he had grasped something significant, yet when he attempted to seize it, he found it to be mere emptiness. What does friend Hongyun desire? Speaking with Mingi was indeed convenient. I seek an item you possess, Hongyun continued. I am aware that you hold the Yuan too. The abyssal twin swords, the crimson lotus of karmic fire, and a Xian Yuan water controlling flag. What I desire is the Xian Yuan water controlling flag from the north. Mingi was taken aback, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Hongyun would possess such profound knowledge regarding his situation. Throughout the primal chaos, he had maintained a low profile, rarely intervening. Those who had witnessed his actions were all eliminated. Aside from his two teachings at the Zixiao Palace, Mingi was certain he had no prior interactions with Hongyun. Seeing the uncertainty on Mingi's face, Hongyun could not help but smile subtly. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Hongyun understood Mingi's intricate mind. If he did not instill a sense of awe in him, Mingi might entertain unwarranted thoughts. After considerable contemplation, Mingi ultimately decided to exchange the Xian Yuan water controlling flag with Hongyun. I shall bestow the Xian Yuan water controlling flag upon you. May I now hear the method? Seeing Mingi's willingness, Hongyun directly inquired, what is your perception of this blood sea, wherein you were born? though this blood sea is transformed from Panga's navel. It is a place that all in the primal chaos avoid. Indeed, and as I understand it, each day, fresh blood from living beings is poured into this sea. This blood sea is indispensable within the primal chaos. I doubt anyone would dare to alter its essence. What precisely do you wish to convey? While Mingi agreed with Hongyun's assessment, he struggled to grasp the crux of the matter. I propose that you refine the blood within the blood sea to create your avatar. This way, you may achieve the state of the blood sea remains unspent. Mingi remains undying. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Mingi felt a sudden clarity, as if this method resonated deeply with him. In truth, this idea had come to Mingi later on. Hongyun merely articulated it to him ahead of time. Friend Hongyun, I owe you a karmic debt. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Hongyun nodded and then returned to Penglai with the Xian Yuan water controlling flag. In the days to come, he would indeed encounter a situation that placed Mingi in a difficult position. However, considering their current karmic ties, Mingi acquiesced to Hongyun's request. Yet, Hongyun did not leave Mingi at a disadvantage, providing him with a tremendous benefit. But those matters were for another time. Upon returning to Penglai Island, Hongyun promptly retrieved the primordial 5 direction flags and positioned them at the 5 cardinal points of the island. It seemed there was a mysterious connection between the 5 direction flags, which activated the elemental forces of the island. Hongyun stood in midair above Penglai, observing the elemental energies below, then extended his hands to begin merging the grand primordial 5 elements formation with the island's original array. Boom! Boom! The colossal commotion not only jolted everyone on Penglai Island from their meditative states, but also stirred up immense waves across the eastern sea. Zixiao Palace. Hongjun, deep in contemplation of the heavenly Tao, suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the eastern sea of the primal chaos. So, is Penglai Island? No wonder your location has eluded my calculations. Hongjun summoned the creation jade plate and meticulously performed calculations. Yet, the final result yielded nothing of substance. Hongyun, I possess ample time. I merely hope you can endure until that moment. Hongjun's voice, barely audible within 3 feet of himself, was entirely obliterated by an unseen force. Even Hao Yin and Yao Qi, present within Zixiao Palace, sensed no anomaly. Meanwhile, on Penglai Island, Hongyun had successfully fused the 2 grand arrays. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The 5 primordial 5 direction flags within the formation merged into a single banner. This banner's information appeared within Hongyun's consciousness. The 5 elements flag, a primordial treasure, is both offensive and defensive, possessing power that rivals the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and the Chaos spell. Most importantly, even if he were to extract the 5 elements flag now, it would not diminish the formation's efficacy. This was the key to Hongyun's delight. Not only had he completed the array, but he had also acquired a primordial treasure. Hongyun secured the 5 elements flag and then returned to the Hall of Inquiry to enter seclusion. Though he had reached the mid-stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm, without comprehending the Tao, he could not genuinely contend with Hongjun. After all, regardless of how one strategizes, in the face of absolute power, it is mere empty talk. If Hongyun possessed the cultivation of the Tao at this moment, he would not have to navigate through such complexities. Chapter 34. The plans of the demon clan in the timeless expanse of the primordial wilderness. Time has always been the least valuable commodity. As it flows unceasingly, the development of the Wu and Lich clans has given rise to an increasing number of conflicts. The population of the Wu clan is growing rapidly, leading to an escalating demand for sustenance. The Wu clan not only has substantial appetites, but also relies on food as an essential resource for their physical cultivation. The flesh and blood of the demon clan, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, naturally becomes the preferred nourishment for the Wu. Furthermore, as the territory of the Wu clan expands, more demons are hunted down and consumed by the Wu. These barbarians are utterly insufferable. Deep Jun seethed as he heard reports from his subordinates, shattering the table before him, an artifact of postnatal spiritual treasure, into fine powder. As the heavenly emperor, Dijun exuded an increasingly formidable aura, causing even the most powerful of demons, those at the great Luo golden immortal level, to tremble in his presence. Your Majesty, I have uncovered some information, though its veracity remains uncertain. One of his subordinates spoke cautiously. What is it? Speak. Dijun commanded. Taking advantage of the absence of the ancestor Wu Xianming, I discreetly infiltrated his tribe. I overheard a powerful Wu mention that the 12 ancestors seemed to be concocting a plan, seemingly related to the Sun Star. Beyond that, I could not ascertain any more details. Upon hearing this, Dijun quickly attempted to divine the heavenly secrets, yet to his dismay, he found nothing. Even with the use of the river diagram and the Luo book, the outcome remained tranquil. He understood that the Wu clan's treasure, the Panga Hall, could obscure all heavenly secrets. If his subordinates spoke the truth, then the 12 ancestors were indeed scheming within the Panga Hall, for they did not cultivate the primordial spirit and possessed no means to conceal their plans. Summon the Eastern Emperor, the Shi Emperor, and the Nuwa, he instructed. As the great Luo demon prepared to depart, Dijun added, and also invite the demon master. Since Kuanpeng inadvertently established the written language of the demon clan, Dijun had conferred upon him the title of Demon Master, granting him greater access to the clan's fortunes. However, Kuanpeng had long sought a superior innate spiritual treasure to slay corpses, which Dijun had repeatedly denied, resulting in an ongoing discord between them. Yet, in the face of Dijun's command, Kuanpeng held his tongue. Before long, the four arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. Brother, you summon us all. Is there a matter of significance? Indeed, I have learned of a plan from the Wu clan and wish to hear your opinions. Dijun recounted the entire affair, causing Tai's brow to furrow deeply. Could it be that these barbarians intend to shatter the Sun Star? I find that unlikely, Fushi interjected. The importance of the Sun Star to the primordial wilderness is indisputable. Even if the Wu clan neglects to cultivate their primordial spirit, they would not act so recklessly. Fushi then turned to Dijun, inquiring, Your Majesty, is there anything on the Sun Star that is of paramount importance to our demon clan? Or perhaps to you and the Eastern Emperor? Both Dijun and the Eastern Emperor shook their heads. The presence of the true fire of the sun rendered the Sun Star inhospitable even for the most adept cultivators. Suddenly, both Dijun and the Eastern Emperor seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming in unison, the Fusong tree. It is well known that the Fusong tree is not merely a supreme, innate spiritual root. It is also the birthplace of Dijun and Tai. The future propagation of the Jinwu clan would undoubtedly be entwined with the Fusong tree. Should it be destroyed, it would deal a significant blow to both Dijun and Tai. Brother, if the 12 ancestors' target is indeed the Fusong tree, I have a proposition. What is your idea? When I journeyed to the Eastern Sea, I discovered an island named Tonga. The aura emanating from that isle remarkably resonates with ours and possesses the capacity to withstand the true fire of the sun. We could secretly relocate the Fusong tree to Tonggu and then lay an unparalleled ambush in the cosmos, enticing the 12 ancestors to walk into our trap. Upon hearing Tai's plan, Fushi also deemed it highly feasible. Although the conflict between the Wu and Demon clans had not yet escalated to a critical level, it was evident to any perceptive observer that the greatest adversary of the Demon clan would inevitably be the Wu clan. The physical prowess of the Wu was exceedingly formidable. A single Wu could overpower 8 or 9 demons of the same realm. Only when a demon breaks through to the great Luo golden immortal level and engages with the great Tao could they contend with Wu of the same level. Ordinary formations would not suffice to deter 12 beings of quasi-saint status. Kuanpeng's words extinguished the joy in Dijun's heart, as he recognized the harsh truth. Even with his utmost efforts in deploying the river diagram and Luo book to establish the Hongmeng He Luo Great Formation, he could not hope to ensnare the 12 ancestors, let alone eliminate them. This is not merely a problem, he declared. I have recently comprehended an unparalleled great formation from the Chaos Bell, known as the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. This formation can harness the power of the myriad stars to vanquish foes, and it is not inconceivable to slay a saint. Although I have yet to master it completely, eliminating quasi-saints is well within my capabilities. Very well, it is settled then. Dijun decisively proclaimed, planning to lay an ambush in the cosmos to strike at the 12 ancestors. Tai was tasked with selecting 300 great Luo golden immortals from the demon clan to familiarize themselves with the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great formation, while Fushi and Yuhua were assigned to monitor the movements of the Wu clan. As everything fell into place, only Kunpeng remained without a task. A flicker of discontent crossed his eyes, though he concealed it well from the other four. Upon returning to his demon master palace, the fury in Kunpeng's eyes nearly erupted. Dijun, I merely sought a piece of innate spiritual treasure to slay corpses. Your repeated refusals are one thing, but now you doubt me as well. Since you show no kindness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Kunpeng concealed his form and departed the heavenly court, heading towards the western Kunlun. He understood that he would never match Di Jun and Tai in strength, let alone contend with Fushi, Niuhua, and the 10 great demon saints. If he dared to express dissent, his fate would surely be dire. Thus, Kunpeng sought a powerful ally to confront Di Jun and Tai, choosing the enigmatic Hongyun as his potential support. However, he was unaware of Hongyun's whereabouts, knowing only that he must navigate through western Kunlun to seek him out. Chapter 35. The Arrival of Kunpeng upon reaching West Kunlun. Kunpeng approached the Queen Mother of the West to express his intentions. After listening, she promptly contacted Hongyun, surprised by the news. Hongyun did not expect Kunpeng to harbor rebellious thoughts, especially since Hongjun's teachings had not yet concluded. However, since Kunpeng sought him out, Hongyun felt compelled to oblige. Upon meeting Kunpeng, Hongyun stated, "Fellow Taoist, I am aware of your intentions. However, as a demon master of the demon clan, I have no desire to intervene in the conflict between the demon and shaman clans." Kunpeng urged, "Do not be hasty. I can serve as your insider within the demon clan. If you are willing, I shall endorse you as the heavenly emperor of the primordial world. I believe you would govern far better than Emperor Jun." Hongyun could not help but sneer internally at Kunpeng's words. Kunpeng was indeed adept at painting enticing prospects, rivaling even the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Most would likely fall for Kunpeng's charm, for the allure of the heavenly emperor's position is not easily resisted. Yet, Hongyun understood that Kunpeng was no match for Emperor Jun and Tai. The title of Demon Master might hold sway among ordinary demons, but those who had attained quasi-saint status would not heed Kunpeng's commands. Thus, his purported support for Hongyun's ascension to the throne was merely a solitary endeavor, requiring Hongyun to fight for it himself. I have previously stated my lack of interest in the demon clan and the position of Heavenly Emperor. If you persist in this dialogue, I shall take my leave, Hongyun declared. Please do not go, Kunpeng exclaimed, realizing that if he did not show sincerity, Hongyun would no longer be a reliable ally. I am willing to exchange 2 secrets of the demon clan for your assistance. Speak, and I shall discern their worth. Hongyun replied. The first secret is that the demon clan is conspiring to ambush and assassinate the 12 ancestors of the shaman. After hearing this, Hongyun shook his head. As I have mentioned, I am uninterested in the affairs of the demon clan, and naturally, I hold no interest in the shaman clan either. Do not be impatient, for the second secret pertains to you. I have learned that Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai are secretly searching for your retreat, intending to take action against you. Hongyun furrowed his brow at this revelation. However, upon reflection, it was not without possibility. After all, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai had suffered losses at his hands twice. If they did not retaliate, they would not be true to their names. This information is indeed valuable. What do you desire? I seek to defect from the demon clan and seek your protection, Kunpeng expressed, gazing at Hongyun with eager anticipation. Yet, Hongyun remained unmoved, silently observing him. After a lengthy pause, Kunpeng's spirit deflated, and he said, "If you cannot protect me, could you grant me 2 innate spiritual treasures for self-defense?" "I possess no surplus innate spiritual treasures," Hongyun replied. Kunpeng, hearing this denial, grew agitated, even contemplating an attack on Hongyun. But Hongyun merely held the Kunwa sword, calmly watching him. The sight of the sword as a shimmering blade compelled Kunpeng to return to his seat, his heart heavy with despair. Initially, Kunpeng had taken risks to seek Hongyun's protection. At the very least, he hoped to acquire a few innate spiritual treasures for defense. Now he had gained nothing, a futile endeavor. Should Hongyun inform Emperor Jun of today's events, Kunpeng would surely face dire consequences. Seeing Kunpeng's despair, Hongyun spoke, "While I lack innate spiritual treasures, I possess a method that could help you obtain them. Is that truly so?" Kunpeng responded eagerly. "Indeed, I have learned that after Hongjun's 3 teachings, he will distribute treasures. At that time, you could seize numerous innate spiritual treasures." After contemplating for a moment, Kunpeng declared, "I trust you, fellow Taoist. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Once Kunpeng departed from West Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West emerged from the rear hall. Although she had not been present during their conversation, she had heard every word clearly. "I find Kunpeng utterly untrustworthy. Should he betray you in the future, you will have cause for regret. Rest assured, in the face of absolute power, Kunpeng shall not stir any waves," Hongyun replied. "However, I believe it prudent for you to leave West Kunlun and accompany me to Penglai." The Queen Mother of the West shook her head, declining Hongyun's invitation. "Even if Emperor Jun and Tai have designs upon me, they must first consider whether they possess the strength to act." As she spoke, her aura radiated unmistakably, revealing her early stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal. Hongyun nodded, recognizing that the current Queen Mother could indeed defend herself against Emperor Jun and Tai, at least until his arrival. Thus, he chose not to press further on the matter. With this matter concluded, Hongyun did not rush to depart. Rather, he engaged in a discourse with the Queen Mother of the West. Upon reaching the realm of the Hongyun Golden Immortal, each attempt to advance further required immense time and effort. Engaging in dialogue with others could significantly shorten this process. Though Hongyun did not cultivate the grading Tao, the myriad paths converge, and thus it remained beneficial. Hongyun and the Queen Mother shared their insights without reservation. With the support of the fragments of the creation jade plate, Hongyun felt he had nearly grasped the threshold of the late stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal, with just one final step he could break through. Without delay, Hongyun entered the Chaos Pearl to commence his breakthrough. Meanwhile, in Eastern Kunlun, the 3 clear ones sensed something and simultaneously opened their eyes. "Second brother, third brother, have you sensed anything? Eldest brother, could it be that you have felt it as well? It seems our opportunity has arrived." The 3 clear ones had concurrently sensed a force beckoning them. Without hesitation, they departed from Yusu Palace and soared toward the guiding light. However, upon reaching the juncture of West Kunlun and East Kunlun, they all came to a halt. Chapter 36. The 3 pure ones confront the Queen Mother of the West brother. "Shall we proceed?" Yuan Shi gazed at Laozi beside him, his expression filled with hesitation. Both Laozi and Tong Tian were somewhat reluctant, for the formidable strength of Hongyun had left them deeply astonished. Even with their recent ascension to the quasi-saint realm, they were uncertain of their ability to best Hongyun in a one-on-one confrontation. Indeed, I believe this opportunity is of paramount importance for the 3 of us. No matter how powerful Hongyun may be, he cannot contend with the 3 pure ones of Pangu. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement, and together, the trio ventured into the Western Kunlun. The moment the 3 pure ones entered the Western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West sensed their presence. "Esteemed Taoists, the Eastern and Western Kunlun have always maintained a harmonious separation. May I inquire the purpose of your visit today?" The Queen Mother positioned herself before the 3 pure ones. Barring their advance, exchanging glances, the 3 pure ones understood that their quest for fortune must remain undisclosed, even if they felt they could easily intimidate the Queen Mother. "Dear Taoist, we have traversed Kunlun and yet have not explored the Western Kunlun. Thus, Laozi, spare us your trivialities. Do you truly believe your reasoning is convincing?" The Queen Mother retorted, her patience waning. "I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Step aside, or I shall show no mercy." Yuan Shi's arrogance ignited the Queen Mother's ire. Summoning the Kunlun mirror, the Queen Mother regarded the 3 pure ones with a fierce demeanor. "Since you insist on intruding upon my Western Kunlun, prepare for battle." As her voice faded, a blinding light emanated from the Kunlun mirror, making it difficult to gaze upon. A beam of light shot towards the impudent Yuan Shi. Realizing the danger, Yuan Shi swiftly evaded the Queen Mother's attack. However, her initial strike was merely a test of resolve. Had he failed to dodge, it would have been a real assault. Just as Yuan Shi regained his footing, another attack followed, and despite his quick reflexes, the Queen Mother unleashed her powerful strikes without giving him a chance to escape. Boom! Just as Yuan Shi braced for a grievous injury, a mystic light enveloped him, providing protection from harm. "Brother!" Yuan Shi exclaimed, joyfully looking at Laozi, realizing that he had been saved. Among the three pure ones, only Laozi possessed a companion spirit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. This treasure was one of the rare postnatal merit artifacts in the primordial world, granting its bearer an invulnerable position. Though the Kunlun mirror was formidable, it was insufficient to breach the defenses of Laozi's heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. With Yuan Shi unharmed, Tong Tian brandished a high-grade, innate spirit sword, charging at the Queen Mother. This sword was a treasure he had acquired during his journeys through the primordial realm. Seeing their brother engage, both Laozi and Yuan Shi seized their respective innate treasures to join the fray against the Queen Mother. Utilizing the Kunlun mirror, the Queen Mother fought back fiercely. But the three pure ones, united in purpose, swiftly gained the upper hand. Yet, with the support of the Kunlun mirror, she managed to hold her ground for a time. However, as the battle progressed, her disadvantage became increasingly evident. At last, in a moment of oversight, the Queen Mother found herself suppressed by Laozi's heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. She had intended to wield the Kunlun mirror to summon the forces of heaven and earth against the three pure ones. But to her horror, she discovered that her connection to the Kunlun mirror had been severed. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower possessed the ability to isolate her from the world. Witnessing the Queen's suppression, Yuan Shi unleashed the mountain-suppressing seal, aiming it at her. With all her strength restrained, the Queen Mother could not withstand Yuan Shi's wrathful blow. "Vile woman, how dare you oppose the true lineage of Pangu? Today shall mark your demise," Yuan Shi declared, preparing to strike again. "Stop!" Laozi and Tong Tian exclaimed in unison, intervening to halt Yuan Shi. Tong Tian positioned himself before the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, shielding the Queen Mother behind him. "Brother, we cannot slay the Queen Mother. Should she perish at our hands, Hongyun will not let us off easily. What do you fear, Tong Tian? Do not inflate the enemy's might at the expense of our own." Yuan Shi scoffed at Tong Tian's concerns. Since becoming a quasi-saint, he had little regard for anyone but Hongjun. Even if Hongyun stood before him, he would still dare to strike the Queen Mother. "Brother, sparing the Queen Mother may only serve to allure Hongyun. It would be better to—" "Silence!" Laozi shouted, cutting Yuan Shi off. "The Queen Mother shares a bond with us. She is the foremost female immortal appointed by our master. How could we be so disrespectful? Stand down at once." After Laozi's command, though Yuan Shi was unwilling, he begrudgingly retreated. Laozi then turned his attention back to the Queen Mother, speaking slowly. "Esteemed Queen Mother, today's actions were indeed a breach of etiquette on our part. However, we must ask you to bear with us for a moment longer. Once we have concluded our business, we shall return to offer our apologies." Without waiting for the Queen Mother's response, Laozi withdrew the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, and the three pure ones advanced deeper into the western Kunlun, arriving at the location that had summoned them. "Brother, is that the pure world White Lotus?" Yuan Shi and Tong Tian stood in astonishment, hardly able to believe their eyes. Even the typically composed Laozi found his breath quickening at the sight before them. Their teachings had informed them that the pure world White Lotus was born from a seed of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Creation Green Lotus. While they had assumed it to be merely a superior innate spirit treasure due to its immaturity, they now witnessed it evolving into an innate supreme treasure, though it would require time to fully mature. Chapter 37. The two swords shatter the arrogant soul. Second brother. Third brother, we shall wait here. We must not let anyone discover the matter of the pure world White Lotus. Indeed, eldest brother, even Laozi, who is typically so composed, cannot maintain his tranquility when faced with a primal treasure. The three purities, embodying the essence of the three talents, stand guard beside the pure world White Lotus. They are poised to react instantaneously to any disturbance in their surroundings. Although each of the three harbors their own secret intentions, they refrain from revealing them until the pure world White Lotus has fully evolved, while the three purities carefully protect the pure world White Lotus. Hongyun has successfully broken through to the late stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. Upon emerging from his secluded meditation, Hongyun initially intended to return directly to Punlai. But after a thorough search of Zhuangmu's dojo, he finds no trace of her. Strange. Could it be that Taijin has left? No. Even if she were to depart, she would surely leave me a message. Hongyun suspects that Zhuangmu may be in peril and immediately attempts to discern her whereabouts through celestial calculations. However, his probing reveals a chaotic web of celestial threads concerning Zhuangmu, yielding little useful information. The only certainty is that Zhuangmu remains within the Western Kunlun. Hongyun's divine sense swiftly envelopes the entirety of the Western Kunlun, with every blade of grass and every tree falling under his gaze. As his divine sense sweeps across one particular area, he discovers an unsettling void. In an instant, Hongyun appears at that location, fixing his gaze upon the three purities. What brings you here to the Western Kunlun? Hongyun clearly spots the ascending pure world White Lotus, yet he dismisses it as merely a primal treasure, unworthy of his concern. His sole desire is to ascertain Zhuangmu's current position. Daoist friend. Before Laozi can finish his sentence, the Hongmeng measuring ruler in Hongyun's hand materializes, striking toward Laozi, prompting the emergence of the Tiandi Xuanquang Linglong Tower to shield the three purities. However, under the weight of Hongyun's power, the Tiandi Xuanquang Linglong Tower proves inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and Zhuangmu's presence is immediately revealed. Realizing their situation has been compromised, the three purities quickly draw forth their spiritual treasures, fixating their watchful gazes on Hongyun. Ah, how very good. Hongjun, you dare to scheme against me. Our matters are far from settled. Hongyun murmurs, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, he comprehends that this is a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Hongjun, aimed squarely at him. After all, the only one capable of disrupting the celestial order before him is Hongjun. The Tao's methods dictate that the pure world White Lotus could evolve anywhere, yet it now conspicuously resides in the Western Kunlun. If the three purities clash with Zhuangmu, any lethal strike against them would instantly result in Hongyun's demise by the hands of the Tao. Conversely, should he spare the three purities, a rift would undoubtedly form between him and Zhuangmu. Regrettably, Hongjun's machinations are both intricate and clever. However, Hongyun has no intention of playing into Hongjun's hands. Doing so would merely lead him like a puppet. Taoist friends, we harbor no ill will towards Zhuangmu. Tan Tian, unwilling to engage in conflict with Hongyun, hastily explains. After all, the shock Hongyun had imparted to Tan Tian outside the Zhixiao Palace was profound. Currently, Tan Tian lacks the confidence to subdue Hongyun. Third brother, do not disgrace the three purities. Yuan Shi declares with great firmness, clearly ready to act should the situation escalate. Although Laozi remains silent, his stance mirrors that of Yuan Shi. Observing this, Hongyun retracts the Hongmeng measuring ruler and conjures the Kunwu sword, directing it toward the three purities. First style of opening heaven. The immense sword aura causes the three purities to pale, prompting them to employ various methods to counter this formidable strike. Bang! With the assistance of the Tiandi Xuanquang Linglong Tower, the three purities manage to avoid injury, yet they are sent flying thousands of miles away. Only upon colliding with a mountain do they come to a halt. However, Hongyun offers no respite, immediately pursuing them and unleashing another strike. Second style of opening heaven. Laozi hurriedly raises the Tiandi Xuanquang Linglong Tower above his head, attempting to block this incoming strike. Yet this blow is far more powerful than the last, hundreds of times stronger. While they barely withstand the previous strike, they find themselves utterly incapable of resisting this one. The three purities collectively spew forth blood, and the Tiandi Xuanquang Linglong Tower is cast aside, releasing Zhuangmu from its confinement. Lao Zi's eyes reflect disbelief, for in his understanding, the Tianyi Shuangquang Linglong Tower boasts unparalleled defense. How could it be so easily breached? Yet the dimmed Linglong Tower lies not far away, leaving him no choice but to accept the reality. What proves most difficult for the three purities to accept is that, despite their breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, even though they may not match Hongyun in terms of cultivation level, their numerical superiority should have far surpassed him. Yet, they find their Tao hearts nearly shattered by Hongyun's 2 strikes. Three purities. In light of Pangu the Great's face, I shall not hold this matter against you. Consider it a lesson. As for the pure world White Lotus, I shall not take it. However, should you entertain any improper thoughts in the future, I shall not be merciful. With that, Hongyun departs, taking Zhuangmu with him. After all, the pure world White Lotus is a primal treasure. It certainly wouldn't be left to the three purities. Zhuangmu, having been suppressed for so long, is filled with resentment, eager to compel Hongyun to seize both the Tianyi Shuangquang Linglong Tower and the pure world White Lotus. Yet Hongyun shakes his head, saying, whether the Tianyi Shuangquang Linglong Tower or the pure world White Lotus, both carry profound karmic ties. To forcibly claim them would surely invite dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhuangmu relents. However, before they can return to Zhuangmu's dojo, waves of disturbance ripple through the primordial starry sky, the resonance reaching even the depths of the primordial realm. Hongyun turns his gaze toward the stars and discovers that the 12 ancestors of sorcery are engaged in battle with the demon clan. Hongjun, since you have plotted against me, I cannot allow your plans to unfold as intended. Did the sorcerers and demons seek my consent before waging war? As Hongyun's words echo, he arrives outside the sun star within mere breaths. At this moment, the 12 ancestors of sorcery form a protective circle, fending off the radiant assaults of the surrounding starry lights. Though they cannot escape the great array of the celestial stars for the time being, the demon clan finds themselves equally unable to overcome them. Chapter 38. The two clans of Lich and the Prohibition of War. Cease all hostilities. Hongyun's voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos, startling both the demon clan and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Upon realizing that it was Hongyun who had arrived, both sides regarded him with caution, suspecting him to be a potential savior summoned by their adversaries. However, as Hongyun entered the great array of the stars, he calmly stated, though I have never favored conflict and do not wish to partake in the strife between the two clans, the actions of the Lich and Demon clans have begun to jeopardize the peace of the Honghuang realm. Before Hongyun could finish his words, a streak of starlight surged towards him. Within the great array, the stars perpetually moved, rendering it impossible for Hongyun to discern the origin of the attack. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his retaliation. He swiftly unleashed a beam of sword light from the Kunwa sword, cleaving several fissures in the great array. Intensifying his magical power, he vowed to prevent the array from being breached. At this moment, the primary formation's master, the Eastern Emperor Tai, quickly issued commands to all the demon clan to fortify their defenses upon sensing the disturbance. Yet, what awaited them was the thunderous arrival of the Qian Kuan Cauldron. Boom! The Qian Kuan Cauldron crashed down upon the great array, completely disrupting the celestial movements. Consequently, the great array was shattered. Ha ha! Three-legged, mixed-feathered bird. Today marks your demise. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft, witnessing the collapse of the great array that had ensnared them, were elated. They immediately surged forward, intent on slaying Dejuan and Eastern Emperor Tai. However, before they could make a move, Hongyun appeared before them, delivering a punch to each of them. At that moment, the 12 ancestors realized that even though their physical forms had ascended to the Hongyuan Golden Immortal Realm, they were as powerless as children before Hongyun. Shortly thereafter, Hongyun flashed to the side of Dejuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, delivering another punch to each. This display astonished the 12 ancestors and numerous powerful beings of the demon clan, for it signified that had Hongyun wished to eliminate them, it would have required little effort. The conflict between the Lich and Demon clans ends here. Should you dare to continue next time, it shall not be so simple as a mere punch. The expressions of Dejuan, Tai, and the 12 ancestors darkened. Yet they dared not voice their grievances in the face of Hongyun's overwhelming strength. The 12 ancestors exchanged glances with Dejuan and Tai before departing the boundless cosmos. The demon clan's powerful figures, witnessing the 12 ancestors' retreat, snorted coldly before returning to the heavenly court. "Brother, this Hongyun is simply too brazen. Our plan was on the verge of success. If it weren't for his meddling, the 12 ancestors would undoubtedly have become stepping stones for our clan." Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed in frustration. "What can we do? Do you not perceive that we are no match for Hongyun?" Dejuan replied, leading Eastern Emperor Tai into silence. Their once triumphant great array had been effortlessly dismantled by Hongyun, leaving them utterly powerless. "Send word down. All demon clan members must diligently cultivate and elevate their powers in preparation for future opportunities." After issuing this command, Dejuan retreated to seclusion. He had come to a profound realization that even achieving the status of a quasi-saint would not grant him the strength to dominate the entirety of Hongjun. Perhaps only by becoming a saint could that possibility arise. Meanwhile, Hongyun had returned to Penglai with the West Queen Mother, unexpectedly receiving a substantial reward of merit from the heavenly Tao. After accepting this merit, Hongyun realized that by averting the first war between the Lich and Demon clans, he had saved countless lives. While this merit paled in comparison to that earned from participating in the Tao Magic War, it still amounted to roughly half. Hongyun stored this merit and then proceeded to assist the West Queen Mother in healing her injuries. By doing this, you have offended both the Lich and Demon clans. And what of it? Do they truly dare to seek trouble with me? If they do come, it will be the perfect opportunity to suppress them beneath Penglai. Hongyun held the Lich and Demon clans in utter contempt, believing that until one became a saint, they remained insignificant. And the two clans were destined never to attain sainthood. Had they sought to befriend Hongyun, perhaps he would have devised a plan for them. But now, considering they were fortunate enough not to face his wrath, they should count themselves lucky. Looking at the West Queen Mother, Hongyun continued, "Moreover, with the Lich and Demon clans refraining from conflict, there are certainly others more anxious than they are." "Are you referring to Hongjun, the Tao ancestor?" "Precisely. Though he appears to be a saint now, exuding an air of detachment, his intentions are undoubtedly deeper than anyone else's." It must be said that Hongyun possessed an exceptional understanding of Hongjun. At that moment, Hongjun was furrowing his brows, contemplating the state of affairs in Hongjun. He had originally intended to leverage the Sanqing to orchestrate a scheme against Hongyun. Little did he anticipate that Hongyun would not only dismantle his plans with ease, but would also outmaneuver him. Hongjun had planned to wait for the tensions between the 12 ancestors and Dejuan, Tai, to escalate, intending to intervene and establish a framework wherein the Demon clan would govern the heavens and the Witch clan would oversee the earth. However, now, under Hongyun's formidable pressure, a war between the Lich and Demon clans would not erupt in the near future. Thus, his subsequent schemes would require significant adjustments. After all, the Heavenly Tao's grand design remains unchanged, yet the smaller schemes may be altered. As long as the Lich and Demon clans ultimately engage in battle, the Heavenly Tao would refrain from intervening. However, the later the conflict arises, the more disadvantageous it would be for Hongjun. After all, the Lich and Demon clans were already immensely powerful. Who would heed the saints when the era of saints dawned? Furthermore, with the vast fortunes at their disposal, Hongjun could not guarantee that no one from the Lich and Demon clans would achieve the path to sainthood. Hao Tian, take this jade talisman and proceed to Penglai, inviting my friend Hongyun to visit the Zixiao Palace. After considerable contemplation, Hongjun made this decision. Hao Tian accepted the jade talisman and promptly departed the Zixiao Palace, heading towards the eastern sea of Penglai. Protected by the talisman, the violent chaotic winds of the cosmos posed no threat to him. However, upon reaching the eastern sea, Hao Tian encountered a predicament. He found himself unable to locate the whereabouts of Penglai Island. Even with the aid of the jade talisman bestowed by Hongjun, there was no sign of Penglai Island. With no other option, Hao Tian could only wander aimlessly across the vast eastern sea. In truth, it was not just Hao Tian. Even Hongjun himself was unaware of the precise location of Penglai. As Hao Tian set foot in the eastern sea, Hongyun had already sensed his presence. Chapter 39 Threat. Rescue. Initially, Hongyun did not believe that Hao Yin had come to seek him. However, after spending 3,000 years imparting teachings to Zhuangmu and his disciples, he noticed Hao Yin floundering like a headless fly above the East Sea. It dawned on him that Hao Yin was likely struggling to locate the position of Penglai. Wuda, go to the East Sea and bring Hao Yin here. Yes, master. Following Hongyun's guidance, Wuda soon found Hao Yin, who was lost without direction. Taoist Hao Yin, my master has sent me to escort you to Penglai. Thank you, Taoist Wuda. Hao Yin was aware that Wuda was Hongyun's esteemed disciple, and with Wuda's assistance, reaching Penglai Island would surely be effortless. In no time at all, Hao Yin arrived at Penglai Island. Yet he distinctly remembered having visited this place numerous times before without discovering anything unusual. This led Hao Yin to question the very fabric of his existence. Taoist, Penglai Island possesses peculiarities. Without my master's consent, no one can enter. Senior Hongyun is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Hao Yin recognized that Hongyun was a peer of Hongjun, and thus refrained from boasting in his presence. Just as he intended to examine the scenery within Penglai, he found himself inexplicably transported to the Winda Palace. In a fleeting glance, Hao Yin caught sight of the star tree and felt the abundant primordial spiritual energy of Penglai Island. Before he could fully process this, Hongyun's voice resonated in his ear. Hao Yin, what brings you to my Penglai? I humbly report, Senior, that I am here on the Tao Ancestor's command to invite you to Zishao Palace. The Tao Ancestor has matters of great importance to discuss. Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. Ever since resolving the entangled fates between them, they had been in a state of mutual scheming. Hongyun could not fathom what schemes lay hidden within Hongjun's intentions. Since the Tao Ancestor has extended an invitation, I shall certainly attend. After speaking, Hongyun turned to his 3 disciples, instructing, you must diligently cultivate and not waste time. Yes, master. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hongyun then accompanied Hao Yin, stepping out of Penglai Island. However, as soon as he exited the island, he felt a force pulling at him. Before he could resist, he found himself drawn to the entrance of Zishao Palace. Hongyun's expression darkened, for he recognized that only Hongjun possessed the power to accomplish such a feat. He understood the purpose behind Hongjun's actions, a warning, a demonstration of the power capable of erasing him at a whim. Yet, Hongyun quickly regained his composure and strode into Zishao Palace. Tao Ancestor, have you summoned me for something of great significance? Hongyun remained unperturbed, showing no concern that Hongjun would act against him. Congratulations, Taoist Hongyun. The day of your enlightenment is drawing near. I have invited you here to present you with a gift. With that, Hongjun waved his hand, and a stream of purple energy descended before Hongyun. Gazing at the primordial purple energy, Hongyun inquired, what does the Tao Ancestor intend with this? Is it not obvious? I know you are aware of the myriad secrets within the wilderness. You surely understand the efficacy of this primordial purple energy. Noticing Hongyun's silence, Hongjun continued, once you refine this primordial purple energy, you shall attain sainthood. Hongyun admitted that for a fleeting moment, he felt a stir of desire. However, he quickly regained his focus, suppressing any fleeting thoughts. Though the primordial purple energy is enticing, I believe my own cultivation is far more valuable. Hongyun resolutely returned the primordial purple energy to Hongjun, firmly declining the offer. Do not be hasty in your refusal. You may take this purple energy with you for now. I trust there will come a day when you will understand. After a brief pause, Hongjun added, as for the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, I advise you not to interfere. The course of the heavenly Tao is immutable. I believe you comprehend this. As Hongjun's words fell, an intangible pressure descended upon Hongyun. This pressure was not aimed at Hongyun's physical form, but rather at his primordial spirit, akin to a psychological suggestion. Yet, Hongyun was greatly underestimated. With the protection of the primal blue lotus and the chaos pearl, even though Hongjun possessed the power to crush him, he could not sway Hongyun's convictions through such means. Tao Ancestor, I believe I am not obstructing the greater trend. Had I truly impeded it, the heavenly Tao would have punished me long ago. I must return to expedite my cultivation. The method of severing the 3 corpses you spoke of last time is indeed profound. I must seize the opportunity to achieve this. After speaking, Hongyun collected the primordial purple energy that Hongjun had offered and departed from Zixiao Palace. Once Hongyun had left, Hongjun could no longer contain his emotions. Even as a sage with an immensely fortified mindset, he found himself disturbed by Hongyun's words. The method of severing the 3 corpses was Hongjun's proudest creation, the very foundation of his enlightenment. Yet it also served as a carefully woven cage for the beings of the wilderness. Anyone who practiced the method of severing the 3 corpses could never attain enlightenment through their own cultivation. Only by relying on the primordial purple energy could one become a saint. Hongyun's remarks had undoubtedly stripped away the veil, concealing Hongjun's true intentions. After all, did Hongjun not know whether Hongyun had practiced the way of the 3 corpses? Hongyun, you impudent wretch! Upon returning to the wilderness after leaving Zixiao Palace, Hongyun suddenly sensed a call beckoning him, originating from Buzhou Mountain. It appeared to be the innate gourd vine. Hongyun quickly realized that there were few things atop Buzhou Mountain capable of summoning him. The 99 Scattersoul gourd was indeed a fateful treasure for him. He hastened to Buzhou Mountain and found, as expected, the innate gourd vine. However, contrary to his expectations, none of the 7 gourds on the vine were ripe. Strange. Why would these unripe gourds summon me? Approaching the gourd vine, a beam of white light suddenly shot into Hongyun's brow. This white light bore no harm. Instead, it conveyed a wealth of information to Hongyun. Otherwise, he would not have allowed it to draw near. After a considerable time, Hongyun gazed at the innate gourd vine with a complex expression, slowly stating, "Rest assured, I promise you that your efforts shall not be in vain." Upon receiving Hongyun's vow, a spark of primordial spiritual light dissipated from the gourd vine, entering the 7 unripe gourds. With a sigh, Hongyun stepped forward and uprooted the gourd vine along with the 7 gourds. Chapter 40. Distributing the primordial purple chi, it was revealed that the 7 gourds nurtured by the innate gourd vine each contained a profound principle. Among them, the 7th gourd held the essence of the path of time. The innate gourd vine, aware of its destined inability to manifest, glimpsed through the path of time the fate of its 7 gourds, all of which were plucked before reaching maturity. Yet within the river of time, the gourd vine perceived a flicker of change upon the figure of Hongyun. To safeguard its precious gourds from destruction, the innate gourd vine resolved to take a gamble. And indeed, it proved to be a fortunate wager. The current Hongyun was not the same as before, and thus would not allow the gourds to meet their original fate. How fortuitous it is that our destinies intertwine. I had initially intended to accept 7 disciples, and you, too, bear 7 gourds, Hongyun remarked reassuringly. He then placed the innate gourd vine within the chaos pearl. Although it appeared somewhat wilted after leaving the soil, Hongyun possessed the 9 heavens breath soil, rendering this a trivial matter. Additionally, the primordial purple chi gifted by Hongjun was also stored within the chaos pearl, where a separate space was designated to prevent any unforeseen complications that might arise from Hongjun's lingering influence. After securing the innate gourd vine, Hongyun retreated to Penglai for seclusion. As he approached the realm of the mixed element great Luo Golden Immortal, he felt increasingly feeble, despite being unmatched in the vast wilderness. He found himself utterly powerless before Hongjun. This encounter had merely served as a warning. Who could say when Hongjun might choose to act against him? With the aid of the fragments of the creation jade plate, Hongyun devoted 1,000,000 years to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the mixed element Golden Immortal before the 3rd preaching commenced. Once again, the grand assembly of mighty beings convened within the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to Hongjun expound upon the great principles. This time, Hongjun's discourse centered on the path of the saints. Aside from Hongyun, only the 3 pure ones and Nuwa grasped portions of his teachings. The rest merely listened, their understanding limited to the surface. Upon concluding his lecture, Hongjun disregarded the disheartened expressions of the assembly and, casting a subtle glance at Hongyun, proclaimed, "I have received the divine instrument of the heavenly Tao, and my 3 preachings are now complete. From this moment forth, I shall seal the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace and merge with the Heavenly Tao. In the future, as long as the Heavenly Tao remains unchanged, Hongjun shall not emerge. Observing the astonished crowd within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun delivered another thunderous revelation. Under the Heavenly Tao, there shall be 9 saints. I have already claimed 1 position, leaving 8 yet to attain enlightenment. May I inquire, Master, what constitutes a saint? One among them asked. A saint is one who has attained the mixed element great Luo golden immortal status, who can alter the cosmos with a single thought and reshape the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. A saint is untouched by cause and effect, impervious to calamity, possessing omniscience beneath the Heavenly Tao. Those beneath the saints are mere ants. The moment Hongjun's words resounded, the breath of all present was momentarily stilled. That single phrase, beneath the saints, all are ants, ignited a fervor among them. Master, how may one attain the path of a saint? The primordial beginning could no longer contain his eagerness and inquired. To him, as a true disciple of Pangu, it was his rightful destiny to become a saint, to regard all beings as mere insects. To remain at the same level as these lesser beings brought him shame. Only the exalted position of saint could truly befit him. To attain the saintly path, one must harness the primordial purple chi. Another voice chimed, filled with fervor. It was the more impassioned Juni, who saw the potential for revitalizing the West. The others looked upon Hongjun with hopeful eyes, yearning for guidance. However, Hongjun's subsequent words set the room ablaze. The primordial purple chi resides with me. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, nearly 90% of those present struggled to contain themselves. Had they not known their own inadequacies, they might have rushed to seize it. Ultimately, they managed to suppress their impulses, fearing the wrath of Hongjun. Please, Grandmaster, show us mercy. In an instant, the air was filled with plaintive cries. The prepared Jin and Junti were taken aback, as the words echoed were precisely those they had rehearsed. Hongyun, witnessing this scene, could not hold back his laughter, astonished that the atmosphere of the vast wilderness had been so thoroughly influenced by the two. Such audacity, weeping and wailing, is a disgrace. Hongjun's voice crashed like thunder in their ears. Once silence reclaimed the Purple Cloud Palace, he continued. The 3 pure ones, as manifestations of Pangu's original spirit, possess great merit and fortune. They shall each receive a portion of the primordial purple chi. As his words concluded, 3 streams of primordial purple chi floated before Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. The 3 dared not delay, swiftly claiming the chi before them. Niwa shall also receive a portion of the primordial purple chi for her future merits in the wilderness. Following this, Hongjun fell silent. Seeing this, Jane and Junti became increasingly anxious, with Junti on the verge of speaking, only to be silenced by Jane. After a lengthy pause, Hongjun sighed, and 2 streams of primordial purple chi flew toward Jane and Junti. You two bear the responsibility of revitalizing the West. You shall each receive a portion of the primordial purple chi. Thank you, Master, they exclaimed in unison. Years ago, I bestowed a portion of primordial purple chi upon my friend Hongyun. Now only one remains. It is up to your individual fortunes. After speaking, Hongjun released the final stream of primordial purple chi, which circled within the Purple Cloud Palace for an extended time. All present gazed longingly, some even reaching out to grasp the chi, yet none succeeded. Ultimately, amidst the assembled crowd, the last stream of primordial purple chi settled in the hands of Zenyuanzi, who readily accepted it without hesitation. At that moment, it became painfully clear to all that only those seated upon the mats could attain the primordial purple chi. Regret washed over them. Y&T they acted more swiftly or shamelessly to secure a mat for themselves. Perhaps they too could have been among those receiving the primordial purple chi today. Yet, regardless of their regrets, the fate of the primordial purple chi had been sealed, and no amount of lamentation could alter its course. Chapter 41. Division of Treasures respectfully addressing the Tao Ancestor. I have a matter that perplexes me, and I seek your guidance. Upon witnessing the definitive allocation of the Hongmeng purple chi, Hongyun finally spoke. What is it? A foreboding sensation stirred within Hongjun's heart, Yet for the sake of the collective enlightenment, he could not evade Hongyun's inquiry. May I ask, thou ancestor, is it possible to attain enlightenment without the Hongmeng purple chi? The hall of the purple cloud palace erupted with astonishment, all eyes fixed eagerly upon Hongjun. Indeed, one can achieve enlightenment without the Hongmeng purple chi, but only those of extraordinary willpower, grand fortune, and immense merit can do so. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the attendees felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Although the conditions he outlined were far from attainable for the average individual, they still offered a glimmer of hope. After addressing Hongyun's question, Hongjun continued, I must align myself with the Tao. The spiritual treasures I have acquired thus far are of no use to me, so I shall bestow them upon you all. Kunpeng's spirit soared at these words, realizing that Hongyun had spoken the truth. The coveted innate spiritual treasures were finally within reach. Taoist, as one of the three pure ones, you deserve a great treasure for protection. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, formed from fragments of the Pango axe, and today I present it to you. Thank you, Master. Laozi joyfully accepted the Taiji diagram, tucking it into his primordial spirit. Yuan Shi, as one of the three pure ones, you too deserve a great treasure for protection. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Pango banner, also formed from fragments of the Pango axe, and I bestow it upon you today. Thank you, Master. Yuan Shi proudly accepted the Pango banner, holding it aloft as if to silently boast. Tong Tian. After a moment's hesitation, Hongjun produced another item. This is the extermination sword array, crafted by the demon ancestor Luo Hu. The demonic energy within has been purged by me. Though each of the four swords is a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, when combined in formation, their power rivals that of an innate supreme treasure. This array is the most formidable killing formation beneath the heavenly Tao. Once set, it can only be broken by the power of the four saints. Use it with caution in the future. The assembly gasped at the notion that it could only be vanquished by the might of the four saints. It was well understood that the three pure ones alone constituted three saints, and combined with the extermination sword array, it implied Tong Tian's supremacy in the primordial realm. However, Yuan Shi, upon witnessing Tong Tian's acquisition of such a formidable treasure, felt a twinge of envy. Yet, recalling his own possession of an innate supreme treasure, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Only Hongyun regarded Hongjun's words with disdain. The extermination sword array, aside from the four celestial swords, primarily relied on the world-destroying Black Lotus for its strength. Without the Black Lotus to guard it, the extermination sword array was far less formidable. Moreover, it lacked the ability to suppress fortune, rendering Tong Tian the most disadvantaged. Although Hongyun thought this, he had no intention to intervene, for he bore no goodwill towards Tong Tian. Rather, their relationship was fraught with conflict. Enwa, you shall have great merits in the primordial realm, and I present you with the top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, the red embroidery ball and the map of mountains and rivers. While they do not belong to the realm of innate supreme treasures, their power is not to be underestimated. Thank you, Master, Enwa exclaimed with delight, surprised to receive two top-tier, innate spiritual treasures despite not obtaining an innate supreme treasure. Satisfied, she harbored no strong desire for conflict. Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti, you both bear the responsibility of revitalizing the West. Without spiritual treasures for protection, your endeavors shall be arduous. Thus, I bestow upon you the merit golden lotus and the empowering divine staff. Thank you, Master. After distributing the primary spiritual treasures, Hongjun then spoke leisurely. In years past, I acquired numerous spiritual treasures, all of which now reside outside the Purple Cloud Palace. If fate permits, you may take what you wish. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, Hongyun summoned his three disciples and, along with Zhuangmu and Zenyuanzi, rushed out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Following closely behind was Kunpeng, who had received prior news. Indeed, Kunpeng's speed was as swift as his reputation suggested. Despite being at a lower realm than Hongyun, he kept pace remarkably well. In the blink of an eye, they reached the Treasure Division Cliff. Countless innate spiritual treasures emanated a radiant glow, leaving Hongyun astounded. My heavens, there are so many innate spiritual treasures. Lurk gasped, gazing at the myriad of innate spiritual treasures neatly arranged upon the cliff. Hongyun unleashed the creation blue lotus, which swept towards the cliff, and in an instant, he claimed 1/3 of the treasures. The remaining treasures were firmly held in place by an unseen force. Hongyun understood that this was Hongjun's doing. Otherwise, he would have seized all the innate spiritual treasures. Nevertheless, this did not deter Hongyun from obtaining a share, albeit at a slower rate. The others, too, wasted no time and hurried to gather the treasures. Kuanpeng, who followed closely behind Hongyun, was so taken by the sight of the treasures that he let out a cry and joined the fray. In no time, Kuanpeng secured 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures. It was only then that the 3 pure ones, Enhua, Dijuan, and Tai, arrived, promptly beginning their own collection of innate spiritual treasures. Tong Tian utilized the extermination sword array to sweep away dozens of innate spiritual treasures. Others, unwilling to be outdone, employed their own abilities to seize the treasures. Before long, all the innate spiritual treasures upon the treasure division cliff had been collected. Seeing that everyone had departed the cliff, Hongyun stepped forward and stowed it away. In his hands, the treasure division cliff transformed into a tome, revealing itself as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Upon witnessing this, some lamented their missed opportunity, bemoaning their oversight in not seizing such a remarkable artifact. It was clear that any item capable of withstanding the pressure of so many innate spiritual treasures could not be ordinary. However, now that the treasures belonged to Hongyun, their regrets were of no consequence. After completing his task, Hongyun surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of the 3 pure ones, Enhua, Jane, and Juan Ti, realizing that Hongjun had called them away for additional instruction. Yet, he had no desire to join the gathering. After all, he did not intend to become a saint, rendering attendance at the final discourse meaningless. In truth, Hongjun spent 100 years imparting the understanding of the Hongming purple chi to the 6 individuals. Only after their departure did the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace seal shut completely. Then, Hongjun's voice resonated throughout the primordial realm. From this day forth, Hongjun shall be the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao shall not be at the behest of Hongjun. Chapter 42. The confident Xinyuanzi Hongyun departed from the chaos, accompanied by Xinyuanzi, amidst the gazes of many, returning to the primordial realm. Among the 8 known strands of primordial purple energy, 6 were possessed by the disciples of the saints. Of the remaining 2 strands, 1 resided with Hongyun, while the other belonged to Xinyuanzi. Given Hongyun's formidable strength, attempting to seize the primordial purple energy from him would be tantamount to courting death. Xinyuanzi, however, lacked such overwhelming power. Many within the Purple Cloud Palace were unafraid of him. Had it not been for his association with Hongyun, there may have been attempts to snatch the energy right outside the palace in chaos. Especially Dijun and Tai, who eyed the primordial purple energy with keen interest. Yet, out of fear of Hongyun's prowess, they refrained from immediate action. Friend Xinyuanzi, why not accompany me back to Penglai? Otherwise, you will surely attract unwanted attention due to the primordial purple energy you possess, Hongyun suggested. There's no need for such concern, my friend. I have the Earth Book for protection, and within my Wuzhuang Temple, I have arranged the Earth Origin Grand Formation centered around the ginseng fruit tree. Not even a handful of quasi-saints could breach my defenses, Xinyuanzi confidently replied. This is not the time for overconfidence. The number of quasi-saints eyeing you is not merely a handful. Hongyun attempted to caution, but Xinyuanzi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Rest assured, my strength is not so lacking. With that, Xinyuanzi entered the Wuzhuang Temple and activated the Earth Origin Grand Formation. Hongyun observed Xinyuanzi's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint the source. Nonetheless, respecting Xinyuanzi's confidence, he refrained from further protest and returned to Penglai Island with Zhuangmu and his 3 disciples. Master, do you truly possess primordial purple energy? Kong Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, That rascal Hongjun bestowed upon me a strand of primordial purple energy, Hongyun confirmed. Then Master could also ascend to sainthood? Lu Er exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, envisioning the day he would become a disciple of a saint. However, this anticipation was abruptly met with a sharp reprimand from Hongyun, who struck Lu Er on the head, leaving him dazed for a considerable time. Do you think becoming a saint is so simple? Let me inform you. Once you attain sainthood, many matters will no longer be within your control. Moreover, I warn you not to misuse my name to bully others. However, should anyone dare to oppress you, retaliate fiercely. Regardless of the situation, I shall always stand as your shield. At that moment, while Hongyun was imparting wisdom to his disciples, numerous unwelcome guests arrived outside the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Your Majesty, it is my understanding that Zenyuanzi is a close friend of Hongyun. If we act against him, might it provoke? Bai Zhe began, but was swiftly interrupted by Dongwang Tai. If Hongyun dares to come, I shall ensure he does not return, Dongwang declared, seeking retribution for past grievances. Indeed, as it stands, our heavenly court possesses 5 mid-stage quasi-saints and over 10 early-stage quasi-saints. With a complete Zhoutian star array at our disposal, we need not fear a mere Hongyun, Dijun added, bolstered by the strength of the demon clan. Fushi, hearing Dijun's words, concurred, believing the demon race's strength had reached a level where they no longer needed to fear Hongyun. Moreover, with Hongjun distributing primordial purple energy, it was likely that someone would soon attain sainthood, leaving even the strongest demon clan reliant on others' favor. The presence of Nuwa would not mitigate the vast difference in significance between one saint and two. Thus, even at the risk of attracting Hongyun's ire, they resolved to seize the primordial purple energy for themselves. However, reality proved the demon race's assumptions to be misguided. Due to Zenyuanzi's unwavering confidence, Hongyun entered the Chaos Pearl for seclusion. Kuanpeng, upon learning of Dijun's plans, attempted to reach out to Hongyun, yet his efforts bore no fruit. Just as the demon race prepared their assault on the Wuzhuang Temple, the 12 ancestors of Wu arrived at the foot of Mount Wanshou. Dijiang, what brings you here? Dijun inquired. Let us speak plainly, Dijun. We come for the same purpose you do, Dijiang responded. Your Wu clan is courting death, Dijun retorted, his aura suddenly surging forth. In response, the demon clan's formidable warriors unleashed their own might, pressing towards the 12 ancestors of Wu. Yet the Wu clan, undeterred, matched the demon clan's intensity under the leadership of the 12 ancestors. Although the Wu clan did not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit, they honed their physical forms through the earth's malevolent energy. Any ordinary cultivator, even with a mere touch of this energy, would find their spirit harmed. Thus, in this contest of might, the demon clan gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Dongwang Tai, known for his fiery temper, charged forward with the Chaos Bell, confronting 4 of the 12 ancestors. Seeing this, the other demon cultivators quickly followed suit, seeking their own adversaries. The clash soon escalated into a fierce battle, with both sides unleashing their full fury. Some demons, in a desperate bid to impede the Wu clan's advance, resorted to self-detonation in hopes of inflicting harm. Meanwhile, the Wu clan fought while consuming the energies of the demon race to refine their own bodies and recover from injuries. At that moment, the 12 ancestors engaged with over 20 quasi-saints of the demon race. Although the demon race boasted a greater number of quasi-saints, save for Dijun and Dongwang Tai, the rest found themselves suppressed by the ancestors. One demon saint, caught off guard by the strength of a Wu ancestor, was even felled by a single blow. The demon quasi-saints, witnessing this, dared not approach the ancestors, resorting instead to attacking with divine abilities and spiritual treasures from a distance. However, without supreme, innate spiritual treasures, their assaults merely tickle the ancestors. Under the relentless onslaught of the Wu clan, the demon race began to falter, quickly returned to the heavenly court, and set the Zhoutian star array. Dijun bellowed, leading the retreat as the demon warriors began to withdraw. In truth, Dijun and his companions could have escaped unscathed, yet they hesitated to abandon their followers, fearing it would shatter the morale of countless demon clans. Block their retreat. Di Jiang discerned Di Jun's intentions and immediately rallied his forces to pursue. Thus, the demon race fought while retreating and under the cover of Di Jun and Dongwang Tai. They finally returned to the heavenly court. Chapter 43. The axe arrives. The 12 ancestors of sorcery relentlessly pursued the demon clan, continuing their chase until they reached the entrance of the heavenly court. Di Jun produced the Nine-Dragon Seal, sealing the entire heavenly court. Despite their formidable strength, the 12 ancestors lacked the power of a primordial golden immortal and could not breach the defenses of the heavenly court, leading his demon clan back to the heavenly court. Di Jun's heart burned with rage as he beheld the casualties among his ranks. Sound the drums. Command all demons to battle. With Di Jun's decree, countless demons sprang into action. The Witch Clan, not to be outdone, ascended Mount Buzhou under the command of the 12 ancestors, arriving at the entrance of the heavenly court. Form the formation. The voice of Dongwang Tai resonated across a significant portion of the wilderness, followed by a surge of 100,000 demons leaping into the boundless cosmos. As the Great Star Formation was established, the fierce battle between the witch and demon clans commenced. Leading the charge, the 12 ancestors surged into the heavenly court the moment Di Jun dismantled its grand defense. Countless witches followed suit, engaging in a ferocious melee with the demon soldiers. As the Great Star Formation operated, darkness enveloped the wilderness, only to be pierced by a sudden burst of blinding light from the sun. Under the influence of the formation, countless witches were reduced to mere dust. With the formation's assistance, the demon clan gradually turned the tide, beginning to overpower the witches. Observing this, the 12 ancestors broke free from their adversaries and regrouped. Did you think only your demon clan possessed a grand formation? Today, we shall demonstrate the might of our witch clan's formation. Upon Di Zhang's proclamation, the 12 ancestors mysteriously merged into a single colossal entity, the 12 heavenly god slaying formation. In unison, the 12 ancestors shouted, and the enormous figure made its debut before the denizens of the wilderness. Pangu. Di Jun gasped in astonishment, his composure shaken. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this Pangu was merely an illusion, lacking the formidable strength of the original. He quickly grasped that this manifestation was merely a creation of the 12 ancestors. Yet, even so, the aura emanating from it left Di Jun feeling unsettled. Axe come, axe come, axe come. Panga bellowed thrice, yet his hands remained still. Meanwhile, far away on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuan Shi gazed in trepidation towards Mount Buzhou. Brother, did you sense that just now? Could it truly be our Father God? Yuan Shi felt the Panga banner within his primordial spirit responding to a summons, nearly breaking free. Had he not reacted swiftly to stabilize the banner, he might have lost this innate treasure. Laozi experienced a similar sensation as the Taiji diagram within his primordial spirit stirred. However, like Yuan Shi, he forcibly subdued the Taiji diagram. It cannot be Father God. Laozi paused before continuing. It is an undeniable fact that Father God perished during the creation of the heavens. What has transpired must be the work of the 12 ancestors. Brother, do you recall what our master said before? It seems that as long as the 12 ancestors endure, our Panga lineage's reputation. Before Yuan Shi could finish, Tong Tian interjected, Eldest brother, second brother, I believe this to be unwise. We, the progeny of Father God, differ only in spirit and bloodline. Silence. When have we allowed you to make decisions for us? Listening to the argument between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, Laozi unusually refrained from intervening, his gaze fixed intently on Mount Buzhou, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dongwang Tai, situated within the Great Star Formation, was nearly robbed of the Chaos Bell and now regarded the Panga manifestation with deep apprehension, seeking any sign of weakness. Yet, upon realizing he could not summon the axe of creation, Pangu sighed. Subsequently, a phantom of the axe of creation materialized in his grasp. As the malevolent earth energy surged from Mount Buzhou into the phantom, the axe gradually solidified. Slash! A thunderous shout rang out as the axe's light cleaved towards the Great Star Formation. Donghuang Tai he immediately activated the Chaos Bell to defend against it. With a resounding impact, the overwhelming recoil sent Dong Huang Tai flying, shattering the Great Star Formation. The Pangu manifestation, as if unchallenged, surged into the heavenly court, wielding the axe with abandon, causing the demise of thousands of demons. Despite the desperate efforts of Dijun, Fushi, and the 10 great demon saints, they could not harm the 12 ancestors, let alone breach the 12 heavenly god slaying formation. The 12 ancestors wreaked havoc within the heavenly court, almost annihilating half the quasi-saints. The casualties among the demons were staggering. As Dijun watched his hard-earned foundation being decimated, he felt as though his bones were being extracted. I shall surely slay you. Dijun summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu, wielding the Sun Essence wheel as he charged at the 12 ancestors. However, his power paled in comparison to the 12 heavenly gods slaying formation. Even with all his might, he was sent reeling. The demon clan deserves extinction today. The 12 ancestors echoed in unison, advancing to strike down Dijun. Just as he believed his demise was inevitable, a colossal force descended, freezing everything within the heavenly court in place. Disperse, a detached voice commanded, and the 12 heavenly god slaying formation shattered in response. The 12 ancestors were thrown backward, landing outside the heavenly court, each spitting blood. Hongjun. Upon seeing the figure in the void, anger ignited in the eyes of the 12 ancestors. Yet, in the next moment, they felt an immense pressure descend upon them, rendering them speechless, engaging in reckless slaughter. Had it not been for the grace of the great god Pangu, I would not show mercy. As Hongjun's words echoed, the demon clan rejoiced. Dijun rushed forward, eager to plead his case. But as he took a step, he found himself utterly immobilized. From this day forth, the demon clan shall govern the heavens, while the witch clan governs the earth. For 500,000 years, there shall be no strife, or else face dire consequences. With that, Hongjun departed the heavenly court. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Rong attempted to charge forward to continue battling the demon clan, but was halted by Ho Tuesday. With the persuasion of Ho Tu and Zhu Jiuyin, all the ancestors were eventually escorted back to the Panga Hall. Chapter 44. The mysterious assailant. Upon returning to the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft were consumed by indignation, yet found no outlet for their frustrations. Hongjun. Hongjun. Why must he favor the demon race? The 12 ancestors exchanged words, each voice laced with dissatisfaction towards Hongjun. Ultimately, it was Hutu who decisively stated, even if we are discontented with Hongjun, given our current strength, we are no match for that old fellow. It would be wiser to focus on recovering our injuries and enhancing our powers. Upon hearing their sister's words, the other ancestors nodded in agreement and retreated to heal their wounds. Ever since the declaration of the demon race mastering the heavens and the witch race governing the earth, both factions plunged into a rapid and wild growth. Although there were still minor conflicts beneath the surface, major confrontations were scarce. The wilderness appeared tranquil, yet the tumultuous undercurrents remained unknown. On one particular day, Zenyuanzi, as was his custom, ventured westward to untangle the fractured earth veins of the west, wholly unaware that he had become a target. As he began his task, an imposing formation enveloped him immediately. Who dares to plot against me? Zenyuanzi exclaimed fiercely, only to realize that within this formation, his primordial spirit was utterly suppressed. Even when he invoked the Earth Book, it proved futile, offering no aid whatsoever. Zenyuanzi, I know you are a guest of the Zhixiao Palace and possess great powers. However, some things are beyond your reach. I advise you to obediently surrender the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The voice echoed from all directions, leaving Zenyuanzi unable to ascertain its origin. A group of cowardly rats dares to seize my Hongmeng Purple Qi. If you have the skill, come forth and face me in an open battle. Zenyuanzi retorted boldly. Ha ha! Zenyuanzi, how naive you are! You are already trapped within my formation. Why should we reveal our identities to you? After all, besides your dear friend Hongyun, what else do you possess that warrants our caution? Seeking death. Upon hearing these words, Zenyuanzi unleashed his aura, dispersing a considerable portion of the obscuring black mist surrounding him. Yet, before he could discern his surroundings, the black mist clung to him once more like a parasite, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not escape its grasp. Ha ha! Zenyuanzi, having entered my formation, you shall meet your demise. Fear not, I shall return your remnants to your Wansho Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. The mocking voice within the formation only served to further disturb Zenyuanzi's state of mind. His attacks became increasingly erratic, and as he realized he could not break free from the formation, he resolutely shielded himself with the earth book, which emanated a yellowish light that enveloped him. Zenyuanzi, do you think you can hide within this turtle shell? We are not powerless against you. The dark voice continued, its sinister resonance infiltrating Zenyuanzi's spirit. Confused, he pondered the nature of this technique. Even with the myriad guests at Zhixiao Palace, he could not fathom who possessed such abilities. As the voice persisted, Zenyuanzi felt his consciousness slipping away. At a critical moment, the Hongmeng purple qi within his mind surged, driving away the malevolent influence. With a sudden realization that his methods had failed to affect Zenyuanzi, the unseen assailant employed another tactic. A resonating hum filled the air, causing the formation to accelerate, leaving Zenyuanzi with diminishing space to evade. After struggling for what felt like an eternity without uncovering the identity of his adversaries, Zenyuanzi was filled with frustration yet felt utterly helpless. He understood that if he remained ensnared, he would inevitably face death. The Hongmeng purple qi, a treasure from the dawn of creation, held the potential to shatter this formation if wielded adeptly. With determination, Zenyuanzi focused on comprehending the profound principles contained within the Hongmeng purple qi. Go, he bellowed, channeling the power of the Hongmeng purple qi, which surged forth like a torrent, transforming into a radiant beam that surged towards the encroaching black mist. Impossible. The voice lurking in the shadows gasped, clearly unprepared for Zenyuanzi's counterattack. As the black mist dissipated, Zenyuanzi finally beheld the true form of the formation confining him. Outside the formation stood 6 figures, each cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by masks, exuding an aura that felt distinctly unnatural. Who are you? Zenyuanzi demanded. You have yet to earn the right to know our identities. However, you, a worthless fool, have managed to unravel our illusionary formation. Why waste time with him? Let us swiftly slay him and seize the Hongmeng purple qi to present to our master. One of the figures urged, prompting the others to nod in agreement as they began to weave their seals, activating the formation. In an instant, the encircling formation morphed into an unparalleled killing array, brimming with lethal intent. A shadow of a world-destroying, grinding mill loomed above Zenyuanzi, descending mercilessly upon him. As the grinding mill's force met the Earthbook's defense, Zenyuanzi's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seemed that all defenses were rendered as fragile as paper before this cataclysmic force. Block it for me, Zenyuanzi shouted, summoning the ethereal image of a gigantic ginseng fruit tree behind him. This manifestation combined with the Earthbook, barely staving off the crushing weight of the grinding mill. Yet, this approach was unsustainable. Given his current strength, Zenyuanzi could not endure for long. Gazing at the looming shadow of the grinding mill, he pondered his next move. Though adept at defense, he lacked offensive prowess. To dismantle this formation, he would need overwhelming strength to obliterate the grinding mill. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him as he fixed his gaze on the Earthbook. A wild idea surged within him, rapidly gaining momentum. It appeared that to break free, he had no choice but to resort to this method. Alas, his previous efforts seemed destined to be in vain. Chapter 45. The Return of the Demon Clan. Once Jin Yuanzi had made up his mind, he immediately set his plans into motion. An immense surge of spiritual energy radiated from him, infusing the Earthbook with his power. From the pages of the Earthbook, intricate veins extended and connected with the Earth's ley lines. Upon witnessing Zhan Yuanzi's actions, the 6 figures instantly realized his intentions. Alarm bells rang in their minds. They had to stop him. He must not be allowed to detonate the western ley lines. At the command of their leader, the other 5 exerted all their strength to impede Jin Yuanzi's actions. However, Zhang Yuanzi's Earth Book was intimately linked with the ley lines of the entire primordial realm, rendering it unnecessary for him to set up an elaborate array like that of Luo Hu. With a mere thought, the western ley lines, previously repaired to 1/10 of their former glory, were ignited in an explosive surge. Boom! The tremendous blast sent shockwaves throughout the western land once more. Meanwhile, Jie Ting and Zhuan Ti, who were meditating atop Mount Shumi, felt their hearts plummet as they sensed the severing of the ley lines they had just restored. The situation was dire. The ley lines had been shattered beyond repair. While there might have been a chance for restoration before, that possibility had now dwindled to naught. Regardless of the turmoil that Jie Ting and Zhuan Ti experienced, the truth remained unchanged. At this moment, Zhang Yuanzi returned to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, severely injured. His detonation of the western ley lines undoubtedly incurred the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Had he not previously restored a portion of the western ley lines and gained significant merit, he would have been obliterated on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. It was as if he had returned to square one, losing all merit and incurring karmic retribution. Despite his lament, Zhang Yuanzi felt no regret. Influenced by Hongyun, he believed that as long as he lived, all these troubles would be inconsequential. However, he had not anticipated that news of his grievous injuries had already reached the ears of the demon clan. Brother, this is the perfect opportunity. While the Wu clan is still reeling, we can decisively eliminate Zhang Yuanzi and seize the primordial purple qi. One demon exclaimed, "Indeed, your majesty, this is the opportune moment." Echoed another, as both Emperor Jun and the demon strategist Bai Zhe recognized this as an ideal chance to capture the primordial purple qi. Yet, none noticed that the little demon who had delivered the news of Zhang Yuanzi's injuries had vanished without a trace. The upper echelons of the demon clan, however, were too intoxicated by the allure of the primordial purple qi to pay attention to such details. Summon the demon masters Kuanpeng, Shihuang Fushi, and Yuhua. Impel Yun commended. In no time, Kuanpeng and Fushi arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, though Yuhua remained in seclusion, pondering over the primordial purple qi. Though Emperor Jun felt some dissatisfaction towards Yuhua, her status prevented him from expressing any overt discontent. He relayed the plan just discussed to Fushi and Kuanpeng. Fushi remained silent, but Kuanpeng interjected, "Your Majesty, I do not oppose seizing the primordial purple qi, yet we must consider Zhang Yuanzi's connection to Hongyun. There is no need to fear Hongyun. He has not appeared in the primordial realm for 200,000 years and may very well be in seclusion. Once I obtain the primordial purple qi and ascend to sainthood, even if Hongyun becomes a saint, he will merely stand equal to me," Emperor Jun declared, confident that had he possessed the primordial purple qi, he would have long since attained sainthood. He regarded the likes of the three pure ones, Yuhua, and others as inept guardians of treasures they could not even access. As for Jie Ting and Zhuan Ti, they were even less significant in his eyes. Had he acquired the primordial purple qi, he would have ruled the primordial realm long ago. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's assertions, Kuanpeng opted to remain silent. Soon, Impel Yun, Dongwang Tai, Fushi, and Kuanpeng, accompanied by the 10 great demon saints, departed from the heavenly court, making their way to Wuzhuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain. The 10 great demon saints, Jimeng, Yingzhao Baizhe, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiuying, Ci Tai, Shangyang, Qin Yuan, and Gui Che, were all at the peak of the early quasi-saint level, mere steps away from mid-quasi-saint status. These 10 were highly valued by Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, entrusted with significant tasks. In their pursuit of the primordial purple qi, quality outweighed quantity. If these individuals proved ineffective, then sending more would be futile. Upon arriving at Wuzhuang Temple, they wasted no time and began assaulting the Earth Elemental Great Formation. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yuanzi, already weakened, could not sustain the operation of the formation. Emperor Jun and his companions quickly shattered the Earth Elemental Great Formation. Zhang Yuanzi, surrender the primordial purple qi and pledge your loyalty to our demon clan. I can spare your life. Impel Yun Po klingt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanzi looked up at Emperor Jun, who towered over him. If you desire the primordial purple qi, Come and take it yourself. Kill me, and the primordial purple chi will be yours." With that, Zhen Yuanzi summoned countless roots from the earth, launching them toward the demon clan. "What is this? How do we sever it? Quickly evade." The demon ranks erupted into chaos as they dodged the flailing roots. Even strikes from primal spiritual treasures caused little harm to the tendrils. Screech! Screech! Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai exchanged glances before transforming into their true forms of the three-legged golden crow. Though they were unaware of the nature of these roots, they understood the elemental relationships. The fire would conquer wood. The two three-legged golden crows let out a cry, unleashing their solar flames to incinerate the roots controlled by Zhen Yuanzi. However, when they turned their gaze back to him, they discovered he had vanished without a trace. Emperor Jun produced the river diagram and the Luo book, swiftly calculating Zhen Yuanzi's whereabouts. "East direction, pursue," he commanded. As soon as he spoke, Dongwang Tai transformed into a golden rainbow and sped toward the East Sea, while Emperor Jun also employed the golden crow transformation technique to follow suit. If Zhen Yuanzi were to meet with Hongyun, their plan would surely falter. Although Kuanpeng flew toward the East Sea as well, he lagged behind Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, only slightly swifter than Fuxi and the 10 great demon saints. Nonetheless, even with Kuanpeng's lack of effort, the speed of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai was unparalleled. They intercepted Zhen Yuanzi before he could reach the East Sea. Chapter 46. Self-destruction. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun were currently in seclusion, with no time to concern themselves with your matters. It would be wise for you to hand over the Hongming purple chi. Dijun, do not be too arrogant. Even if I perish, I shall never surrender the Hongming purple chi to you. After declaring this, Zhen Yuanzi, despite his grievous injuries, attempted to perform the sleeve universe technique. Yet, in his wounded state, how could he possibly contend with Dijun and Tai? I have already granted you numerous chances to retreat, since you seek your own demise. Do not blame me for the consequences. Brother, why waste words with him? Let's strike him down. Dongwang Tai activated the chaos bell, charging towards Zhen Yuanzi. Caught unawares, Zhen Yuanzi was struck by the chaos bell, causing his aura to diminish entirely. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi was weaker than even a great Luo Jingxian. It seemed likely that even a Tai Jingxian could slay him. Donghuang Tai, unwilling to delay, enveloped Zhen Yuanzi with the chaos bell, preparing to forcibly extract the Hongming purple chi from his primordial spirit. Zhen Yuanzi could not help but cry out in agony, as if a needle were stirring within his very soul. Even with his desire to resist, the suppression of the chaos bell rendered him incapable of moving even a finger. Just when Zhen Yuanzi believed his end was near, a magnificent 9-tiered pagoda soared from the surface of the East Sea. This colossal tower exuded a rich aura of the 5 elements, crashing into the chaos bell. The force of this collision revealed a slight crack in the suppression barrier. Seizing the moment, Zhen Yuanzi harnessed the power of the Earth Book to escape from beneath the chaos bell. Who goes there? Tai. Witnessing the sudden turn of events regarding the Hongming purple chi, was engulfed by fury, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the East Sea. Under the watchful eyes of Dijun and Tai, the silhouette of Wu De gradually emerged. I have met the Heavenly Emperor and Dong Huang. Gude. Dijun did not expect Hongyun to be absent, only for his disciple to appear instead. Wu De, have you come to obstruct us at the behest of your master? Not at all. My master is currently in seclusion. I merely sensed the aura of my uncle Zhen Yuanzi and came to investigate. Then you may return. Do not provoke unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Tai Yi's words, Wu De chuckled and shook his head. Dong Huang, you are mistaken. Uncle Zhen Yuanzi is a dear friend of my master. How could I stand idly by? Wu De brandished the 5 Elements Tower, positioning it between the Demon Clan and Zhen Yuanzi. Though Wu De was merely at the peak of the great Luo Jingxian realm, he exuded an aura of invincibility. However, Dijun and Donghuang Tai cared little for such nuances. If they could not obtain the Hongmeng purple chi today, Zhen Yuanzi would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Demon Clan once he recovered. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi must perish today, no matter the cost. Dijun was the first to strike. launching an assault against Wuda. Aware of his own limitations against Dijun, Wuda could only employ the power of the five elements to deflect his attacks. In Wuda's hands, the power of the five elements formed a cycle, ceaselessly flowing. Most of the force behind Dijun's strikes was redirected to the ocean's surface, creating immense waves. Yet, despite Wuda's skillful maneuvering, he could not withstand the overwhelming force for long. Under the relentless assaults of Dijun and the other Demon Clan experts, Wuda was ultimately sent crashing into the sea, disappearing from sight. Within the East Sea, a waterline swiftly approached Wuda, quickly spiriting him away. Dijun, seeing Wuda wounded, chose not to pursue him. The priority remained Jin Yuanzi. As for any potential grievances with Hongyun, Dijun had no time for such considerations. Jin Yuanzi, today marks your demise. With that proclamation, all the Demon Clan surged forward. Jin Yuanzi, seizing the opportunity to recover a fraction of his strength, rose to confront the oncoming horde. Yet, in his weakened state, how could he hope to prevail? Within no more than 50 exchanges, Jin Yuanzi was again sent reeling, blood spilling forth. Dijun, do you truly believe that by killing me, you will acquire the Hongming Purple Chi? I assure you, it is but a dream. Realizing escape was impossible. Jin Yuanzi gazed toward the East Sea, his heart awash with mixed emotions. In the next moment, however, his aura surged violently. This is bad. Stop him. Fushi was the first to react, directing the heavenly regulations towards Jin Yuanzi. Yet, without the cooperation of Nuwa and the Earth Matrix, the power of the heavenly regulations was indeed limited, incapable of suppressing the chaotic force emanating from Jin Yuanzi. Observing this, Dong Huang Tai hastily attempted to contain him with the Chaos Bell. Yet Jin Yuanzi would not grant him such an opportunity. A primal treasure detonated, momentarily staving off the Chaos Bell. In that fleeting moment, Jin Yuanzi's internal power reached its zenith. Retreat. He is about to self-destruct. The explosive force of a Hongyun Jinshin level expert was terrifying beyond measure. The tremendous power injured all the Demon Clan members, leaving only Dong Huang Tai, shielded by the Chaos Bell, appearing somewhat disheveled. As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, the Demon Clan members rushed forward, searching for traces of the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Yet, they only beheld the Earth Book carrying Jin Yuanzi's true spirit, vanishing into the depths of the earth. The Hongmeng Purple Chi, however, was nowhere to be found. Utilizing the power of the He Tu and Luo Shu, Dijun began to calculate the heavenly machinations, hoping to discern the whereabouts of the Hongmeng Purple Chi. The result, however, indicated that the Hongmeng Purple Chi had concealed itself, waiting for a fated individual. This outcome was unacceptable to Dijun and the others. Ultimately, the Demon Clan members could only return to the heavenly court, despondent, to prepare for the wrath and retribution of Hongyun. After all, they had not only harmed his disciple, but had also driven his dear friend to self-destruction, with only his true spirit escaping. Upon Hongyun's emergence from seclusion, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Not long after Jin Yuanzi's fall, Hongyun, who had been in seclusion within the Chaos Pearl, abruptly opened his eyes. His cultivation had reached its pinnacle, and his comprehension of the paths of power and sword had ascended to the Hongyun realm. Emerging from the confines of the Chaos Pearl, Hongyun struggled to contain his overwhelming aura. Even though he had sensed the events that had transpired during his seclusion, he had no time to ponder. With a single step, he traversed the chaos, choosing a location far removed from the Hongyun realm to prevent any unforeseen complications during his breakthrough. Chapter 47, Breakthrough, Tribulation. In the midst of this chaotic realm, Hongyun sat cross-legged, unable to suppress the powerful aura emanating from his being. The primordial essence surged forth, enveloping him in an overwhelming wave. As Hongyun channeled the 9 revolutions profound origin technique, an infinite amount of chaotic energy was drawn to him, ultimately assimilating into his body. He felt as though he was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, a transformation from true spirit to primordial spirit, and then from primordial spirit to physical form. At this moment, the supreme chaotic divine demon that accompanied him fully merged with Hongyun's true spirit. Buzz! Within Hongyun's primordial spirit, The resonant sounds of cosmic truths reverberated, assisting him in completing this extraordinary transformation. At last, bolstered by the layers of enhancement, Hongyun successfully ascended to the realm of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Boom! Before Hongyun could revel in his newfound power, the surrounding chaotic energy erupted with even greater ferocity. Despite possessing a top-tier chaotic divine demon and employing the 9 revolutions profound origin technique, he found himself unable to absorb the rampant chaotic energy. Above him, a mass of calamity clouds began to gather, and Hongyun instinctively sensed a gaze fixed upon him. A thought suddenly struck him. No matter where he fled, he could not escape the calamity clouds looming overhead. However, he harbored no intention of fleeing, for these clouds represented the celestial trial, an essential ordeal on the path to becoming a primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Given that Hongyun's root was a chaotic divine demon, the scrutiny from the cosmos would undoubtedly be more rigorous. At that moment, a beam of white light pierced through to his brow. Upon absorbing the information contained within, Hongyun could not help but chuckle ruefully. The cosmos had set 3 tribulations for him to endure: the thunder tribulation, the fire tribulation, and the Tao tribulation. Now, he was to face the first, the thunder tribulation. Rumble, rumble, as the calamity clouds churned ominously. The first wave of thunder struck down without a moment's warning. There was no time to prepare. Hongyun grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yet he was immediately met with the second and third waves of thunder crashing down simultaneously. Slash! The Kunwu sword manifested in Hongyun's grasp, channeling the essence of the way of force and the way of the sword. With no extravagant maneuvers, he executed a simple yet unassuming strike that contained the profundities of countless cosmic principles. The 3 waves of thunder were effortlessly shattered, leaving him unscathed. It seemed as though the thunder itself recognized that such a level of attack could not harm him. Thus, from the 4th wave onward, the lightning transformed into chaotic divine thunder. Despite Hongyun's myriad techniques, he was ultimately injured by the final wave of divine thunder. However, before he could recover, the second tribulation arrived. The surrounding chaotic energy ignited into chaotic divine fire. Hongyun summoned the Qiankuan Cauldron and the Creation Green Lotus to shield himself. These chaotic divine flames would burn for 900 years, so Hongyun felt no urgency. Instead, he settled cross-legged atop the Creation Green Lotus, delving into the comprehension of this chaotic fire. After all, this fire could scorch not only the physical body, but also the primordial spirit and true spirit of a cultivator. Once tainted, it would not extinguish without special means. If he could master the use of this chaotic fire, it would serve as a valuable trump card in the future. Yet, even as Hongyun was encircled by the chaotic divine fire, he could not fathom how it had ignited. 800 years slipped by in an instant, and still, he gleaned no insight into its mysteries. With only 100 years remaining, Hongyun steeled his resolve. If understanding eluded him, he would experience it firsthand. He was confident that overcoming the fire tribulation posed no challenge, but grasping the essence of chaotic fire seemed impossible. Thus, he willingly removed the Qiankuan Cauldron and the Creation Green Lotus, allowing the chaotic fire to burn upon his body. The searing pain relentlessly stimulated his primordial spirit, leading him to believe he would soon be reduced to mere ashes. Yet, in this dire circumstance, Hongyun found his primordial spirit growing increasingly clear. Fortunately, my desire to comprehend chaotic fire has not led me astray, he murmured, feeling the effects of the chaotic flames. To his astonishment, as the chaotic fire scorched him, he discovered that impurities within his physical body and primordial spirit were being burned away. Though the process was excruciating, it was an unparalleled opportunity. These impurities, when reaching a higher realm, could form shackles that would hinder further progression. However, this fiery purification undoubtedly elevated his potential. As he endured the chaotic flames, Hongyun finally discerned the method of wielding this fire. Using chaos as fuel, with myself as the catalyst, ignite. With a commanding shout, a conflagration of chaotic fire erupted from his being, clashing with the external flames. Boom! The two chaotic fires battled against one another, and with ease. Hongyun navigated through the second fire tribulation. Just as he anticipated the arrival of his Tao tribulation, he found himself waiting in vain. No sign of change stirred within the chaos. Strange, why has the Tao tribulation not descended? Standing still, Hongyun awaited the arrival of his trial. Aware that without overcoming these three tribulations, he could not genuinely ascend to the realm of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. As time flowed slowly, a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from afar. Not good. Something is amiss in the primordial chaos. Hongyun cast aside his previous concerns and rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Yet, upon arriving at the location of his memories of the primordial chaos, he discovered that the realm had vanished, replaced by a colossal black hole that relentlessly devoured everything in its vicinity. Above this void, two figures clashed, their residual combat energy shattering the chaotic essence within a radius of millions of miles. Hongjun, Yang Mei, you are courting death. Seeing the destruction wrought upon the primordial chaos, where all living beings perished in the wake of their battle, an inexplicable fury ignited within Hongyun. This anger surged further as he thought of the Queen Mother of the West and his three disciples. Grasping the Kunwu sword, he charged toward Yang Mei and Hongjun. Sensing Hongyun's approach, the two paused their conflict, locking their gazes onto him. You, a remnant of the primordial chaos, still exist? All remnants of the primordial chaos must perish. Chapter 48. The Escape of One. After Yang Mei spoke, his figure instantly appeared behind Hongyun. Before he could react, Yang Mei raised his hand and struck Hongyun with a powerful blow. Hongyun felt an immense force surge through his body, propelling him uncontrollably through the air. Before he could regain his balance, Hongjun flashed beside him and struck him away once more. Oomph. Hongyun let out a muffled groan. Just two strikes had left him gravely injured, on the brink of losing his ability to move. Ha ha ha! Hongyun, you have yet to attain the Tao of Hongyun, so you might as well succumb to your fate. With a myriad beings of the primordial chaos to accompany you, depart in peace. Listening to Hongjun's arrogant remarks, Hongyun could not help but close his eyes in despair. At this moment, both Yang Mei and Hongjun had him firmly locked in their sights. Why? I distinctly remember that the development of the primordial chaos was never like this. Could it be that my crossing over caused all this to happen? But I have never altered the course of the heavenly Tao. Just as despair overwhelmed Hongyun, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Hongjun is the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, and since the heavenly Tao possesses control over him, it would naturally not allow Hongjun to obliterate the primordial chaos. Furthermore, no matter how rapidly Yang Mei's power grows, it cannot reach the point of annihilating the heavenly Tao in such a short time. Realizing this, Hongyun suddenly comprehended why his tribulation had not yet arrived. It turned out he had been ensnared in the tribulation all along, albeit unbeknownst to him. Hongyun abruptly opened his eyes, and the Tao of power, the Tao of swords, the Tao of space, and the Tao of the five elements erupted forth. A formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, sending both Hongjun and Yang Mei flying away. My Tao is to ensure that no one can obstruct me any longer. As Hongyun's words echoed, the previous scene faded into nothingness. He remained firmly rooted at the site of his tribulation, as if everything that had just transpired had never occurred. The momentum within Hongyun continued to swell, and the chaotic energy around him surged like rivers converging into the sea, being frantically absorbed into his body. Hongyun, first heaven. Hongyun, second heaven. Hongyun, third heaven. Hongyun's cultivation surged until it reached Hongyun's seventh heaven, at which point it stabilized. To think that he had just broken through to achieve Hongyun's seventh heaven, had he lacked any one of the three tribulations he had just faced, he would not have attained his current level of power. Hongyun was elated by his cultivation, feeling the immense strength coursing through him, instilling him with growing confidence for the future. Just as he was settling into his newfound state, a strand of primordial purple energy soared from the depths of chaos, drifting before him. This is the escape of one? Hongyun gazed in astonishment at the primordial purple energy, his eyes filled with awe. He understood that this strand of primordial purple energy was incomparable to the one Hongjun had bestowed upon him. Although he could not discern the concealed intentions within Hongjun's purple energy, he was certain that should he utilize it, he would be bound by the heavenly Tao. Compared to Obi Hongyun. In contrast, the primordial purple energy before him was exceptionally unique, known as the escape of one. The great Tao comprises 50 principles. The heavenly Tao manifests 49, leaving behind the one that remains. This implies that the great Tao gives rise to 50 strands of primordial purple energy during the evolution of the heavenly Tao, utilizing 49 of them. The remaining strand exists in parity with the heavenly Tao. Moreover, Hongyun was certain that this escape of one harbored no hidden mechanisms. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongyun directly absorbed the primordial purple energy into his divine consciousness, commencing its refinement. In truth, at Hongyun's current level, the insights contained within this purple energy were entirely superfluous. Even after refining it, his cultivation showed no significant increase. Yet, he could feel that he had grasped a power akin to that of the heavenly Tao. However, this power was incomparably inferior to the heavenly Tao. Only if Hongyun could successfully transcend to the realm of the heavenly Tao, reaching the Hongyun Wujidian Golden Immortal Realm, would he be able to wield the same authority over the primordial chaos as the heavenly Tao. Nonetheless, even possessing a fragment of such power heralded great potential for the future. Hongyun's gaze shifted toward the primordial chaos as he calmly declared, "Hongjun, do you not wish to scheme against me? This time, I shall completely thwart your plans." Upon emerging from his seclusion, Hongyun had already sensed the situation with Zhen Yuanzi. However, due to the urgency of the moment, he had no choice but to proceed with his breakthrough. Now that he had successfully attained Hongyun's seventh heaven, coupled with the identity granted by the escape of one, he could thoroughly upheave the primordial chaos. With a mere thought, Hongyun almost instantaneously returned to the primordial chaos. Boom! As Hongyun did not conceal his aura, the power of Hongyun's seventh heaven surged throughout the primordial chaos. In an instant, the heavens rained down and the earth erupted with golden lotuses. Countless strands of chaotic energy poured into the primordial chaos, transforming into primal spiritual energy. This spectacle was far grander and more magnificent than when Hongjun attained sainthood. I am Hongyun. Today, I establish myself in the Hongyun Deluo Golden Immortal Realm to govern the punishments of the primordial chaos. As Hongyun's words rang out, the sky of the primordial chaos transformed into a vibrant purple hue. Ultimately, this purple coalesced into a pattern etched upon Hongyun's brow. We pay homage to Hongyun Daozun. We pay homage to Hongyun Daozun. Countless beings, upon hearing Hongyun's proclamation, immediately bowed in reverence. Even the newly awakened demon clans did not dare to be neglectful. For just moments ago, every sentient being in the primordial chaos received a revelation. Henceforth, Hongyun Daozun would wield authority over the punishments of the primordial chaos, determining the various tribulations. This signified that if Hongyun were displeased, he could summon a calamitous storm of heavenly thunder to obliterate any soul during their tribulation. However, the ones most apprehensive were the demon clan leaders, including Emperor Jun. They were well aware that Hongyun's close friend Zhen Yuanzi had been compelled to self-destruct by their hands. Yet, the moment Hongyun's oppressive aura dissipated, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai felt a formidable pressure once more, firmly pinning them within the Grand Hall. Pay homage. Boom! Before Emperor Jun could finish his words, he was struck away by a single palm from Hongyun. Following this, Hongyun surged forward, reverting Emperor Jun to his original form. Hongyun extended his hand, grasping the two wings of the three-legged golden crow, and with a gentle tug, he tore them asunder. The three-legged golden crow let out a mournful cry, only to have Hongyun clasp his throat, stifling the wail forcefully. Seeing his elder brother in such distress, Dongwang Tai ignited with intense solar flames. Chapter 49. The Deal. Oh, how intriguing To think one could escape the bindings of this humble Taoist. Red Cloud, with one foot planted upon Emperor Jun, gazed with keen interest at Dong Huang Tai. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai, under the oppressive aura of Red Cloud, struggled to rise, wielding the chaos bell clumsily in an attempt to strike. Bang! Yet after just a few steps, Red Cloud sent Dong Huang Tai hurtling away with a single blow. The immense force rendered Dong Huang Tai incapable of holding onto the chaos bell, which he flung aside in desperation. It appeared as if the chaos bell, sensing its master was in peril, chose to ascend into the air, confronting Red Cloud. A mere innate treasure, unclaimed by any wielder, dares to be audacious before me? As Red Cloud's words fell, his fist shot forth with unrelenting power, crashing against the bell's surface. The chaos bell emitted a mournful cry before landing beside Dong Huang Tai, too fearful to emit any further brilliance. Red Cloud's gaze then returned to Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun, you possess an audacity most profound, daring to threaten Zhen Yuanzi during my seclusion? Cough. Emperor Jun attempted to speak in his defense, but Red Cloud's grip tightened around his throat, rendering him speechless. I assure you, O Taoist, we did not intend to coerce. It is just. Fushi knelt upon the ground, repeating the word just twice, yet failing to articulate his reasoning. Though the laws of the wilderness dictate survival of the fittest, such acts of brazen theft occur daily in the wilds. The crux of the matter, however, lies in Zhen Yuanzi's formidable ally, Red Cloud. With an adversary as powerful as he now at their doorstep, Fushi found himself at a loss for words to dissuade Red Cloud. Fushi, considering that you are not the mastermind behind this, I shall grant you mercy. Upon uttering these words, Red Cloud sent Fushi soaring away, vanishing from sight. After this deed was done, Red Cloud positioned Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai together, preparing to eliminate both. Yet, before he could act, Hongjun's figure appeared before him. Halt! The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Red Cloud, but he showed no fear, returning the oppressive aura towards Hongjun. Boom. The clash of their forces obliterated the entire Lingxiao palace into dust. Countless beings of lesser realms, beneath the great Luo Golden Immortal, were rendered to nothingness beneath the weight of their auras. It was only then that Red Cloud caught sight of Hongjun's eyes, cold, unfeeling, and indifferent to all. It was a gaze that regarded everything with equal dispassion. Red Cloud suddenly realized that the Hongjun before him was not the true Hongjun, but rather the heavenly Tao Hongjun. You have overstepped your bounds. Have I crossed any boundaries, or is it solely you who defines them? The heavenly Tao's momentum is unchangeable. A jest, is it not? Was not Zhen Yuanzi's matter an immediate alteration of the heavenly Tao's course? As Red Cloud spoke these words, he perceived a fleeting emotion flicker within Hongjun's gaze, only to vanish, replaced once more by indifference. Regardless, the three-legged golden crow must not perish. At this moment, both Emperor Jun and Tai lay unconscious. Coupled with the barriers set by the heavenly Tao, there was no restraint in the Tao's proclamations. The two of them must perish today. I can grant Zhen Yuanzi a position among the saints. Unnecessary. I have no desire for such. And what of this? The heavenly Tao Hongjun produced an object, placing it before Red Cloud. Upon seeing it, the previously defiant Red Cloud lost his anger. For in Hongjun's hands lay the Earth Book, imbued with Zhen Yuanzi's true essence. This item is hidden deep within the wilderness. I surmise that with your current abilities, finding it would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, I sought it before coming, intending to propose a transaction. Red Cloud reached forth to accept the Earth Book, preparing to turn and depart. Yet, a voice called out behind him once more. I permit Zhen Yuanzi's true essence to reincarnate with memories, on the condition that you do not engage in favoritism or hostility during the Wu and Yao wars. Red Cloud said nothing, but continued to leave the heavenly court. Observing this, the heavenly Tao Hongjun conjured forth beams of white light. The already damaged heavenly court instantaneously restored to its former glory. Just as the heavenly Tao Hongjun prepared to heal the wounds of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he suddenly discovered that Emperor Jun's wings had been taken by Red Cloud. Upon departing the heavenly court, Red Cloud's thoughts shifted, and he returned to Penglai Island. Congratulations, my husband, on attaining the Tao of primordial unity. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the Tao of primordial unity. Congratulations, Udaoist, on realizing the Tao of primordial unity. Red Cloud nodded, then spoke. There is no need for such formalities. 100 years hence, I shall deliver a lecture on the great Tao before the Hall of Inquiry, and you are all welcome to attend. Thank you, O Taoist. Apart from Red Cloud's 3 disciples and the West Queen Mother, all beings upon Penglai Island were filled with joy. For them, merely being able to cultivate upon Penglai after transformation was already a source of immense satisfaction. So the prospect of hearing a mighty figure expound on the Tao was beyond their wildest dreams. Red Cloud then led the West Queen Mother and his 3 disciples back to the Hall of Inquiry. Master, regarding the matter of Zhan Yuanzi, Wuda intended to step forward and apologize, but Red Cloud halted him. Rest assured, the matter of your uncle has been resolved. The fault lies not with you. In the future, I shall arrange a suitable place for your uncle. Wuda nodded, ceasing his self-reproach. Master, while you were in seclusion, the Dragon Clan sent someone to convey a message, seemingly with a request for you. Upon hearing Lu Air's words, Red Cloud felt a twinge of surprise. For even Lu Air was unaware of the Dragon Clan's intentions, suggesting the matter was shrouded in secrecy. After all, it was no small feat to evade the sharp ears of Lu Air. However, Red Cloud's curiosity did not linger long, as the Dragon Clan's envoy soon arrived outside Penglai Island. With a mere thought, A.O. Guang materialized within the Hall of Inquiry. Little Dragon A.O. Guang pays respects to the Taoist. A.O. Guang, what brings you to seek me? This. A.O. Guang glanced at Red Cloud, then up to the heavens. Fear not. The secrets of Penglai Island are shielded from all heavenly insight. No one shall know. Upon hearing Red Cloud's assurance, A.O. Guang trembled slightly, producing a fan from his robes. Red Cloud accepted the fan and opened it, revealing a depiction of a formidable true dragon. What is this? I report to the Taoist. This is the progenitor of our Dragon Clan, the Ancestor Dragon. A.O. Guang paused before continuing. O Taoist, this fan has emerged from the CEI, and according to the assessment of the Ancestor Zhu Long, it contains the true essence of the Ancestor Dragon. This matter is of immense significance. We dare not act on our own accord, hence our visit to seek your assistance, O Taoist. We hope you will aid our Dragon Clan. Chapter 50. The Discourse of Penglai with a mere wave of his hand. Hongyun seized the fan from A.O. Guang. Upon channeling his spiritual essence into the fan, he was astonished to discover that it was crafted from Chaos Spirit Jade. This revelation deepened Hongyun's perplexity. For Chaos Spirit Jade is a rare treasure found only in the primordial void, a possession exclusive to chaos deities and demons. Its scarcity is such that even the legendary Pangu might not have possessed it. Delving further with his spiritual essence, Hongyun uncovered a space contained within the fan. Though limited in size, it housed an ethereal dragon, quietly coiling within. With a thought, Hongyun extracted the true spirit of the ancestral dragon from the fan and placed it before the assembly. However, the spirit appeared gravely weakened. Despite the abundant innate spiritual energy present in the Palace of Inquiry, it could not absorb even a fraction of it autonomously. Recognizing the dire state, Hongyun produced 10 drops of the 3 lights divine water to assist the ancestral dragon in its refinement. Yet, even this only enabled the true spirit to solidify slightly, allowing it to begin absorbing innate spiritual energy for recovery. It seemed prudent to leave the true spirit of the ancestral dragon atop Penglai, lest news of its existence provoke schemes against the Dragon Clan. Thank you, Taoist Master. I shall take my leave now. A.O. Guang expressed his gratitude. Do not be hasty in your departure. I shall soon expound upon the great Tao. Should you wish, you may remain to listen. Hongyun invited. Ao Guang nodded agréably, for such a grand opportunity was too enticing to dismiss. The Dragon Clan, entangled in the web of karmic retribution, faced insurmountable challenges in seeking enlightenment. Since the Great War among the three clans, no dragon had achieved the status of a great Luo golden immortal, all due to their inability to comprehend the Tao. However, by listening to the teachings of a Panga-level expert, they might shatter their shackles and ascend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Upon A.O. Guang's departure from the Palace of Inquiry, Zhuangmu, perplexed, inquired, "Is the true spirit of the ancestral dragon truly so vital? Even if it were to regain its strength, how could it be of aid to you? With my current cultivation, what assistance could the Dragon Clan offer me?" The significance lies not in the true spirit of the ancestral dragon itself, but in who has rescued it, Hongyun clarified. He placed the ancestral dragon in a secluded chamber within the Palace of Inquiry, allowing its true spirit to recuperate. A century passed in the blink of an eye, and all beings capable of movement on Penglai Island had gathered before the Palace of Inquiry. Hongyun, seated before the palace, commenced his discourse on the Great Tao. Curiously, he chose not to share the paths he had cultivated, but instead recited the Tao Te Ching. From Hongyun's current perspective, it was undeniable that the Tao Te Ching was the most suitable scripture for entering the Tao. Though devoid of any explicit paths, its teachings were all-encompassing. Coupled with Hongyun's elucidation of profound truths, listeners could discern the path most fitting for themselves. While it might not rival the efficacy of the creation jade plate, it sufficed for those below the level of the primordial golden immortal. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be without desire to observe its marvels. Always have desire to observe its manifestations. These two emerge from the same source, but differ in name. Both are called the mysterious. The mystery of mysteries is the gateway to all wonders. Countless beings on Penglai Island broke through their cultivation levels, with many seizing this opportunity to ascend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. After a millennium of teachings, the greatest gains were observed among Wuda, Lur, and Kongxian. Lur, in particular, rapidly approached Kongxian's level, not only becoming a great Luo golden immortal, but also advancing to the mid-stage of the Great Luo. After a millennium of discourse, Hongyun dismissed the audience and summoned his 3 disciples. He presented the 5 elements banner before Wuda. Wuda, as the eldest disciple of my sect, you must possess a treasured artifact for your protection and that of your 2 junior brothers. This 5 elements banner is formed from the primordial 5 directions banners and shall serve as your protective treasure. Master, this 5 elements banner is a primordial treasure. Given my current cultivation, I fear I cannot wield it properly. Please, Master, take it back. Besides, I already possess the 5 elements pagoda. It will be better suited for junior brother Kongxian. Seeing his eldest disciple display such humility, Hongyun nodded in approval but did not reclaim the banner, instead placing it firmly in Wuda's hands. Rest assured, I have my plans regarding Kongxian. Upon hearing this, Wuda reluctantly accepted the 5 elements banner. You possess a combative nature and have cultivated the path of battle. For you, ordinary spiritual treasures are no more than scrap metal. Thus, I present you with this heart's desire iron rod. While is merely an exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, to you, it is more valuable than an innate treasure. Lur joyfully accepted the heart's desire iron rod, feeling an immediate connection to it. Thank you, Master. Lur had little interest in treasures like the 5 elements pagoda or the 5 elements banner, as his preference lay in close combat rather than long-range magical assaults. Kongxian, I have not prepared a spiritual treasure for you. Do you understand why? Initially, Kongxian felt elated, having seen both of his elder brothers receive innate treasures. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no envy. However, upon hearing Hongyun's statement, he was left bewildered. Your true form is the first peacock of the heavens, and within you reside 5 life feathers, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Your essence is rooted in these 5 life feathers. Regardless of how formidable an innate treasure may be, it remains an external force. My advice to you is to seek strength within, continually fortifying yourself. Thank you, Master. I understand. Hongyun's words struck Kongxian like a revelation. His 5 life feathers contained the primordial powers of the 5 elements, possibly surpassing the inherent qualities of Wuda's 5 pine needles. Rather than pursuing external power, strengthening oneself was the true path for Hongjun. Remain in Penglai and cultivate in peace. Do not involve yourself in the battle between the Wu and the Lich. After imparting his guidance to his 3 disciples, Hongyun returned to his inner chamber with Zhuangmu. He sought to engage in deep discourse with her, assessing the progress she had made over the years. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in the primordial world. The 12 ancestor witches had launched an assault on Kunlun Mountain, humiliating the 3 pure ones. Though the 3 pure ones were destined to become the saints of the heavenly Tao, they had yet to attain that status and were no match for the 12 ancestor witches. The ancestor witches appeared to have seized an item of great importance within the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, inciting immense ire in the 3 pure ones. Yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Chapter 51. Guiding Nuwa in discussions with the Queen Mother of the West after 10,000 years of discourse, Hongyun felt invigorated. In contrast, the Queen Mother of the West immediately entered a state of seclusion following the conclusion of their dialogue. Suddenly, Hongyun sensed a stirring within his primordial spirit, as one of the integrated aspects began to resonate. Upon calculating the celestial mechanics, he realized that the time for Nuwa to attain sanctification had arrived. Should Nuwa delay her ascension any longer, the celestial order would soon shift dramatically. After all, Nuwa represented a formidable force. Her involvement in the war between the Wu and the Yao could spell disaster for the Wu tribe, although I am reluctant to grant you your wish. The emergence of the human race is imperative. Otherwise, the subsequent plans cannot proceed. Hongyun understood that much of Heaven-S and Hongjun-S machinations rested upon the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the duo of Jian and Zhuandi. As long as these 6 did not achieve sanctification, the events to follow would remain unfathomable. Presently, the moment for Nuwa's sanctification had been postponed by several million years compared to Hongyun. If the Wu and Yao tribes continue to flourish, the ensuing conflict could escalate into a cataclysmic calamity, engulfing the entirety of the primordial chaos. With a swift movement, Hongyun arrived beneath Mount Buzhou, locating the distressed Nuwa. "Dear Nuwa, I trust you are well," he greeted. "I have encountered the esteemed Taoist Hongyun." Nuwa replied, "There is no need for such formalities. I perceive your troubled countenance, and wonder if you might share your concerns with me?" Nuwa glanced at Hongyun, but eventually responded with a faint tone. "I have possessed the primordial purple energy for quite some time now, yet I remain unable to comprehend its essence." Observing her demeanor, Hongyun smiled gently. The inability to fathom the primordial purple energy merely indicates that the time has not yet come. Patience is key. Hearing his words, Nuwa did not dwell on them, but turned back to her clay figures. Hongyun approached her side and noticed that she had sculpted numerous figures, albeit lacking any semblance of vitality. "Dear Nuwa, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. These sculptures possess such lifelike appearances. The Taoist is too kind. It is but a casual endeavor." She replied modestly. "You mentioned that the beings within the primordial chaos are predominantly of the Yao and Wu tribes. Have you ever contemplated the creation of a new race?" The suggestion struck Nuwa as if she had been struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily speechless, murmuring those 4 words repeatedly. Observing her reaction, Hongyun refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to sit cross-legged upon a large piece of azure stone nearby. Understanding that Nuwa practiced the Tao of creation, he recognized that his words had served as a catalyst for her awakening. If she could unravel the key, the path to sanctification would lie before her. Thus, Nuwa remained standing while Hongyun sat, and they both stood in silence for a millennium. Suddenly, the primordial purple energy within Nuwa's spirit began to pulsate with newfound vitality, coursing through her entire being. With clarity flooding her consciousness, she comprehended her purpose. Noticing her movement, Hongyun observed quietly. Nuwa approached a pond, her delicate hand scooping clay from its depths. This clay swiftly transformed into a small figure within her grasp. As Nuwa exhaled gently upon it, the figure sprang to life, leaping joyfully upon the ground. Elated, Nuwa yearned to continue her creation. However, before the little figure could traverse even a short distance, it collapsed back into a mound of clay. The sparkle of joy in Nuwa's eyes dimmed, as doubt crept into her mind regarding her path. With keen awareness, Hongyun recognized that it was time for him to intervene. Dear Nuwa, how could mere mortals possibly give rise to a new race? He proposed. I happen to possess a piece of 9 heavens soil, which I would gladly bestow upon you. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. Nuwa accepted the soil and placed it upon the ground. Yet the thought of creating a new race left her perplexed. Contemplating the 9 heavens soil for an extended period, she ultimately found herself at a loss regarding the essential element of creation. Although this 9 heavens soil is a boon, I remain uncertain about what kind of race I should create. Nuwa expressed her frustration. In light of her struggle, Hongyun suggested, perhaps we should embark on a journey together. Taken aback by Hongyun's proposal, Nuwa hesitated, but with no further prompts forthcoming, she acquiesced. The two of them chose a random direction and set forth. Not long into their journey, they encountered a transformed Yao creature pursuing another yet to attain transformation. The disparity in their powers rendered the untransformed Yao utterly defenseless, leading to its swift demise as it was devoured whole. Witnessing this scene, Nuwa's brows furrowed, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Continuing onward, they were confronted with an increasing number of conflicts, where even beings devoid of sentience engaged in mindless slaughter. This incessant violence began to weigh heavily upon Nuwa, who was inherently averse to conflict. Eventually, they stumbled upon a skirmish between a small Yao king and a small Wu tribe, with devastation stretching for miles around. The land lay scorched, countless lives extinguished in the wake of their battle. I previously believed that while conflict was rampant in the primordial chaos, the law of the jungle was simply a natural order. However, I never anticipated the extent of such brutality. Whether Yao or Wu, the slaughter occurs without reason. While the survival of the fittest holds some truth, it must be grounded in the cycle of cause and effect. If this senseless killing persists, the primordial chaos shall inevitably face ruin. You speak the truth, yet as the Empress Nuwa of the Yao tribe, I find myself constrained at times. Nuwa acknowledged Hongyun's insight, recognizing that if the Yao and Wu tribes continued on this trajectory, their annihilation was all but certain. The duo traversed millions of miles, and while this expanse was but a fraction of the primordial chaos, it provided a glimpse into the broader reality. Taoist, I am resolved to create a new race, one entirely unrelated to the Yao or Wu tribes, a peaceful and stable race that will not instigate conflict. Upon uttering these words, Nuwa fixed her gaze on Hongyun, a flush of color blooming upon her cheeks. She retrieved the 9 heavens soil once more, preparing to embark on the creation of a new race. Although Hongyun was puzzled by Nuwa's earlier actions, witnessing her determination stirred something within him, prompting him to summon forth 100 drops of divine water from the 3 lights. Chapter 52. The Ascension of Nuwa. Upon witnessing the divine 3-light holy water, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, then gently inquired, "Might I request a single drop of your blood, esteemed Taoist?" In an almost fateful manner, Hongyun extracted a drop of golden blood from his hand and presented it before Nuwa. In turn, Nuwa drew forth a drop of her own blood and, combined with the 3-light holy water and Hongyun's blood, merged them with the essence of the 9 heavens. Nuwa extended her delicate hand once more and withdrew a small fragment from mixture. Strangely, this fragment morphed into a clay figure towering over a person. Observing Hongyun, Nuwa meticulously manipulated the clay in her hands. Eventually, a clay figure bearing a striking resemblance to Hongyun appeared before them. With a breath, Nuwa infused life into the figure, endowing it with flesh, veins, and all necessary organs. Salutations to the Holy Mother. Salutations to the Holy Father. Upon hearing these words, the blush on Nuwa's face deepened. Yet, her hands remained in motion. As more clay figures came to life, an increasing number of beings hailed Hongyun as the Holy Father and Nuwa as the Holy Mother. Unexpectedly, Hongyun found himself embraced as the Holy Father of humanity, a title he had not anticipated. To Hongyun, humanity held a unique significance. Becoming the Holy Father was not unwelcome. However, noticing Nua's somewhat sluggish pace, he offered her a segment of the primordial gourd vine he had intercepted earlier. Nua accepted the vine, inserting it into the essence of the 9 heavens and waving her arm. Instantly, the clay fragments flung from her hand transformed into numerous small figures. By the time the essence of the 9 heavens was fully utilized, Hongyun counted precisely 3,000, harmonizing with the principle of the Tao. In the celestial realm, Nua proclaimed, "Today, as I perceive the incompleteness of heaven, earth, and humanity, I shall create a new race known as humankind." Following her declaration, a vast expanse of merit appeared in the sky. Hongyun gazed in astonishment at the sheer magnitude of this merit, far surpassing what Hongjun had garnered during the battle against the demons. 70% of this celestial merit descended upon Nua, transforming entirely into her cultivation. 10% fell upon Hongyun, which he seamlessly integrated into his own merit wheel. The remaining 20% was divided equally between the 3,000 primordial humans and the gourd vine. With the celestial merit combined with the primordial purple energy within Nua's soul, her cultivation soared to the first level of the chaos realm. A divine aura swept across the wilderness, compelling all beings to kneel in reverence. "We bow before the Saint Nua. We bow before the Saint Nua. We bow before the Saint Nua." On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones regarded the scene with reluctance, yet felt powerless in the face of such divine authority. Meanwhile, far away on Mount Shumi, Jin and Zhuanti looked on with envious eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Nua was oblivious to this admiration, as she was preoccupied with solidifying her newfound realm. "Friend Hongyun, I must return to stabilize my realm. I entrust the care of humanity to you. Rest assured, with my guidance, humanity shall face no peril," replied Hongyun. Nua nodded and then declared with a powerful voice, "For the next 10,000 years, no one shall harm humanity. Those who defy this decree shall face dire consequences." After finalizing her edict, Nua departed for her abode on Phoenix Resting Mountain. As humanity watched their holy mother leave, all attention turned to Hongyun, their holy father. Observing the 3,000 primordial humans, Hongyun sighed, realizing that Nua had overestimated humanity's potential. She believed they could develop formidable strength within a millennium, yet she had misjudged their growth rate. Though their innate talents were decent, they were akin to blank slates, devoid of any lineage or understanding of the wilderness. Hongyun summoned the first human created by Nua. "Since you are the first of your kind, you shall be known as the ancestor of humanity, Huang Tian." "Thank you, Holy Father, for bestowing this name." Hongyun nodded and waved his hand, transporting the 3,000 humans to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Far removed from the chaotic heart of the wilderness and the conflicts of the witch and demon races, allowing humanity the time to flourish. In this unfamiliar environment, the primordial humans appeared even more bewildered. Hongyun imparted all essential knowledge of the wilderness into their minds, enabling them to adapt swiftly. However, the absence of any inherent legacy among humanity troubled him. He pondered how long it would be before Laozi arrived to teach them the golden elixir Tao, and he was reluctant to confine all humans to this singular path. "Come to the Eastern Sea shores at once." Hongyun summoned his 3 disciples. Before long, Wuda, Lu Er, and Kong Xian arrived at the seaside. "Master, you summoned us. What are your instructions?" "Observe these humans closely, ensure they remain unharmed, and offer assistance when necessary. This is the race created by the holy Nua. Indeed, your task is to safeguard them from significant danger." After issuing his directives, Hongyun found a mountain to sit cross-legged, contemplating a cultivation method suited for humanity. Meanwhile, Wuda, Lu Er, and Kong Xian exchanged glances, their eyes wide with curiosity. "Brother, what is it about humanity that has led the holy Nua to achieve her ascension? Surely there must be some extraordinary fate entwined with them," pondered Lu Er, observing the industrious humans without recognizing any unique traits. He noted that while their potential was commendable, they could only aspire to reach the great Luo golden immortal realm without remarkable opportunities. "We shall follow Master S instructions. He would never lead us astray." I agree with my elder brother. The fact that humanity could aid the holy Nuwa in her ascension signifies their extraordinary nature, even if we cannot perceive it ourselves. As the heir of the Phoenix clan, Hongjun understood humanity's significance. Merely aiding Nuwa in her ascension was enough to warrant attention. Chapter 53. The Martial Arts of Humanity. The trio of Wuda, Luer, and Hongjun agreed to rotate their duties every millennium to safeguard the human race. In merely 3,000 years, the human population burgeoned from an initial count of 3,000 to a staggering 1 million. Utilizing the 9 transformations of Xianyuan, Hongyun comprehended a martial arts technique tailored for humanity, the martial cannon. Although the martial cannon was derived from the 9 transformations of Xianyuan, it possessed distinctive characteristics. Hongyun drew inspiration from the integration of the primordial spirit and physical body found within the 9 transformations, merging it with the human meridians to develop the martial cannon. It can be asserted that the martial cannon is not inferior to the 8-9 mysterious arts crafted by the 3 pure ones in later times. Despite the rigorous demands for innate talent inherent in the martial cannon, Hongyun had anticipated this requirement. The martial cannon encompasses a vast array of concepts, and Hongyun embedded an introduction within it, allowing those incapable of grasping the martial cannon to derive their unique techniques from its teachings. Thus, rather than being merely a singular martial text, it is akin to a multitude of martial arts manuals. Hongyun inscribed the martial cannon onto a piece of chaotic primal stone, transforming it into a monument erected at the heart of humanity. Today, I establish martial arts for the human race and impart the martial cannon, inscribing it upon this stone tablet, accessible for all descendants of humanity to comprehend. Those who fully grasp the martial cannon shall become my direct disciples. We are eternally grateful for the teachings of our Holy Father. We are eternally grateful for the teachings of our Holy Father. We are eternally grateful for the teachings of our Holy Father. As time passed, an increasing number of humans congregated before the stone tablet, hoping to unravel the mysteries of the martial cannon. However, 99% could only attain rudimentary techniques, with only the Emperor of Humanity achieving a complete understanding of the martial cannon. Emperor, since you have comprehended the martial cannon, you shall henceforth be my 4th direct disciple. The Emperor bowed in reverence, elated by this recognition, for he was no longer the naive novice of yore. Hongyun's renown resonated throughout the vast wilderness, and with his protection, humanity could rest assured. Emperor, you shall remain here to oversee humanity, and once stability is achieved, you may then proceed to Punlai Island for further cultivation. Yes, Master. After a moment's pause, the Emperor continued, I have one more request, and I hope for your assistance. Master, what is it? Master, though you have imparted martial arts, many among humanity remain unable to cultivate. Some even struggle to secure basic sustenance. Thus, I beseech you to assist these ordinary humans. Upon hearing the Emperor's plea, Hongyun nodded thoughtfully. The ordinary humans lack the means to defend themselves against feral beasts, let alone those with cultivation. If humanity were left to its own devices, it would take an indeterminate time for the ordinary folk to develop the skills necessary for survival in the wilderness. While numerous martial practitioners existed among humanity, they were but a drop in the ocean relative to the vast population. Relying solely on these cultivators would only hinder their progress and delay their training. If this trend continued, the ranks of martial practitioners would dwindle, while the ordinary humans would languish in idleness. For humanity to truly establish itself in the wilderness, it was imperative that the common folk also possess the means to thrive. I am aware of this matter. I shall delegate it to your 3 elder brothers, Hongyun stated before conveying instructions to Wuda and the others regarding their course of action. Although it would be simpler for Hongyun to undertake the task himself, it was essential to strategize for his disciples. Upon receiving their master's message, Wuda promptly traversed the realm of humanity, while Hongyun had provided a general direction. The specifics of the execution lay in Wuda's hands. With remarkable speed, Wuda circumnavigated the human territories and soon encountered a peculiar individual. This person was fixated on the flames before him, muttering incessantly. As Wu Dao approached, he discerned the individual's words. Fire can repel savage beasts. But how can humanity harness its own flames? Intrigued, Wu Dao pondered how this individual intended to acquire fire through sheer willpower. For Wu Di, fire was as effortless as breathing. Any form of flame was within his grasp. Yet the individual before him possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Acquiring fire was no simple feat. Wu Dao observed as the individual attempted various methods, only to meet with failure each time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wu Dao, and he understood what his master sought him to accomplish. He swiftly approached the individual and offered guidance. In the vastness of the wilderness, the cycles of the 5 elements govern all. This is the fundamental truth of cosmic operation. Fire overcomes wood, yet wood can also kindle fire. Upon hearing Wu Da's words, a spark of realization ignited within the individual's mind. Thank you for your guidance, Holy Master. Without hesitation, he hastily gathered 2 dry twigs. Using one twig, he rapidly twirled it against the other. In a matter of moments, wisps of smoke began to rise, followed by a shower of sparks. We have fire. Humanity has fire. From that day forth, I shall be known as the fire starter, and I vow to kindle an eternal flame for my people. As his proclamation echoed, a vast expanse of merit clouds coalesced in the sky, with 70% of the merit descending upon the fire starter, instantly elevating him to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The true extent of this elevation remains uncertain. The remaining 30% of merit was divided, with 20% infusing the eternal flame, transforming it into a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure. The final 10% settled within Wu Dao. The immense merit clouds did not go unnoticed by the great powers of the wilderness. While they were envious, they dismissed it, for there were myriad ways to acquire merit in the wilderness, and humanity's acquisition was not particularly surprising. However, in the following days, 2 additional waves of immense merit clouds descended upon humanity, causing the great powers to become unsettled. The repeated bestowals of merit had thrust humanity into the spotlight of the wilderness. Were it not for Nuwa's millennia-long decree, many would have considered capturing a few humans for study. Chapter 54. The Schemes of Dejuan Elder Brother. Ever since the emergence of the female sage. Second Brother. Exercise caution in your words. Dejuan was acutely aware of Tai's intentions. However, to directly utter the name of a sage would inevitably invoke their attention. Consequently, the discourse between them would be laid bare to Enhwa. When Enhwa ascended to sainthood, the demon clan erupted in jubilant celebration, believing they had gained a sage of their own, allowing them to traverse the vast wilderness unimpeded. Yet as time passed, Dejuan and Dongwang Tai discerned that their sense of security was illusory. For since Enhwa's ascension, she had neither graced the demon clan with her presence nor refrained from summoning Fushi back. It was Enhwa's ambiguous attitude that left Dejuan and Tai in a state of unease. Elder Brother, perhaps we should pay our respects to ascertain her stance. It appears we have no other recourse. After deliberation, Dejuan, accompanied by the demon sage Kuanpeng and the 10 great demon saints, made their way to Fushi and Enhwa's abode on Fengqi Mountain. Dejuan, Tai, we come to pay homage to the sage Enhwa. At this moment, Enhwa's status had transformed profoundly. She was no longer merely the queen of the demons. Even Dejuan, revered as the heavenly emperor, dared not act presumptuously before her. Enter. Upon receiving Enhwa's invitation, Dejuan and the others stepped into the palace and beheld Enhwa and Fushi. Pray tell, does the heavenly emperor have pressing matters to discuss? Esteemed sage, we have come to beseech you to preside over the heavenly court and govern the vast wilderness. After all, while Fengqi Mountain is indeed a blessed land, it cannot possibly bear the weight of a sage's aura. The heavenly court not only possesses the capacity to endure the sage's presence, but would also aid in her cultivation. At Dejuan's words, Enhwa's brows subtly furrowed. Since her ascension, she had sensed the impending strife between the witch and demon clans, foreseeing an unfavorable outcome, thus summoning her brother Fushi back. She had not anticipated that Dejuan would arrive to invite her to oversee the heavenly court. The Heavenly Emperor's goodwill is acknowledged. However, it is best for the Heavenly Court to remain under the Emperor's dominion. I shall refrain from involvement. As Enhwa prepared to decline further, Dejuan endeavored to speak again, but suddenly felt a force subtly locking onto him, rendering him speechless. Conversely, Fushi attempted to counsel his sister, but was promptly silenced by Enhwa, who strode outside the palace. Surveying the vast wilderness, her gaze ultimately settled beyond the heavens. I am Enhwa, and in a millennium, I shall establish the Enhwa heaven amidst the chaos. All who are fated may come to witness. Enhwa's voice resonated throughout the wilderness, leaving the demon clan in a state of shock. Not only did she refuse their request to govern the heavenly court, but she also chose the chaos as the site for her teachings. It was evident to any with sense that Enhwa's intent was to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the demon and witch clans. In stark contrast to the demon's despair, the witches, while not celebrating, breathed a sigh of relief. On Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, elder brother, second brother, should we attend Enhwa's teachings? Tong Tian inquired of his two elder brothers. We, the three purities, should not allow a mere woman to preempt us in the path of enlightenment. Why should we go? Do you wish to lose face? Your words are misguided, second brother. As the saying goes, there is no precedence in the Tao, and the accomplished are our teachers. Since Enhwa has taken the lead, we must humbly learn from her to attain our own enlightenment sooner. If we remain stagnant, the day of our enlightenment may be far off. Tong Tian, are you admonishing me? Second brother, you know that is not my intention. I merely remind you that if we miss this opportunity, we might well forfeit our chance at enlightenment. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Yuan Shi felt increasingly slighted. Although he recognized Tong Tian's correctness, his dignity as the elder brother rendered him impervious to any counsel. He even prepared to confront Tong Tian physically, while Tong Tian, unflinching, drew his Qingping sword, ready for a duel. Enough! Laozi, who had been observing, interjected as the two were about to clash. Upon hearing Laozi's voice, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian reluctantly sheathed their treasures and settled back onto their cushions. Elder brother, if we do not discipline this insubordinate Tong Tian, will he not cause turmoil in the future? Silence. Tong Tian's words were cut short by Laozi's command. Addressing Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, he stated, the three purities must stand as one. In the future, do not engage in conflict. Yes, elder brother. Laozi's gaze lingered on Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes, before he continued. Once Enhwa establishes her domain, she will undoubtedly impart the great Tao. One must never miss the teachings of a sage. Tong Tian spoke rightly. There is no precedence in the Tao, and the accomplished are our teachers. Since she has forged ahead, there are surely lessons for us to glean. Yuan Shi, compelled by Laozi's reasoning, begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Apart from the three purities deciding to journey to the chaos for teachings, other powerful beings within the wilderness also resolved to attend. For the opportunity to witness a sage establishing a microcosm and expounding the Tao was one that none would wish to miss, except, of course, for the witches, who shunned the cultivation of their primordial spirits. Back in the heavenly court, Dejuan and Dongwang Tai found themselves in the Lingxiao Palace, utilizing the Hichu and Lu Oshu alongside the Chaos Bell to obscure the secrets of heaven. Elder brother, Enhwa's audacity is intolerable. She enjoys the fortunes of our demon clan, yet seeks to remain aloof. And what can we do? She is now a sage. Can we compel her otherwise? Upon hearing Dejuan's words, Dongwang Tai felt deflated, momentarily at a loss for a solution. If it were a matter of battle, he might have been capable, but when it came to schemes and strategies, he fell short compared to Dejuan. After a moment of contemplation, Dejuan addressed his brother. We must focus on Fushi. If he aligns with us, even if Enhwa wishes to remain uninvolved, she will have no choice but to intervene. Dejuan had astutely identified Enhwa's vulnerability. Unless she can find Fushi, she could not prevent him from aiding the demon clan. Once resolved, Dejuan instructed Tai, go retrieve 9 supreme, innate spiritual treasures from the treasury. We shall present them to Enhwa. After all, she is a sage of our demon clan. How could we be stingy? Understood, elder brother. Dongwang Tai complied and immediately set off to prepare the offerings. Chapter 55. Nuwa opens the heavens soon. The day arrived when Nuwa would create the celestial realm of Wahuang. Countless quasi-saints stood amidst the chaos, observing from a distance. Nuwa, wielding the red embroidered ball, infused her power into it at a location not far from the primordial wilderness. Under her meticulous control, the red embroidered ball was hurled towards the chaos, causing the surrounding chaotic energies to dissipate in an instant, and a fissure opened within the chaos. Rich, innate, spiritual energy surged forth, only to be swiftly consumed by the chaotic essence, while the fissure gradually began to close. However, Nuwa remained unperturbed, continuing to direct the red embroidered ball to strike the same spot. Each blow contained profound truths, benefiting the onlookers immensely. The crack widened under Nuwa's relentless assault, eventually transforming into a small thousand world. Nuwa then produced an innate spiritual root, channeling immense creative power into it. Such formidable creative principles were indeed worthy of creating races and attaining enlightenment. Among the crowd, witnessing Nuwa's celestial creation, some gasped in awe at her profound understanding of the principles, realizing they could not possibly compare. If some quasi-saints grasped the principles like mere fireflies, Nuwa's comprehension shone like the resplendent sun. Even the three pure ones, who had often disdained Nuwa, found themselves in admiration, for they too felt inferior in their understanding of the Tao. As the innate spiritual root absorbed the creative power, it metamorphosed into an exceptional innate spiritual root. Nuwa placed it within the newly formed small thousand world as its foundation. Once the small thousand world stabilized, she finally produced the Wahuang Palace to reside within. Esteemed beings, I shall impart teachings within this Wahuang Palace for 5,000 years. Those who wish to listen may now follow me. Thank you, Saint Nuwa. Given the opportunity to be present, most had come with the intent to absorb her teachings. Leaving now would be illogical. As Nuwa began her discourse on the Tao, the human race flourished rapidly in the primordial wilderness. Though the lifespan of humans was generally brief, averaging merely 200 to 300 years, their reproductive capabilities were astonishing. In a mere 5,000 years, the human population surged from 1 million to 1 billion. Even though only a rare few possessed the talent for cultivation, the vast population still yielded a considerable number of practitioners. During this period, many demon clans had coveted the humans but were consistently repelled by the trio of 5 virtues, 6 ears, and Hongjun. Consequently, the human race thrived in stability, while the brothers of 5 virtues discovered that a portion of the human race's fortune was bestowed upon them, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Their insights into the Tao also became remarkably clearer. Brother, the human race is indeed extraordinary. It won't be long before we achieve breakthrough. Indeed, how could a race capable of assisting Saint Nuwa in her ascendance be anything less than remarkable? What do you see in the human race? What? Hongjun was taken aback by 5 virtues' question. Although he had guarded the human race for many years and recognized their immense potential, he had not discerned anything beyond that. 5 virtues glanced at Hongjun and replied, hope. It is a force that can give rise to infinite possibilities. Though the future is unseen, it possesses boundless potential. Isn't that a bit presumptuous, brother? Time will reveal all, dear Hongjun. If you doubt, just wait and see. After hearing 5 virtues' words, Hongjun nodded and turned his gaze back to the thriving human race. Meanwhile, 6 ears, not comprehending his brother's discourse, yearned for a grand confrontation with a powerful demon or shaman, indifferent to the future of humanity. At that moment, 6 ears perked up. Suddenly, he dashed forth like an arrow released from a bow. 5 virtues and Hongjun exchanged glances and promptly followed in his wake. In no time, 6 ears arrived at the outskirts of a small human tribe, where the inhabitants were engaged in fratricidal conflict, seemingly under some dark control. Seeing this, 6 ears furrowed his brow, for in his memory, humans had always been united against external threats, never resorting to infighting. Which fiend dares to wreak havoc here? He roared. stunning the warring humans into unconsciousness before carefully observing the surroundings. As the tribe fell silent, a shadowy figure emerged, frowning at the scene. The emotional energies generated by these humans were astonishingly greater than those of other races. If I continue to collect the emotions of these humans, I shall surely rescue my master. The figure murmured to himself, preparing to move on to the next tribe. Unbeknownst to him, 6 Ears had overheard every word. As the figure turned, he found 6 Ears blocking his path, brandishing a flexible iron rod. If I am not mistaken, you are one of the 7 emissaries of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, correct? Which emissary might you be? Those 6 Ears relished battle. He remembered the tales imparted by Hongyun regarding the ancient wilderness. Hongyun had mentioned the existence of the 7 emissaries under Luo Hu, and despite not knowing how many had perished in the war of Tao and demons, he was certain some remained alive. Thus, he deduced the identity of the figure before him. The 7 emissary was taken aback, not expecting his identity to be unraveled. You are from Penglai Island? Indeed. I am 6 Ears. Which among the 7 emissaries are you? Defeat me, and you shall learn my identity. The emissary brandished a dark spear, eyeing 6 Ears warily. 6 Ears, undeterred, swung his iron rod towards the emissary's crown, cleaving the space with tremendous force. A regular early-stage Deluo could not withstand such a strike. However, 6 Ears refrained from unleashing his full power, intending to leave his adversary alive. Chapter 56. The 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. The wielder of the 7 emotions and 6 desires stood unwavering, raising the demon's spear above their head. A tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Fortunately, the arrival of the 5 virtues was timely, as they utilized the 5 elements tower to quell the residual force of the explosion. Otherwise, the surrounding human tribes would have been instantaneously vaporized by the aftermath. Seeing their attack fail, the 6 Ears swiftly retracted the iron rod, moving in tandem with it, unleashing a myriad of phantasmal strikes that encircled the wielder of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Is this the extent of your prowess, disciple of the Red Cloud? Truly a misnomer. If I were you, I would choose to end my own life. After uttering these words, the wielder flashed forward, positioning themselves behind 6 Ears, thrusting the demon's spear towards their heart. 6 Ears forcefully turned to block this lethal strike. Are you merely a master of words? Yet I have discerned your true identity. Oh, I'm all ears. The so-called 7 emotions are nothing but joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, while the 6 desires encompass life and death, as well as the senses of hearing, sight, speech, and smell. You merely incited my wrath with a few words. Therefore, I conclude that you are the messenger of anger. Upon hearing 6 Ears' deduction, the messenger of anger internally cursed. If anyone dared to claim that monkeys were not adept at intellectual pursuits, they would face his wrath. After having his identity exposed, the messenger of anger desperately sought an opportunity to flee, for their combat ability was inherently weak, relying solely on their capacity to provoke their opponent's emotions. Now that their identity was revealed, as long as 6 Ears maintained a degree of vigilance, the messenger would not be able to incite anger. In the presence of 6 Ears, it was unlikely they could endure for much longer. 6 Ears, with their innate talent and divine powers, quickly sensed the messenger's intentions and accelerated their assault. The messenger of anger could not withstand even a single day against 6 Ears, who unleashed several strikes upon him. Were it not for a few life-preserving measures, he would have been crushed long ago. However, those measures had now been exhausted. If he did not escape soon, he would likely perish here. Yet 6 Ears would not grant him such an opportunity, as the iron rod transformed into a multitude of shadowy strikes, ensnaring the messenger. Spare me if you can. Should you slay me today, calamity shall surely befall you. When my master revives and reclaims dominion over the primordial chaos, a reckoning awaits you. Revive? I doubt he will have that chance. The figure of Red Cloud appeared beside 6 Ears. Greetings, master. The 3 from the 5 virtues quickly bowed, but Red Cloud paid them no mind, instead striding to confront the messenger. After all these years, your cultivation has not advanced in the slightest. Upon glimpsing Red Cloud, the messenger realized escape was futile. After all, he lacked the confidence to flee before a transcendent being, a level his own master had never attained. Had it not been for you despicable scoundrels ambushing me, it should have been my master achieving transcendence. With that, the messenger adopted a resigned demeanor, prepared for whatever fate awaited him. Yet Red Cloud did not strike immediately. Instead, he extended his hand to extract a fragment from the messenger's essence. A fragment of the world-destroying mill. Luo Ho, what a grand gesture to bestow this upon you. Red Cloud toyed with the shard, sensing its aura of annihilation. Within this fragment, he perceived the remnants of the path of destruction. If he could gather all the shards of the world-destroying mill, he would not only acquire a primordial treasure, but also comprehend the complete path of destruction. Though Red Cloud could fathom the path of destruction, possessing the obliteration marks would make the process exponentially smoother, akin to knowing the answers in advance during an examination. I know you will not divulge the locations of the other fragments, so I shall seek them myself, without granting the messenger the chance for self-destruction. Red Cloud unleashed a tremendous force into the messenger's essence. The messenger shrieked in agony as his true spirit was seized by Red Cloud. While examining the secrets within, he discovered a restriction set by Luo Ho. Before he could fully comprehend the memories, Red Cloud shattered the messenger's true spirit into oblivion. What a remarkable method. Red Cloud personally targeting a great Luo golden immortal. A wave of demonic energy surged forth. Though scarce, it was remarkably pure. The voice of Luo Ho echoed from within. Luo Ho, you have already merged with the celestial demon, becoming part of the primordial realm. Why do you still linger? Were it not for your assistance to Hongjun, I would not have met such a fate. The day I return shall be your reckoning. As Luo Ho's voice faded into nothingness, all traces of him vanished as though he had never existed. You wish to return? Even if you do, slaying you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. I shall claim the world-destroying mill for myself. Though Red Cloud had not seen the entirety of the messenger's memories, he clearly understood the fragments of the world-destroying mill. Excluding the messenger of anger, there were 5 others, each possessing a shard. These messengers were isolated from one another, typically receiving tasks from Luo Ho alone. However, this posed no challenge for Red Cloud. With even a single shard in hand, he could locate the others. 6 ears. Come here. 6 ears approached Red Cloud, who tugged on one of his ears, assigning him a task. Upon hearing it, 6 ears departed with exuberance. 5 virtues, summoned Swearin, Yu Chao, and Sawai to the Eastern Sea to meet me. Yes, master. Just as Red Cloud returned to the Eastern Sea, he discovered that Nuwa had also arrived. Red Cloud, your assistance has been invaluable for the development of humanity. I had been remiss. Upon seeing the stone tablet erected at the heart of humanity, Nuwa realized that humans were neither primordial deities nor had any ancestral lineage. Although she had established a protective period of 10,000 years without Red Cloud, humanity would not have flourished to its current state, even over 100,000 years. As the father of humanity, I cannot stand idly by. I only hope that Saint Nuwa will also choose the right path in the future. Chapter 57. A caution to Nuwa upon hearing the words of Hongyun. Nuwa felt perplexed and directly inquired, "What does my esteemed friend Hongyun mean? Do you imply that I might abandon the human race in the future? These humans are akin to my own offspring. How could a mother forsake her children? It is essential to understand that you are not only the holy mother of humanity, but also the empress of the demon race. What if one day you are compelled to choose between the human and demon races?" Nuwa initially believed she would answer decisively, yet when confronted with the question, she hesitated. The reason was simple. Her brother Fushi had followed the likes of Dijuan and Donghuang Tai back to the heavenly realm after Nuwa delivered her teachings. Abandoning the demon race would leave Fushi with much to explain. Observing Nuwa's inner turmoil, Hongyun shook his head. Regardless, he had already issued his warning. If Nuwa remained obstinate in the future, it would not be his fault. Before long, the 5 virtues, along with Swearin, Yu Chao, and Sawai, arrived before Hongyun and Nuwa. We pay our respects to the Holy Mother. We pay our respects to the Holy Father. The 3 were overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling in reverence upon seeing Hongyun and Yuhua. "Rise," Hongyun commanded. "I summoned you here for an important task." He regarded Suiren, Yu Chao, and Sa Wai. Continuing, "You three have rendered significant service to humanity, and your cultivation has reached the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, I am prepared to officially entrust you with the stewardship of humankind, guiding its development." Suiren hesitated momentarily before replying. "I respectfully inform the Holy Father that we may possess great cultivation, but we feel ill-equipped to oversee such development. In my opinion, it would be best to allow the Heavenly Sovereign to continue governing humanity." Upon hearing Suiren's words, Yu Chao and Sawai nodded in agreement. "You merely need to ensure that humanity does not stray from the right path. Should you encounter formidable foes, you may seek assistance from Penglai. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sovereign must focus on cultivation. Otherwise, humanity will never possess its own formidable warriors." Hongyun is correct. Humanity must cultivate its own strong individuals. Niwa added, "Should you face difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." With both the Holy Father and Holy Mother expressing their support, the three readily agreed. Hongyun's arrangement aimed at fostering a healthy development for humanity. After all, remaining under constant protection was akin to being a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the ravages of storms. Only by confronting danger could humanity truly grow. After organizing matters concerning humanity, Hongyun declined Niwa's invitation for further discussions and returned to Penglai Island with the five virtues, Kong Xian, and the Heavenly Sovereign. "Heavenly Sovereign, although I have imparted techniques to you, there exists no method of evasion within the martial canon. Are you interested in learning evasion techniques?" The Heavenly Sovereign momentarily felt bewildered by Hongyun's words. Despite his current cultivation being limited to the celestial realm, as a disciple of a primordial powerhouse, his perspective was far from ordinary. He dismissed common evasion techniques as beneath him, yet he could not specify any particular technique. Looking at the five virtues and Kong Xian beside him, the Heavenly Sovereign addressed Hongyun. "Master, I wish to know what evasion techniques my three senior brothers practice. You are astute to inquire first about their methods. In my tutelage, there is no singular strongest technique. Rather, one must cultivate the technique that best suits oneself. Your eldest senior brother, the five virtues, practices the five-element evasion technique. Although it is quite basic in his hands, it rivals any advanced technique. Your third senior brother, Kong Xian, practices the secret arts of the Phoenix clan, allowing him to unleash the full power of his bloodline." "And what of your second senior brother?" the Heavenly Sovereign asked. Upon mentioning Lu Er, Hongyun felt a twinge of annoyance, stating, "Your second senior brother is rather stubborn. He would rather perish than retreat. Thus, he has not cultivated any evasion techniques." Although the Heavenly Sovereign found Lu Er's resolve admirable, he pondered and ultimately abandoned the notion of foregoing evasion techniques altogether. Nevertheless, the question of which technique to pursue remained. Noticing the Heavenly Sovereign's hesitation, Hongyun spoke again. "I have created an evasion technique called the 10,000 Forms Evasion Technique, which I can impart to you. In the future, as your cultivation advances, you may develop your own evasion methods." "Thank you, Master. Do not be so formal. My 10,000 Forms Evasion Technique is not easily mastered. In essence, it allows one to transform into myriad forms, enabling you to arrive before objects you recognize." As Hongyun spoke, he transformed into a leopard and, in the blink of an eye, transported the Heavenly Sovereign to Mount Buzhou. Before the Heavenly Sovereign could fully comprehend the situation, Hongyun whisked him back to Penglai Island. In truth, given Hongyun's current cultivation level, he need not transform at all. With a mere thought, he could traverse the entire primordial continent. However, to ensure the Heavenly Sovereign understood, Hongyun demonstrated the technique. "Master, was that Mount Buzhou?" "Indeed. However, do not become overly fixated on the power of the 10,000 Forms Evasion Technique. Those who emulate me may find themselves facing peril. Once you reach the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal, this technique will also reach its limit." "Yes, I shall bear that in mind." Hongyun imparted the essentials of the 10,000 Forms Evasion Technique to the Heavenly Sovereign, allowing him to comprehend it independently. Meanwhile, he returned to the Hall of Inquiry to engage in secluded cultivation. Though Hongyun had attained the 7th level of the primordial realm, he had yet to refine his own path since attaining enlightenment. In terms of the great Tao, he had cultivated the Tao of strength, the Tao of the sword, the Tao of the 5 elements, and the Tao of space. Both the Tao of strength and the Tao of the sword had reached the level of the primordial great Luo, golden immortal. In terms of spiritual treasures, Hongyun possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan cauldron and the creation green lotus, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Kunwu sword, and the acquired merit treasure, the Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler. Most notably, he also possessed a piece of chaos supreme treasure, the chaos pearl. Beyond these spiritual treasures, he had fragments of the creation jade plate and the annihilation grand mill. In truth, Hongyun could scheme for more innate spiritual treasures or even innate supreme treasures. However, he deemed it unnecessary, as the treasures he currently possessed were already sufficient. Any additional ones would merely be for his disciples to utilize. Similar to the innate spiritual treasures he had previously seized at the Treasure Division Cliff, he had stored them all in the Hall of Inquiry. His disciples were free to take any that caught their eye, and Hongyun would not concern himself with the matter. However, the 5 virtues primarily selected only a few suitable items for themselves, leaving the rest languishing in the corners of the Hall of Inquiry, neglected and unattended. Chapter 58. Laozi and the Human Race. Enlightenment of the teachings. While Hongyun was in seclusion, cultivating his own powers, chaos erupted atop Kunlun Mountain. Following Yuan's teachings, the rift between Yuan Shi and Tongtian widened, escalating to daily disputes. Had it not been for Laozi's intervention, a direct confrontation between them might have ensued. In such turmoil, Laozi found it impossible to focus on his cultivation. On this day, the argument between Yuan Shi and Tongtian flared up once more. Unable to bear it any longer, Laozi chastised both of them and subsequently departed Kunlun Mountain to explore the vast wilderness. Originally, Laozi's journey had no specific destination. However, the escalating conflict between the demon and shaman tribes drew his attention. Adhering to the principle of non-action, he chose not to intervene, regardless of the intensity of their strife. Thus, he unknowingly altered his course towards the shores of the Eastern Sea. Upon arriving at the Eastern Sea, he encountered the rapidly developing human race. A sudden tremor coursed through his primordial spirit. Could it be that the opportunity for enlightenment lay within humanity? Yet, these postnatal beings appeared rather mediocre in potential. Even those who reached the Luo golden immortal realm seemed exceedingly rare. It was then that Laozi decided to investigate further among the humans. Transforming himself into an ordinary elder of the human race, he ambled into the nearest human tribe. Unbeknownst to him, his approach was immediately noticed by Hongyun and Yuhua. Given their close ties to humanity, any significant occurrence would swiftly come to their awareness, unless someone deliberately concealed it from them. However, Laozi had yet to attain such power. Since Laozi harbored no ill intentions toward humanity, Yuhua chose not to interfere, while Hongyun felt it was not yet time to confront Laozi. Upon entering the human tribe, Laozi was warmly welcomed. "Elder, welcome to the Qinghe tribe. Where are you headed?" asked one of the villagers. "I wish to see the martial classic steel and discern if I might grasp any martial arts techniques," Laozi replied, having deduced the general situation of the human race. His rationale was received without suspicion, as many from the tribe visited the steel daily, hoping to comprehend martial arts. For those who were not part of the human race, the martial classic steel was merely an ordinary stone, devoid of allure. The tribe leader approached Laozi with great respect. "Elder, the martial classic steel is hundreds of thousands of miles from our Qinghe tribe. Even if you travel without rest, you may not reach it before your lifespan wanes." Pausing for a moment, the tribe leader continued, "If you do not mind, we have 3 martial arts techniques bestowed by the 3 ancestors of humanity. You may try to cultivate them." Very well. Laozi was eager to understand the martial arts established by Hongyun, curious as to what distinguished them enough to be termed a breakthrough. Before long, the tribe leader presented the 3 martial arts techniques, which were inscribed on animal hides depicting various unusual movements. After reviewing them, Laozi felt bewildered, unable to comprehend the essence of these martial arts. These techniques were merely rudimentary, serving only to enhance physical fitness, and seemed incapable of leading to any elevated realm. Elder, what do you think? The tribe leader looked at Laozi with hopeful eyes, only to be met with a shake of the head. However, to his surprise, the tribe leader consoled him. Do not be disheartened, Elder. Should you truly have the fortune to reach the martial classic steel, you may yet discover a technique suited to you. Laozi nodded, saying little, and after spending 2 days in the Qinghe tribe, he took his leave. Throughout his journey, he observed humanity, recognizing that while individual potential was limited, their collective strength was formidable, so much so that even as a Hongyun golden immortal, he felt a sense of trepidation. It was evident that, given time, humanity would rival the shaman and demon races. One day, Laozi arrived at another tribe, which was markedly different from the ones he had previously encountered. Upon his arrival, he discovered a sacrificial ceremony being held in honor of the human mother Nuwa and the human father Hongyun. Witnessing this scene sparked a realization in Laozi's mind. Education. Despite the human race's commendable development, they still lacked proper enlightenment. Had they known more, they would not be offering sacrifices to mere clay figures today. Understanding the opportunity for his own enlightenment, Laozi no longer hesitated. He revealed his true form and positioned himself at the center of the human tribe. There, he beheld the martial classic stele erected by Hongyun. Yet, his interest in martial arts had waned, for he believed that the cultivation methods he could impart would surpass mere martial arts. Perched atop a mountain peak, his voice resonated throughout the human race, amplified by his divine abilities. I am Laozi of the three purities, here to enlighten humanity, for their education is incomplete. I shall expound upon the great Tao. Those with the fortune to hear may step onto the path of immortality. Laozi's proclamation stirred an uproar among the humans. Many who had despaired of martial arts rushed to the location of his teachings with utmost urgency. Yet, Laozi did not wait long. Merely 20 years passed before he began his discourse. Given the generally short lifespan of humans, waiting for a millennium would have resulted in the early demise of those who had come forth. The world is a realm of appearances, a land of fame and fortune, where suffering is mistaken for joy and falsehood is taken for truth, leading to the depletion of vitality and the erosion of life. Those who attain understanding and transcend are the true sages. Those who remain ignorant and ensnared are the deluded. Therefore, throughout history, those who have attained the Tao have been filial and friendly in their youth, thus upholding human ethics. Chapter 59. Laozi achieves sanctity. The teachings of humanity. What I expound upon is the golden elixir path that I conceived during my sojourn among humanity. In the primordial realm, there originally existed no levels beneath the earth immortal. The martial path established by Hongjun transitions through 9 corporeal realms to reach the earth immortal stage. In contrast, my golden elixir path delineates 4 realms prior to achieving earth immortality, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit to return to emptiness, and returning to emptiness to unite with the Tao. Those who successfully traverse these 4 realms may coalesce a golden elixir in their dantian, thus attaining the earth immortal state. Scholars wishing to transcend life and death must learn the heavenly immortal way, which cannot be achieved without the golden elixir path. The term gold signifies an indestructible essence, while elixir represents a state of unimpeded integration. With an indestructible essence and unimpeded integration, one becomes as boundless as the celestial void, encompassing all without being harmed by any. Upon hearing my golden elixir path, many practitioners of the martial arts furrowed their brows. For those who have made some accomplishments in martial arts, it was evident that the golden elixir path demands one to entrust their entire existence to the golden elixir itself. In contrast, martial arts focuses on the enhancement of the self without reliance on external aids, continuously awakening one's latent potential. Thus, the merits and demerits of martial arts versus the golden elixir path had already been discerned. However, most individuals are incapable of mastering martial arts, relegating their hopes to the golden elixir path. Yet, these individuals soon realize their misconceptions as the golden elixir path imposes exceedingly high requirements on innate talent. Although many embark on the path of cultivation, their numbers pale in comparison to the vast population at large. The practitioners of the golden elixir path are far outnumbered by those of martial arts. While I conveyed my teachings, the three ancestors of humanity residing in the ancestral grounds were filled with trepidation. "Elder brother, should we not intervene and stop Lousy from touching?" queried Yu Chao as he listened to the resounding golden elixir path. Suiren, however, shook his head, asserting, "I believe there is no need for concern. Do you not think the Sage Father is aware of such a monumental event as Laozi's teachings? Since the Sage Father has not obstructed this, it implies tacit approval. Yet, we must ponder whether Laozi's intentions for imparting these teachings to humanity are truly so simple." Suiren's insight was commendable. Although he remained unaware of my true motives, he recognized that I would not disseminate my teachings without reason. If my intentions were detrimental to humanity, the Sage Father and Sage Mother would undoubtedly intervene, he concluded, a sentiment echoed by Tsaoi, who also shared her perspective. As my golden elixir path spread among humanity, the primordial purple energy within my primordial spirit surged with excitement. I understood the necessity of patiently imparting the entirety of the golden elixir path to humanity. After approximately 5 centuries, I completed my teachings. At that moment, I comprehended my path to sanctity. Heavenly Tao above, I am Laozi of Taching. Today, I transmit the golden elixir path to complete the enlightenment of humanity. To fulfill this educational purpose, I hereby establish a new sect named Humanity Teaching. With the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to govern its fortune, I declare the Humanity Teaching established. As my proclamation echoed, immense clouds of merit quickly coalesced in the sky. However, just as I felt a surge of confidence, anticipating my imminent sanctification, I noticed that the clouds of merit remained suspended above me. What is happening? I pondered alarmed, and swiftly calculated the heavenly signs, only to discover that in order to establish the Humanity Teaching, I required the approval of Nuwa and Hongyun. Simultaneously, the gazes of Nuwa and Hongyun fell upon me. After a moment of contemplation, I called to the heavens, "I can owe both of you a significant karmic debt." But the voice of Nuwa resonated from the heavens, filling me with joy. Yet, the words of Hongyun left me speechless. The Humanity Teaching may only serve as a sect for humanity and must not be regarded as the teaching of humanity. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, I instinctively wanted to refuse. For my intention in establishing the Humanity Teaching was to harness humanity's potential and seize their future fortunes for myself. However, if the Humanity Teaching were merely a sect for humanity, my aspirations would be entirely thwarted. Though the distinction between Humanity Teaching and Humanity sect rests on a single character, their statuses diverge immensely. The former represents the very foundation of humanity, with all beings considered disciples of the Humanity Teaching. The latter, however, stands as an ordinary sect of humanity, easily established by any powerful being who desires to do so. Yet, feeling the primordial purple energy within my spirit pulsating ever more slowly, I reluctantly acquiesced. "I accept your condition, Hongyun. The Humanity Teaching shall serve solely as a sect for humanity." However, as soon as Hongyun's words fell, I watched helplessly as the clouds of merit above me diminished by more than half. Despite my reluctance, I dared not forsake this opportunity for sanctification. As the clouds of merit descended upon me, they fused with the primordial purple energy, instantly elevating my cultivation to the realm of the 3 heavens of Hongyun. Had it not been for Hongyun's intervention, I might have directly ascended to the 5 heavens of Hongyun. Alas, with Hongyun present, the Humanity Teaching could never be regarded as the teaching of humanity. We bow to the Taching Sage. We bow to the Taching Sage. Countless beings in the primordial realm knelt in reverence, leaving me, a proponent of the Tao of non-action, momentarily entranced. The sensation was indescribably sublime. Beneath the sage, all are but ants, I mused, fully resonating with this sentiment. After absorbing all the merit, I scarcely cast a glance at humanity before returning directly to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Hongyun cast a cold glance my way, his icy gaze devoid of any emotion. To treat humanity as mere instruments for enlightenment, what a farce of the Tao of non-action. Truly, one is capable of anything. Hongyun reflected, acutely aware of the brewing conflict that would inevitably arise. With the advent of the Sage era upon us, it was clear that I would reveal the methods of attaining sanctity to Yuanshi and Tongtian, as foretold by Hongyun upon my return to Kunlun Mountain. Both Yuanshi and Tongtian hurried to surround me. We pay our respects, elder brother. Congratulations on your achievement of sanctity. Knowing their motives, I spoke succinctly, no sect, no sound. Chapter 60. The consecutive ascension to sainthood, the words of Laozi resonated like a thunderous bell in the minds of Yuanshi and Tongtian. At this moment, both Yuanshi and Tongtian comprehended the essence of their ascension to sainthood, lamenting silently why such a simple method had escaped their notice. Yet, they realized that this was not the time for regrets. Establishing their teachings and attaining sainthood was paramount. In the celestial realm, Pangu and the Three Pure Ones, represented by Yuanshi, recognized the inadequacies of the primordial teachings and thus established the doctrine of Changjiao. Chan signifies the exposition of the heavenly principles, aligning with the will of the cosmos. They wielded the primordial treasure, the Panga banner, to suppress the fortunes of Changjiao. Simultaneously, above Pangu and the Three Pure Ones, the Supreme Tongtian also felt the incompleteness of the primordial teachings, leading to the establishment of Jiejiao. Jie conveys the idea of inclusivity, seizing a sliver of opportunity. They employed the primordial treasure, the Zhanxian sword array, to dominate the fortunes of Jiejiao. The colossal sanctity emanating from both doctrines swept across the vast expanse of the primordial world and under the auspices of the heavenly virtues. The cultivation of Yuanshi and Tongtian surged to the second layer of Hongyun. Both were elated, oblivious to the stark contrast in the philosophies of the great teachings they had established. The joy of achieving enlightenment consumed their thoughts, leaving little room for reflection. However, as Yuanshi and Tongtian reveled in their success, Jane and Junti were on the verge of tears. Brother, now that the Three Pure Ones and Yuhua have ascended, what of our cultivation? Jane's lament echoed his dismay, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, we remain in the mid-stage of quasi-saints, a long way from severing our mortal shells. But brother, Yuanshi and Tongtian are also in the mid-stage of quasi-saints, yet they ascended directly through the merits. Jean observed keenly. The Three Pure Ones possess immense merits from the creation of the world, which facilitated their ascension. Indeed, Jane discerned the truth. The mere merit of establishing a teaching was insufficient for the Three Pure Ones to attain sainthood. It was the combination of their doctrinal merits and the great merits from the creation that propelled them to such heights. Our fate is truly unfortunate. A single step behind leads to an endless retreat. When shall we revitalize the West? Junti lamented, his expression one of despair. Jing, witnessing his brother's plight, felt a pang of sympathy, aware of the urgency of early enlightenment. Resolutely, he addressed Junti, brother, I have a method that may allow us both to attain sainthood. However, it will demand much from us in the future. Brother, I am willing to do anything to revitalize the West. Upon seeing Junti's determination, Jane nodded and continued, recently, I devised a profound method of enlightenment through dreams, initially intended for self-assessment. Little did I know it would become the key to our ascension. Quickly, Jane divulged the essence of this method to Junti. Without hesitation, Junti agreed. Soon, the two brothers prepared themselves and stood atop Mount Shumi, proclaiming in unison, in the presence of the heavenly way, we perceive the incompleteness of the primordial teachings. The beings of the West face arduous trials. Thus, we establish the Western teachings. With the merit of the Golden Lotus, we empower the divine staff to suppress the fortunes of the Western teachings. As their voices echoed, a vast expanse of golden clouds of merit gathered in the sky. However, these merits paled in comparison to those garnered during the establishment of the Three Pure Ones teachings. Even if entirely bestowed upon one of them, it would not suffice for their ascension. Yet Jane and Juanti remained undeterred, continuing their declarations. When I become a Buddha, those born in my realm shall possess boundless roots of goodness, attaining the indomitable form of Vajra, radiating light from their crowns, achieving all wisdom. They shall gain unparalleled eloquence, adept in the subtle teachings, their words resonating like the sound of bells. Should it not be so, they shall not attain true enlightenment. In the realm where I reside as Buddha, the land is vast and pure, shining like a mirror, illuminating the immeasurable, inconceivable worlds of countless Buddhas. Beings who behold it shall cultivate rare aspirations. Should it not be so, they shall not attain true enlightenment. Before the heavenly way, Jane and Juanti fervently articulated 48 grand vows. With each vow, the merit-laden clouds above Mount Shumi grew more substantial. Once the 48 vows were completed, the accumulated merit was sufficient for Jane and Juanti to ascend. Although Juanti wished to declare a 49th vow, Jane intervened, cautioning that the number 49 belonged to the heavenly order. Such an act might invoke heavenly retribution instead of merit. As the immense merit flowed into their beings, a powerful aura enveloped the primordial realm. Jane's cultivation reached the second layer of Hongyun, while Juanti, whose foundation was weaker, only attained the first layer, despite the substantial merit. Though they had achieved sainthood, no joy was reflected on their faces, for the fulfillment of those grand vows was imperative, lest they face the heavenly consequences. Brother, you should focus on solidifying your realm here on Mount Shumi. I shall venture eastward to seek opportunities that may benefit the West. With that, Juanti departed from Mount Shumi, embarking on his quest for treasures aligned with the Western teachings. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the heavenly court and the Panga Hall of the Witch Clan. The individuals who had initially received the primordial purple chi in the Zhixiao Palace, except for Zenyuanzi, had all attained enlightenment. The existence of saints in the primordial world inevitably constrained the development of both factions. In the heavenly court, atop the Lingxiao Palace, one leader inquired, "Brother, now that all those have attained sainthood, what direction should our demon clan take?" He instructed the lower ranks to refrain from provoking those saints, ordering a retreat of all demon tribes near Kunlun Mountain and Mount Shumi to avoid inciting their wrath. "Brother, if we perfect the Zhoutian star array, we need not fear the saints." Dong Huang Tai expressed confidence in the array, though the absence of the lunar deities Shi He and Chang Shi from the demon clan hindered its full potential. Without the moon, the balance of yin and yang could not be achieved, rendering the array's power incomplete. Chapter 61. Shi He's Self-Detonation Tai, Prepare the Gifts. You and I shall visit the moon star. This time, regardless of whether Shi He and Chang Shi agree or not, we must seize control of the moon star. Yes, elder brother. Just as Dongwang Tai was about to depart, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the Lingxiao Palace. Upon recognizing this presence, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai immediately bowed in reverence, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. "Greetings, Saint Enhua, Your Majesty." Dongwang need not be overly courteous. "I have come with urgent matters to discuss." While consolidating her cultivation in the Huang Tian, Enhua had unexpectedly discovered 3 marks within the red embroidered ball. These 3 marks represented the heavenly, earthly, and human marriages. Completing each would not only grant heavenly merit, but also enhance the power of the red embroidered ball. For the selection of the heavenly marriage, Enhua first thought of Dijuan. After all, in the current primordial world, no one could represent the heavenly marriage better than Dijuan's grand union. Upon hearing Enhua's purpose, Dijuan immediately considered Shi He and Chang Shi, the goddesses of the moon star, as the ideal candidates. After all, the sun and the moon complement each other, both being supreme, celestial deities. "Saint, I happen to wish to visit the moon star to invite the 2 goddesses, Shi He and Chang Shi. It seems they would indeed be the best candidates for the heavenly marriage. Indeed, the heavenly emperor is the celestial deity born from the sun star, making him naturally most compatible with the moon star deities. If we could seek to wed either Shi He or Chang Shi, this heavenly marriage would be fulfilled. Saint, do not linger here too long. We shall proceed to the moon star at once." Having spoken, Dejuan took Dongwang Tai and the prepared gifts to leave the heavenly court, heading for the moon star. However, as soon as they stepped into the moon star's territory, Shi and Changshi appeared before them, blocking their path. Dejuan, we sisters have long declared that we will not join your demon clan, nor agree to incorporate the moon star into the great array of celestial bodies. Upon hearing Shihi's refusal, Dejuan's brows furrowed tightly. Yet, recalling his purpose, he forced himself to remain patient and replied, I have come here for you, two celestial maidens. Dejuan then revealed his intention of seeking Shihi's hand in marriage. He had presumed that with the assurance of the Heavenly Empress and Saint Enhua, the matter would proceed smoothly. However, he was taken aback by the firm rejection he received. Dejuan abandoned this futile hope. I will not join the demon clan, nor become your partner. To assume the role of the Heavenly Empress. Shihi, do not be obstinate. We brothers have extended invitations multiple times to show you respect. Even if you refuse today, you must acquiesce. After uttering this, Dejuan summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu, while Dongwang Tai wielded the Chaos Bell. Enough of this idle chatter. If you possess the courage, let us battle. Though Shi and Changshi were not fond of conflict, they would not allow themselves to be bullied. Without hesitation, Dejuan and Tai launched an assault to subdue the two goddesses and take them back to the heavenly court. Realizing they were outmatched, Shi and Changshi would not surrender easily. They immediately harnessed the primordial power of the moon star. The moon's energy froze the void, enveloping Dejuan and Dongwang Tai. Shi wielded the moon essence wheel, directing the moon's power in relentless attacks. Yet all were thwarted by the He-Tu, Luo Shu, and the Chaos Bell. Even when Shi and Changshi joined forces, they could not breach the defenses of Dejuan and Dongwang Tai. Moreover, as solar deities, the moon's energy had minimal effect on them. With the true fire of the sun at their disposal, the power of the moon could not approach. Seeing this, Shi exchanged glances with her sister Changshi and swiftly retreated to the depths of the moon star. There they found a laurel tree. Though not comparable to the Fusang tree, it was a product of the purification of the moon's power, closely linked to the moon star. Additionally, a primordial great formation rested upon the laurel tree, boasting formidable defenses. They promptly activated this formation, barring Dejuan and Dongwang Tai from entry. Vile creatures seeking death. Seeing this, Dejuan and Dongwang Tai hurled their primordial treasures at the formation. Simultaneously, both transformed into their true forms of the three-legged golden crow, unleashing endless solar fire to incinerate the formation before them. The clash of solar fire and lunar energy produced a cacophony of sound. Shihi, I will send you away now. You must find refuge with Hongyun Taoist at Penglai Island in the East Sea. Sister, let us leave together. No, only one of us can escape. With the support of He-Tu and Luo Shu. If one of us can escape, it would be a fortunate outcome. Though reluctant, Changshi understood this was their only option. If they both remained, they would surely be captured by Dejuan and Tai. Seeking aid from the East Sea offered them a glimmer of hope. However, just as Shi was about to act, Dongwang Tai detected her intentions. Empowered by the fortunes of the demon clan and free from distractions, Dongwang Tai was now terrifyingly formidable, rivaling the mightiest beneath the saints. Shihi's intentions were immediately sensed by Dongwang Tai. Yet, her actions were swift, using the moon essence wheel to tear through space. She sent Changshi away from the moon star. Having left the moon star, Changshi flew towards the East Sea without looking back. Tai, continue the assault here. I will pursue and capture Changshi. After uttering this, Dejuan sought to chase after Changshi. The actions they had taken were undoubtedly disgraceful. Should they be exposed, they would suffer the utmost humiliation. But Shi would not grant Dejuan this opportunity, a glint of madness flashing in her eyes. If Changshi were to be recaptured, their fate would be to become puppets. With this thought, the lunar energy of the moon star began to surge violently. Not good, retreat. Dejuan and Dongwang Tai realized that Shi intended to self-destruct. A quasi-saint in the early stages, combined with the lunar energy of the moon star, was too much for either of them to withstand. Yet, Shihi's actions were alarmingly rapid, shielded by the formation in the blink of an eye. She detonated a portion of the moon star lunar energy. Hearing the explosion behind her, Changxi understood her sister's choice and hurriedly continued her flight toward the East Sea without pause. Chapter 62. The mysterious Zhuangmu as the echoes of the explosion dissipated. The figures of Dijun and Dongwang Tai finally came into view. Ahem. Brother, this time cannot be considered without merit. At least we have obtained the Tying Star. Dongwang Tai consoled the somewhat dejected Dijun. However, Dijun shook his head and replied, "My disappointment stems from allowing Changxi to escape. How we transformed her into a puppet. The might of the Zhou Tian star formation would have reached its zenith. Alas, it is regrettable. Although we can seek others among our demon kin, none can compare to Changxi. As the sovereign of the demon race, Dijun was not one to grieve over the loss of a suitable partner. What truly concerned him was whether the interests of the demon race could be maximized. Nevertheless, acquiring the Tying Star was not an unacceptable outcome. Dongwang Tai nodded thoughtfully and subsequently collected a strand of Tying Star essence, igniting the final star in the Zhou Tian star formation. Once the Tying Star banner was completed, the formation's power could undoubtedly rival that of a saint. However, Dijun and Dongwang Tai were unaware that the Zhou Tian star formation indeed possessed power comparable to that of a saint, albeit only a weaker one like Zhuan-Ti. A single figure like Hongyun could contend with tens of thousands of Zhuan-Ti. Even Yuhua could vanquish several hundred Zhuan-Ti. It is only when one reaches the realm of Hongyun that the profound intricacies and strength of such a state can be truly appreciated. While Dijun and Dongwang Tai deliberated on the Tying Star, Changxi, stifling her sorrow, had already arrived above the Eastern Sea. "I seek an audience with the Taoist Hongyun. I seek an audience with the Taoist Hongyun." Changxi's voice reverberated across the Eastern Sea, but the figure that appeared before her was not Hongyun, but rather Zhuangmu. "Friend Changxi, Hongyun is presently in seclusion. Please follow me." "Thank you, Taoist Zhuangmu." Without a second thought, Changxi immediately followed Zhuangmu. However, Zhuangmu led Changxi through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a desolate island. With a mere wave of her hand, Zhuangmu utilized an oddly shaped object to seal both the entire island and Changxi within. "Taoist Zhuangmu, what do you mean by this?" "There is no particular meaning. I am merely curious about those who have deviated from their original fate. Your original destiny should not have unfolded this way. All upheavals stem from Hongyun. If I can unravel this connection, perhaps I could restore myself to my peak. At that time, not even that old fellow Hongjun, nor the heavenly Tao, could pose a threat to me." Changxi looked at Zhuangmu in terror, for the being before her was entirely different from the Zhuangmu she had known. "You're not Zhuangmu?" "No. You are mistaken. I am Zhuangmu. Yet, I am more than merely Zhuangmu." "What do you mean? You are not yet qualified to know so much." Without further ado, Zhuangmu allowed white threads to sprout from the center of her palm, extending and eventually enveloping Changxi tightly. In a short while, Changxi transformed into a large cocoon, seemingly falling into a state of slumber. Zhuangmu approached the cocoon and extended her hand to sense something. However, after a prolonged wait, she opened her eyes in disappointment. "Strange, why is the thread of fate severed? Could it be that Hongyun has departed from Hongwang? Yet I have been observing. It is impossible for him to have left Penglai." Just as Zhuangmu was engulfed in confusion, Hongyun, who resided within the Chaos Pearl, distinctly sensed a tremor within it. Though puzzled, Hongyun remained unaware of the cause and continued his seclusion to refine his cultivation. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Dijun and Dongwang Tai reported to Nuwa about the occurrences surrounding the Tying Star. To conceal matters from a saint was beyond their capabilities, for even if they attempted to hide the truth, Nuwa could discern all through her celestial calculations. Although Nuwa had a slight acquaintance with Shiha and Changxi, it was merely a nodding familiarity. As long as the heavenly marriage could be accomplished and merits obtained, Nuwa did not care about the identity of the bride. Given the impossibility of forming a heavenly marriage with the Tying Star deity, they would have to seek a suitable candidate among the demon race. For the time being, this seems the only viable option. Dijun paused and continued. Previously, various demon clans presented a selection of women. Why not choose from among them? His suggestion stemmed from foresight. As the future queen could not merely be a Luo Jinxian, incapable of surpassing the Zhuan Sheng. Nuwa instructed Dijun to bring all these demon women to Lingxiao Palace. After careful consideration, she ultimately selected 5 women, all of whom resonated with Dijun's fate and possessed considerable strength, capable of withstanding Dijun's solar divine fire. Should their cultivation be too weak, they might be reduced to ashes during the union of Yin and Yang. After scrutinizing the candidates, Dijun chose a 9-tailed fox from the Fox clan. Not only was this 9-tailed fox the most powerful among the 5, but the Fox clan also happened to be the weakest among them. Weakness signified ease of control. Dijun was averse to the prospect of any one clan dominating the demon race. Do you wish to become a queen? The little fox is willing. Moreover, I possess a gift to present to your majesty. Oh, pray tell. Upon hearing that the 9-tailed fox had a gift, curiosity blossomed within Dijun. Given the overall weakness of the Fox clan, the strongest among them was indeed the 9-tailed fox before him. Under the watchful eyes of Dijun and Yuhua, the 9-tailed fox produced a chaos-colored flag and placed it before Dijun. Your Majesty, this flag is something I stumbled upon in the Hongyun. I am uncertain of its material, but it possesses the ability to control the souls of others. The words of a 9-tailed fox left Dijun and Nuwa in disbelief. Nuwa picked up the flag and examined it closely, confirming its ability to control souls, but only under the condition that the target's blood was infused into the flag. To be frank, this function seemed rather trivial. After all, if one could obtain the blood of another, who would labor to control their soul? Yet, Dijun's eyes lit up at the prospect, recognizing the flag as a timely boon. For within the demon race, many held their own ambitions. This flag might just unify the demons like never before. Chapter 63. Celestial Marriage. The terrible losses of the demon clan. Dijun conveyed his thoughts to Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Nuwa, receiving their approval. All demons beneath the quasi-saint level were required to leave their essence blood on this banner, while those at the quasi-saint level were exempt from such constraints. Dijun entrusted this matter to Dong Huang Tai Yi, coordinating it with the preparations for the celestial marriage. Although many demons expressed their discontent, no one dared to voice objections after Dong Huang Tai Yi decisively eliminated several Deluo Jin Xian. Soon, Dijun's grand wedding was proclaimed throughout the wilderness, set to take place in the near future. Additionally, Dijun dispatched 3 groups of envoys to Kunlun Mountain, Sumi Mountain, and the eastern Sea Penglai Island, inviting various saints to attend the celestial marriage. However, the Sanqing and the duo of Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti flatly rejected Dijun's invitation, while Hongyun's side did not even grant them a glimpse of Penglai Island. Though Dijun was enraged, he felt powerless to confront these individuals. The day of the grand wedding arrived, and the demon clan celebrated in unison, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Under the witness of Nuwa, the celestial marriage ceremony was successfully completed. The heavenly Tao bestowed merit, which fell upon Nuwa and the couple, Dijun and his bride. Just as joy filled the air, a commotion erupted outside the heavenly court, followed by the sight of tens of thousands of demon soldiers flying toward Lingxiao Palace. However, upon landing, all these soldiers perished without a single survivor. They had not entered of their own volition, but had been forcibly propelled in. 12 ancestors of the Wu. Do you seek death? Dijun, Cheaze Yor Grandiose boasts. If you truly possess the power to kill us, I shall twist my head off and use it as a ball to kick. I see your mouth no longer wishes to exist, Zhu Rong. If you have the capability, come to battle. What use is all this idle chatter? Zhu Rong's words ignited the fury of the demon clan. Yet at that moment, Nuwa merely shook her head and quietly returned to the Wahuang Palace. Now that the celestial marriage had been completed and the merit obtained, her purpose for being there was fulfilled. Only Fu Shi, upon seeing his sister depart, felt a tinge of melancholy in his gaze, recalling her earlier warning. However, after careful consideration, he chose to trust Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Thus, without hesitation, Fu Shi joined the fray of the Wu Demon War. Dong Huang Tai wasted no time, commanding the activation of the Zhou Tian star array. At that moment, all celestial bodies have been encompassed within the array. wielding tremendous power without the need for Dong Huang Tai Yi to personally lead it. The quasi-saints of the demon clan, in conjunction with the Zhou Tian star array, managed to suppress the 12 ancestors of the Wu and their millions of soldiers. The 12 ancestors grew increasingly alarmed as the strength of the demons appeared to be nearing parity with that of the Wu clan. Should the demons continue to develop, it would not be long before they surpassed the Wu. This outcome was unacceptable to the 12 ancestors. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity amidst the heated battle to produce 2 black orbs. The moment these orbs emerged, they instantly drained the surrounding innate spiritual energy. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin hurled the orbs left and right, retreating with their entire clan. Before Di Jun and the others could grasp the Wu clan's intentions, the orbs detonated amidst the demon ranks. 2 voices resonated. Ja, Umph. The voice of the great Pangu echoed throughout heaven and earth, unleashing colossal power that turned countless demon soldiers to ashes. Even 4 of the 10 demon saints were obliterated. Having achieved their objective, the 12 ancestors hastily retreated with their forces like a receding tide. They understood that the time stipulated by Hongjun had yet to arrive. Engaging in an all-out war with the demons at this moment would not only contravene Hongjun's will, but could also provoke the heavenly Tao's ire, resulting in a detrimental impact on the Wu clan as fortunes. Therefore, the 12 ancestors opted for a temporary retreat, biding their time until the opportune moment to confront the demons. Although Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai felt a sense of dissatisfaction, they recognized that pursuing the retreating Wu clan was ill-advised. They promptly ordered the demon forces to regroup, tending to the wounded while bolstering the defenses of the heavenly court against potential Wu clan ambushes. The joyous atmosphere of the celestial marriage was shattered by the sudden outbreak of battle. While the demon clan outwardly continued to celebrate, a shadow loomed over their hearts. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were acutely aware of the Wu clan's formidable prowess. Their retreat was solely due to the prior command of Hongjun. Additionally, the demon clan bore a heavy toll, their strength significantly diminished. Should the 12 ancestors possess similar tactics, the demons would likely falter in subsequent encounters. However, Di Jun's concerns were unwarranted, as the Wu clan possessed only these 2 orbs, having appropriated them from the Sanqing, who had yet to attain sanctity. Before Pangu's demise during the creation of the cosmos, he had left behind means of survival for the Sanqing and the 12 ancestors. However, these were all seized by the Tiandi Xuanzang Linglong Pagoda and fell into the possession of the Sanqing. Seizing the opportunity during the previous encounter, the 12 ancestors had pilfered both Dao sounds. It is essential to note that both Jia and Heng were mighty abilities used by Pangu when he cleansed the remnants of the chaotic divine demons. Without innate supreme treasures, most could not withstand their might. Initially, Di Jiang intended to eliminate either Di Jun or Dong Huang Tai. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that such an endeavor would likely fail and not yield maximum benefit. At Kunlun Mountain, Yu Su Palace, the Sanqing also heard the 2 Dao sounds of Pangu. Recalling the scene of the 12 ancestors pressing their heads and extracting the Dao sounds from the Tiandi Xuanzang Linglong Pagoda, the Sanqing felt an overwhelming urge to eradicate the 12 ancestors. However, as sages, they understood the delicacy of the Wu and demon clan situation. Should the Sanqing act to slay the 12 ancestors now, they would likely plummet from their sanctified status. Brother, I believe the 12 ancestors ought to perish within this calamity of the Wu and demon clans. Indeed, I concur with the second brother's perspective. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, for once, found common ground, directing their gaze toward Laozi, who simply nodded and spoke. The 12 ancestors must die, but not at our hands. Do you all comprehend? Brother, I believe the 2 from the west would suffice. That one always proclaims, am fated with the West, with a slight maneuver. It would undoubtedly ignite the war between the Wu and demon clans. As the Sanqing deliberated their scheme, the 12 ancestors returned to the Wu clan and commenced rigorous training to enhance their strength. Chapter 64, Anomaly, the Power of Destiny. Upon the serene shores of Penglai Island, Hongyun meticulously refined his cultivation before emerging from the Chaos Pearl. As his primordial spirit swept across the island, he discerned only the presence of his 4 disciples, with no sign of the Queen Mother of the West. A frown creased Hongyun's brow as he sensed an unsettling anomaly. He realized that he had become overly preoccupied with the Queen Mother of the West. The mere thought of not encountering her upon his emergence stirred a desire to seek her out. For a primordial powerhouse, such an attachment was decidedly abnormal. Although he had been oblivious to this before, his recent introspection unveiled this troubling truth. How could he, with his steadfastness, entertain notions of forging a bond with another upon their initial meeting? Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into a trap far earlier than anticipated. Harnessing his immense primordial spirit, he scrutinized every corner of his being, ultimately discovering a completely transparent thread resting upon his heart. Had he not attained his current level of mastery, he would not have even been aware of its existence. What did this be? When did it infiltrate my body? After pondering these questions for quite some time, Hongyun found no clarity. However, he resolved to remain patient, refraining from exposing the Queen Mother of the West, instead choosing to observe her intentions. At that moment, Lu Er sensed Hongyun's energy and approached him. I pay my respects, Master. Your disciple has fulfilled your instructions successfully. However, the last of the 7 emotions and 6 desires was unexpectedly rescued at a critical moment by a black lotus, and I was unable to catch up. With a wave of his hand, Lu Er presented 4 fragments of the world-destroying mill before Hongyun. You were instructed to cultivate a method of evasion, yet you insisted it was unnecessary. Now, do you comprehend the significance of speed? I understand, Master. I shall diligently study this skill, and should I encounter a fleeing adversary again, I will surely be able to pursue them. Well, your determination is commendable. Hongyun carefully stored the 4 fragments, knowing that with just one more, he could reconstruct the world-destroying mill, an innate treasure. Yet, he felt no urgency regarding the final fragment, for with the other 5 in hand, he had already pinpointed its location, atop the western Mount Shumi. Nevertheless, Hongyun intended to ride the coattails of Luo, who's schemes to orchestrate a clever ploy against Hongjun. Once Lu Er had delivered the fragments, he returned to his studies of evasion techniques. Meanwhile, Hongyun utilized the Chaos Pearl to delve into the origins and background of the Queen Mother of the West. He now suspected that she might be the reincarnation of some ancient chaotic deity, far more complex than merely taking form from the innate energy of the lunar essence. Although Hongyun believed he was acting with utmost discretion beneath the protection of the Chaos Pearl, the Queen Mother of the West, on a distant, desolate island, was nonetheless aware of his presence. How amusing! Only now do you realize, she murmured, before vanishing entirely along with the white cocoon before her, leaving no trace. A mere quarter of an hour later, Hongyun appeared on the desolate island, yet the Queen Mother of the West had completely eluded him. I have arrived too late. How unexpectedly cautious she is. As the power of the great Tao swirled in his eyes, he endeavored to dismantle and reassemble the island, hoping to uncover even a trace of the Queen Mother's lingering essence. It was only after attaining the Tao of primordial unity that Hongyun comprehended the profound nature of the Tao of power. Otherwise, Panga would not have battled against 3,000 divine beings to carve out the primordial world. The Tao of power served as a comprehensive framework, enabling the utilization of any form of power. Gentle with the comments, I am merely tying up loose ends here. However, Hongyun's current mastery was still in its infancy, and his application of the Tao of power was rudimentary at best. The deeper he delved, the more he perceived the Tao's inscrutable complexity. After meticulously dismantling parts of the island, he finally stumbled upon something extraordinary, the power of destiny. Gazing at a small segment of white thread before him, Hongyun was resolutely certain it emanated from the power of destiny. Yet the transparent thread upon his heart bore no trace of such energy, leaving him uncertain whether this power of destiny was indeed left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. From whence have you acquired this power of destiny? The voice of Hongjun suddenly resonated, startling Hongyun. The unexpected appearance of Hongjun indicated that he had been caught off guard, meaning there was no escape should Hongjun choose to strike. Yet, upon locking eyes with those cold, indifferent orbs, Hongyun's concerns swiftly dissipated. It was clear that the presence before him was the heavenly Tao, merely utilizing Hongjun's form. Though the heavenly Tao harbored its own schemes, it would not act lightly unless the overarching flow of the Tao were to be altered. I, too, am unaware of the origins of this power of destiny. In truth, the heavenly Tao was well aware that the emergence of this thread of destiny was perplexing. Even its own essence could not trace its source. The deity of destiny may not have perished. With that cryptic statement, Hongjun vanished. Hongyun was taken aback by the abruptness of his words, not because of the potential survival of the deity of destiny, but due to the sheer prowess of its methods. If the Queen Mother of the West were indeed the deity of destiny, her ability to remain undetected for so many years, both by him and the heavenly Tao, spoke volumes of her skill. If she chose to conceal herself entirely, it was entirely plausible that she could evade discovery. With a thought, Hongyun promptly arrived at the Western Kunlun. After a thorough search, he found no trace of the Queen Mother of the West. However, he did discover an unconscious true spirit, enveloped in a thick layer of lunar essence. Realization dawned upon him. This true spirit was likely the authentic Queen Mother of the West. Having been usurped by the deity of destiny before her form could fully manifest, her true essence sealed away. Ah, you are a pitiable soul. I shall grant you the cycle of reincarnation. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation had yet to emerge, those with great powers could directly shatter the cycle and facilitate the rebirth of a true spirit. After ensuring there were no abnormalities in the Western Kunlun, Hongyun departed. Yet, shortly after his departure, the Queen Mother of the West materialized within the Western Kunlun. Suspended above her was the extraordinary treasure that had previously sealed the desolate island, rendering her presence incongruous with the surrounding realm, as though she existed outside of it altogether. You have arrived quite swiftly. However, your secrets shall soon be mine. Ha ha! Chapter 65. The embryonic form of the primordial spirit, the Queen Mother of the West, concealed herself within the depths of Zaikungwan, her whereabouts unknown to all. Upon returning to Penglai Island, Hongyun cautioned his disciples to exercise utmost vigilance regarding the Queen Mother. Although the 5 virtues were perplexed, they nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, Hongyun remained uneasy about his disciples and left a mark of his strongest strike on each of them. After completing these measures, he departed from Penglai Island and swiftly arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. At this moment, Hutu sat alone upon the Chilan cliff, contemplatively gazing at the sea of clouds below. Friend Hutu, I trust you are well. Upon seeing Hongyun, Hutu instinctively inclined to bow in greeting, but was halted by Hongyun. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. We once shared the teachings at the Zixiao Palace. There is no need for such politeness. I observe your furrowed brow. Do you face difficulties? Perhaps sharing them would allow me to assist you. Surprised by Hongyun's offer, Hutu regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and caution. In her memory, Hongyun had always refrained from involving himself in the affairs of the witch and demon clans, remaining neutral. However, given Hongyun's formidable prowess, Hutu dared not dismiss his generosity. What you may not know, esteemed Taoist, is that while the witch and demon clans appear powerful, it is merely a superficial illusion. Beneath the surface lie myriad issues that will inevitably manifest as grave troubles. If a true war were to erupt between the 2 clans, countless lives would be lost. Hongyun nodded in acknowledgement, greatly impressed by Hutu's insight. It was indeed remarkable that she could perceive such complexities without a primordial spirit. Had Hutu possessed both a primordial spirit and the body of an ancestral witch, she might have rivaled Hongyun's strength. Though your observations are astute, they seem confined to the witch and demon clans alone. The vast expanse of the primordial realm encompasses far more than just these 2 factions. I suggest you explore further. Upon receiving this guidance, Hutu felt a stirring within her true spirit, sensing a significant opportunity in the direction Hongyun indicated, one that might alter the fate of the witch clan. Thus, despite recognizing that Hongyun could be manipulating her, she resolutely set forth on this path. This was indeed Hongyun's calculated strategy. As long as Hutu was not naive, she would discern his intentions. However, The predestined downfall of the witches and the demons was a certainty that Hongyun believed Hutu had already grasped. Therefore, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, Hutu would plunge into it without hesitation. As Hutu traversed the vast land of the primordial realm, she observed that the conflict between the witch and demon clans had escalated to a fever pitch. Upon encountering one another, they became irrevocable foes. Tragically, the strife between these clans ensnared countless innocent beings, resulting in their untimely demise. Upon reaching the fringes of the Blood Sea, where anguished souls wailed, a flicker of compassion crossed Hutu's gaze. It was crucial to note that, at this juncture, the cycle of reincarnation had yet to commence. Without the aid of a great transcendent, these souls could not hope for rebirth. They languished in the primordial realm, ultimately drifting into the Blood Sea, where they endured daily torment. Although the river of the underworld had previously mimicked Nuwa in creating the Azura clan from the souls within the Blood Sea, this paled in comparison to the vast number of souls lost. These souls perpetually radiated resentment, which in turn transformed into karmic retribution, eventually rebounding upon the witch and demon clans. How much merit and fortune do you believe the witch and demon clans can sustain under such consumption? Hutu's countenance turned ashen upon hearing Hongyun's words. Initially, she had believed that the witch clan was shielded by the merits of Pangu, and that inciting some karmic backlash would pose no real threat. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming resentment emanating from the Blood Sea, she realized her grave miscalculation. This immense karmic backlash could plunge the witch clan into eternal ruin. In that moment, Hutu seemed to come to a profound realization, settling in meditation at the edge of the Blood Sea. Hongyun observed Hutu with keen curiosity, eager to discern how she would comprehend the path of reincarnation. After all, it was common knowledge that the witch clan lacked primordial spirits, primarily due to their long-term practice of refining their bodies using the earth's malevolent energy, thus severing the possibility of forming a primordial spirit. Without such a spirit, grasping the great Tao was exceedingly challenging. Only the 12 ancestral witches, each carrying an innate path, could wield the corresponding great Tao. As Hongyun watched, a glimmer of brilliance emerged from Hutu's brow, connecting her to the great Tao of heaven and earth. The embryonic form of the primordial spirit, Hongyun exclaimed, though he quickly stifled his voice to avoid disturbing Hutu. He dared not believe his eyes, scrutinizing Hutu's brow. Ultimately, he confirmed that it was indeed the embryonic form of the primordial spirit, albeit feeble, weaker than that of even a celestial immortal. Yet given ample time, this embryonic form could evolve into a complete primordial spirit, indistinguishable from those of other innate divine beings. Did only Hutu possess this embryonic form? Or did all 12 ancestral witches share this trait? If all 12 possessed embryonic primordial spirits, then the strength of the witch clan would be far from simplistic. Might there be a scheme of Pangus at play? Hongyun found himself engulfed in uncertainty, pondering whether to allow Hutu to continue her enlightenment. After all, he could almost assert that Pangu had not perished atop Mount Bujo. If all 12 ancestral witches indeed possessed primordial spirits, they would be akin to 12 miniature Pangu. However, upon reflection, Hongyun surmised that it was unlikely all 12 ancestral witches possessed primordial spirits, for had that been the case, the demon clan would have been annihilated long ago. The possession of a primordial spirit fundamentally altered the application of the Great Tao. The ancestral witches, with their primordial spirits in conjunction with their innate paths, would wield terrifying power. Thus, Hongyun concluded that only Hutu had encountered some fortuitous event, granting her an embryonic primordial spirit. At this moment, Hutu found herself enveloped in an enigmatic state, transcending the heavenly path while remaining intimately connected to the primordial realm. Hongyun recognized that Hutu was not perceiving the heavenly path, but rather the earthly path. Only with the emergence of the earthly path could the cycle of reincarnation genuinely manifest in the primordial realm. Suddenly, two murderous swords shot forth from the Blood Sea, aimed directly at Hutu's brow. Mingi, you truly possess audacity. As Hongyun's words fell, the two swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, were halted in midair, rendered completely immobile. Esteemed Taoist, it is not that Mingyi is being reckless, but rather acting in self-defense. I implore you to grant me leave to sever Huta's ancestral witch. Chapter 66. The Reincarnation of the Earth Mother Mingyi. This matter concerns the entirety of the Hongyun realm. I cannot acquiesce to your request. Hongyun cast a dispassionate glance at Mingyi before him, understanding his thoughts. It was merely the desire to attain sanctity. When Yuhua created humanity and achieved sanctification, Mingyi emulated her by fashioning the Azura clan. When the three Pure Ones and the other sages established their teachings and attained sanctity, Mingyi followed suit by founding the Azura sect. Despite accruing considerable merits from the heavenly Tao on both occasions, Mingyi had yet to achieve sanctification. The pursuit of sanctity had become an obsession for him, and the Blood Sea was his very foundation. Thus he could not bear to see it compromised. Hongyun's voice reverberated like thunder above the Blood Sea, causing Mingyi's complexion to turn pale instantly. Well aware of Hongyun's formidable power, Mingyi recognized that even with the Yuan Tu and the two killing swords, and by sacrificing everything he possessed, he could never hope to contend with him. Daozun, the Blood Sea is my foundation. Should the Earth Mother ancestor succeed, my path will be effectively severed. Mingyi's voice bore a hint of pleading, yet was overshadowed by his unwillingness to concede. Hongyun frowned slightly, his gaze piercing as it swept across Mingyi, and he spoke coolly. Mingyi, do you not comprehend that the Earth Mother ancestor's current enlightenment pertains to a matter of great significance for all beings in Hongyun? Should reincarnation be initiated, the heavens will gain immense merits, and all beings will achieve liberation. If you insist on obstructing this, you will not only forfeit your opportunity, but also invite divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Mingyi's heart quaked. Although he was deeply entrenched in his obsession, he was not devoid of reason. Previously, he had received warnings that should the Earth Mother succeed, the Blood Sea would suffer a significant loss. Yet, he remained unwilling to relent. Gritting his teeth as he implored, Daozun, is there truly no other recourse? After countless years of cultivation, is my quest for sanctity destined to be in vain? Hongyun sighed, stating, Mingyi, the path to sanctity is not singular. If you cling to the Blood Sea as your foundation, you will ultimately find it difficult to transcend. It will be wiser to relinquish your obsession and seek an alternate route. But that path is one you once revealed to me. I only told you that should the Blood Sea remain untainted, Mingyi shall not perish. When did I ever assert that this path would assuredly lead to enlightenment and sanctity? Mingyi was utterly taken aback by Hongyun's words. Had his years of steadfastness merely been misdirected? However, upon reflection, he realized that indeed, as Hongyun had articulated, it had been his own misguided fervor. After a prolonged silence, Mingyi let out a deep sigh, retracting the Yuan Tu and the two swords. He understood the truth in Hongyun's words. Should he continue in his obstinacy, he would likely provoke divine retribution. Thank you for your guidance, Daozun. Mingyi bowed deeply, wishing to depart immediately, but was halted by Hongyun's intervention. Is there further counsel you wish to impart? If you have no urgent matters, it would be prudent to wait here. You may yet find an alternative identity akin to that of a sage. An alternative sage? What does that mean? It signifies a status equal to that of a sage, albeit perhaps lacking the immense power of the heavenly Tao sages. Then I am most grateful, Daozun. Though Mingyi did not fully grasp the specifics of Hongyun's words, he was enraptured by the notion of a status equivalent to that of a sage. Just the mere prospect of that was enough for him to be willing to wait, even for countless years. Hongyun turned his gaze toward the Earth Mother, observing the luminous radiance at her brow growing ever more resplendent, as though resonating with the cosmic Tao. Hongyun knew that the Earth Mother had entered a critical juncture in her enlightenment. Should she succeed, reincarnation would manifest in Hongyun, heralding a monumental transformation for the cosmos. A millennium swiftly passed. The nascent form of her primordial spirit at her brow vanished, and she rose to deeply bow to Hongyun. Thank you for your protective guidance, Daozun. Hongyun smiled gently, replying, There is no need for such formalities. My friend, This is a matter of great cosmic merit, and I have merely lent a modicum of assistance. If you wish to accomplish this, you ought to express your gratitude to Ming He as well. However, I must remind you that the specifications of reincarnation are of utmost importance. You must deliberate carefully. The Earth Mother was momentarily taken aback before nodding in understanding. With the Tao above, I, the Earth Mother of the Witch Clan, sensing the incompleteness of the Hongyun cosmos, willingly transform into reincarnation to complete the Hongyun realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation encompass the heavenly path, human path, Asura path, hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path, allowing countless beings to cycle through rebirth and alleviating the grievances and karma of the Hongyun cosmos. As the Earth Mother's voice fell, she could no longer maintain her innate Tao form and reverted to her true self. The vast blood sea began to churn, and her body involuntarily ascended, gradually transforming into 6 dark, profound portals. Subsequently, the blood sea parted, with half of it being inexplicably consumed, ultimately forming the entrance to the underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation coalesced into a spectral light, soaring into the underworld. With the emergence of reincarnation, countless souls within the blood sea surged toward the underworld under the governance of cosmic laws. Thank you, compassionate Earth Mother. Thank you, compassionate Earth Mother. Thank you, compassionate Earth Mother. All beings within the Hongyun knelt in the direction of the underworld blood sea. Even the 6 heavenly Tao sages inclined their heads slightly in respect, for they deemed such an act beyond their own capabilities. At that moment, within the Panga Hall of the Witch Clan, the 11 other ancestor witches rushed toward the underworld blood sea upon hearing this news. While everyone believed the Earth Mother had perished, only Hongyun observed the accumulating merits of the heavenly Tao and the cosmic Tao overhead. The immense cloud of merit surpassed the combined merits accrued during the ascension of the 6 heavenly Tao sages. 1/10 of the merit descended upon Hongyun, acknowledging his guidance to the Earth Mother. Another 10th fortified the 6 paths of reincarnation. The remaining 80% coalesced into a human form. In an instant, the cycle of reincarnation transformed the Earth Mother into a being no longer of the Witch Clan. Henceforth, I shall be known as Ping Xin. Ping Xin regarded Hongyun with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Hongyun refrained from elaborating further, for the current Ping Xin had not only attained the 3rd level of the primordial realm, but could also be referred to as the master of the Earth Tao. However, the Earth Tao remained incomplete, preventing Ping Xin from merging with the Tao as Hongjun could. I must also express my gratitude to Ming He. Henceforth, Ming He shall be the master of the Asura path. As Ping Xion's words echoed, a blood-red mark flew forth from the Asura path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, embedding itself into Ming He's brow. In an instant, Ming He's aura surged dramatically, swiftly reaching the quasi-saint level, which equated to a half-step into the primordial realm. However, by harnessing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he could unleash the combat prowess of the 1st level of the primordial realm. Chapter 67. The Establishment of the Underworld, Arrival of the 6 Saints. Although not true saints, Mingyi was filled with immense joy and hurriedly expressed gratitude towards Pingxin and Hongyun. Hongyun waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Mingyi need not be so formal. Do not underestimate the position of the Tao Master, he advised Mingyi. Once the Tao is fully perfected, you may find yourself on equal footing with those heavenly path saints. Thank you for the reminder, Tao Master. I shall not grow complacent and will devote myself wholeheartedly to safeguarding the cycle of reincarnation. Just then, the imposing figure of Hongjun, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, appeared before the 3, unleashing a tremendous pressure directed at Pingxin and Hongyun. Naturally, Hongyun was unperturbed by this pressure, effortlessly dissipating it with a wave of his hand. However, in that fleeting moment, he discerned a glimmer of anger in Hongjun's eyes. Was it merely an illusion? Hongyun pondered, but by the time he looked again at Hongjun, the latter had already resumed his indifferent demeanor. Pingxin shall oversee the underworld and suppress reincarnation. None shall emerge unless facing immeasurable calamity. Your words, Tao Ancestor, are misguided. Ping Xin replied, if one perpetually suppresses reincarnation without experiencing the myriad wonders of the world, how can the cycle ever attain completeness? Do you wish for it to gradually unravel? Hongyun's words cut deep, for should they be substantiated, even the heavenly Tao would bear a portion of the burden. While it was true that the current cycle of reincarnation was far from complete and required Ping Xin's oversight, it could only delay its disintegration. However, should Ping Xin continuously refine the cycle, it would not take long before it was fully realized. Then Ping Xin must refrain from participating in the war of the witches and the demons, and I shall likewise demand that Niwa abstain. Agreed. With Hongyun's words echoing in the air, should he insist on retaining Ping Xin in the underworld, the resulting consequences when the cycle collapsed might very well fall upon him. Ping Xin listened intently to the exchange between Hongyun and felt a weight lift from her shoulders. While prohibited from participating in the war of the witches and the demons, there remained ample room for maneuvering. For instance, she could ensure the survival of the 12 ancestor witches at a critical juncture. Hongjun did not linger long. The disruption of his plans necessitated his return to strategize anew. However, before departing, he dispatched a message to the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, summoning them to arrive immediately. This subtle maneuver, though discreet, did not escape Hongyun's keen perception. Gazing toward the direction of Hongjun's exit, Hongyun proclaimed, with the Tao above, I, Hongyun, sense a disruption in the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, I established the underworld to uphold the order of the vast wilderness. With his declaration, structures began to rise from the ground in the realm of Yomi. The 18 layers of hell, Fengdu City, the city of Erond, the platform of longing, and the bridge of forgetfulness, among others. The underworld was to be governed by the emperor of Fengdu, Inti, along with the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings. Hongyun effectively transplanted a mature system from the previous underworld to this new realm, ensuring its flawless operation once the personnel were adequate. It was only at this moment that the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao arrived, finding themselves obstructed at the entrance of Yomi. Tao Master, the underworld is newly established and lacks personnel. My Western sect has numerous disciples who could serve as the 5 ghost emperors. Zhuan Ti's proposal left all present agape. While it was well known that Zhuan Ti lacked shame, his audacity in this instance was unprecedented. The disciples of the Western sect were primarily those Zhuan Ti had salvaged from other regions of the wilderness, numbering scarcely a handful, with not a single Deluo among them. Yet, he audaciously sought the positions of the 5 ghost emperors. This was not merely shamelessness. It was tantamount to discarding his dignity entirely. Even Hongjun, who had not yet departed, exhibited a moment of bewilderment, taken aback by Zhuan Ti's boldness, which was redefining everyone's understanding. The positions of the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings are meant for the witch clan. You should not harbor such aspirations. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Ping Xin cast a grateful glance in his direction. If these heavenly Tao saints pressed her, given her current strength, she feared that not a single position among the 5 ghost emperors or the 10 Yama kings would remain. However, with Hongyun's intervention, she felt reassured that at least half of those positions could be preserved. The cycle of reincarnation was a vital foundation of the wilderness. How could it be monopolized by the witch clan? I find this distribution unreasonable. Upon hearing Hongyun's assertion, Yuan Shi immediately voiced his dissent. Although his disciples were not particularly powerful, it was evident to even the dim-witted that the underworld held immense significance. The proper functioning of the underworld would yield an endless stream of merit. Accumulating such merit would greatly benefit their disciples. Indeed, to occupy the crucial ground of reincarnation, the witch clan's strength is insufficient. Laozi, recognizing this as well, chimed in to support Yuan Shi. Correct, the witch clans might is inadequate for such an endeavor. Tong Tian opened his mouth, eager to speak, especially since his disciples now formed the largest faction among the 3 pure ones. Yet, just as he began, Hongyun's voice resonated once more. The witch clan's strength is insufficient. Shall we entrust the positions of the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings to mere physical quasi-saints? Even if that were the case, I am prepared to have my eldest disciple, Wuda, assume the title of Ini. Is that not sufficient to bolster the underworld's strength? Or do any of your disciples surpass my disciple in cultivation? The 6 saints of the heavenly Tao fell silent. After all, Buddha had once listened to the teachings alongside them in the Zixiao Palace and had now broken through to the realm of Hongyun Jingxian, his strength unfathomable. Had they not become saints themselves, they might have regarded him as their peer. Comparing their disciples to Buddha, they would rather avoid such humiliation. It seemed that Hongyun intended to monopolize the underworld. I never claimed such a thing. The underworld still requires the 4 great judges and the 10 great commanders, from which you may select. Yuanshi nearly erupted in indignation at this remark. While the titles sounded grand, they ultimately pointed to the labor required in the underworld. The benefits would be minimal, yet they would be tasked with most of its affairs. How could the esteemed disciples of saints stoop to such menial labor? Would that not disgrace their masters? From Yuanshi's perspective, his disciples deserved the positions of the 5 ghost emperors. As for the laborious duties, let those who wish to undertake them do so. Dear friends, with so many of us here, are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? Distai, observing Yuanshi's stance, grew bolder in his speech. I shall proceed as I see fit. What do you intend to do about it? Yu Juanti found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that should he act first, he was no match for Hongyun. Seeing his side falter, Laozi continued, Tao Master, the underworld lacks the means to stabilize its fortune. Relying solely on Buddha may not suffice to uphold its energies. We could dispatch disciples equipped with treasures to assist in stabilizing the underworld's fortune. Chapter 68, Battling the 5 Saints and Slaying Juanti, if you had not mentioned it. I would have completely forgotten. Upon hearing Laozi's reminder, Hongyun suddenly slapped his forehead and then retrieved the fragment of treasure cliff that Hongjun had placed outside the Zixiao Palace. As soon as the fragment of treasure cliff encountered the aura of the netherworld, it instantly transformed into 2 objects, a book and a pen, known as the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Reincarnation, respectively. When combined, they represented the human aspect of the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity within the primordial realm. Thus, the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Reincarnation were meant to suppress the fortunes of the underworld. Laozi watched Hongyun's actions with a grim expression, reluctant to relinquish the fertile ground of the underworld. After all, although he had only 1 human disciple from Xuandu, that disciple's potential was far from impressive, which had caused Laozi considerable distress. Given the formidable nature of the Taoist patriarch, it was clear that a confrontation was inevitable. Upon hearing Laozi's declaration, Yuanshi and Tongtian stepped forward to stand alongside him, for at that moment, the 3 Pure Ones were still united and would undoubtedly advance or retreat together. Meanwhile, Jane and Juanti also stepped forward to ally with the 3 Pure Ones, deeming it preferable to collaborate than to engage in solitary combat. Taoist patriarch, among the demon clan, there exists the Nyo head and Ma Mian lineage, naturally adept at matters of the soul. I can summon them to bolster the ranks of the underworld. However, Niwa did not align herself with the 3 Pure Ones or the Western 2 Saints. Rather, she took the initiative to reinforce the underworld's personnel. Hongyun observed Niwa and nodded, stating, That is acceptable, but the Nyo head and Ma Mian lineages must refrain from participating in the conflict between the witch and demon clans. Very well. Upon finishing her words, Niwa turned and departed for the heavenly court. This maneuver seemed to yield nothing for Niwa, as she appeared to have lost a fraction of her strength. Yet, she understood that Ping Xin would never permit the demon clan to meddle in the underworld's reincarnation. Even if she assisted the 3 Pure Ones, Jin and Juanti, she would not gain any benefit in the underworld. Rather than offend Hongyun and Ping Xin, it was wiser to engage in a one-time transaction. This way, the demon clan would acquire a small portion of merit, and Niwa could secure a favor from both Ping Xin and Hongyun. The 3 Pure Ones and the Western 2 Saints paid little heed to Niwa's departure, for they believed their side boasted 5 saints, while Hongyun had but himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not possibly contend with them. Observing their unwavering confidence, Hongyun calmly remarked, Today, I shall demonstrate that even amidst the primordial realm, distinctions of rank exist. With that, Hongyun soared into the chaotic void, and the 5 saints promptly followed suit. After a considerable wait in the chaos, the three pure ones and the Western two saints finally arrived. The five saints surrounded Hongyun at the center and, in perfect unison, launched their attacks. Yet to Hongyun, their onslaught resembled mere child's play, though formidable in appearance. It posed little threat to him. With a gentle motion of his fists, he effortlessly dispersed their combined assault. The extermination sword array, the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the Buddha kingdom in hand, the seven treasures, wonderful tree. Witnessing Hongyun's astonishing prowess, the five saints unleashed their ultimate techniques, combining them with their treasured artifacts to suppress him. No matter your myriad methods, I shall shatter them all with sheer force. The Kunwu sword suddenly manifested in Hongyun's grasp, and with a single stroke, he sent the five saints flying. If the first strike was merely luck, the second blow forced the five saints to fully comprehend Hongyun's strength. How could this be? Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his cultivation of the way of non-action, his calm demeanor shattered in the face of this revelation. It was only at this moment that he grasped Hongyun's words. Even within the primordial realm, there are distinctions of rank. However, Yuanshi, being one of the three pure ones, felt a profound sense of inadequacy against Hongyun, which made him feel utterly humiliated. Since attaining sainthood, Yuanshi had prided himself on his supreme status, disregarding all except Hongjun and Laozi. Yet today, alongside the other saints, he faced a crushing defeat at the hands of Hongyun, leaving him unable to swallow his pride. Gather the power of the heavenly Tao. The might of a heavenly Tao saint lies in their ability to harness the forces of the Tao. Yuanshi's aura surged rapidly, soon reaching the fifth level of the primordial realm. With the Panga banner in hand, he unleashed countless chaotic sword energies toward Hongyun. Observing this, Zhuan also summoned the power of the Tao, preparing to coordinate with Yuanshi to subdue Hongyun. Fear not. This time, Hongyun held nothing back. A single sword energy sliced through the chaotic sword energies emitted by Yuanshi, shattering them entirely. Moreover, the momentum of the sword energy did not wane as it surged directly toward Yuanshi. Wherever the sword energy passed, numerous small worlds emerged from the chaos, only to be obliterated by the residual force of the blade in the next instant. Boom! Yuanshi and Zhuan were struck by the sword energy, flung billions of miles away. During this process, Yuanshi's body nearly severed, while Zhuan met a dire fate, reduced to nothingness. A crimson rain fell upon the primordial realm, and a wave of sorrow surged within the hearts of all beings. Although ordinary creatures remained unaware of the events transpiring, the great powers of the primordial realm comprehended that a saint had fallen. As they speculated on which saint had perished, Zhuan emerged from the space of the heavenly Tao, later returning to the western Shumi mountain. However, his aura remained exceedingly unstable. Within the chaos, the three pure ones and Jin gazed at Hongyun with uncertainty. Laozi's expression was fraught with doubt, and ultimately he said nothing, choosing to return with Yuanshi and Tong Tian to the primordial realm. Jin, witnessing this, offered a slight bow to Hongyun before also returning to the western Shumi mountain. Fortunately, heavenly Tao saints can be resurrected by the heavenly Tao, rendering them immortal. Otherwise, Zhuan would have truly met his end this time. No one could have anticipated that the combined efforts of the five saints would result in a complete defeat at the hands of Hongyun. Yet, such is the reality. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be greater than that between humans and dogs. Hongyun sheathed the Kunwu sword and returned to the netherworld. The river of Hades gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "The strength of the Taoist patriarch truly commands my respect. To overpower the five saints is a remarkable feat. I hope the Taoist patriarch will offer guidance in the future. My dear friend, you flatter me. As long as you devote yourself to comprehending the great Tao, you may very well surpass me in the days to come." Upon hearing these words, the river of Hades could only smile wryly. "I do not dare to hope to surpass the Taoist patriarch. I would be content merely to keep pace with your shadow." Hongyun merely shook his head gently, and then turned to Ping Xin, saying, "My friend Ping Xin, the underworld must continue to supplement its ranks. In addition to the Nyo Head and Mom Mian lineages, I require you to summon some individuals from the witch clan as well. Chapter 69. The birth of the Golden Crow. Taoist Zun reassured, rest assured I will. Before Pingxin could complete her sentence, 11 figures appeared in the realm of the underworld. Little sister, little sister. The 11 ancestral witches surrounded Pingxin, their faces etched with concern. Sister, tell us, has someone plotted against you? Speak, and we shall seek vengeance for you, even at the cost of our entire witch clan. At that moment, Di Jiang and the others recognized that Pingxin could no longer be considered a member of the witch clan. The proud physical form of the witch clan had vanished, replaced by a body formed from virtue. The eyes of the 11 ancestral witches were fixed on Hongyun. Observing this, Pingxin hurriedly spoke. The matter of my reincarnation is of my own volition. No one has coerced me. On the contrary, Taoist Zun has been immensely helpful. Had it not been for him, the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld would have been seized by others. Upon hearing Pingxin's explanation, the 11 ancestral witches nodded in understanding and clasped their fists toward Hongyun. Hongyun refrained from further comment and returned to Peng Lai. Wuda, I have arranged for you to assume the position of the heavenly son of darkness. Go forth to the underworld and take office today. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. After speaking, Hongyun entrusted the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Reincarnation to Wuda, directing him to oversee Fengdu in the underworld. After all, anyone below the level of a quasi-saint, even if a great Luo Jingxian were to fall, would inevitably enter the cycle of reincarnation. Without a powerful guardian, those great Luo Jingxians might cause disturbances. As Wuda set off for the underworld, the 11 ancestral witches departed as well, returning to their own clan. As Hongyun had anticipated, the ancestral witches unanimously declined Pingxin's request, none willing to serve in the underworld. Unable to persuade them, Pingxin reluctantly handed a drop of ancestral witch blood, which she had preserved, to Di Jiang, allowing him to cultivate another ancestral witch. After all, the witch clan's trump card was the 12 capital heavenly God's Grade array. With one ancestral witch missing, the array's potency would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. On the side of the demon clan, although the loss of one ancestral witch alleviated some pressure, the challenge of dealing with the remaining ancestral witches persisted. Other than the supreme, innate spiritual treasures, no other means could inflict harm upon the physical forms of the ancestral witches. Conversely, should the ancestral witches strike them, without the protection of spiritual treasures, it would result in at least severe injury. Brother, I believe we should send the lower-ranking demons to try and see if they can discover a method to breach the witch clan's physical forms. Di Jun scoffed at Dong Huang Taiyi's suggestion, saying, with those lesser demons, it would be a complete waste of time. Even if they were to uncover some information, conveying it back to the heavenly court would be exceedingly difficult. Di Jun's words rendered the assembly silent. Whether those lesser demons could unearth anything was uncertain, but merely transmitting any findings back was a formidable challenge. The vastness of the Hongyun realm meant that practitioners below the golden immortal level had limited lifespans, and many might never reach the heavenly court. Moreover, those above golden immortal and below quasi-saint level would also require a considerable amount of time to reach the heavenly court. After contemplating, Fushi suggested, actually, we could establish teleportation arrays throughout Hongyun. This would facilitate the transmission of information and the mobilization of troops. Perhaps the heavenly Tao might even bestow merit upon us. Absolutely not. I believe all the elites of our demon clan are already in the heavenly court. Building teleportation arrays is a complete waste of resources. Philian, the demon saint, swiftly dismissed this notion. However, Baizhe held a different perspective. I find that Shihuang's proposal is indeed viable. While it may impose a considerable strain on us in the long run, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. Furthermore, we need not construct too many. One teleportation array for every 10,000 miles would suffice. After reflecting on Bai Chi's words, Di Jun remarked, a mere few 100,000 teleportation arrays is a cost we can bear. In critical moments, we could flank the witch clan, catching them off guard. Di Jun held absolute authority within the demon clan, and upon issuing his command, it was promptly executed without question. having dominated the realm for many years. The demon clan had accumulated numerous valuable treasures within the heavenly court. Even though constructing the teleportation arrays would incur significant costs for the demon clan, these expenses were merely trifling. Except for the West, the demon clan constructed a large teleportation array every 10,000 miles. These arrays connected to the celestial stars, allowing for mutual transmission through the power of the stars. On the day the final teleportation array was completed, the heavenly Tao conferred considerable merit upon the demon clan, resulting in a modest enhancement of their strength. Esteemed ones, with the teleportation arrays now established, our demon clan's power will permeate every corner of Hongyun. Though the witch clan is formidable, their weaknesses are equally apparent. If we seize the opportunity, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the witch clan and gain complete dominion over Hongyun. Jun's voice reverberated through the skies, imbued with immense authority and confidence. Standing beside Jun, Dong Huangtai added, "Brother, while the physical strength of the witch clan is formidable, their vulnerability lies within their true spirits. If we could devise means to target their true spirits, we might achieve our goals more efficiently. Such techniques, targeting true spirits, are exceedingly rare, far beyond our current reach. It would be wiser to explore methods to breach the ancestral witch's physical forms." At that moment, as Jun and the others discussed strategies, a minor demon approached to report that the queen was about to give birth. Jun hurried to the chamber of the nine-tailed celestial fox, anxiously awaiting the moment. Even a peak quasi-saint, who wielded immense power and governed the fates of countless beings, felt a surge of tension in this moment. Despite the immense potential of the Golden Crow tribe, the Golden Crows within the womb of the nine-tailed celestial fox were not true innate deities, but rather postnatal beings. To bring forth these 10 Golden Crows, the nine-tailed celestial fox endured 1,000 years of searing from the sun's true fire. Once the 10 little Golden Crows were born, the nine-tailed celestial fox completely expended her strength, leaving no chance to see Jun one last time before her true spirit dissipated, forever departing from the realm of Hongyun. Upon learning of this, Jun could only sigh in resignation. The sun's true fire was exceedingly tyrannical, and the nine-tailed celestial fox had endured its scorching throughout her pregnancy. Jun had once taken the nine-tailed celestial fox to the abode of Nuwa, yet even the saintly Nuwa had no effective remedy. Chapter 70. The demonic clan slaughters the human clan. 5 virtues battle 9 infants. Emperor Jun gazed upon the 10 little Golden Crows, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Over the years spent in the womb, they had been nourished daily by an abundance of celestial treasures. Upon their birth, the 10 little Golden Crows possessed the cultivation of the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal. Although they could not rival the innate divine demons, they were certainly not far behind. Father, the 10 little Golden Crows fluttered around Emperor Jun, their excitement palpable. It took considerable effort for Emperor Jun to calm them down. After much persuasion, he finally convinced them to depart from the heavenly court to cultivate in the Tang Valley. His reasoning was twofold. Firstly, the presence of the Fusong tree in Tang Valley would greatly aid the little Golden Crows in their training. Secondly, the war between the witch and demon clans had reached a critical juncture. It was highly likely that the witch clan would send assassins, necessitating precaution. As the Easter Emperor Tai led the 10 little Golden Crows toward the Tang Valley, a small demon was brought before Emperor Jun by Baizhe. "Your Majesty, I have discovered a method to break the physical bodies of the witch clan, and I have come to report. Is what you say true?" "Absolutely true. My territory lies on the edge of a human tribe, and I have been secretly hunting humans. I discovered that the souls of these humans can accelerate my cultivation speed, especially those who practice the Golden Core Tao. Their golden cores are particularly nourishing. However, slaying humans will bring upon oneself the negative energy, resentment, and karma generated by their deaths. Recently, I fought with a witch, and that witch inadvertently became afflicted by the negative energy and resentment on me, causing its physical body to be directly shattered, after which I killed it." Upon hearing the small demon's account, Emperor Jun utilized his divine powers to glimpse into the demon's true spirit memories, confirming the truth of its claims. "Once, I recall, They were created by the Empress Nuwa. Your Majesty speaks correctly. It seems that Nuwa had prepared in advance, providing us with the means to defeat the witch clan. Baize exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Emperor Jun and the other high-ranking demons nodded in agreement, all sharing the belief that humans were specifically created by Nuwa to counter the witch clan. Slaughter the humans. Forge the witch-slaying sword. For those who kill numerous humans, I shall bestow heavy rewards. With Emperor Jun's command, all demons in the primordial world erupted in fervor. Soon, outside the southern heavenly gate, 10 colossal bronze cauldrons were erected, inscribed with mysterious patterns. Countless demons pushed groups of human cultivators into the cauldrons. Those practicing the golden core, Tao, found their golden cores shining brightly, but were instantly turned to blood mist upon contact with the cauldron's dark flames. Their golden cores rising to form the shape of the Big Dipper at the cauldron's mouth. Meanwhile, the flesh and essence of those practicing martial arts were wholly extracted and refined, ultimately merging into the sword embryo above the 10 bronze cauldrons. As for ordinary humans without cultivation, the negative energy and resentment produced from their refinement were collected to sharpen the sword embryo. In just a decade, millions of humans had been refined, yet it was still insufficient. Emperor Jun extended his hand, causing thousands of human golden cores to shatter, flooding the witch-slaying sword embryo with immense spiritual energy. The sword body trembled, emitting a dragon's roar, and a blood-red beam soared through the 33 heavens, startling the golden lotuses in the Yaoqi to close. Go tell the 9 infants to fill the coastal human tribes of the Eastern Sea into the soul-refining array. In the ancestral land of the humans, the 3 ancestors were pale and weak, sitting on the ground with their auras diminished to the brink of extinction. They had been severely injured by the quasi-saint 9 infants in their efforts to protect humanity. The demon clan is truly overstepping. In merely a decade, we have suffered devastating losses. At this rate, it won't be long before our race faces extinction. Suiren struck the ground fiercely, gritting his teeth in anger. Both Chao Shi and Sa Yi have bloodshot eyes, with Sa Yi even having lost an arm. We lament our weakness. We are simply no match for the demon clan. Why have a Holy Father and Holy Mother not yet arrived? With their prowess, they should be aware of such calamities befalling our race. Upon hearing this, Suiren shook his head. Perhaps someone wishes for them to remain uninformed. For now, we must send someone to seek aid from Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea. You shall go. Sa Yi volunteered. Acknowledging her injuries rendered her ineffective in the current situation. There's no need for that. I have already notified my master. The figure of Wu De appeared before the 3, much to their surprise. Initially, Wu De had been unaware of the calamity befalling humanity. He had merely noted the sharp decline in the human population on the Book of Life and Death, with no souls reporting to the underworld. This led Wu De to suspect that an upheaval had occurred among humans. However, divining the heavenly secrets revealed everything to be normal. Consequently, Wu De had come in person to investigate the matter. Strange. Why is news within humanity unable to be transmitted outward? Who is concealing the heavenly secrets for the demons? Wu De soon uncovered the truth. All information within the human race was unable to escape. Only a few sages could achieve such a feat. Yet Wu De could not ascertain which sage was involved. Wu De, what shall we do now? First, we must repel the demons and prevent further slaughter. Wu De resolved that since he had come, he would at least drive back the demons first. In the next moment, Wu De appeared before the 9 infants. With grand sleeves unfurling, the Book of Life and Death stirred without wind, and the judge's pen traced profound trajectories in the air. The 9 serpent heads of the 9 infants simultaneously unleashed poisonous flames, only to be repelled as they encountered the azure light. In the name of the Een, celestial sun, I sever your 3 souls from your body. The golden inscriptions on the Book of Life and Death suddenly glowed brightly, causing the demon emperor order hanging at the waist of the 9 infants to shatter in response. The leftmost serpent head contorted suddenly, grayish-blue corpse spots spreading across its scales. At that moment, the 9 infants fell into utter panic, never anticipating Wu De would take action directly, nor that he would be so formidable. With just the Book of Life and Death, he sought to determine their fate. Wu De, you are courting death. The remaining 8 heads of the 9 infants roared skyward, each cry withering the vegetation for miles around. From the demon cloud descended 72 bronze coffins, their lids flung open to reveal 72 corpses of great Luo golden immortals. These corpses were the result of the 9 infants' years of accumulation, most of whom had once refused to submit to the demon clan. After slaying these great Luo, the 9 infants had employed secret techniques to refine them into puppets. Now, the 72 great Luo golden immortal puppets formed a grand formation, tightly encircling Wu De in the center. In the next instant, before Wu De could fully react, waves of poisonous flames transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surging toward him. Chapter 71. The Puppet Master? A trivial skill, seeking death. Wu De, witnessing Zhu Ying's audacity to resist, promptly produced the 5 elements flag and began to wield it. In an instant, the immense power of the 5 elements spanning tens of millions of miles was summoned and coalesced by Wu De into 5 elemental Dao swords aimed at Zhu Ying. Block it for me, Zhu Ying roared, summoning all the corpse puppets to form a defensive array, hoping to thwart Wu De's assault. Yet, that 5 elemental Dao sword shattered the formation with overwhelming force, reducing all 72 corpse puppets to mere dust. Seeing this, Zhu Ying immediately employed all his spiritual treasures and defensive divine abilities, straining every sinew to resist. However, in the face of absolute power, all efforts appeared futile. A tremendous tremor ensued, and Zhu Ying was hurled away like a rag doll. Following this, Wu De casually tossed out the Book of Life and Death wherever it passed. All demonkind beneath the great Luo level lost their life force, their primordial spirits and true essences consumed by the tome. Wu De, however, did not exploit the book's might recklessly. The demonkind obliterated were all ensnared by karmic retribution. Those demons endowed with merit were unlikely to be present here, let alone slaughter the human race. Moreover, the human souls slain by the demons, which had not yet been returned to the heavenly court, were also gathered into the Book of Life and Death by Wu De. Zhu Ying, since you dare to strike at humanity, you must pay the corresponding price. You dare to kill me? Why should I not? Your kind commits such heinous acts against heaven. Even if I slay you, there would be no consequences. Wu De waved the 5 elements flag, sending a beam of light straight to Zhu Ying's brow. Impudent wretch! As those words fell, a bell tolled, and the light directed at Zhu Ying dissipated into nothingness. In the next moment, Dongwang Tai appeared before Wu De, wielding the chaos bell. Wu De furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. If this matter did not involve Hongjun, he would not believe it for a second. After all, if even Dongwang Tai was aware of the events occurring by the Eastern Sea, then Hongyun and Yuhua could not possibly be ignorant. Thus, it was clear that someone had intervened, isolating Penglai from Yuhua's realm. Among all in the vast wilderness, only Hongjun possessed such capability. While Wu De pondered how to relay this information back to Penglai, Emperor Jun led the demon army into battle. With a darkened expression, Emperor Jun glared at Wu De and declared, Wu De, humanity was created by the Saint Yuhua as sustenance for my demon kind. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or even if you are a disciple of Hongyun Taoist, I shall show no mercy. Emperor Jun understood that there must be someone covertly aiding the demon race. Otherwise, such a blatant massacre of humanity could not occur without Yuhua's tacit approval, and Hongyun would surely not remain indifferent. Hence, both Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai recognized the necessity to act swiftly, seizing the opportunity to refine the sword of slaughtering witches. By the time Yuhua or Hongyun reacted, it would be too late. However, Emperor Jun's words were devoid of subtlety, and thus nearly all the remaining humans heard his proclamation. Holy Mother, have you truly forsaken us? Is humanity merely fodder for the demons? I refuse to accept this. If that is the case, she is unworthy to be our Holy Mother. In an instant, lamentations echoed among the human ranks, some disbelieving, others cursing, many engulfed in despair. Emperor Jun, cease your empty words. As long as I stand here, I shall not allow you to harm humanity. Seeking death, with a swift motion, Emperor Jun charged at Wu De, while Dongwang Tai joined him in a coordinated assault. Wuda, surrounded by the glimmering light of the five elements, braced himself against the impact of the chaos bell. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, vast stretches of scorched earth disintegrating under the shockwave. Clang! The second toll of the bell resonated, and fissures appeared in the void, the dual forces of yin and yang cascading from the chaos bell, aiming to refine Wuda on the spot. To refine me? In your dreams. Wuda bit his tongue and unleashed his vital essence, the five elements flag roaring to life. The eastern blue lotus treasure flag radiated brilliant azure light. The southern fire flag summoned the fierce flames of the southern Ming. The western cloud flag called forth the fierce winds of the nine heavens. The northern water flag conjured the weak waters of the 3,000, and the central yellow flag formed a protective barrier of profound yellow. The five-color divine light surged into the sky, defiantly holding up the vast expanse against the suppression of the chaos bell. Dongwang Tai's pupils constricted in surprise. The primal five directions flag can actually unite? As his incantations shifted, a chaotic scene depicting the creation of the world manifested on the surface of the bell. 3,000 demonic phantoms roared forth, freezing space and reversing time in their wake. Although Wuda was a primordial golden immortal, he was merely at the initial stage of this realm. In contrast, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were both pinnacle figures at the late stage of quasi-sainthood, just a step away from achieving the status of a sub-saint. Thus, Wuda found himself straining to hold his ground, utterly unable to attend to anything else. Demon kin, hunt down humanity, Emperor Jun commanded, and countless demons surged towards the humans, commencing a brutal slaughter. Wuda wished to rush to their aid, but was ensnared by the combined efforts of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, unable to divide his focus. Five elements ascend. Wuda pointed. The primal treasure five elements flag transforming back into five individual flags, forcefully holding the chaos bell at bay. Yet, as Wuda attempted to rescue humanity, Emperor Jun denied him that chance. Stars of the universe, rise. Emperor Jun unfurled the river diagram and the Luo book in the sky, setting up a rudimentary star formation. 365 ancient stars descended upon the mortal realm, their brilliance illuminating the heavens. The river of stars poured forth, the malevolent stars shone brightly. Wuda's 7 orifices bled gold, while 3 flowers atop his head trembled violently. The book of life and death flipped open autonomously. The souls of millions of humans crying out in despair, yet were relentlessly refined by the demon kin. Swearin gazed upon the devastation before him, the remnants of humanity's limbs scattered everywhere. Though some demons had been vanquished by human cultivators during the battle, humanity's foundation was far too weak to mount any significant resistance against the overwhelming demon forces. Under the relentless slaughter of the demons, humanity was soon reduced to less than 10 million souls. We, the human race, vow once more to ensure that our conflict with the demon kin shall be to the bitter end. Even if our bloodline is reduced to a solitary survivor, we shall take it upon ourselves to annihilate the demon race. Suerin's voice resonated in the ears of every surviving human, and they all responded in unison, expressing their determination. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. Chapter 72. Battle against the heavenly Tao, immortal and unyielding. Today, I shall annihilate the human race, and we shall see how you, the demon clan, persist in your relentless struggle. Jun felt the remaining essence of humanity, a warning resonating within his primordial spirit. Though he doubted humanity posed any real threat to the demon clan, a great sage would heed such warnings from the primordial spirit. Thus, Jun resolved to extinguish this perceived threat before it could blossom. The massacre of the demon clan continued, yet the cries of humanity did not wane. Immortal and unyielding. Immortal and unyielding. In the next moment, the power of humanity awakened, carrying forth their cries and shattering the bonds of the heavenly Tao. The voices of humanity echoed throughout the vast expanse of Hongjun, their indomitable will reverberating across the realm. Just as Jun was taken aback, a formidable pressure suddenly descended upon the eastern sea. Instantly, another force countered this pressure pushing it back. Heavenly Tao, are you courting death? The voice of Hongyun did not travel far, yet those on the shores of the Eastern Sea heard it distinctly. Dijun, though clueless about the unfolding events, noted that Hongyun had yet to reveal himself or take action. Enraged by the sight of humanity below, Dijun commanded an immediate onslaught against them. Insolence! The voice of Niwa resounded along the Eastern Sea, immobilizing all present. Even Dijun, Dongwang Tai, and Baze, all late-stage quasi-saints, found themselves utterly paralyzed. Dijun, the human race is my creation, akin to my own progeny. Who gave you the audacity to act so recklessly? Niwa's aura erupted, injuring the entire assembly of quasi-saints among the demon clan. As she surveyed the demons before her, the absence of Fushi eased her heart. Had Fushi been present, she would have faced an insurmountable dilemma. Fushi had been in seclusion, seeking enlightenment to transcend and attain the quasi-saint realm. Niwa Dijun attempted to speak, but Niwa raised her hand, silencing him. I care not for your intentions. Depart at once. Should you covet humanity again, I shall ensure your demise. Upon hearing Niwa's declaration, the demon leaders, who had feared for their lives, were filled with overwhelming joy. Although they had not completely eradicated humanity, they had gathered the necessary souls, malevolence, and grievances for the crafting of the slaughtering witch sword. Under Dijun's command, all demons along the Eastern Sea returned to the heavenly court, leaving the territory to humanity. Once the demons had departed, Niwa summoned primordial spiritual energy to heal the remaining wounds of humanity. Thank you, Holy Mother. Despite humanity's gratitude, Niwa discerned the waning reverence in their eyes. She heaved a silent sigh, aware of their dissatisfaction with her actions. Yet, she remained the queen of the demons, unable to bring herself to punish them harshly. Meanwhile, in the chaos, Hongyun confronted the heavenly Tao, Hongjun. Heavenly Tao, I understand that for humanity to flourish, it must endure trials. However, you should not disguise oppression as necessity, subjecting humanity to unwarranted suffering. The flow of the heavenly Tao is immutable. Humanity must face these tribulations. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Hongyun was overcome with incredulity. He had been vigilant against this catastrophe facing humanity, yet never anticipated that the heavenly Tao would employ such tactics, shielding Penglai Island and the Niwa Palace beyond the realm. If that is the case, let's engage. Grasping the Kunwu sword, Hongyun summoned the power of the Path of Strength, striking directly at Hongjun. As the sword light shattered the chaos, the ethereal image of the Zhixiao Palace appeared behind Hongjun. 3,000 chains of the heavenly Tao entwined the Kunwu sword, and beneath Hongyun's feet, a board representing heaven, earth, and humanity emerged, with each piece embodying a miniature world in constant flux. Hongyun found himself entirely constrained, unable to move. Surrender a fragment of your true essence, and I may spare your life. The dispassionate voice of Hongjun echoed, seeking to ensnare Hongyun as a servant. You underestimate me. Hongyun smiled faintly, and the chaotic essence surged around him, severing the chains that bound him. Heavenly Tao, do you truly believe your methods can suppress me? Amusing. With a cold chuckle, Hongyun raised the Kunwu sword once more, the Path of Strength coalescing into a resplendent beam aimed at Hongjun. Hongjun remained unfazed, the phantom of the Zhixiao Palace growing more substantial, resembling a towering palace dominating the chaos. He waved his hand, and the chaotic essence instantly transformed into countless symbols of the heavenly Tao, forming a colossal barrier before Hongyun's sword light. Boom! The clash between the sword light and the barrier erupted in a deafening roar, tearing the chaotic essence apart and creating innumerable spatial rifts, as if the entire chaos trembled. Though Hongyun's sword light was fierce, it ultimately failed to breach the heavenly Tao's defenses. Hongyun, though you are primordial, you cannot contend with the heavenly Tao. Hongjun's tone remained indifferent, as though stating an irrefutable fact. Is that so? A glint of coldness flashed in Hongyun's eyes, and he swiftly rotated the Kunwu sword, once again channeling the laws of strength. The sword light surged forth, the chaotic essence swirling around it, forming a colossal river of chaos that surged toward Hongjun. This strike melded the first 3 strokes of Pangu's creation, hinting at a transcendence beyond the primordial realm. Hongjun, wary of underestimating the force, summoned a wheel of the heavenly Tao behind him, unleashing countless symbols to weave an immense net of the heavenly Tao, hoping to ensnare the river of chaos. However, the river's might far exceeded his expectations, and the net shattered under its assault. Just as Hongyun believed victory was within his grasp, Hongjun's voice rang out once more. Hongyun, you have underestimated the power of the heavenly Tao. Before his words faded, Hongjun burst forth from the river of chaos, wielding a heavenly Tao sword that had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him. The heavenly Tao sword strike. With a low shout, Hongjun swung the sword down, its radiance cleaving through the chaotic essence, as if the entire chaos were being rent asunder. Hongyun's expression grew grave, and he raised the Kunwu sword again, channeling all his strength into a colossal beam to meet the heavenly Tao sword. Simultaneously, Hongyun summoned the creation Qinglian and the Qian Kuan Ding, surrounding himself for protection. The 2 forces collided within the chaos, resulting in an unprecedented explosion. The chaotic essence was thoroughly torn apart, creating countless spatial rifts, as if the entire chaos were collapsing. Chapter 73. Carrying Humanity. Severing the heavenly path. The battle between the 2 intensified further. Amidst the chaos, the brilliance of swords intertwined with the runes of the heavenly path, as the forces of power clashed with the principles of the heavenly laws, causing the very fabric of chaos to tremble. The figures of Hongyun and Hongjun flickered within the tumultuous void, each encounter igniting violent tremors throughout the chaos. Hongyun, you will ultimately be unable to defy the heavens. The voice of the heavenly path, Hongjun, resonated once more, tinged with a hint of coldness. Defy the heavens? Today, not only will I defy the heavens, but I shall also aim to sever the heavenly path. Though Hongyun's momentum had waned significantly, and he bore numerous wounds for their skirmishes, he exhibited no inclination to concede. With a sudden twist to the Kunwu sword in his hand, no sword light emanated forth. Yet his voice echoed through the primordial chaos. The heavenly path is unkind, allowing the demonic tribes to wreak havoc. Are you, the human race, willing to join me in drawing our swords to sever the heavens? Upon hearing this declaration, all sentient beings in the primordial realm, having attained awareness, were momentarily stunned. Sever the heavens? Are they mad? Just as the denizens of the primordial world believed that the human race would remain unresponsive, the Emperor of Heaven stepped forth from Penglai Island, standing upon the surface of the Eastern Sea. I, the Emperor of Humanity, am willing to draw my sword to sever the heavens alongside the Holy Father. Upon uttering these words, he extended his right hand, and a strand of white light burst forth from it, hovering in the air. At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven did not represent himself as the disciple of the Taoist Lord Hongyun, but rather as the progenitor of humanity. With the Emperor's proclamation, his figure was projected onto the shores of the Eastern Sea by the nascent consciousness of humanity. The surviving members of the human race, upon witnessing the Emperor's form, raised their right hands without hesitation. I, the human Sui Run, am willing to draw my sword to sever the heavens alongside the Holy Father. I, the human Yu Chao, am willing to draw my sword to sever the heavens alongside the Holy Father. I, the human Sa Yi, am willing to draw my sword to sever the heavens alongside the Holy Father. From each human, a faint white light emerged, floating in the air. These strands of light ultimately vanished into the void, merging into the essence of humanity. The powerful will of the human race awakened the previously suppressed essence of humanity, unleashing a terrifying might. Boom! A nearly transparent river of humanity spanned the primordial expanse, appearing devoid of power, yet harboring unfathomable strength. The river of humanity circled through the primordial realm before surging forth with terrifying momentum into the heavens. This, mere ants, how dare they defy the heavenly path? Yuanshi gazed upon this scene, his eyes filled with astonishment. The deeper one delved into cultivation, the more one could perceive the might of the heavenly path. particularly at his level. Even as he became a saint, he dared not entertain thoughts of defiance against the heavenly path. Laozi sat solemnly upon his cushion, a rare gravity surfacing upon his normally tranquil visage. His gaze pierced through the void, fixated on the river of humanity that spanned the primordial realm, his brow furrowing slightly. Humanity can awaken at this moment? Laozi murmured to himself, disbelief lacing his tone. As the foremost of the three pure ones and a saint of the heavenly path, Laozi had always been renowned for his principle of non-action, possessing profound insights into the heavenly path. From the teachings of the three pure ones, he speculated that the heavenly path had continuously suppressed the earthly and human realms, denying them any chance of resurgence. Yet now, he found himself utterly perplexed. The awakening of humanity. How intriguing. Tontian, another of the three pure ones, chuckled softly, his tone laced with amusement. Known for his rebellious nature, he had established the Jie sect to carve out a sliver of hope for the beings of the primordial realm. At this moment, the awakening of humanity stirred within him a powerful resonance. Though the three pure ones were said to be united, they held three distinctly different perspectives on the matter of humanity's awakening. In the Western blissful world, atop the spiritual mountain, Jane and Juni stood side by side, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the soaring river of humanity. Brother, the awakening of humanity. This matter is of great significance, Jane spoke softly, yet his tone bore an undercurrent of excitement. Junior brother, the implications of humanity are simply too vast. Moreover, as saints of the heavenly path, if Jane's words trailed off, yet Junti understood his meaning. Brother, as long as we can rejuvenate our Western realm, I am willing to shoulder the consequences alone. As long as we can bring the human race to the West, we can undoubtedly revitalize the West. Even if it leads to an irreversible fate, I will not hesitate. Upon hearing Junti's words, Jane shook his head with reluctance. Junior brother, your previous injuries have yet to heal. It would be best to refrain from pursuing this matter. To bring the human race to the West would mean confronting three saints, especially that Hongyun. We will not succeed. Junti understood, yet he remained unwilling to relent. Hongyun, what exactly do you intend to do? Nuo murmured softly, her voice imbued with perplexity, as she witnessed the faint white light of humanity coalesce into a river, ultimately breaking through the suppression of the heavenly path. A complex emotion surged within her. In the heavenly court, Dejuan and Tai stood side by side, their expressions solemn as they observed the ascending river of humanity. Had I known this would happen, we should have forcibly annihilated the human race back then. Dejuan's eyes flickered with a complex emotion upon hearing Tai's words. Now that humanity had awakened, the heavenly path could no longer conceal the heavenly secrets. All were aware that in the primordial realm, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity coexisted. The potential of the human race was evident, as they could awaken the essence of humanity, signaling immense promise for the future. Now that humanity had vowed to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the demonic tribes, how could Dejuan and Tai remain at ease? At that moment, within the chaos, the heavenly path sensed Hongyun's intentions and immediately sought to thwart the emergence of humanity. However, Hongyun swiftly wielded his sword to restrain the heavenly path, preventing it from oppressing humanity once more. In a short span, under the relentless assault of the heavenly path Hongjun, Hongyun's body became riddled with wounds, yet the smile upon his face grew ever more radiant. Hongjun, do you believe the heavenly path is supreme? That no one can defy it? Hongyun scoffed. Today, I shall show you what the will of humanity truly is. With those words, Hongyun swung the Kunwu sword with fervor, a resplendent sword light soaring towards the heavens, merging seamlessly with the river of humanity. Boom! The convergence of the sword light and the river of humanity unleashed an unprecedented force. The entire chaos quaked violently at that moment, as if on the brink of collapse. Hongyun, you are courting your own demise. Upon hearing this, Hongyun erupted into laughter. Court my own demise? Hongjun, you are mistaken. Today I, Hongyun, shall carry humanity and sever the heavenly path. As his words fell, Hongyun's figure surged skyward, merging with the river of humanity. In that instant, his aura reached its zenith, achieving a state just shy of the heavenly path. Sever. Chapter 74. The End of the Three Purities? After a long time, the chaos returned to tranquility, and the figures of the heavenly Tao Hongjun and Hongyun vanished within the void. Apart from the two involved, no one knew the outcome of this fierce battle. In truth, although Hongyun had employed cunning tactics and harnessed the power of humanity, he ultimately fell short, defeated by the heavenly Tao Hongjun and sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, Hongyun did not emerge empty-handed. The heavenly Tao Hongjun was also gravely wounded, rendering him incapable of suppressing the realm of earth and humanity for the foreseeable future. Upon returning to Penglai Island, Hongyun immediately entered the Chaos Pearl to meditate and recuperate, thanks to the enhancement of the three-light divine water. His injuries were not as grave as they might have been. However, it seemed at this time the reserves in Hongyun's possession might be entirely depleted. On Kunlun Mountain, the three purities remained silent. Having witnessed the monumental clash, they profoundly recognized the vast gulf between their own realms and capabilities. Thus, they retreated to their respective palaces to enter seclusion, engaging in deep contemplation of the great Tao. However, even as the three purities secluded themselves, their disciples were embroiled in incessant conflict. One day, the disciple of Yuanshi, Guangchengzi, arrived at the training grounds of the disciples of the Jie sect. At that moment, the Jie sect disciples were practicing the formations passed down by Tongtian. Guangchengzi, what brings you here? Duobao, this Kunlun mountain is vast. Must I always report to you whenever a member of the Chan sect wishes to go anywhere? Guangchengzi, can you not speak more civilly? Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Duobao frowned, clearly displeased. It was unexpected that Guangchengzi, upon hearing this, would become utterly enraged. Duobao, are you accusing my master of failing to teach me properly? Today, I shall represent my master Tongtian to teach you a lesson and make you understand the meaning of propriety. Upon hearing that Guangchengzi intended to act on behalf of his master to reprimand him, and insulted them as mere wet-born offspring, Duobao immediately felt a surge of indignation. Since the three purities had entered seclusion, the disciples of the Chan sect had frequently provoked those of the Jie sect. The Chan disciples, known as the 12 Golden Immortals, included Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, Qingshu Daojinjuan, Tai Zhenren, Yuding Zhenren, Lingbao Dafa Shi, Huanglong Zhenren, Puxian Zhenren, Cihong Daoren, Jiulushan, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan. Yet, before the four principal disciples of the Jie sect and the four outer disciples, who were all Tai Golden Immortals, they were not even a match. Nonetheless, the Jie sect disciples had consistently yielded to the Chan sect disciples. Coupled with the backing of the quasi-saint Ran Ding and the Tai Golden Immortal, Nanji Xianwen, this had fostered a misguided belief among the 12 Golden Immortals that the Jie disciples were inept. However, Duobao could no longer endure it. Wudong, Jinling, Gailing, and the Sanshao sisters, along with Zhao Gongming, stepped forward before Guangchengzi, exuding their formidable aura. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to report to the saint and have us punished, reducing us to ashes? In the face of the 8 Jie disciples, all of whom were at higher realms than himself, Guangchengzi still maintained an air of superiority. Zhao Gongming, unable to bear it any longer, waved his hand and sent Guangchengzi tumbling to the ground. Guangchengzi, if you do not depart at once, I shall show no mercy. You will pay for this. Guangchengzi, sitting on the ground, his face flushed with anger, spat out a harsh threat before swiftly retreating. Yet within mere moments, he returned accompanied by the remaining 11 Golden Immortals and Nanji Xianwen. The 13 surrounded the 8 disciples of Duobao, their expressions ominous. Attack! Before the Jie disciples could respond, Guangchengzi commanded the assault. Duobao, witnessing this, immediately summoned his treasured Duobao pagoda to shield his fellow disciples. Boom! The 13 disciples of the Chan sect unleashed the innate spiritual treasures bestowed upon them by Yuanshi. Even though Duobao's cultivation was superior, he was nearly overwhelmed, sustaining minor injuries. Upon seeing their senior brother harmed, the other Jie disciples retaliated, launching their attacks against the Chan disciples. The Chan disciples were no match for the Jie disciples, and soon found themselves grievously injured. Boom! Puff! Before the Jie disciples could take further action, an overwhelming force struck the 8 of them severely, leaving them on the brink of death. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Tong Tian to rescue his disciples, Duo Bao and the others would have faced direct execution at the hands of Yuan Shi. Tong Tian, do you dare to obstruct me for these beasts? Second brother, they are my disciples. How can they be called beasts in your words? Disrespecting their elders and humiliating their peers. What else could they be but beasts? Before Yuan Shi could finish speaking, the 12 golden immortals, led by Guang Chengzi, approached Yuan Shi to lodge complaints. Please, Master, intercede for us. Those Jie disciples not only bully us with their cultivation, but also disregard you entirely. They exhibit utter disrespect. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi summoned the 3 treasures Rui and hurled it at the Jie disciples. Buzz! A beam of sword light sliced through the air, sending the 3 treasures Rui flying. Tong Tian, you are audacious. How dare you defy your elder brother? I command you to stand aside and allow me to eliminate these wet-born offspring, cleansing your sect of their presence, lest we lose face as the 3 purities. Ha! Second brother, Yuan Shi, I find your blindness amusing. A dignified saint so easily deceived by a bunch of juniors. If you merely calculated the heavenly secrets, you would discern the entire sequence of events. It is your Chan disciples who have persistently targeted and insulted mine. Yet now, they turn the tables and accuse us. Who truly jeopardizes the dignity of the 3 purities? Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, the expressions of the 12 golden immortals shifted to panic. Yuan Shi, recognizing the demeanor of his disciples, realized the truth without needing to calculate the heavenly secrets. However, Yuan Shi understood that he had only one path to follow now. Otherwise, he would lose all face. Tong Tian, today I shall assist you in cleansing your sect. Let's remain brothers. Otherwise, our bond as the 3 purities shall be severed. Tong Tian was taken aback by Yuan Shi's words. He had not anticipated that, merely for the sake of his own reputation, Yuan Shi would threaten to dissolve their brotherly ties. Yet, as Tong Tian had established the Jie sect, he would not be intimidated by such threats. If that is the case, then we shall no longer bear the name of the 3 purities. Silence. As soon as Tong Tian's words fell, Laozi appeared before Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, subsequently taking them back to the Yushi Palace, admonishing them. The bond between us 3 has endured since we were but formless beings. Can such a bond be severed at your whim? Brother, it is not my desire to sever it, but rather, second brother has truly gone too far. Tong Tian exclaimed in fury. Tong Tian, you show no respect for your elders. Today I shall teach you a lesson. As Yuan Shi spoke, he produced the Panga banner. In response, Tong Tian, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the sword array of the immortal execution. P.S. I had a bit too much to drink last night, and after finishing this, I completely forgot to update. Thus, today's update is a little late. My apologies. Chapter 75. The separation of the 3 pure ones as the confrontation between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian loomed. Laozi's overwhelming aura erupted, instantly subduing the restless Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Alarmed, they promptly abandoned their aggressive stances and seated themselves obediently beside Laozi. The 3 pure ones had stood united since the demise of the Pangu, navigating the trials of existence together. How could they allow trivial matters to sow discord among them? Hearing Laozi's admonition, Yuan Shi, filled with indignation, retorted, Elder brother, at the heart of this issue lies Tong Tian's actions. Were it not for his acceptance of those wet-born disciples, would Kunlun Mountain be shrouded in such chaos? Yuan Shi, how can you claim that my disciples have tainted Kunlun? It is clearly your disciples from Xian's sect causing this turmoil. Observing the renewed quarrel between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, Laozi felt a profound headache. Sensing that another altercation was imminent, he sighed and remarked, in that case, perhaps it is best for us 3 to part ways. Though we may no longer share the same abode, the bond of the 3 pure ones remains unbroken. Do you understand? Seeing Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nod, he continued, It is evident that Kunlun Mountain cannot bear the combined fortunes of 3 saints. Therefore, I shall take Xiandu and depart from Kunlun Mountain. As for who shall inherit this sacred ground, you two may decide amongst yourselves. With that, Laozi departed Kunlun Mountain, leaving a bewildered Xiandu in his wake, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, pondering their next steps. After a considerable silence, Tong Tian spoke first. Let Kunlun Mountain be entrusted to you, second brother, as a gesture to preserve our camaraderie. Yuan Shi nodded impassively, for this aligned with his desires. Kunlun Mountain, the pinnacle of all sanctuaries in the primordial realm, could solidify the fortunes of the saintly teachings. Yuan Shi, ever proud, believed that only Kunlun was worthy to serve as his domain. Tong Tian's willingness to relinquish it was thus to Yuan Shi's satisfaction. After declaring his intentions, Tong Tian departed with his 8 disciples to the East Sea, where he had previously encountered an island named Jinao Island during his travels. He resolved to establish it as his new sanctuary. I, as the supreme pure Tong Tian, shall deliver teachings on Jinao Island in a millennium. All who seek wisdom are welcome to attend. Yet, Tong Tian would not confine himself to merely 8 disciples. He had previously been cautious of Yuan Shi's presence at Kunlun. Now, having selected his new domain, he was determined to expand the teachings of his sect and gather numerous disciples. In contrast, Laozi had simply designated Shouyang Mountain as his sanctuary, naming it the 8th Scenic Palace due to its unique landscape. Adhering to the principle of non-action, he required but a single disciple capable of inheriting his teachings. The separation of the 3 pure ones elicited surprise from Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti in the far western reaches. Elder brother, with the 3 pure ones divided, our relationship is irrevocably altered. Let us seize this opportunity to disseminate the doctrines of the Western teachings throughout the primordial realm. While the 3 pure ones had parted ways, the formidable entities of the Yao and Wu tribes still loomed large in the east. Within these tribes, the names of the Yao Emperor and the ancestor Wu overshadowed that of the saints. It was not merely the Western teachings that faced such challenges. Even the 3 pure ones struggled to impart their wisdom among these tribes. Jia Yin noted the precarious dominance of the Wu and Yao tribes, whose influence nearly enveloped the entirety of the primordial realm. Aside from the saintly teachings and a few minor factions, most had fallen under the sway of these tribes. For the saints to propagate their doctrines on a grand scale seemed nearly impossible. Let the Yao and Wu tribes perish. Brother, do not act impulsively. The Yao and Wu tribes have amassed overwhelming fortunes. Should we provoke them, the ensuing consequences would be too great for even us saints to bear. Rest assured, elder brother, I am well aware of the stakes. Await my good news. Zhuan Ti declared, vanishing from Mount Shumi. After leaving the west, Zhuan Ti did not venture toward the Yao or Wu tribes, but instead arrived at the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. There, he and Yuan Shi collaborated to obscure the heavenly secrets, ensuring that no one could discern their discussions. However, upon Zhuan Ti's emergence from the palace, he vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of his whereabouts. Meanwhile, a tattered Taoist appeared adrift upon the East Sea, inadvertently stumbling onto an island. Who are you? Daring to trespass upon our territory? Before the Taoist could respond, he found himself encircled by 10 miniature suns. Upon closer inspection, each tiny sun harbored a 3-legged golden crow. Upon seeing the 10 golden crows, the Taoist burst into inconsolable tears, leaving the crows bewildered. Why do you weep? Have you been wronged? Speak, and we shall redress your grievances, inquired Golden Crow 6. Upon hearing this, the Taoist lamented, I am but a humble creature, and I weep for the torment inflicted upon me by the Wu tribe. They disregard the Yao tribe and have the audacity to insult our 2 esteemed emperors. Enraged, I engaged in battle with them, yet my skills were insufficient, and I barely escaped with my life. Now, seeing you, I feel a sense of security. The 10 golden crows exchanged glances before erupting into heated discussion. I have heard from those who deliver offerings that the Wu tribe poses a grave threat to our father and uncle. They are the greatest obstacle to the unification of our Yao tribe. Yet I have also heard that the Wu tribe is inhabited by formidable beings. We may not stand a chance against them. The most composed among them, the eldest golden crow, quelled the fervor of his siblings. Hearing this, the Taoist's eyes sparkled with a plan as he released 10 red wisps of qi into the bodies of the 10 golden crows. Dear princes, you may not realize that the Wu tribe is merely physically powerful. Your divine abilities far surpass theirs. You can surely incinerate them all. The 10 golden crows, upon hearing this, swiftly resolved to leave Tang Valley and confront the Wu tribe. However, an array set by our uncle surrounds Tang Valley. We cannot escape. Taoist, do you possess any means to breach it? Rest assured, my esteemed princes, I detected no array upon my arrival. Chapter 76. The Fall of Quafu. Upon hearing this, the 10 golden crows immediately soared to the edge of Tang Valley to probe. Indeed, the formations outside Tang Valley had completely vanished. Unbeknownst to them, the formation had already been dismantled by a certain figure when he arrived above Tang Valley. We shall take revenge for you. Await our good news. As soon as the words left the 10 golden crows' beaks, they departed from Tang Valley, flying straight toward the vast wilderness. The ragged figure watched the departing silhouettes of the 10 golden crows, a smug expression gracing his features. Allow me to assist you once more. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped the 10 little golden crows. With this newfound power, they traversed the distance to the territory of the witch clan in the blink of an eye. Having been sent to Tang Valley shortly after their birth by Dong Huang Tai Yi, the little golden crows remained oblivious to the vastness of the wilderness, and thus had no means of gauging whether their speed was normal. However, they soon encountered the witch clan, unleashing their solar true fire upon the clan's members. The location where the 10 little golden crows arrived was merely the periphery of the witch clan, where the inhabitants were primarily celestial beings and true immortals, with not a single golden immortal among them. As the 10 golden crows stood at the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm, it required little effort for them to obliterate several witch clan tribes. What strength do these witches possess? They are nothing more than a rabble. Indeed, we shall relieve our father of his burdens by annihilating the witch clan. The 10 little golden crows brimmed with confidence, deeming the witch clan to be trivial. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the witch clan's territory, many met their demise beneath the searing flames of the sun. Before long, they arrived at a large tribe known as the Quafu tribe, led by the great witch Quafu. In the witch clan, the term great, which signified a being of immense power, akin to a true golden immortal in the wilderness. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates, Quafu erupted in fury. He had long been aware of the demon clan's incursions into his territory, yet today they dared to provoke him directly. I shall avenge my fallen brethren. Quafu downed the liquor before him and grasped his peachwood staff, stepping forth from the tribe. How dare you, scoundrels of the witch clan, not kneel before your prince? The golden crows, intoxicated by their earlier success, were taken aback by Quafu's formidable presence, which was far superior to that of the other witches they had encountered. Thus, the thought of subjugating Quafu crossed their minds. If they could acquire a witch as a servant, surely their father and uncle would regard them with newfound respect. So, it is the offspring of that mixed-feathered bird. Emperor Jun, you have come at the perfect time. Today, I shall use you to toast my drink. Upon recognizing the identities of the 10 little golden crows, Quafu sought to capture them as leverage against the demon clan. You wish to capture us? Today, I shall slay you. The 6th golden crow bellowed, extending its sharp claws toward Quafu. Unfazed, Quafu swung his peachwood staff, striking the 6th golden crow. Bang! The 6th golden crow felt a searing pain as it was struck on its 3rd leg. Its strength sapped, and it plummeted toward the ground. 6 brother, old 6. 6 brother. The remaining 9 golden crows cried out in alarm, rushing to rescue the 6th. Yet Quafu continued to wield his staff, each swing threatening to inflict harm. The 10 golden crows, filled with fury, especially the eldest, could not contain their rage upon witnessing their 6th brother's grievous injury. Wretched witch, how dare you harm my brother? Today, I shall rend you limb from limb. Quafu sneered, swinging his staff with renewed vigor, conjuring fierce winds. A mere handful of mixed-feathered birds dares to wreak havoc in my domain. Today, I shall show you what true power is. The sixth golden crow, having regained its composure, sought an opportunity to ascend into the air once more. Although the golden crows were enraged, they no longer underestimated their foe. They swiftly spread out, encircling Kwafu and unleashing torrents of blazing solar true fire. The flames surged like a golden deluge, engulfing the space around Kwafu. The solar true fire, being the mightiest flame in existence, would incinerate any ordinary cultivator upon contact. Even a true golden immortal would struggle to withstand its ferocity. However, Kwafu, as a great witch, possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. With a thunderous roar, he enveloped himself in a thick, greenish light, repelling the solar true fire. With a powerful swing of his staff, he generated a tremendous shockwave that pushed back the surrounding flames. A trivial skill. Prepare to perish. Kwafu bellowed, leaping toward the eldest golden crow with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. The staff, imbued with tremendous force, struck toward the eldest's head. The eldest golden crow, taken aback, hastily flapped its wings to evade. Though it narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the staff grazed its wing. Brother! The other 9 golden crows gasped in shock. Realizing they were outmatched, the 10 golden crows felt a surge of hesitation. However, upon witnessing their kin's peril, Kwafu swiftly pursued them, his speed undiminished despite relying solely on his legs, occasionally swinging his staff toward the fleeing crows. We shall confront him, burn him to death with fire. As the eldest crow's words echoed, the 10 golden crows, abandoning all reservations, channeled their solar true fire toward Kwafu with fervor. In an instant, the sky was ablaze, as if the very heavens had ignited. Despite Kwafu's formidable strength, he began to feel the strain against the overwhelming assault of the 10 golden crows. Particularly, Kwafu's inherited path was that of the wood element, which was severely countered by the solar true fire. Soon, his body crackled as the flames seared his flesh, leaving extensive charred marks upon his skin. Yet he gritted his teeth, wielding his staff, and continued to engage in fierce combat with the 10 golden crows. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, with Kwafu's stamina waning while the golden crows, too, began to feel the depletion of their fiery energy. Both sides had reached their limits, yet neither was willing to yield an inch. Finally, a moment of vulnerability appeared in Kwafu's defenses during a fierce exchange. The eldest golden crow seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of solar true fire aimed directly at Kwafu's chest. Although Kwafu managed to partially block the attack with his staff, the flames pierced through his defenses, striking his heart. Kwafu emitted a tortured roar, his body convulsing before slowly collapsing, eyes filled with resentment and fury, as his staff fell limply to the ground. Chapter 77. Ho-E shoots the suns after the fall of Kwafu. The Earth's malevolent energy within him became intertwined with the primordial land. The colossal form of Kwafu gradually transformed into a great mountain, while the peachwood staff in his hand morphed into a lush peach grove atop the mountain. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Ho-E. As a prominent shaman of the Wu clan and a dear friend of Kwafu, felt a surge of rage upon seeing his companion's demise. His eyes turned crimson as he swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the 10 golden crows soaring above. Yet, the ordinary arrows were incinerated into ash before they could even approach the radiant crows. The Wu clan is filled with incompetence. We'll return after a brief respite and continue to teach you a lesson. Though Ho-Yi's heart brimmed with fury as he watched the tiny golden crows retreat, he felt utterly powerless. After all, he was not adept in speed, and even if he managed to catch up, he had no means to harm the crows. Under the might of the sun's true fire, even his most formidable weapon, the bow and arrow, had become futile. Just as despair enveloped Ho-E, a figure clad in tattered robes suddenly appeared before him. I have some affinity with the Wu clan. Take this sun-shooting bow and ice-cold arrows, but do not speak of my presence to others. The sage presented a magnificent golden bow along with 10 arrows that exuded a chilling aura. Initially skeptical of the sage's intentions, Ho-E recognized the potential of these weapons to counter the golden crows. After a moment's contemplation, he felt an inexplicable compulsion to seize the bow and arrows, setting off in pursuit of the departing golden crows. Ho-E relentlessly chased the golden crows for several days before finally catching up to them as they rested. Upon noticing him, the lead crow's excitement was palpable. "You dare pursue us, Wu scoundrel? Today, we shall send you to join your fallen companion." With that, the golden crows ascended into the sky, preparing to incinerate Ho-E with the sun's true fire, just as they had done to Kwafu. "Today, I Ho-E shall avenge my fallen brethren." He drew his bow and aimed at the golden crows in the sky. The crows, confident in their fiery protection, dismissed him as a threat. Before they could retaliate, Ho-E unleashed an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, imbued with a ghostly light, pierced through the sun's flames surrounding the fifth golden crow before it could react. A piercing cry echoed as it fell lifelessly to the earth. Fifth brother. The remaining 9 crows, astonished by the arrow's potency, erupted in panic. The lead crow's eyes flared with rage and sorrow. "Ho-E, you dare slay my brother. Today, I will ensure you pay in blood." Ho-E's expression remained cold, his gaze steely with murderous intent. "You 10 golden crows wreak havoc upon the primordial realm, causing the demise of countless warriors of my clan. Today, I shall enact divine retribution and eliminate you one by one." With that declaration, he knocked another arrow and aimed at the 6th golden crow. The crows, gripped by terror, flapped their wings desperately to evade, but the arrow pursued with unerring precision. Soon, the 6th crow emitted a wretched wail as the arrow struck true, and it plummeted to the ground. "Sixth brother." The lead crow's fury surged, nearly overwhelming him. With a fierce flap of his wings, he charged at Ho-E, accompanied by the remaining 7 crows, their flames surging like a tidal wave. Unfazed, Ho-E felt as though the bow and arrows were extensions of himself, calmly targeting the crows as he released arrow after arrow, each finding its mark with deadly accuracy. One by one, the 7th, 8th, and 9th crows fell. Before long, only the lead crow and the youngest remained aloft. Witnessing his siblings fall one by one, the lead crow was consumed by grief and rage. He realized he could not defeat Ho-E, yet he could not allow his youngest brother to meet the same fate. "10th brother, flee. Go to the heavenly realm and seek our father and uncle for vengeance." In a desperate act, the lead crow turned, shielding the 10th with his body. The arrow pierced his chest, blood cascading like flames to the earth. Enduring excruciating pain, he summoned his final strength to push the 10th crow away. "Big brother." The youngest crow, tears streaming down his face, fought to return to the lead side, but the lead crow, with his last breath, shouted, "Flee. Do not look back. Survive." Ho-E observed this scene with an impassive countenance, his arrows unrelenting. He drew again, aiming at the 10th crow. In a final act of defiance, the lead crow flapped his wings, positioning himself as a barrier. He absorbed the arrow's impact, but in doing so, his life flickered out. The youngest crow, feeling his brother's essence fade behind him, swallowed his grief and soared toward the nearest territory of the demon clan, not daring to look back for fear of Ho-E's pursuit. Ho-E, relentless, swiftly collected 3 more ice arrows and launched one toward the direction of the fleeing crow. Sensing the chilling aura behind him, the youngest crow activated his transformation, invoking his innate power to evade. "I am the 10th prince of the demon clan. Halt the arrows behind me." After flying a considerable distance, he finally spotted a minor demon king, a formidable being of the Tai golden immortal rank. Without hesitation, upon seeing the 10th prince, the demon king positioned himself to shield the arrow. "Prince, your highness, to the north, 300,000 miles away, lies a teleportation array, but it leads directly to the heavenly realm." The demon king's words faded as he succumbed to the ice arrow. Upon hearing this, the youngest crow immediately redirected his flight toward the teleportation array. Ho-E, realizing the urgency, shot another arrow, but at the last moment, it was intercepted by another demon. As the youngest crow neared the teleportation array, Ho-E sprinted with all his might, knowing that once the crow entered, he would no longer be able to reach him. With relentless pursuit, he closed the gap, drawing his final ice arrow as he ran. Chapter 78. The Eastern Emperor and the battle against the ancestors hasten. Faster. As Luya gazed at the teleportation array, so close at hand, an overwhelming sense of urgency filled his heart. At that moment, he wished fervently for wings to elevate his speed even further. However, sensing the chilling presence drawing near behind him, despair swiftly enveloped Luya's mind. Could it be that today would be the day of my demise? I have yet to avenge my 9 brothers. I cannot perish now. As these thoughts consumed him, a terrifying potential erupted from within Luya. This potential stemmed from the burning of his Golden Crow bloodline. Luya's cultivation surged to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and his speed increased significantly. Yet compared to that approaching arrow, it was still but a drop in the ocean. Clang! Just as Luya resigned himself to his fate, a resounding bell tolled, startling him into opening his eyes with renewed hope. Uncle, my brothers, no need for words. Recover here. I shall take vengeance for your 9 brothers. Despite the sorrow weighing heavily on his heart, Eastern Emperor Tai wielded the Chaos Bell and, without hesitation, descended upon Ho-E. Ho-E, a mere great shaman, was leagues apart from Eastern Emperor Tai in power. Furthermore, after exhausting much of his strength in slaying the little golden crow, he was even less a match for Eastern Emperor Tai. With a single move, Ho-E was suppressed beneath the Chaos Bell, rendered immobile. Ho-E, you dare to kill my 9 nephews. I shall ensure you endure endless torment. Even if it takes an immeasurable calamity, you shall find no release. Eastern Emperor Tai, your plans will likely come to naught. With us brothers here today, you shall not lay a hand on Brother Ho-E. As soon as the words left his lips, Eastern Emperor Tai beheld the arrival of the 11 ancestors. Under their might, Ho-E was liberated from his confinement. Dijang, your Wu clan seeks death. Eastern Emperor Tai's pupils constricted as the Chaos Bell hovered above, exuding countless strands of profound yellow aura. Before his words could dissipate, the void suddenly tore open with countless silver threads. Dijang's wings trembled as he rent a fissure within the time-space domain enveloped by the Chaos Bell. At the same time, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong roared in unison, summoning the 9 nether weak water and the burning sky purple flame, which coalesced into water and fire dragons that crashed against the Chaos Bell. Clang! The bell's resonance shattered mountains and rivers, causing the ground beneath Eastern Emperor Tai to collapse. Channeling the Tao within him, he infused his strength into the Chaos Bell, which instantly manifested 360 stars across its surface, crushing the 2 law dragons into dust. Your demon tribe is but this. Rusho grinned wickedly, swinging his spear as the essence of metal transformed into a torrential rain of blades. Meanwhile, Chongliang's fists, entwined with lightning, struck forth, creating spiderweb-like fissures in the void. The Chaos Bell trembled violently, losing a third of its profound yellow aura. Noisy. You ancestors are merely adept at using numbers to overpower the few. Eastern Emperor Tai, if you possess the courage, cast aside the Chaos Bell and engage in a one-on-one duel. Di Jiang taunted, yet his movements remained swift. With a loud roar, Eastern Emperor Tai inverted the bell. Instantly, the world fell silent, and the river of time stood still. The ancient vine that Zhujiu-yin was about to manifest suddenly froze, while the chilling poison crystals spewed by Xianming hovered in midair. The Chaos Bell transformed into a towering peak, descending upon Xianming. Time rewound. Zhujiu-yin's vertical eye abruptly opened, unleashing a wave of silver blood that forcefully reversed the flow of time in a 100-mile radius. Eastern Emperor Tai staggered back, evidently affected by the backlash. Di Jiang, observing the injured Eastern Emperor Tai, harbored no concealment for his murderous intent. After all, today the 11 ancestors had joined forces, and amidst several sustaining injuries, Eastern Emperor Tai had not been slain outright. Coupled with the influence of the demon tribe, they posed a significant threat to the Wu clan. Tai, today shall be your end, ridding my Wu clan of this dire threat. After declaring this, Di Jiang wiped the blood from his mouth, forming a trident from a 9 nether weak water in his palm. I shall use your head to honor. His words were abruptly cut off. High above, 365 ancient stars ignited, with smaller stars twinkling incessantly, tearing apart the clouds of the celestial array. Amidst the celestial brilliance, Dijun strode upon a golden bridge, unfurling the vast scroll of He-Tu and Luo Shu behind him. Upon appearing, Dijun immediately beheaded Ho-E, capturing his true spirit within the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Dijun, you have slain my Wu clan's sons. Today, your brother shall taste the bitterness of regret. The death of Ho-E ignited a fury among the 11 ancestors, each disregarding their injuries, yearning to confront Dijun, especially Chong Liang, whose eyes blazed with wrath. Ready to strike, Dijun merely cast a cold glance, causing the celestial array to unleash devastating beams of light. Had it not been for Dijun tearing open a rift in space, that blow would have annihilated the Thunder Ancestor. Seizing the opportunity, Eastern Emperor Tai recalled the Chaos Bell, standing shoulder to shoulder with his brother. The resonance of the bell harmonized with the starlight, manifesting a scene of primordial chaos in the void. Dijun snorted softly, recognizing the futility of the situation. He tore apart the space, leading the other 10 ancestors back to the Panga Hall of the Wu clan. Upon witnessing the arrival of his father, Luya rushed into Dijun's embrace, recounting every detail of the events that had transpired. Chapter 79. The crafting of puppets upon hearing of a Daoist's intrusion into Tang Valley. Emperor Jun and Tai immediately discerned the involvement of a sage in this matter. Their suspicions were further solidified when a subordinate reported that the corpses of the 9 little golden crows had vanished completely. After a brief discussion, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai decided to venture to the palace of Nuwa, accompanied by Luya. Meanwhile, not far from the fierce battle between Dongwang Tai and the 11 ancestor witches, Zhuanyi stealthily scoured an area spanning several tens of millions of miles multiple times. It was peculiar. Where had the 9 golden crow corpses gone? Could it be that someone was playing a game of mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Zhuanyi had initially intended to bring the 9 golden crow corpses back to the west to nurture disciples of the Western sect. Although these crows were deceased, their bloodline was undoubtedly comparable to that of ordinary high-grade, innate spiritual roots. However, the fact that these corpses had seemingly disappeared right under his nose left Zhuanyi suspecting the involvement of a sage. Nonetheless, Zhuanyi recognized that his objective had been achieved. Remaining in the area posed the risk of exposure, which would bring consequences he was unwilling to bear. On Penglai Island, the 9 golden crow corpses lay in wait. Master, do you intend to use these crows to craft artifacts? Huang Tian inquired, perplexed by the intentions behind the retrieval of the golden crows. As none of Red Cloud's disciples required the golden crow bloodline to enhance their innate potential. Among them, Wuda, Lu Er, and Kongxian were all of such caliber that they had no need for such enhancements. Although Huang Tian was merely an innate human, he practiced martial arts, which held infinite possibilities. Thus, he would not engage in actions that would jeopardize his future. These golden crow corpses are intended for your kind, Red Cloud explained. Previously, the demon clan slaughtered the human race, seeking to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. Now, I shall utilize these 9 golden crow corpses to create a guardian puppet for humanity. A guardian puppet? Thank you, Master. Huang Tian understood Red Cloud's noble intentions. The human race was already feeble, and following the recent massacre, their strength had diminished even further. Particularly from the original 3,000 innate humans, only a handful remained after the calamity. It would take an indeterminate amount of time to restore their former strength. The presence of a powerful puppet guardian would enhance the safety of humanity. There is no need for such gratitude. I bear a degree of responsibility for the previous incident. I can only strive to make amends, Red Cloud replied, gesturing for Huang Tian to refrain from further protest. Red Cloud then cast the 9 golden crow corpses into the Qian Kuan Ding and employed primordial fire to purify them, eliminating all impurities and leaving only their essence. A golden liquid began to rise from the cauldron, awaiting Red Cloud's shaping. With a wave of his hand, he infused the primordial golden crow essence he had previously acquired into it. Instantly, the liquid emitted a heart-pounding aura. Red Cloud then took the remaining 9 days of Shirong and molded it into a humanoid form. Power of creation, coalesce. Using the principles of strength, Red Cloud channeled the power of creation to imbue it with life. Greetings, Master. There is no need for excessive formality. You shall be known as Jin Wu, entrusted with guarding the ancestral lands of humanity. Sensing the aura emanating from Jin Wu, Red Cloud felt immense satisfaction, for its presence had already reached the early stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. Though the current state of quasi-saints may seem insignificant, it would not be long before great Luo Golden Immortals roamed the wilderness. Hence, Jin Wu's strength was sufficient to protect humanity. Additionally, Red Cloud had left behind subtle measures within Jin Wu. Should it encounter an adversary beyond its capability, Red Cloud would be instantly informed. The only regret Red Cloud harbored was his lack of proficiency in the path of creation. Although he had utilized the power of creation through the path of strength, Jin Wu would still differ from an authentic human. Consequently, Jin Wu could only be considered a puppet. While Red Cloud was engaged in crafting the puppet, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai had arrived at the outskirts of the palace of Nuwa, with Luya. Reporting to the sage, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai seek an audience. When Jin Feng delivered the message to Nuwa, she could not help but sigh. Nevertheless, she eventually instructed Jin Feng to allow their entrance. We pay our respects to the sage. Upon meeting Nuwa, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai bowed without hesitation. There is no need for such formalities. May I inquire what brings you here today? Nuwa inquired, seated upon the jade throne of the palace of Nuwa, her demeanor serene, her gaze tranquil, quietly observing Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. She had already anticipated their purpose, and while her heart experienced a tempest of emotions, she maintained the composure and detachment befitting a sage. Stepping forward, Emperor Jun's countenance grew solemn as he clasped his hands. Great sage, today my brother and I have come to implore your assistance. Dongwang Tai followed closely, his tone earnest. Great sage, I beseech your compassion. Please extend your mercy to my nephew Luya. Nuwa's gaze shifted slightly to rest upon Luya, who, though now in human form, appeared pale and weak, clearly having sustained serious injuries. I am aware of Luya's situation. Nuwa spoke slowly, her voice cool and distant. The 9 golden crows have fallen. Although Luya has miraculously survived, his foundation has been damaged. Without timely intervention, he may find it difficult to recover. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered with anguish as he murmured, Great sage, Luya is the hope for the future of my golden crow lineage. If anything should befall him, our lineage will. Thus, my brother and I have come here today, unabashedly asking you to save his life. Dongwang Tai also bowed deeply, his tone imbued with supplication. Great sage, Luya is still young and has not participated in the conflict between the demon and witch clans. He is truly innocent. I hope you will consider his youth and ignorance and lend your aid. Nuwa remained silent for a moment, her gaze once more fixating on Luya. Though she was a sage, she was not devoid of compassion. She shared a bond with Emperor Jun and his brother. Otherwise, she would not have joined them in establishing the heavenly court and become the empress of the demon clan. I can intervene to assist Luya, but you must agree to one condition. Nuwa finally spoke, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai exchanged glances, a flicker of joy passing between them, and they quickly replied, Please, great sage, we shall comply with your request. Nuwa nodded slightly, continuing, Although Luya's injuries are severe, they are not beyond remedy. I can keep him here in the palace of Nuwa and use the power of creation to restore his foundation. However, he must not participate in the future conflicts between the witch and demon clans. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai readily agreed. After arranging for Luya's care, they promptly returned to the heavenly court to mobilize their forces. Chapter 80. The War of the Lich. Emperor Jun, in his capacity as the Demon Emperor, issued a decree to all demon clans across the realm, summoning them to gather in the heavenly court within a stipulated time. In response, the 11 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan began mobilizing their forces, assembling at the foot of Mount Buzhou. with the immense power of both clans. Even the logistics of troop movements consumed a span of 5,000 years. The imperial edict commanded the Wu clan to rise and unify the primordial chaos. The warriors of the Wu clan were to eradicate the demon race, reinstating their father's will upon the world. Thus, as these two commands echoed, the two dominant clans of the primordial world commenced their fateful showdown. Should they prevail, they would continue their reign over the chaos, with no rivals remaining. Conversely, defeat would mean a merciless extermination by the victors. Emperor Jun, clutching the river map and the Luo book, burdened by the sorrow of a lost child, stood alone against the ancestral shamans, Dijiang and Zhurong. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai Yi, harnessing the power of the Chaos Bell, faced off against the 5 ancestral shamans, Zhu Jiuyin, Gong Gong, Chong Liang, Rushou, and Xianming. As for Fu Shi, he remained within the grand formation of the Zhou Tian star array, commanding its core. The animosity between the two clans had long since penetrated to the marrow, and at this moment, it finally erupted into a cataclysmic clash. The moment the two armies collided, it was as if the very heavens trembled. Amidst the flashing blades and shadows of swords, blood spilled, and corpses littered the ground. The warriors of the Wu clan, leveraging their formidable physical strength, broke through the demons' front lines, while the demons' spells and artifacts wreaked havoc among the Wu ranks. The battle between Emperor Jun, Dijiang, and Zhurong was particularly fierce. Dijiang, as the ancestral shaman of space, moved like lightning, appearing instantaneously by Emperor Jun's side, delivering a punch that warped space itself. Emperor Jun let out a cold snort, unfurling the river map and the Luo book as countless runes danced to nullify Dijiang's attack effortlessly. Zhurong commanded roaring flames, transforming fire into a colossal dragon that lunged at Emperor Jun unfazed. Emperor Jun spun the river map and the Luo book, drawing the fiery dragon within its pages, rendering it non-existent. On another front, Dong Huang Tai Yi, wielding the Chaos Bell's might, engaged in a titanic battle against Zhu Jiuyin, Gong Gong, Chong Liang, Rushou, and Xianming. Each tremor of the Chaos Bell resonated with the collapse of space and the disarray of time. Zhu Jiuyin, as the ancestral shaman of time, endeavored to manipulate time to hinder Dong Huang Tai Yi's actions. Yet, the power of the Chaos Bell was insurmountable. The forces of time were shattered before its toll. Gong Gong commanded endless torrents of water, attempting to drown Dong Huang Tai Yi, only to have the bell's sound waves reverse the deluge. The trio of Chong Liang, Rushou, and Xianming, wielding thunder, metal, and ice respectively, found their assaults rendered utterly impotent before the Chaos Bell. As the conflict between the Wu and Demon clans reached a fever pitch, Fu Shi slowly opened his eyes within the Zhou Tian star array. With hands forming intricate seals, he summoned the power of the stars within the formation. The Zhou Tian star array was among the most potent formations of the demon race, capable of channeling celestial forces into an inexhaustible source of destruction. Under Fu Shi's guidance, the stars began to whirl, showering down like rain, each beam imbued with cataclysmic power. Realizing the urgency of their situation, the 11 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan understood that delay could spell doom. The might of the Zhou Tian star array was formidable, and prolonged engagement could lead to the obliteration of the Wu clan's mid-tier forces. Ha ha ha! Dijiang, Hutu has already been reincarnated. Your 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array is rendered useless. Today marks the end of your Wu clan. Emperor Jun, observing the increasingly lopsided battle, felt a surge of triumph, his demeanor growing even more formidable. Is that so? It seems I must disappoint the Demon Emperor. A figure burst forth from the ranks of the Wu clan shamans, exuding an aura of terror. Although not yet at the level of the other 11 ancestral shamans, he had undeniably ascended to that rank. Chiyu, you have become an ancestral shaman. Emperor Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the Wu clan possessed a method to elevate a great shaman to the status of an ancestral shaman, all while keeping it hidden so effectively. Chiyu perfectly filled the void left by Hutu, joining the other 11 ancestral shamans to form the 12 capital Heavenly God Slaughter Array. Upon witnessing Chiyo's emergence, the other 11 ancestral shamans promptly disengaged from their opponents to unite with him. The 12 capital Heavenly God Slaughter Array. The 12 ancestral shamans cried in unison as the true form of Pangu reappeared in the primordial realm. Seeing this, Emperor Jun and the higher-ups of the demon clan rushed into the Zhou Tian star array. The two preeminent formations of the primordial world were set to clash at their zenith once more. Pangu's true form, with eyes radiating like the sun and moon, caused the very space around him to tremble. Wielding a massive axe, its blade glimmering with a chilling light, it seemed capable of cleaving through chaos, reenacting the monumental act of creation. The Zhou Tian star array loomed above the demon army, countless stars twinkling within, their light interweaving into a colossal net that enveloped the battlefield. Fu Shi stood at the heart of the formation, continually forming seals, directing the flow of stellar power. Each star contained destructive force, poised to rain down and utterly annihilate the Wu clan's forces. Pangu's true form launched the first assault, swinging the giant axe to unleash a tremendous arc of energy aimed directly at the Zhou Tian star array. Where the axe beam passed, space shattered and time unraveled, as if seeking to cleave the very cosmos in two. Yet, the Zhou Tian star array dimmed momentarily before erupting in a dazzling burst of starlight, colliding with the axe's trajectory. Boom! The entire primordial world seemed to quake, energy waves radiating outward as countless warriors from both clans were obliterated. Nevertheless, Pangu's true form remained undeterred, relentlessly wielding his axe in a fierce onslaught. Under the relentless barrage of Pangu's attacks, several golden immortals within the Zhou Tian star array faltered first. The overwhelming recoil soon left these golden immortal-level demons severely injured, incapable of sustaining the array's operation. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering resonated from the Zhou Tian star array, eliciting joy among the ancestral shamans. Yet, just as they believed the array was on the brink of collapse, a sword radiating with vengeful energy erupted from the fissures of the formation. The 12 ancestral shamans were caught unawares as Pangu's true form was pierced by this sword. Instantly, the 12 ancestral shamans were overwhelmed by a cacophony of wails echoing in their minds, their very essence disrupted, rendering them incapable of maintaining the 12 capital Heavenly God Slaughter Array. However, before Pangu's true form dissipated, the 12 ancestral shamans summoned every ounce of their strength to launch one final strike, culminating in the complete disintegration of the Zhou Tian star array. Emperor Jun gazed upon the crumbling array with a sense of regret. Had it been filled with the Luo golden immortals, it would never have been so easily shattered. Yet, even for the powerful demon race, assembling such a plethora of the Luo golden immortals was simply unfeasible. Upon witnessing Pangu's true form vanish, Emperor Jun continued to manipulate the sword, directing it toward Chiyu, the weakest among them. Chapter 81. The Demise of the Demon Emperor and the Ancestral Witch Before the Sword. Chiyu exhibited a remarkable disdain, resolutely opting to withstand its might with his own flesh. Upon witnessing Chiyu's audacity, Emperor Jiang exclaimed in alarm, "Chiyu, retreat at once." Yet, Chiyu had already unleashed his fist upon the blade. The sound of steel biting into flesh echoed, and before Chiyu could comprehend the gravity of the situation, his ancestral witch body was cleaved asunder. Ha ha ha! This slaughter witch sword is truly the bane of your witch clan. The end of your lineage is nigh. Emperor Jun cackled maniacally, reveling in the ease with which the slaughter witch sword had shattered Chiyu's true form, leading to his swift demise. In an instant, Emperor Jun's aura surged dramatically, and the Hongyun River and Luo array materialized to shield him, wielding the slaughter witch sword, imbued with an aura of annihilation. He charged towards Xiangliang. The latter, faced with the blade, possessed no means of resistance and was swiftly dispatched by Emperor Jun, witnessing the untimely deaths of his two brothers. Zhu Rong trembled with fury. "Emperor Jun, return my brothers to me." Zhu Rong forsook all defenses and launched himself at Emperor Jun, declaring since you seek death. I shall oblige. With a swift motion, Emperor Jun redirected the slaughter which soared towards Zhu Rong's head. However, he was unprepared for Zhu Rong's self-detonation upon nearing him. A tremendous explosion engulfed Emperor Jun, sending the protective Hutu and Luo Shu spiraling away. Just as Emperor Jun intended to reclaim them and re-establish his defenses, a pair of descending claws seized the Hutu and Luo Shu, whisking them northward at breakneck speed. Kunping, you traitor! Realizing the severance of his connection with the Hutu and Luo Shu, Emperor Jun spewed forth blood in a fit of rage. Yet, Zhu Rong's demise acted as a catalyst, driving the remaining ancestral witches into a frenzy, their minds devoid of reason. Emperor Jun, meet your end. Rushu, mirroring Zhu Rong's resolve, charged at Emperor Jun with the intent of self-destruction, seeking to take him down with her. In his haste, Emperor Jun struck, but was severely injured by the residual force of Rushu's explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Jiang tore through the fabric of space, materializing behind Emperor Jun to conclude his life. Elder brother, your majesty, the death of Emperor Jun incited the demon race's warriors into a frenzy, abandoning all restraint as they ignited their essence, unleashing unprecedented power in a vow of vengeance. Although the Witch Clan had succeeded in slaying Emperor Jun, they bore a heavy toll. The successive self-detonations of Zhu Rong and Rushu had drastically diminished their top-tier combat strength, resulting in a dire battlefield. As one of the 4 emperors of the demon race, Fushi found himself under intense scrutiny as the 3 ancestral witches united against him. Though formidable, Fushi found himself overwhelmed by the combined assault of the trio, his robes stained with blood and his aura in disarray. Seizing the moment, the ancestral witch Xianming landed a devastating blow to Fushi's chest, tearing it open and causing blood to gush forth. His form staggered, pallid as parchment, his vitality waning. Just as Fushi teetered on the brink of collapse, a terrifying aura erupted from the Nuwa palace. Nuwa rushed forth, intent on rescuing her brother. However, as she emerged, she was confronted by Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Jin, who barred her path. What is the meaning of this, esteemed friends? Nuwa implored. I harbor no intent to aid the demon race. I merely wish to retrieve my brother. I beseech you to stand aside. Nuwa, the fate of the witch and demon clans is already sealed. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, you ought not to interfere. Jane replied coolly. I do not intend to assist the demon race. My sole desire is to bring my brother back. Nuwa insisted. Before the conclusion of the witch-demon war, do not expect to leave. Why not engage in a discussion of Tao together? Laozi directly rebuffed Nuwa's plea, brandishing the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, signaling his readiness for confrontation. In that case, do not blame me, Nuwa retorted, producing the red embroidered ball and initiating combat. I shall accompany my junior sister in a few exchanges. Yuan Shi, wielding the 3 treasures Rui, joined Nuwa in battle amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, atop Mount Buzhou, Fushi was besieged by the 3 ancestral witches, his injuries compounding, his attacks growing increasingly sluggish. With a resounding crash, Fushi was struck once more, this time suffering severe damage to his essence, losing a significant portion of his cultivation. The witch and demon clans had ultimately descended into this state. Fushi surveyed the battlefield, where countless warriors from both factions had resigned themselves to self-destruction, embroiling much of Hongyun in chaos. The devastation surpassed even that of the Tri-Clan War from years past. Should the fate of the demon race be thus, I shall carve a path forward for them, Fushi declared, launching his Fushi Qin skyward before charging at the 3 ancestral witches besieging him. With an explosive force, Fushi's self-detonation sent the 3 ancestral witches hurtling away, leaving only Xianming severely injured to survive. Eastern Emperor Tai, clutching the Chaos Bell, surveyed the devastation around him. The warriors of both the witch and demon races fell in droves, their blood staining the earth, their bones heaped like mountains. Emperor Jiang, do you believe your witch clan has triumphed? You shall rest alongside my demon race. Eastern Emperor Tai grasped that, at this juncture, the fate of the demon race had been sealed. Even if the witch clan were annihilated, the demon race had irrevocably lost their claim to supremacy over Hongyun. Grief welled within Eastern Emperor Tai, the chaos bell emitting mournful echoes. Upon observing Tai's state, Emperor Jiang was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. However, before he could act, Eastern Emperor Tai surged forth, bell in hand, toward Emperor Jiang and the other 6 ancestral witches. With a cataclysmic explosion, 5 ancestral witches perished, leaving only Gonggong, distanced from a blast, unharmed. Brother, my witch clan is finished. Gonggong, now seemingly deranged, charged toward Mount Buzhou. Stop. No. Laozi Tongtian and the others, those situated in the chaos, were closely monitoring the witch-demon conflict. Initially satisfied upon witnessing the near-total annihilation of the demon emperor and ancestral witches, they were suddenly alarmed by Gonggong's actions, exclaiming in unison as they raced toward Hongyun's Mount Buzhou. Yet Gonggong's speed was unparalleled. Even with all their might, Laozi Tongtian, Jin, and Zhuan Ti could not match him. As Gonggong neared the most vulnerable point of Mount Buzhou, a colossal force surged, engulfing all of Hongyun. Chapter 82. The Lich's exit with the words of Hongyun echoing through the battlefield. An eerie stillness enveloped the realm of liches. Even the demon and witch races, caught in the throes of self-destruction, were abruptly halted. In the next moment, Hongyun appeared on the battlefield, effortlessly subduing the remaining strongholds of the lich and witch races. Notably, the extremist Gonggong was rendered unconscious, unceremoniously discarded like a lifeless dog upon the ground. The situation was entirely under control. Yet the 6 saints of heaven, Tao, had only just arrived. I, Laozi, offer my respects to the venerated Hongyun, honoring him with great reverence. Yuanshi and Tongtian, momentarily taken aback, followed suit, bowing in respect. We greet the esteemed Hongyun. However, Jin and Juni chose to remain at a distance, particularly Zhuanti, who stood behind Jin, avoiding any direct interaction with Hongyun. From the direction of the underworld, Pingxin approached, standing in opposition to all the saints. The remnants of the witch race dared to attempt the destruction of Buzhou Mountain. Such an act was deserving of death. Upon finishing his statement, Yuanshi hurled his Sanbao Yuli toward Gonggong. Should it strike, Gonggong would surely meet his end. Yet, how could Pingxin allow Gonggong to perish? Previously, when other ancestral witches fell, Pingxin had yearned to intervene, but was confined by the heavenly Tao within the realm of Yomi, unable to participate in the war between the liches and witches. Only when Hongyun took action was Pingxin freed from his restraints, arriving on the battlefield. With a swift motion, Pingxin deflected the Sanbao Yuli. Yuanshi, do your eyes serve merely as outlets for your anger? How dare you attempt to annihilate the ancestral witches under my very gaze? As Pingxin spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, rivaling even that of Laozi. Yuanshi was forced back by Pingxin's formidable presence, his face flushed with surprise at Pingxin's unexpected strength. However, as a legitimate descendant of Pangu, Yuanshi felt he could not afford to be outdone. Pingxin, Gonggong's intent to destroy Buzhou Mountain threatens to plunge the entire Hongyun into an immeasurable calamity. Do you intend to bear the burden of this consequence? Yuanshi, cease your grandstanding. The events you speak of have yet to unfold. What basis do you have for your claims of consequence? If you're truly dissatisfied, I challenge you to a duel. Yuanshi opened his mouth to retort, but Hongyun raised a hand, sending Yuanshi back hundreds of miles. The immediate priority was to settle the affairs of the lich and witch races. With a wave of his hand, Hongyun divided the previously intertwined factions into 2 distinct groups. The demon army had dwindled to less than 10 million, with only Bays remaining as a quasi-saint, and the great Luo golden immortals had all but vanished. The witch race fared even worse, with merely 100,000 remaining, though 2 ancestral witches, Xianming and Gonggong, had survived. The 2 races, having disrespected the heavenly Tao, ought to be utterly eradicated. Yuanshi was the first to voice his opinion, yet no one paid him heed, not even Laozi or Tongtian, who turned their gazes away in embarrassment. After all, the war had come to a close, and Yuanshi dared to speak such words in the presence of Nuwa and Pingxin. Facing the indifference of his peers, Yuanshi's countenance darkened as he retreated to silence. Nuwa approached the demon faction, stating, You may settle in the northern regions of Hongyun. Though the miasma is thick there, it poses no significant threat to your kind. We are willing. Baze nodded alongside the demon clansmen, realizing that their only recourse lay in relying on Yuhua. Just as Baze was about to lead the demons away, Tong Tian suddenly spoke. Those fated to join my GS sect may come to Jinao Island to seek apprenticeship under my guidance. Zhuanti, not to be outdone, quickly added, my Western sect also welcomes your participation. As the two saints extended their invitations, a portion of the demon faction moved to stand behind Tong Tian, while none chose to follow Zhuanti. Once the demons departed, Ping Xin declared, the witch race shall henceforth reside in the 10,000 great mountains of the south. It may not appear in Hongyun without cause. Agreed. There were no objections, for aside from Ping Xin, no one cared to intervene with the witch race, who focused solely on physical cultivation without nurturing their spirits. At Ping Xin's command, Xianming led the remaining witch clansmen back to the Panga Palace, thereafter relocating to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Gong seeks to shatter Buzhou Mountain. Let him be suppressed beneath it for 1,000,000 years. Hongyun casually retrieved a piece of unyielding stone, infusing it with the power of the Tao, subsequently placing it upon Gong. Though merely an ordinary rock, with Hongyun's Daoic blessing, even Yuanshi and Tong Tian would find it difficult to break free from this confinement. This chaos bell is the ultimate treasure of my demon race. I shall claim it now and later entrust it to Luya. With a wave of her hand, Nuwa attempted to seize the chaos bell floating nearby. However, Zhuani's 7 treasures mysterious tree obstructed her. Nuwa, my friend, your assertion is flawed. Zhuanti smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes, as he continued. The chaos bell is an innate treasure, an unclaimed artifact. How can it simply be awarded to the demon race based on your word alone? This treasure is destined for my Western sect. Nuwa's expression darkened as she retorted coldly. Zhuanti, do not be unreasonable. The Chaos Bell is a companion treasure of my demon race's Donghuang Tai. Now that Tai has fallen, this treasure rightfully belongs to us. By what virtue do you of the Western sect dare covet it? Zhuanti remained unperturbed, lightly waving the 7 treasures mysterious tree, smiling. Nuwa, your argument is misguided. The Chaos Bell is an innate treasure birthed by the heavens, not belonging to any single clan. With Tai's demise, this treasure should naturally be claimed by someone fated to possess it. Though my Western sect is situated in a remote area, our efforts in enlightening sentient beings are immeasurable. This treasure is destined for us. Yuanshi, overhearing this, mocked, utter nonsense. We 3 clears are the true lineage of Pangu. The Chaos Bell is a fragment of the opening heaven axe and rightfully belongs to us. Indeed, the 3 treasures of opening heaven are indeed connected to us. They should belong to us, Laozi declared, signaling Tong Tian with his eyes. Tong Tian, interpreting Laozi's gesture as a directive to claim the Chaos Bell for the purpose of subduing GS6's fortunes, wasted no time in producing the extermination sword array, preparing to seize the treasure. Nuwa snorted coldly, brandishing her red embroidery ball, and declared, if that is the case, let us settle this with our own hands. At that moment, Hongyun interjected, friends, hold your actions. Though his voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority. Ahem, this Chaos Bell belongs to me. Chapter 83. Establishing the 4 extremities of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the words of Hongyun, the 6 saints of heaven regarded him with caution. Given Hongyun's formidable strength, they lacked the capability to contest him for the Chaos Bell. Observing their expressions, Hongyun could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Acquiring the Chaos Bell does not necessarily require force. With the end of the war of the witch and demon, the mysteries surrounding the 2 clans have become clear. Perhaps you should calculate for yourselves. After hearing this, Laozi was the first to initiate a divination. Soon realizing that Donghuang Tai had long sworn to bestow the Chaos Bell upon Hongyun after his demise, the expressions of the other 5 saints indicated that they, too, were now aware of this matter. They had not anticipated that Hongyun would begin to scheme so early, securing the Chaos Bell for himself. It was noteworthy that at that time, The witch and demon calamity had yet to commence, and the two clans had only recently been established. Yet, Hongyun had foreseen Dongwang Tai's fall, a realization that left the six saints of heaven feeling a sense of trepidation. Under these circumstances, the Chaos Bell would be entrusted to Hongyun Daozuan. Though Tong Tian longed for the Chaos Bell, he could only yield it gracefully in the presence of Hongyun. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside the Chaos Bell, attempting to engulf it. Impudent! You have crossed the line. Hongyun extended his hand, a powerful force enveloping the Chaos Bell, which he subsequently drew into his grasp. The figure behind the rift appeared reluctant, but Hongyun swiftly produced the Hongmeng measuring ruler to obliterate the spatial fissure. Once Hongyun secured the Chaos Bell, he retrieved an item and presented it to Niuhua. This is the true spirit of Fuxi. There may still be a chance for revival. Niuhua nodded, accepting Fuxi's true spirit into the map of mountains and rivers, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Hongyun Daozuan. Without your intervention, my brother would have truly perished. There is no need for such gratitude. It was merely a matter of convenience, Hongyun replied, though he harbored his own calculations. After all, the aftermath of the witch and demon calamity would usher in the rise of humanity, necessitating Fuxi's reincarnation among them. However, he chose to keep this to himself, for revealing it would lay his plans bare before Heaven's Tao and Hongjun. Turning to the six saints of heaven and Pingxin, Hongyun declared, to safeguard the pillar of heaven, Buzhou Mountain, I have decided to establish the four extremities of heaven and earth, assisting Buzhou Mountain in supporting the cosmos. As soon as his words fell, the Xuanwu of the northern sea proclaimed loudly, with the Tao above, I, Xuanwu, willingly sacrifice my physical form, offering my limbs to aid Hongyun Daozuan in upholding heaven and earth. With that, Xuanwu dispersed the essence of his entire being into his four limbs. Hongyun swiftly ascended to the skies above the northern sea, using the Qian Kuanding to gather the tortoise shell and Xuanwu's limbs within it. In a brief moment, four mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures emerged from the Qian Kuanding, each settling in the four cardinal directions, quickly aligning themselves with Buzhou Mountain to support it. Yet, Hongyun demonstrated no intention to pause. He soared above Buzhou Mountain and proclaimed, in the east, the wood of Jia and Yi, the azure dragon governs the eastern extremity, and shall not emerge without a cataclysm. In the south, the fire of Bing and Ding, the vermilion bird governs the southern extremity, and shall not emerge without a cataclysm. In the west, the metal of Geng and Exen, the white tiger governs the western extremity, and shall not emerge without a cataclysm. In the north, the water of Run and Kui, the Xuanwu governs the northern extremity, and shall not emerge without a cataclysm. We accept our command. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu transformed into streaks of light, merging into the pillars crafted by Hongyun. As for the central earth of Wu and Ji, I shall engrave it upon Buzhou Mountain. Hold on, Hongyun Daozuan. I wish to take on the role of the central earth of Wu and Ji to eternally guard Buzhou Mountain. Just as Hongyun prepared to inscribe a grand formation upon Buzhou Mountain, a five virtues Qilin appeared before the assembly. It is noteworthy that the five virtues Qilin, second only to the ancestor Qilin among its kin, though now burdened by karma, was capable of unleashing the peak strength of the Deluo. Moreover, the five virtues Qilin naturally cultivated the five elements Tao, making it well suited for the role of Central Earth. Its appearance signified a desire to seek merit and carve a path for the Qilin clan. Although the Qilin clan remained well hidden, the five virtues Qilin knew that no new Qilins had emerged within their ranks. Without intervention, the clan would ultimately face extinction. Very well. You shall be the Central Earth of Wu and Ji. Hongyun pointed, a formation imprint descending upon the five virtues Qilin, transforming it into a stone statue that settled at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As the five virtues Qilin assumed the position of Central Earth, a radiant light emerged from the summit of Buzhou Mountain, connecting with the four extremities of heaven and earth. Subsequently, both the four pillars of heaven and the central Buzhou Mountain concealed themselves. Even in the future, should anyone attempt to destroy Buzhou Mountain, they would likely find not even a trace of it. After completing these arrangements, a vast expanse of merit manifested in the heavens, with half of it entering Xuanwu's primordial spirit, while the remaining half was distributed among the 5 divine beasts and Hongyun himself. As long as the pillars stood, Xuanwu would continuously receive the merit of upholding the heavens. Xuanwu, you have rendered great merit to heaven and earth, and I hereby accept you as my 5th disciple. Upon your reincarnation, you may return to the Penglai sect. Do you consent? I willingly accept. Xuanwu's primordial spirit nodded fervently, readily agreeing to become Hongyun's disciple. After all, Xuanwu recognized Hongyun as the most formidable ally in the wilderness, one bold enough to confront the very essence of heaven's Tao. By aligning with him, the future held limitless potential. Hongyun waved his hand, casting a green light that left a mark upon Xuanwu's primordial spirit. With this mark, Hongyun would be able to locate Xuanwu no matter where his reincarnation took him. Pingxin, I entrust this disciple to you. Should any matters arise in the future, you may have the 5 virtues contact me. Pingxin nodded, securing Xuanwu's primordial spirit before departing. The 6 saints of heaven, witnessing this, also took their leave. Only Zhuni lingered, observing Nuwa discreetly. Once he confirmed her entrance into the chaos, he swiftly turned and headed northward. Although Hongyun sensed Zhuanti's subtle actions, he chose not to intervene and instead returned to Penglai Island. Summoning Huangtian before him, he began to instruct Huangtian, the era of the witch and demon has concluded. Now begins the age of humanity. Depart from Penglai and return to the human realm, assisting in its vigorous development. At the critical moment, I shall send your 2nd and 3rd senior brothers to aid you. Yes, Master, your disciple understands. Chapter 84. The Heavenly Emperor. Hongjun. As the Emperor of Heaven departed from Penglai, he took with him the transformed spiritual beasts and spiritual roots from Penglai Island. With the assistance of the disciples from Penglai, within merely 100,000 years, the human race had already occupied a significant portion of the vast wilderness. Although most of the human race had a lifespan of only 1,000,000 years, their substantial population meant that the number of cultivators was still quite considerable. On this day, the Purple Cloud Palace, which had been missing for many years, re-emerged within the chaos. 7 jade talismans flew forth from the Purple Cloud Palace, each entering various locations: the Chaos Nuwa Palace, the 8 Sceneries Palace on Shouyang Mountain, the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Gold Turtle Island in the East Sea, Shumi Mountain in the west, and the Underworld. Upon receiving a message from Hongjun, the 6 saints of heaven and Pingxin immediately rushed to the chaotic Purple Cloud Palace. However, once the 6 saints and Pingxin arrived, Hongjun furrowed his brow and addressed Hongjun beside him, saying, "Go and invite Taoist Hongjun." In the next moment, Hongjun appeared above the East Sea. This time, rather than floundering about like a headless fly, he stood upon the sea's surface and called out loudly, "Taoist Hongjun, the Tao Ancestor requests your presence at the Purple Cloud Palace. Taoist Hongjun, the Tao Ancestor requests your presence at the Purple Cloud Palace. Taoist Hongjun, the Tao Ancestor requests your presence at the Purple Cloud Palace." Hongjun's voice echoed across the East Sea as he repeated his call thrice. In the next instant, Hongjun appeared beside Hongjun and brought him directly to the Purple Cloud Palace. "Thank you, Taoist Hongjun," Hongjun exclaimed, pleasantly surprised that Hongjun would accompany him, as he had expected to return alone. Ignoring Hongjun walked straight into the Purple Cloud Palace and took a seat. Upon Hongjun's arrival, Hongjun slowly began to speak. "The purpose of summoning you all here is primarily concerning the matters of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is the gathering place of the fortunes of the wilderness and cannot be neglected indefinitely. What suggestions do you have for the selection of the Heavenly Emperor?" Upon hearing this, Nuwa immediately spoke. "The Heavenly Court was originally occupied by the demon race. I believe we should allow Lu Yazi to inherit his father's legacy and become the next Heavenly Emperor." As soon as Nuwa finished her statement, Yuan Shi Tian Zun snorted coldly and said, "Sister Nuwa, your words are misguided. Although the demon race once held sway over the Heavenly Court, their fortunes have waned following the war of the witches and demons. Luya, though the son of Dijuan, is still young and lacks the cultivation to command respect. Furthermore, the Heavenly Court, being the gathering place of the wilderness fortunes, cannot be entrusted to the demon race again. In my opinion, the position of Heavenly Emperor should be held by a disciple of our Chan sect. Guang Qingzi, my foremost disciple, possesses profound cultivation and virtuous character, making him a suitable candidate for the position of Heavenly Emperor. Yuan Shi's words were met with a cold smirk from Tong Tian, who retorted, Elder brother, your viewpoint is rather biased. Although Guang Qingzi is the eldest disciple of the Chan sect, when it comes to cultivation and virtue, he may not surpass my disciple. The Taoist of Treasures. The Taoist of Treasures is my first disciple in the GS sect, has attained the great Luo golden immortal realm, possesses unparalleled virtue, and has repeatedly sought the welfare of the beings of the wilderness. If he were to become the Heavenly Emperor, he would undoubtedly bring great benefit to the wilderness. Yuan Shi was evidently taken aback that Tong Tian would be the first to challenge him. Just as he was about to reprimand Tong Tian, Jane clasped his hands together and slowly remarked, Both of you have made valid points. Yet I believe the position of Heavenly Emperor is of utmost importance and must be held by a sage who embodies compassion and seeks to benefit all beings. My disciple, the Medicine Master, embodies compassion and seeks to aid all beings. If he were to preside over the heavenly court, he would ensure peace for all beings in the wilderness. Zhuan Ti also concurred. What my brother has said is indeed true. The Medicine Master is a great virtue of our Western teaching, having also reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. If he were to govern the heavenly court, he would certainly bring liberation to all beings in the wilderness. Seeing the gathering in disagreement, Laozi slowly interjected, All of your opinions hold merit, but the position of Heavenly Emperor is not to be taken lightly. It must be occupied by one who possesses both virtue and talent, with profound cultivation. My disciple, the Master of Xiandu, has deep cultivation and is deserving of the Heavenly Emperor's position. Even Laozi, who practiced the way of non-action, felt compelled to advocate for his disciple in the face of the Heavenly Emperor's position. It is well known that whoever occupies that position could harness the gathered fortunes of the heavenly court for their own cultivation, making rapid progress in their endeavors. As Ping Xin observed the saint's impasse, he glanced at Hongyun and then said, Each of you has made valid points. But the position of Heavenly Emperor is indeed of great significance and must be held by one who possesses both virtue and talent, with profound cultivation. I believe Taoist Hongyun is perfectly suitable. Upon hearing this, Hongyun smiled slightly and replied, Friend Ping Xin, you flatter me. I am but a wandering soul disinclined to be bound, and fear I may not be fit for the role of Heavenly Emperor. However, I do have a candidate who may resolve your dilemmas. Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly at this. Oh, what insights do you have, Taoist Hongyun? Hongyun smiled. I believe the position of Heavenly Emperor is indeed of great importance and must be held by one who possesses both virtue and talent, with profound cultivation. However, while each of your disciples has their own merits, should one of them take the position of Heavenly Emperor, it may prove difficult to gain the respect of all. I propose that the Heavenly Emperor be the young Hongjun, who has followed you for many years, Hongjun. Although he is but a youth, his cultivation is profound, his character virtuous, and he is unaffiliated with any sect, thus impartial. If he were to govern the heavenly court, he would surely excel in the role of Heavenly Emperor. At these words from Hongyun, all present were momentarily taken aback. While Hongjun had followed Hongjun for many years, he was still merely a youth, and though his cultivation was profound, he had never revealed his abilities to the public, leaving many unfamiliar with him. However, Hongyun's words were not without merit. Hongyun's neutrality could indeed help prevent conflicts between the various sections. Hongjun, hearing Hongyun's suggestion, was somewhat astonished, having not anticipated that Hongyun could discern his thoughts and was willing to support him. Subtly glancing at Hongyun, Hongjun spoke. Hongyun is my disciple and does not belong to any of your factions. He is indeed worthy of becoming the Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing that Hongjun was endorsing Hongyun for the position of Heavenly Emperor, Yuan Shi felt disdainful. In his mind, Hongyun was merely a youth and unworthy of such a position. Yet now that Hongjun had spoken, he could do nothing but acquiesce, regardless of his reluctance. Seeing that Hongjun had made a decision, Niu Hua, Laozi, Tong Tian, Jane, and Zhuan Ti ceased their arguments. Hongjun called Hongyun and Yaoqi forth, speaking slowly. Hongyun, Yaoqi, you have followed me for many years. Instead of wasting time here in the Purple Cloud Palace, would you prefer to go to the Heavenly Court? Are you willing? Master, we are willing, they replied. Hongjun nodded and continued. I have a few treasures here that I shall entrust to you for your protection. He handed the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Hongyun mirror, to Hongyun and the town immortal seal to Yaoqi. Additionally, he presented them with a primordial spiritual root, the peach tree, to help cultivate their own faction. Thank you, Master. Chapter 85. The struggle for the human emperor's forces. Zhuan observe how Tian and the spiritual treasure in Yaoqi's possession, longing to seize it for himself. It is worth noting that his disciples from the Western Church possess very few innate spiritual treasures and must reserve some for the purpose of slaying corpses. If he could acquire even one or two exceptional innate spiritual treasures, the foundation of the Western Church would be significantly bolstered. However, whether it be the Hao Tian mirror, the Zhunxian seal, or the exquisite innate spiritual root of the peach tree, all were bestowed upon Hao Tian and Yaoqi by Hongjun. Even with the courage of two Zhuan Ts, he dared not attempt to take them. Hongjun cast a glance at the still youthful Hao Tian and Yaoqi, and, with a wave of his hand, he lifted the restrictions placed upon them. In the blink of an eye, the two transformed into a mature emperor and empress, standing before the assembly of saints. Just as Hao Tian and Yaoqi reveled in their newfound forms and prepared to assume their roles in the heavenly court, Hongyun interjected, stating, the current heavenly court is in disarray. With the powers of Hao Tian and Yaoqi, they may face considerable difficulties. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to implement reforms within the heavenly court. We should establish the 6 sovereigns within the heavenly court, with Hao Tian as the Jade Emperor, reigning as the heavenly sovereign. Below him, we can set up the heavenly sovereign of the Upper Palace, the heavenly sovereign of the Northern Polar, the heavenly sovereign of the Eastern Extreme, the heavenly sovereign of the Southern Extreme, and the earthly sovereign who would rank just below Hao Tian, assisting him in managing the affairs of the heavenly court. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Hao Tian looked at him with gratitude, understanding that with these positions, he could negotiate terms with several saints. Although this would dilute his own power, he would still remain the supreme heavenly sovereign, and the impact would not be overly significant. My lord, I believe Dao Zun's suggestion holds merit. Hao Tian is willing to establish the 6 sovereigns in the heavenly court. Hao Tian proclaimed. In response, Hongjun nodded and addressed the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao, saying, you may dispatch your disciples to assist Hao Tian in the heavenly court. We shall obey. The 6 saints of the heavenly Dao agreed, yet inwardly they remained skeptical. After all, how could their disciples be commanded by the youthful Hao Tian? Thus, they resolved to feign ignorance of the matter. Once Hao Tian and Yaoqi departed from the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun spoke again. With the calamity of the Wu and Yao behind us, the primordial world shall welcome a new sovereign, humanity. The reaction among the 6 was one of astonishment, save for Ping Xin and Hongyun. Particularly, Yuan Shi was taken aback, having never anticipated that the humans he previously underestimated would rise to the forefront as the sovereigns. However, Hongjun paid no heed to the saints' reactions and continued, for humanity to flourish. The governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is essential to truly establish their position as the sovereigns. Is humanity not already flourishing? After all, the human race now spans the entirety of the primordial realm. Their strength, while lesser than that of the Wu and Yao clans of Ur, faces no rival at present. One could argue that the humans are indeed worthy of the title of sovereigns. To become the true sovereigns, this is a necessary journey. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will bring great merit to humanity, and there shall be guidance provided. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the saints were akin to sharks catching the scent of blood. Each saint began to calculate in their minds, especially Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Lao Zi, Jin, and Zhuan Ti, whose eyes glimmered with ambition. The positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors signify boundless merit and fortune. Whoever secures these roles will not only elevate their disciples' cultivation, but also enhance their sect's fortune immeasurably. Yuan Shi Tianzun who has always prided himself as the orthodox of Pangu, knows that his disciples are deeply rooted and blessed. He has already formulated a plan. The position of the teaching master for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must be claimed by his disciples. The first human emperor's master position is of utmost importance. Securing it would greatly boost the fortune of his sect, possibly even surpassing that of the Jie sect. Tong Tian, however, harbored different thoughts. His disciples were numerous, boasting the title of 10,000 immortals paying homage. Although their foundations varied, their sheer quantity was substantial. Tong Tian has always advocated for inclusivity in teaching, believing that all beings can attain enlightenment. Thus, he was determined to secure the position of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors master. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, silently contemplating their own strategies. The Western Church has always been impoverished, with few disciples and a lack of spiritual treasures. If they could seize this opportunity, perhaps they could elevate the fortune of their sect. However, they were acutely aware of their weaker standing compared to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, and thus decided to observe the situation and await their chance. Laozi spoke first. My disciples total only Xiandu, who is not adept at teaching. Therefore, I shall claim the position of the first master of the 5 emperors. Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately followed. My disciples, Guang Chengzi, Yuding Zhenrun, and Tai Yi Zhenrun, each possessed profound roots and long-lasting fortunes, making them suitable as the masters of the 3 sovereigns. Hearing this, Tong Tian scoffed. Yuan Shi, you are quite ambitious, seeking to claim all the positions of the 3 sovereigns for your sect. Although Guang Chengzi, Yuding, and Tai Yi are disciples of your sect, their cultivation is still shallow, and they may struggle with such a heavy responsibility. My 4 direct disciples have deep cultivation, making them far more suitable for guiding the human emperor. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned, displeasure evident in his tone. Tong Tian, are you questioning the abilities of my disciples? Tong Tian coldly retorted. Yuan Shi, I am merely stating the facts. If you disagree, let Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao Dao Ren compete to see who is more qualified to instruct the human emperor. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with anger, ready to retort. When Laozi interjected, enough. Why must you 2 quarrel over this matter? The roles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are critical to the fortune of humanity and must not be monopolized by any single sect. Although Laozi's words were calm, they carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Laozi, both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian remained silent for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Jie spoke. Laozi's words ring true. The masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are pivotal to the fortune of humanity. We must approach this matter with careful consideration. How about this? Though our Western Church is weak, we are willing to contribute to humanity's cause. My disciple, Yao Shi, possesses both virtue and skill and would be an excellent candidate as a master for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Zhuan Ti concurred. Indeed, Yao Shi, though a disciple of the Western Church, is of pure heart and would be most suitable for guiding the human emperor. Chapter 86. The price just offered as the contention among the 4 saints within the Purple Cloud Palace intensified. Hongjun spoke calmly. The emperor of humanity must be recognized by the treasures of the human race to achieve success. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, everyone except for Hongyun began to silently calculate the location of the human treasures. However, the next moment, they were astonished to look at Hongyun, for they all deduced that the treasure of the human race, the Kongtong seal, was in the hands of Hongyun. The understanding dawned upon the others. No wonder Hongyun showed little interest in the matter of the emperor's master. He had long grasped the key to this affair. Hongyun Taoist, I possess 2 superior innate spirit treasures, which I shall bestow upon you today in exchange for the position of the emperor's master, the foremost among the 5 emperors. For my unworthy disciple. Laozi presented 2 superior innate spirit treasures before Hongyun. One was a banana leaf plucked from the innate banana fan, refined into a spirit treasure capable of summoning true fire with a mere gesture. The other was a chessboard named the Mountain and Riverboard, designed to array the mountains and rivers of the primordial world, used to suppress adversaries. Very well, I accept. Hongyun acknowledged, storing the two treasures and then turning his gaze to the other saints. As for the affairs of humanity, I shall not partake. There are many matters in the underworld that require my attention. Thus, I shall take my leave. After stating this, Pingxin nodded to Hongyun and departed directly. However, Pingxin's exit did not provoke any discontent among the others. After all, they were pleased to have one less competitor. I desire the position of the Emperor's master among the three sovereigns. I wonder if, Tao friend Yuanshi, I shall take the positions of the heavenly and earthly emperors, but I am willing to grant you the position of the Emperor of humanity. Yuanshi contemplated and then nodded. Very well. I shall take the position of the second and third Emperor's master, and in return, I offer you this exquisite innate spirit treasure, the Tai Su sword. Insufficient, Hongyun replied, shaking his head lightly, refusing to accept the Tai Su sword. This solitary, exquisite, innate spirit treasure is inadequate to secure the three positions of the Emperor's master. Do not be greedy. Yuanshi glared at Hongyun, wishing he could snatch the Kongtong seal from him. Alas, he was no match for Hongyun. For the sake of his disciples and the future of his sect, Yuanshi produced another superior innate spirit treasure to offer to Hongyun. Yet, Hongyun still declined, stating calmly, I am sorry, but that was the previous price. The cost has now increased. Yuanshi, infuriated by this sudden hike in price, turned his gaze to Hongjun, only to find him meditating with his eyes closed, showing no intention of intervening. Thus, Yuanshi, resigned to his fate, produced yet another superior innate spirit treasure to place before Hongyun. At last, Hongyun nodded and accepted the three innate spirit treasures from Yuanshi. Hongyun Taoist, my western regions are impoverished. I wonder if, just as Zhuanti attempted to speak, Tong Tian interjected swiftly. However, Hongyun was well aware of Zhuanti's intentions to gain advantage without cost and chose to ignore him entirely. Tong Tian quickly stepped forward, pulling Zhuanti aside, and presented three superior innate spirit treasures. Hongyun Taoist, I seek the last two positions of the Emperor's master among the five emperors. Very well, I accept your request. Tong Tian Dao friend. As Tong Tian resumed his place on the mat, Nuo spoke up. Hongyun Taoist, I am not particularly interested in the Emperor's master position, but I wish to seek one for my elder brother. Are you referring to Fuxi? Indeed. I am willing to offer the entirety of the demon clan's treasury previously entrusted to me by Dijuan and Dong Wangtai in exchange for your assistance. Nuo anxiously gazed at Hongyun, fearing his refusal. Since Hongyun had entrusted Fuxi's true spirit to Nuo, she had expended considerable effort, merely managing to reconstitute a part of Fuxi's primordial spirit. Reviving Fuxi was beyond her capabilities. Therefore, Nuo was prepared to offer the demon clan's treasury, a vast accumulation over countless generations, which even saints would find hard to dismiss. Faced with such a high price, Hongyun readily agreed. I can personally guide Dao friend Fuxi into reincarnation and arrange for him to attain the position of emperor. However, I must state one thing beforehand. Henceforth, there shall only be Fuxi of the human race, not Fuxi of the demon race. Then I am deeply grateful, Hongyun Taoist. As long as my brother can live again, whether as a human or a demon is of little consequence. With a wave of Nuo's jade hand, she presented a small world to Hongyun. Zhuanti, watching from the side, was filled with envy. Had he not known his own limitations, he would have attempted to seize it. As the positions of the Emperor's masters were settled, Hongjun finally opened his eyes and addressed the 7 individuals in the Purple Cloud Palace. Now that the positions of the Emperor's masters have been determined, you may return to prepare. Should anyone delay the resurgence of the human race, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After departing from the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun, bearing Fuxi's fragmented primordial spirit, arrived in the realm of reincarnation. Hongyun Taoist, have you come for the 5 virtues? Upon Hongyun's entry into the underworld, he was promptly recognized by Pingxin, as the realm of reincarnation was shaped from Pingxin's previous body, allowing him to detect any disturbances immediately. The 5 virtues are indeed thriving. I have come with a request for your assistance. Hongyun declared, producing Fuxi's primordial spirit. This is Fuxi. Pingxin recognized his old rival instantly. Despite Fuxi's spirit being severely damaged, what does the Taoist intend to do? I have promised Niwa to secure a position for Fuxi as emperor. I am here to send him into reincarnation. Ping Xin sighed deeply, saying little more, and proceeded to open the path of human reincarnation. After all, the witch clan owed Hongyun a great deal. Even if Ping Xin desired to prevent Fuxi from becoming emperor, he could not act against Hongyun's wishes. Hongyun directly cast Fuxi into the cycle of reincarnation, then retrieved the true spirit of Zenyuanzi. Extracting the essence of Emperor Qi from the Kongtong seal, he infused it into Zenyuanzi's true spirit. As long as Zenyuanzi could attain enlightenment, he could recover his previous Tao fruit. After sending Zenyuanzi's true spirit into reincarnation, Ping Xin finally spoke. Hongyun Taoist, all 10 my brothers have perished. Is there any way to bring them back? Hongyun shook his head, stating, it is exceedingly difficult for the ancestor witches to cultivate their primordial spirits. Chapter 87. The 10 Yama Kings. Undercover, Hongyun gazed at Ping Xin, who wore a despondent expression, and continued, as a primordial witch, you are undoubtedly aware of the frailty of the ancestral witches' true spirits, which are significantly weaker than those of other innate deities. Although you took precautions early on to prevent their true spirits from dissipating, the restoration of the ancestral witch's true form is virtually impossible, unless you can acquire the essence blood of Pangu. Are you implying that if the ancestral witch's true form cannot be restored, you have another solution? Indeed, if we do not concern ourselves with a physical form, I do possess a means. Furthermore, given enough time, they may even develop their primordial spirits. What method is this? The current 10 Yama Kings and the positions of the 5 Ghost Emperors are all vacant, are they not? If we can reconstruct a body for the ancestral witches through merit and assign them roles in the underworld, we could continuously gather merit to sustain their forms. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Ping Xin could not help but let out a bitter laugh, for he had contemplated this very method before, yet it was utterly impractical. He simply did not possess such abundant merit. To be frank, I do not have that much merit on hand. Might I ask if you could lend a helping hand? Hongyun did not immediately acquiesce to Ping Xin's request. Although they were currently allies, Hongyun felt no obligation to go that far. It is important to recognize that reconstructing the true forms of the 10 ancestral witches would require a tremendous amount of merit, potentially depleting all that he had accumulated over the years. Seeing Hongyun's hesitation, Ping Xin gritted his teeth as if making a momentous decision and declared, Hongyun Taoist, in the future, I shall owe you 5 great karmic debts. Very well. Then please present the true spirits of the ancestral witches. Hongyun agreed instantly to Ping Xin's condition. After all, 5 great karmic debts were certainly worth more than mere merit. At their level, even owing a single great karmic debt could entail countless matters, demanding immense effort to repay. Even if Hongyun allowed Ping Xin to participate in the calamity, it would only barely settle 1 karmic debt. For Hongyun, there were many avenues to scheme for merit, rendering the 5 karmic debts from Ping Xin far more valuable. Ping Xin produced all the true spirits of the ancestral witches, yet notably absent was Chiyo's true spirit. Hongyun speculated that Ping Xin had likely sent Chiyo's true spirit into the human realm after learning of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, Hongyun chose not to dwell on this, instead offering up 90% of his accumulated merit, nearly rivaling the merit gained during Hodu's reincarnation. This vast reservoir of merit infused into the 10 ancestral witches' true spirits swiftly transformed them back into human forms. Since there are precisely 10 of you, you shall serve as the 10 Yama Kings. First Hall, King Qin Guang. Second Hall, King Chu Jiang. Third Hall, King Song Di. Fourth Hall, King Wu Guan. Fifth Hall, King Yin Luo. Sixth Hall, King Bian Sheng. Seventh Hall, King Taishan. Eighth Hall, King Du Shi. Ninth Hall, King Ping Deng. 10th Hall, King Zhuanlun. As long as you remain diligent, there is a possibility for the emergence of primordial spirits in the future. The 10 ancestral witches exchanged glances, realizing that this was indeed the best outcome for them. We thank you, Hongyun Taoist. There is no need for such formalities. You may reminisce here for now. I must return to my disciple to convey some matters. After speaking, Hongyun vanished, appearing directly within Fengdu City. Greetings, Master. The 5 virtues, engaged in administrative duties, beamed with delight upon seeing Hongyun. There is no need for formalities. I have come to convey an important matter to you. Hongyun informed the 5 virtues about the situation concerning the 3 sovereigns of humanity and appointed him as the teacher to the heavenly sovereign. However, upon hearing this, the 5 virtues displayed a hesitant expression. Is there a problem? Master, I have already assumed the position of the heavenly son. As for the role of the teacher to the human sovereign, I believe it would be better suited for my 3 junior brothers. The acquisition of merit in the position of the heavenly son may be slow, yet it is far superior to that of the human sovereign's teacher. Thus, I think it best if you find another junior brother for this task. I am pleased to hear you express such sentiments. However, this matter cannot be entrusted to anyone else. Luer's temperament is far too impulsive to effectively teach the human sovereign. Should he take on this role, it could lead to considerable chaos. Furthermore, Huang Tian's cultivation level is still too low to bear this heavy responsibility. Additionally, I plan to assign Kong Xian to instruct the Earth Sovereign, which leaves you as the only suitable candidate for the Heavenly Sovereign's instruction. After listening, the 5 virtues nodded in agreement. Hongyun observed the 5 virtues, paused for a moment, and continued, "Come closer. I have something to entrust to you. Once you leave the underworld, the Western sect." After elaborating for a while, Hongyun departed from the underworld, but instead of returning to Penglai Island, he journeyed north into the wilderness. "Hongyun, Taoist, may I inquire what brings you to me?" Baizé trembled inwardly at the sight of Hongyun. Uncertain of the Taoist's intentions, particularly given his known disdain for the demon race, he feared that provoking Hongyun could lead to the annihilation of the remaining demons. "Baisha, as the strategist of the demon race, you must be a clever individual. I seek your assistance, but I must ask that you spare the innocent demons. I harbor no interest in these demons. I have come solely for you." "For me?" Baizé was taken aback, perplexed by Hongyun's true motives. "I want you to act as an undercover agent." Hongyun paused, then continued, "The 2 in the West are quite unruly. I need you to infiltrate the Western sect and incite those 2 to establish their own sect apart from the main path." Upon hearing this, Baizé broke out in a cold sweat. Were such words even suitable for him to hear? Not only was he being tasked with plotting against 2 powerful saints, but he was also expected to persuade them to betray a mightier Tao ancestor. If the Tao ancestor sought retribution, Baizé would find himself utterly defenseless, regardless of how many lives he possessed. "Beast, I fear." "Do not worry. The heavenly Tao serves Hongjun. Yet Hongjun does not serve the heavenly Tao. Even if you attempt to sway the 2 in the West, Hongjun will not turn against you. However, if you refuse, I suspect you shall not survive this day unless you can command Hongjun's intervention." Baizé shook his head vigorously. Though he was a quasi-saint, in the presence of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, he was but a trifling existence. To put it bluntly, he was less than an ant. "Then I shall accede to your request, but I hope you will spare the demon race." Chapter 88. Successfully entering the Western Church, I harbor no interest in the demon race, and as for your desire to make me a supporter of the demon clan, you may as well abandon that thought. As soon as Hongyun's words fell, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Baiz's eyes. However, Baiz quickly adjusted his mindset and inquired of Hongyun, "Taoist master, given the cautious nature of the 2 from the West, they will undoubtedly investigate my primordial spirit. How should I evade their scrutiny? Indeed, your considerations are thorough. As long as this seal is present, even if Jane and Junti probe your primordial spirit, they will not detect any anomalies." With a wave of his hand, Hongyun revealed a seal condensed from the great Tao power. The moment Baiz reached out to accept the seal, it burrowed itself into his primordial spirit. Yet, Baiz understood that this seal served both as protection and restraint. Should he disobey, Hongyun could extinguish his life with but a thought. Hongyun further instructed Baiz on various matters before allowing him to proceed directly to Shumi Mountain in the west. In truth, the moment Baiz set foot in the west, he was perceived by the 2 saints of the West. "Senior brother, what brings Baiz to our Western realm?" Judging by his direction, it seems his destination is Shumi Mountain. "Junior brother, as a seasoned quasi-saint of the demon race, Base's visit may harbor ulterior motives. Whether there is deceit or not, we shall discern through our probing. Jane nodded in agreement upon hearing Junti's words. However, whether Base was sincere or feigning with their abilities, they could easily compel Base to convert. Previously, while Base resided in the northern wilderness, they had to consider Nuwa's reputation. But now that Base had willingly approached them, they bore no responsibility for his fate. Jane and Junti exchanged glances before materializing before Base. Initially startled, Base quickly bowed respectfully upon recognizing the two. I, Base, pay my respects to Saint Jane and Saint Junti. Base, what brings you to the west? Jane inquired sternly. Reporting to Saint Junti, I have come to seek admission into the Western Church. Although Nuwa is a saint of my demon race, she remains indifferent to our kind. I must forge a path for myself. Oh, if that is the case, why not join the intercepting teachings instead of coming to the west? Jane regarded Base with a menacing glare, as if he would suppress him should Base's response be unsatisfactory. Saint Jean, I once injured the uninitiated Taba mouse. Should I seek refuge with the... It would be difficult to avoid being targeted. As soon as Base spoke, Jane and Junti began to calculate, discovering that Base's words indeed held merit. Yet, unbeknownst to them, these reasons had all been imparted to Base by Hongyun. Utilizing his elusive identity, had subtly altered the heavenly secrets Jane and Junti attempted to discern. Exchanging a glance, Jane and Junti revealed a hint of satisfaction. Base's explanation was logical, and their calculations yielded no discrepancies. Nevertheless, as the leaders of the Western Church, they would not readily trust an outsider, especially one as prominent as Base in the demon race. Base, since you wish to join our Western Church, you must undergo our trials. Jane's voice bore an undeniable authority. Base's heart tightened, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, responding respectfully. I, Base, am willing to accept the saint's trials. Junti smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering. Then let us examine your primordial spirit to ascertain your sincerity in joining our Western Church. Base's heart raced, aware that the critical moment had arrived. Even with Hongyun's assurance, he could not be certain that Jane and Junti would not uncover something unusual. Nonetheless, he betrayed no sign of apprehension, for caution was warranted in the presence of two saints. Taking a deep breath, he calmly said, Please, saints, proceed as you see fit. Simultaneously, Jane and Junti unleashed powerful forces that surged into Base's primordial spirit. Base felt as though his primordial spirit was enveloped by two formless forces, rendering all secrets exposed. However, just as Jane and Junti's energies were on the verge of reaching the depths of Base's secrets, the seal left by Hongyun activated silently, thoroughly encasing Base's primordial core. The forces of Jane and Junti swept over the seal as if nothing had transpired. Their divine awareness explored Base's primordial spirit, but found nothing amiss. Exchanging another glance, a flicker of confusion crossed their eyes, yet they quickly regained their composure. Base, your primordial spirit is pure. You indeed harbor no ulterior motives. Jane gradually withdrew his power, his tone laced with approval. Junti nodded in agreement. Thus, you are now a member of our Western Church. However, you must vow an oath to the heavenly principles, vowing never to betray our church. Base felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he had passed this trial. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and solemnly vowed, I, Base, hereby swear that from this day forth, I shall join the Western Church, remaining loyal and never betraying it. Should I falter, may I face the punishment of the heavenly principles, my form and spirit obliterated. Meanwhile, far away in Penglai, Hongyun, upon hearing Base's oath, directly expunged it from the heavenly records. In other words, Base's vow had not been registered by the heavenly principles. Subsequently, he extended his hand, unleashing several bolts of thunder in the skies above the west. Seeing this, Jane and Junti finally displayed satisfied smiles. Good, Base, from this day forth, you shall be the protector of our Western Church, your status second only to us. Jane proclaimed. Base felt a surge of joy, realizing he had successfully infiltrated the inner circle of the Western Church. He promptly bowed deeply. Thank you, Saints, for your immense favor. I, Bays, shall exert my utmost efforts in service to our Western Church. Junti smiled slightly and said, Bays, having joined our Western Church, you must familiarize yourself with our doctrines and principles. Our church is dedicated to the salvation of all beings, emphasizing karma and compassion. You must relinquish your past inclinations toward violence and earnestly cultivate our teachings. Bays nodded in agreement. Saints' teachings I shall remember deeply. However, casting a glance at Jean and Junti, he continued, reporting to both saints, I perceive that our Western Church's doctrines vastly differ from those of the Xianmen, mystical door. Why do you, as leaders, not depart from the Xianmen to establish a separate doctrine? As soon as Bays's words fell, Jean's reprimand erupted. Presumptuous? Considering this is your first offense, I shall overlook it this time. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Yes. Chapter 89. Betrayal of the Xianmen. Jean and Junti returned to Mount Shumi with Bays, introducing his current identity to the disciples of the Western sect. As Bays gazed upon the few disciples scattered about, he could not help but sigh inwardly. The disciples of the Western sect comprised only Yaoshi, Duzong, Mithra, and a few capable Naga, while the rest were essentially converted by Junti. To attain the golden immortal realm in this lifetime would require immense fortune. Upon reaching the summit of Mount Shumi, Junti eagerly exclaimed, Brother, I believe Bays's words hold great truth. We have harbored similar thoughts previously. Let us seize this opportunity. Yet Jean shook his head, sensing something amiss, though he could not articulate it. Junior brother, perhaps we should remain within the Xianmen for now. Jean practiced the great dream path, which intertwined with elements of fate and causality, allowing him to perceive a faint anomaly. However, the gap between him and Hongyun was insurmountable. Reaching his current state was already his limit. Brother, time waits for no one. With Niwa indifferent to worldly affairs and the Sanqing divided, the relationship between Yuanshi and Tongtian is strained. This is the perfect moment for us to establish our own sect. Junti paused and continued, and let's not forget our 48 great vows. If we do not act swiftly, our sanctified positions, were Hongyun present, he would undoubtedly erupt in laughter, proclaiming Junti as a divine catalyst. Indeed, after hearing Junti's words, Jane's previously tangled brow became even more perplexed. As Jane and Junti deliberated, Laozi, concealed beneath the Taiji diagram, entered the Zhixiao Palace. Master, what brings you to summon me? Laozi approached Hongjun with utmost reverence. Had Hongyun been present, he would have recognized this as the true Hongjun, rather than a mere embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Laozi, do you truly believe no one is aware of the actions you, Yuanshi, and Tongtian have taken against the Wu and Yao clans? Ultimately, it is Junti who bears the blame for the three of you. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Laozi was taken aback, instinctively wanting to explain. However, before he could utter a word, Hongjun interrupted him. Enough, I did not summon you here to chastise you, but to assign you a task. Please instruct me. Laozi, now fearful of harboring any ulterior motives, realized that even the conspiracy of the Sanqing had come to Hongjun's attention. This indicated that every action of these saints was under Hongjun's watchful eye. Hongjun, satisfied with Laozi's demeanor, continued. The reason for your summons is that Hongyun has taken a position within the Western sect and wishes to incite Jane and Junti to betray the Xianmen. I require you to journey to the East Sea and gain the allegiance of the Dragon Clan. Master, should I discreetly warn Jane and Junti? Unnecessary. Even without Hongyun's influence, they would seek to establish a separate path. Had it not been for the debts of causality owed to the West, do you think they could have attained their saintly positions? I understand, but the East Sea is Hongyun's domain. Even with the protection of the Taiji diagram, I fear I may not escape his notice. Take this item. It will allow you to evade Hongyun's watch. May I inquire what this is? This is the Heavenly Tao seal, a fragment of the rules of the Heavenly Tao. After you have utilized it thrice, it will dissipate and return to the Heavenly Tao. Thank you, Master. I shall make the necessary arrangements. With the Heavenly Tao seal in hand, Laozi wasted no time and directly set off for the East Sea. After his departure, Hongjun gazed toward the East Sea, coldly muttering, Hongyun, you should have long been a forgotten soul, yet you persistently thwart my plans, forcing me to act prematurely. Do not blame me for taking advantage of this opportunity. As the heavenly Tao suppresses the earthly and human paths, I shall, Hongjun's words trailed off as if sensing something, and he hastily severed part of his primordial spirit. In the next moment, a phantom of the heavenly Tao wheel appeared behind him, and his expression returned to its customary indifference. Meanwhile, within the Western sect, Jean, under Junti's persuasion, could no longer hesitate. Junior brother, we cannot afford to wait any longer. The Tao ancestor is now one with the heavenly Tao and is unlikely to take action against us. When shall we commence? Patience. Before we proceed, let us summon Baze and inquire about his perspective. Junti, initially taken aback by this suggestion, eventually nodded and sent a message to Baze. Shortly thereafter, Baze arrived at the summit. I pay my respects to the two saints. What matter do you wish to discuss with me? Baze, you have arrived at an opportune moment. We are quite interested in the matter you previously mentioned and would like to hear your thoughts in detail. Hearing this, Baze's heart stirred, realizing Jean was testing him. After all, such monumental matters hardly required the input of someone as insignificant as himself. Yet, this also deepened his admiration for Hongyun, who had foreseen even this step. Honorable saints, I hold no particular opinion on this matter. I merely overheard discussions between Emperor Jun and Tai during the saint's ascendance. Should the Western sect establish a separate path, it could undoubtedly achieve great success. As for myself, I lack the capability. As Baze spoke, Jean and Junti scrutinized him closely. Only when they detected no signs of deceit did Jean continue. Indeed, you speak wisely. We intend to establish a new sect and wish for you to assume the position of its leader. Baze, alarmed, protested. How could I possibly bear such a heavy responsibility? The disciples are numerous. I believe Yaosher, Methreya, and Dizong would be more fitting candidates. Baze knelt, expressing his unwillingness to take on the role of leader. Do not be modest, Baze. With your capabilities, this minor position is well within your reach. Yaosher and the others are still relatively inexperienced. Do not shy away from this. After Jinti's insistence, he and Jean stood together, producing the golden lotus of merit and the seven treasures tree, proclaiming in unison, by the authority of the heavenly Tao, we hereby declare the transformation of the Western sect into the Buddhist path, establishing 800 new sects to enlighten all beings. The doctrines of our Buddha include the four noble truths, dependent origination, the five aggregates, as well as impermanence and non-self. All beings suffer. By entering our Buddha's domain, they may attain liberation. Boom! As Jean and Junti's voices echoed, the heavens responded, permitting the Buddhist path to exist outside the Xianmen. The Sanqing and Yuhua immediately sensed that the fortunes once belonging to the Xianmen had been divided, with Jean and Junti's Buddhist path claiming a significant portion. Chapter 90. The three swords shatter the fortune of the Buddhist sect. What bold claims! You assert that one can attain transcendence within your Buddhist sect? I shall first ensure your sect's transcendence. On Kunlun Mountain, the primordial lord cast forth his Panga banner, which instantly tore through space, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower soared from Shouyang Mountain. The Qingping sword flew from Golden Tortoise Island, and the red embroidery ball emerged from the realm of Niwa. The destination of these spiritual treasures was none other than the western Mount Meru. The reason the three pure ones and Yuhua intervened was that all four of them were disciples of the mysterious gate. Jane and Junti, having betrayed the mysterious gate, established the 800 lesser sects, which was beyond their concern. This matter lay between the two saints of the West and Hongjun, the ancestral master of the mysterious gate. However, Jane and Junti's appropriation of 30% of the mysterious gate's fortune was indeed their affair. Hongjun, now in union with the heavenly Tao, left the mysterious gate's fortune largely resting on the shoulders of the three pure ones, Niwa, and the disciples of Jane and Junti. Although each of the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace held a fragment of the mysterious gate's fortune, it was merely a token of incense and devotion. The vast majority, 90%, resided with the six saints of the heavenly Tao. with Jane and Juanti siphoning off 30% of this fortune. It equated to drawing blood from the three pure ones in Nuwa. If they did not act, what face would the saints have left? Atop Mount Meru, Jane and Juanti stood resolute, their expressions grave yet devoid of fear as they confronted the treasures of the four saints. They understood that today's battle would determine the fate of Buddhism, and failure was not an option. Should they fail to repel the attack of the four saints, the fortune of the Buddhist sect, painstakingly amassed, would dissipate in an instant. The Panga banner tore through the void, appearing above Mount Meru, chaos swirling with a ferocity that seemed poised to rend the Western world asunder. Jane pressed his palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant, as a 12-petal golden lotus of merit blossomed above his head, radiating brilliant light in all directions. The lotus spun slowly, emanating boundless Buddhist radiance, forming an impenetrable barrier that deflected the chaotic sword energy from the Panga banner. Simultaneously, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower descended, its body exuding a vast aura of mysterious yellow, suppressing all beneath it. Juanti let out a cold snort, lightly waving the seven treasures' wonderful tree in his hand, unleashing a rainbow of light, transforming into a colorful river that collided with the mysterious yellow energy. Gazing at the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, Juanti's eyes gleamed with greed, contemplating ways to seize this treasure. The Qingping sword sliced through the air, its blade fierce and aimed directly at Jane Esperau. With eyes half closed, Jane chanted scriptures, and golden symbols floated around him, forming a colossal Buddhist formation. The Qingping sword pierced into the formation, its energy diminished layer by layer. Yet it persisted, seeming determined to break through. Meanwhile, the red embroidery ball, imbued with Nuwa's creative power, charged towards Juanti. Juanti smiled faintly, producing a Bodhi seed from his hand and flicking it gently. The seed transformed into a green light, colliding with the red embroidery ball. The two treasures clashed in the air, erupting in dazzling brilliance, but the Bodhi seed was shattered in the process. With a cough of blood, Juanti had no time to heal, hastily retrieving the empowering divine scepter, exerting all his might to block the red embroidery ball. In that brief moment, the Buddhist fortune they had just managed to consolidate was reduced by 1/10 due to Nuwa's interference. Nevertheless, Jane and Juanti accepted this outcome. As the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, a jade sword soared from the eastern sea, cleaving through space to appear above Mount Meru. Not good, junior brother. It's the Kunwa sword. Quickly evade. Upon seeing the Kunwa sword, Jane's heart raced with alarm. However, the Kunwu sword moved with such swiftness that it cleaved through the golden lotus of merit, then struck towards Juanti. Before the Kunwu sword, Juanti found himself utterly defenseless, the blade shattering through all barriers. Boom! Juanti was sent flying, embedded within the mountains of Mount Meru. Following this, the Kunwu sword struck again, shattering 40% of the Buddhist fortune. In the blink of an eye, what had once been a thriving fortune for Buddhism was reduced to a mere 50%. After unleashing 3 strikes, the Kunwu sword vanished into the void. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa, witnessing this, withdrew their spiritual treasures. Their objective had been achieved, and lingering atop Mount Meru held little significance. Junior brother, we must acknowledge the intervention from that individual in Penglai. Is it truly acceptable to bully my brother, and I'm merely to repay a debt of incense to the ancestral master? Juanti struggled from the rubble, his eyes flashing with a hint of darkness, though Jane remained oblivious, commencing the restoration of Mount Meru. Elder brother, we cannot simply swallow this indignity. How shall our Buddhist sect establish itself in the wilderness henceforth? What will others think of us? Junior brother, time is on our side. The outcome of a single battle is inconsequential. Our Buddhist sect has already been founded. Let us focus on our development for now. Your counsel is wise, elder brother. Jane nodded, and alongside Juanti and Baizé, began addressing matters within the Buddhist sect. Shortly after the establishment of Buddhism, Hongyun and Yaoqi finally arrived in the heavenly court. After departing from the Zixiao palace, Hongyun and Yaoqi did not rush to the heavenly court, but instead sought to gather followers in the wilderness. However, Hongjun's new title as the Heavenly Emperor bore little weight in the wilderness. Even with the offering of peaches of immortality, they could muster only a handful of followers. As Hongjun and Yao Qi led a group to the heavenly court, they were met with the sight of a shattered realm. The aftermath of the war of the witches and demons had left the heavenly court in ruins, with broken walls and shattered palaces scattered about. Hongjun estimated that, with their current strength, rebuilding the heavenly court would require no less than 10,000 years, 12,960 years, to be precise. This span of time filled both Hongjun and Yao Qi with a sense of despair. Yet in the next moment, a beam of golden light swept across the entire heavenly court, restoring it to its former glory, a sight akin to myriad golden rays rolling forth in a crimson mist, auspicious clouds billowing forth in violet vapors. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Hongjun and Yao Qi, disregarding their own dignity, knelt in gratitude. Disciple humbly thanks the Venerable One for your intervention. After expressing their gratitude, Hongjun and Yao Qi proclaimed throughout the wilderness that anyone willing to join the heavenly court was welcome. The Primordial Lord, already displeased with Hongjun's ascension as the emperor, had no intention of sending disciples to join the heavenly court, dispatching only a few true immortals instead. Since Laozi had but one disciple in Xuandu, he naturally did not send him either. As for the Jie school and Western Buddhism, they too sent only a few celestial immortals, hardly taking Hongjun seriously. Chapter 91. The reappearance of Pangu upon the mystical isle of Penglai. The revered Hongyun summoned the figures of Lu Er and Kong Xian to his presence. Lu Er, Kong Xian, it appears you have reached a stagnation in your cultivation. Merely practicing within the confines of Penglai serves no purpose. I have devised an excellent opportunity for you both. Are you willing to embark on this journey? Kong Xian, contemplating, bowed respectfully and inquired, "May I ask, Master, are we to assist senior brother in managing the realm of the underworld?" "Not at all," Hongyun replied, shaking his head. "I intend for you both to venture to the heavenly court. At this nascent stage of its establishment, the heavenly court is in dire need of capable individuals. If you diligently uphold the order of the primordial chaos, you shall reap significant benefits. Does Master mean for us to serve under Hongjun?" Liu questioned. Hongyun continued, "Not merely to serve, but to assist. You may each select 50 disciples from Penglai to accompany you to the heavenly court. Request that Hongjun appoint you both as the Emperor of the Upper Palace of Guochun and the Emperor of the North Star, Ziwai. Your task shall be to maintain the order of the primordial chaos, without concern for Hongjun's affairs." "Yes, Master, we are immensely grateful." Lu Er and Kong Xian could hardly believe their fortune. The positions of Emperor of Guochun and Emperor Ziwai are among the highest in hierarchy, second only to Hongjun himself. The mere thought of selecting 50 disciples from Penglai was enough to astonish them, for even the named disciples within Penglai were formidable. Most of these named disciples were of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with several having already ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Should they gather these disciples, they could undoubtedly dominate all disciples of the great saints. Thus, Lu Er and Kong Xian each selected 50 named disciples of the Tai Golden Immortal realm and departed Penglai for the heavenly court. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, Hongjun was in a furious rage. The Chan sect is truly audacious. A mere true immortal dares to demand the position of the ZY Emperor? They have no regard for my authority. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. The heavenly court is in a critical phase. Even a true immortal represents the support of a saint behind them. Teibai Jinxing interjected, soothing Hongjun's ire. Teibai Jinxing had been recruited by Hongjun and enjoyed his utmost trust. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Hongjun begrudgingly acknowledged the need to accommodate the disciples of these great saints. Nevertheless, he harbored resentment towards the Chan sect and the Western Buddhist sect, vowing to report them to the Zixiao Palace in due time. At that moment, Lu Er and Kong Xian arrived at the heavenly court with their disciples. Upon receiving the report, Hongjun wasted no time and personally went to the southern heavenly gate to welcome them. "Greetings, friends Lu Er and Kong Xian. What brings you to our court?" Hongjun inquired, his suspicion stirring as he noticed the disciples trailing behind them. Lu'er stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, my brother Hongjun and I come at the behest of our master to assist the heavenly court in managing the order of the universe." "Welcome, welcome. I must express my gratitude to your master in the future," Hongyun exclaimed. "However, before you arrived, my master instructed that we be appointed as the Emperor of Guochun and the Emperor of Zawai. What is your stance on this, your Majesty?" "Ah." Hongyun pondered for a moment before responding. "It can certainly be arranged. I hereby decree Lu'er as the Emperor of Guochun and Hongjun as the Emperor of Zawai. However, the foundation of your authority rests upon you both." Hongjun smiled gently. "Of course, should any disturbances arise, your Majesty need only inform us." "Very well. I shall not intrude further upon your affairs." Lu'er and Hongjun proceeded to their respective palaces. Once they had departed, Tabai Jinxing voiced his concern. "Your Majesty, will granting these two imperial titles not provoke discontent among the others? What cause for dissatisfaction could they possibly have? The celestial beings I dispatched to them have all been granted the title of Star Lord. Unlike the disciples of Peng Lai, Lu'er and Hongjun are formidable great Luo experts, and their 100 Tai golden immortal disciples speak volumes. Furthermore, with the right incentives, they could undoubtedly serve our interests." Having concluded, Hongyun turned to Tabai Jinxing. "Tabai Jinxing, you shall oversee this matter. Additionally, inform the Emperor of Guochun about the recent disturbances caused by the Northern Demon." "Yes, your Majesty, I shall attend to it at once." After Tabai Jinxing departed, Hongyun returned to the Lingxiao Palace, contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, a crimson cloud silently infiltrated the atmosphere of the heavenly court. "Strange. I have traversed the entirety of the heavenly court. Yet why have I not triggered the system's acknowledgement?" Hongyun mused, standing atop the highest point in the heavenly court, filled with confusion. His own underworld creation likewise failed to activate the acknowledgement. It seemed that the heavenly court concealed some secrets yet to be uncovered. After uttering these thoughts, Hongyun transformed into a wisp of mist, meticulously searching through the heavenly court. Through his relentless efforts, he finally discerned an anomaly in the 33rd layer of heaven. Every essence passing through this location seemed to enter a new space, only to emerge as a different essence. This was the sole peculiarity he had uncovered during his thorough exploration of the heavenly court. Approaching this anomaly, Hongyun scrutinized every inch of the space, leaving no detail overlooked. "I found you." With the aid of the Chaos Pearl, Hongyun swiftly entered a realm of chaos. However, the chaotic energy within this space was unusually gentle, strikingly similar to that within the Chaos Pearl. As Hongyun surveyed this space, he suddenly caught sight of a statue not far away. The material of the statue was unrecognizable, as he found no corresponding information in his legacy. Yet, upon discerning the face of the statue, he was taken aback. "Pangu, how could this be?" Hongyun gazed at the statue in disbelief, realizing it was absorbing the fortune of the heavenly court. Within the statue, something appeared to be gestating, yet with Hongyun's current prowess, he could not discern its true nature. What could this mean? A statue of the great Pangu, could it possibly be? Chapter 92. The Seedling of the World Tree detected that the host is in the celestial realm. Should we check in? Check in. Ding. The host has checked in at the celestial realm, triggering a critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a seedling of the world tree. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hongyun was utterly astonished to have acquired a seedling of the world tree. According to the inherited memories of the innate deities and demons, there is no world tree nurtured within the vast primordial world. Therefore, after Pangu created the heavens and the earth, he was compelled to uphold the sky, ultimately leading to his injuries worsening and his powers unable to recover, resulting in his demise. However, from the previous rewards of the system, Hongyun speculated that the system would only bestow items from the primordial world. If there was no world tree within the primordial realm, it was highly unlikely that the system would present such a reward. System, extract this reward and place it within the Chaos Pearl. Ding. The reward has been allocated. Please check host. Glancing at the statue of Pangu, Hongyun refrained from acting rashly and instead turned to leave the space. After all, He could not ascertain whether Pangu had truly perished. Thus, he believed it prudent not to disturb the remnants left by Pangu. Upon exiting the mysterious space, Hongyun did not linger in the celestial realm, but returned to Penglai Island, entering the Chaos Pearl. In the center of the Chaos Pearl stood a lush green seedling, quietly absorbing the surrounding chaotic energy to facilitate its growth. Each leaf of the world tree bore an enigmatic rune, symbolizing a complete pathway. Hongyun reached out and plucked a leaf, revealing an ice-blue rune that represented the path of ice, extending his divine sense. Hongyun soon realized that to comprehend the path of ice, he must thoroughly refine this leaf. According to his preliminary estimates, even a Hongyun level expert would require nearly 10 yuan meetings to refine this leaf. However, it was still swifter than attempting to comprehend an entire pathway independently. It is worth noting that mastering the complete path of ice on his own would take several million years, even under deliberate efforts. Nevertheless, Hongyun chose not to refine the leaf immediately, but instead stored away. In the future, if the opportunity arose, he could potentially cultivate a multitude of Hongyun-level experts. If he possessed 3,000 Hongyuan beings, he could easily sweep across the primordial realm. Hongyun settled beneath the seedling of the world tree, beginning to comprehend the great Tao through the resonance it emanated. While Hongyun was engrossed in his meditation, the five virtues had arranged matters in the netherworld and ventured into the realm of humanity. The five virtues, tasked by Hongyun to instruct the human emperor, was unaware of the identity of the first human emperor or even if such a figure had been born. Thus, the five virtues transformed into a mortal and traversed various tribes among humanity. One day, the five virtues arrived at the Hongjun tribe, intending to rest for 2 days before continuing on their journey. Although immortals do not require rest, I believe they should take a break. However, they witnessed a group of individuals expelling a heavily pregnant woman from the tribe. Despite her desperate pleas, the members of the Hongjun tribe showed no mercy, driving her to a small wooden hut by the Weishui River before returning to their tribe. The five virtues were intrigued by this woman, for she possessed no cultivation yet incited fear in the hearts of these people. With a thought, the five virtues extended their divine sense over the entire Hongjun tribe. Soon understanding the situation, it turned out that within 100 miles of the Hongjun tribe lay a place known as Luais. 4 generations. The people of the Hongjun tribe had regarded Luais as a forbidden area, forbidding anyone from entering without permission. This woman, named Huashu, had not only trespassed in a Luais, but had also discovered a massive footprint within it. Out of curiosity, the innocent Huashu had wandered into the area of the footprint and subsequently fell asleep. When she awoke, she found herself back in the tribe. However, not long after, Huashu realized she was pregnant. The Hongjun tribe believed that Huashu had angered the deity of Luais and had conceived an ominous being, thus expelling her to prevent calamity from befalling the tribe. Upon hearing all of this, the five virtues felt a stirring within. They sensed that the child within Huashu was perhaps extraordinary. Consequently, they decided to remain by the Weishui River to observe Huashu's situation in secret. As days turned into weeks, Huashu's belly grew larger, yet she exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, her complexion improved, even becoming healthier than when she was among the tribe. Soon, it was time for Huashu to give birth, yet she showed no signs of impending labor. Instead, her belly continued to swell, making movement increasingly difficult, and she could no longer venture out to seek food. Just as the five virtues prepared to reveal themselves and provide Huashu with sustenance, a water qilin appeared upon the Weishui, delivering ample food that would sustain Huashu for 5 days. However, as it was Huashu's first encounter with a water qilin, she regarded it as a monster, huddling in the wooden hut, too frightened to emerge. Seeing that Huashu did not dare to come out, the water qilin could only quietly remain outside the hut. Eventually, Huashu, seeing that the water qilin posed no threat and driven by hunger, mustered the courage to step outside. "Is this food for me?" she inquired. The water qilin, upon hearing her words, shyly nodded before leaping back into the Weishui. The five virtues, witnessing the scene, became curious about the origin of this water qilin. It was known that after the Three Races War, the Chelan clan had largely retreated to their ancestral lands for concealment. Those few Chelans still active in the primordial realm had either been slain or captured as steeds, making it rare for any to escape unscathed. The water Chelan delivering food to Huashu was only at the true immortal level, yet it could peacefully exist in the Weishui, leaving the five virtues perplexed. Nevertheless, the five virtues had no intention of capturing this water Chelan, for with someone providing food for Huashu, they were content to remain idle. The five virtues chose to meditate on a small hill beside the Weishui, ensuring that they could respond promptly should any unexpected situation arise with Huashu. They were now nearly certain that the fetus within Huashu was destined to become the human emperor, as not only did Huashu possess a force that resisted the five virtues probing of the child within her, but she also emanated a faint aura of human luck. Little did the five virtues expect that they would wait for a decade's time. Chapter 93. The Mysterious Hound on this day. Wuda was deeply engrossed in contemplating the profound principles of the five elements. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from a nearby location, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions, unmistakably indicating that a fierce battle was underway. In a flash, Wuda traversed to the epicenter of the conflict, where he found his junior brother, the six-eared macaque, engaged in combat with a peculiar beast of extraordinary appearance. Wuda meticulously scoured his memory for any information about this beast, but to his dismay, he found none. Not only was this creature immensely powerful, but it was also relentlessly overpowering the six-eared macaque. From Wuda's observations, the beast's physical prowess had evidently reached the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Were it not for the six-eared macaque's cultivation in the path of battle, gaining strength and ferocity with each clash, he would have surely been vanquished by now. "Fear not, my junior brother, I shall assist you," Wuda declared, waving his hand as the five elements tower surged forth to suppress the beast. However, the creature, upon witnessing the tower, let out a furious roar, following which it unleashed a torrent of purple flames from its mouth. Astonishingly, this unknown purple fire withstood the might of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the five elements tower. Seeing this, Wuda furrowed his brow and summoned a yuan heavy water from the void, intending to extinguish the purple flames. This yuan heavy water was renowned throughout the primordial world, second only to the weak water and the three light divine water. Yet, against the flames, it proved utterly ineffective. "Brother, this beast is indeed peculiar. I struck it a dozen times, yet it barely suffered any superficial injury." The six-eared macaque approached Wuda with a grim expression, urging him to take heed. After hearing his words, Wuda regarded the beast with newfound astonishment. The six-eared macaque's weapon, the heart's desire iron rod, generally proved fatal to cultivators below the great Luo level, and even those of quasi-saint caliber could not withstand its might. This underscored the formidable nature of the beast. "Brother, this vile creature has wreaked havoc in the North Sea, devouring over 100 dragons and annihilating countless human tribes. We cannot allow it to escape today." "Very well, I shall lend you my strength," Wuda responded, producing the innate treasure, the five elements flag, to establish a grand formation and prevent the beast's flight. Without hesitation, the six-eared macaque charged forth, weapon in hand. As Wuda activated the five elements flag formation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The powers of the five elements intertwined, forming a net that confined the surrounding space. Sensing imminent danger, the beast roared thunderously, its flames erupting in a fierce blaze as if to consume the very heavens. Undeterred, the six-eared macaque wielded the heart's desire iron rod, transformed into a streak of golden light, aimed directly at the beast's head. "Vile creature, meet your end," he bellowed, striking down with tremendous force. Yet, the beast reacted swiftly, twisting its massive form to conjure a wall of fire that absorbed the impact of the attack. The iron rod collided with the firewall, producing a deafening roar, flames bursting forth, but failing to harm the beast in the slightest. The six-eared macaque frowned, astonished by the beast's formidable defenses, realizing that even his divine weapon could not breach its protection. He quickly retreated a few steps and exchanged a knowing glance with Wuda. They nodded in silent agreement. Wuda formed hand seals, channeling the powers of the five elements flag formation into a frenzied surge. The five elemental forces coalesced into five mighty dragons, roaring as they surged towards the beast. The creature, perceiving the threat, sneered and unleashed an even more intense flame, clashing with the elemental dragons. A brilliant explosion ensued, illuminating the skies. Yet both Wuda and the six-eared macaque soon realized that the beast had evaded the formation. In the next moment, sensing the beast's presence, Wuda shouted in alarm, rushing forth with urgency. The creature was heading directly toward Huashu. Although the beast had sustained injuries from their efforts, it was still far too formidable for an untrained mortal to contend with. Cursed creature, how can it move so swiftly? Wuda strained every muscle but could not keep pace with the beast. Wherever it passed, flames consumed the land. With mere moments to spare, as Huashu stood on the brink of incineration, Wuda resorted to igniting his own vital blood in desperation. Yet, it was futile to halt the beast. At the critical juncture, Wuda suddenly found himself immobilized. Strangely, the once fleeing beast had also come to a standstill. Master, Wuda's vision was interrupted by the appearance of a figure, and he soon realized he could move freely once more. Fortunately, his master had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the human emperor would have perished before even taking form. Please, master, punish me. My negligence has caused this grave error. This matter cannot solely rest upon your shoulders. Even I did not anticipate its emergence here. Master, do you recognize this beast? Hongyun shook his head. It is no mere beast. Its origins remain obscure even to me. Save for its name, it is known as the Hound. At this moment, the six-eared macaque arrived, having overheard Hongyun's words. He sheathed his heart's desire iron rod and bowed respectfully. Master, I implore you to slay this hound to prevent future calamities. Chapter 94. The Birth of Fushi Murder? Why must one kill? In your master brother's realm of the underworld, there is still a need for a guardian. This is fortuitous, is it not? As soon as Hongyun finished speaking, a glimmer of humanity flickered in the remaining eye of the hound. With a fierce howl, the hound, fueled by an unknown strength, managed to loosen the bindings that restrained it. Without hesitation, it decisively split its essence into 3 parts, sending them off in different directions. Yet, Hongyun showed no intention of interference, quietly observing as the hound's essence departed. Upon losing the support of its spirit, the hound's physical form underwent a transformation. Its once beastly body morphed into that of a human, complete with blood-sucking fangs, lying motionless on the ground with its eyes tightly shut. Hongyun understood that the hound's essence would eventually become the 3 progenitors of the undead, Huan Ba, Ingo, and Ho Qing. Meanwhile, the corporeal form left behind would become the most formidable among the 4 progenitors of the undead, the only one with a thirst for blood. The reason for this transformation lay in the fact that, once freed from the constraints of its essence, the hound's bloodlust and instinct for slaughter were fully unleashed. At its core, the hound was still a fierce beast, its might derived from the flesh of an unknown, chaotic deity. Nevertheless, Hongyun intended to refine this bloodthirsty nature of the Jiangchen. With a flick of his thoughts, the Qian Kuan Ding absorbed Jiangchen within. The primordial fire within the Qian Kuan Ding burned incessantly, eliciting anguished howls from Jiangchen. Hongyun devoted 10 days and nights to its refinement, imprinting his essence upon Jiangchen's consciousness before finally releasing it. Jiangchen pays respects to the master. Rise, and from this day forth, you shall follow Wuda. Yes, master. Jiangchen clasped his fists in salute and then merged into the shadow of Wuda, disappearing from sight. Master, now that the hound has been dealt with, I shall return to the heavenly court to see if there are any other troublesome great demons at large. Hongyun nodded, and after Lu Er departed, he accompanied Wuda to the banks of the Wei River. Master, is the one within Huashu truly the emperor of humanity you spoke of? Indeed, within her lies the future emperor of the human race. You must care for him well and ensure nothing goes awry. Once this child is born, he shall be named Fushi. Wuda, upon hearing Hongyun's words, could hardly believe his ears. If his memory served him correctly, Fushi was indeed the emperor of the demon clan. In the past, the demon clan had slaughtered the human race, and now humans were retaliating against demons with equal fervor. The enmity between the two races was profound and seemingly insurmountable. In such a context, how could a powerful demon reincarnate as a human and ascend to be the emperor of humanity? Hongyun, perceptive to Wuda's confusion, spoke softly. Wuda, you must understand that in this world, there are no absolute enemies, nor absolute friends. Although there exists an irreconcilable blood feud between the demon and human races, Fushi may yet contribute significantly to the prosperity of humanity. Furthermore, in the future, there will be no demon Fushi, only the human Fushi. Disciple has been enlightened. Wuda felt a sudden clarity wash over him. While he had previously known that the great wilderness was not a world of simply black and white, he had not fully comprehended it until now. At that moment, the water Qilin in the Wei River re-emerged to deliver sustenance to Huashu. Interesting, Hongyun mused, noting that the water Qilin bore no karmic debts and was instead imbued with an abundance of merit and fortune. But this creature's aptitude, Master, ever since Huashu became immobile, this water Qilin has continuously brought her food. Could it be the work of a certain sage? It is not their doing. As the water Qilin prepared to return to the Wei River, Hongyun intercepted it. Spare me, esteemed one. My flesh is quite unpalatable, and I cannot summon clouds. Hence I cannot serve as a steed. Please spare me. Upon seeing Hongyun and Wuda, the water Qilin realized it was no match for either of them. Enough. Who said I sought your life? After a pause, Hongyun continued, why do you bring food to that human woman? If you do not speak truthfully, I shall slay you and forge a weapon from your essence. Please, I will explain. I merely felt a sense of comfort in her presence. Also, seeing her alone and forlorn, I thought that bringing her some food would not be a waste. The water Qilin's words prompted a slight nod from Hongyun, a flicker of approval gleaming in his eyes. He was accustomed to the treachery of the world, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Yet he still felt a twinge of warmth at this genuine act of kindness. You possess a kind heart, Hongyun remarked gently, his tone softened. However, do you know the origins of the child within that woman? The water Qilin shook its head, confusion evident in its gaze. I do not know. I merely sensed a peculiar aura emanating from her, as if she were connected to the very fabric of the cosmos, drawing me closer. Since you wish to protect her, continue your good deeds. Hongyun waved his hand, granting the water Qilin permission to leave. The water Qilin, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly nodded in gratitude, then cautiously returned to the Wei River, resuming its duty of delivering food to Huashu. One day, Huashu felt unbearable pain within her abdomen, as if a tremendous force surged within, threatening to burst forth. She gripped the grass mat beside her tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her complexion pale yet resolute. She understood that her child was about to be born. Just then, the sky above the wooden cabin darkened abruptly. The once clear heavens were enveloped by boundless primal energy, which swelled like a tide, coalescing into a massive vortex. In the center of this vortex, golden light flickered, as if an invisible passage linked heaven and earth, channeling the infinite essence of the cosmos into the fetus within Huashu. Simultaneously, the fortunes of the human race across the great wilderness began to surge wildly. Countless streams of golden fortune converged from all directions, rushing toward the banks of the Wei River. These streams intertwined in the air, forming a golden dragon of fortune that roared fiercely in all directions. At that moment, the flora along the banks of the Wei River flourished wildly, withered branches suddenly bursting forth with lush green leaves, as if nourished by some mysterious force. The river itself began to boil, countless golden specks shimmering on the surface, resembling stars descending to the mortal realm. The golden dragon of human fortune soared swiftly across the territories of humanity before returning to the banks of the Wei River. Then the dragon dove down, merging into the fetus within Huashu. A piercing cry of a newborn echoed forth, clear and resounding, reverberating across the expanse of the great wilderness. Chapter 95. The Return of the Tribe, Ah, the cry of a newborn. All beings of the primordial world have come into existence. The assembly of powerful beings gazed in astonishment, perplexed by the extraordinary nature of this newly born human child, which had summoned such a monumental phenomenon. Only the 6 saints of heaven understood that this heralded the birth of the human emperor, signaling the dawn of an era for humanity. Wuda entered the wooden cottage of Huashu, extending his hand to cradle the child floating in midair. You, who are you? Please do not harm my child. Rest assured, I bear him no malice. I am Wuda. I trust you have heard my name. Are you the esteemed Master Saint? Upon hearing Wuda's name, Huashu struggled to rise, intending to pay her respects. Observing this, Wuda summoned a stream of spiritual energy to enter Huashu's body, aiding her in regaining some strength. While enhancing her constitution, he gently urged her to recline once more. There is no need for such formalities. I have come to accept this child as my disciple. He shall become a great sage of humanity, leading our people to greater heights. Please, Master Saint, bestow a name upon my child. I am not worthy of such honor. However, prior to my arrival, the Holy Father of humanity bestowed the name Fushi. Huashu's expression shifted from joy to sorrow upon hearing this. She was elated that her child would achieve such greatness and become a disciple of the Holy Father, under the tutelage of Master Wuda. Yet, a thought struck her. Would this mean her child would leave her side? The apprehension was evident on Huashu's face. Wuda, perceiving her thoughts, offered words of comfort. Do not worry. I shall not allow you to be separated from your son. Before Wuda could finish, a group of individuals stealthily approached the entrance of the wooden hut. A glance revealed they were members of the Hongjun tribe, led by the tribe's chief, who was also Huashu's father. May I inquire, are you the esteemed Master Saint? The chief gazed at Wuda, finding him increasingly familiar. Resembling the statue of the Master Saint he had encountered in the ancestral grounds of humanity. Summoning his courage, he inquired, Indeed, you recognize me? I once visited the ancestral grounds to contemplate the martial arts steel, and thus beheld the statue of the Master Saint. Wuda nodded at the chief's words and continued. Are you aware that Huashu's child is destined to be a great sage? What is your intent in expelling him from the tribe? Do you wish to become a sinner among humanity? Upon hearing this, the chief's countenance turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The tribe's people behind him lowered their heads, unable to meet Wuda's gaze. Master Saint, we did not intend to expel Huashu and her child. It was merely, the chief stammered, struggling to articulate a valid reason. Wuda snorted in derision, his gaze piercing into the chief. Merely what? Do you believe that because Huashu's child possesses an extraordinary aura, he is a malevolent being? As members of the tribe, instead of protecting him, you cast him out. Is that not the height of foolishness? Overwhelmed by Wuda's imposing presence, the chief's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, prompting the other tribespeople to do the same. Repeatedly bowing, Forgive us, Master Saint. We were ignorant, nearly committing a grave error. Seeing this, Wuda's expression softened slightly, and his tone became more conciliatory. Very well, I shall spare you for now. The chief, relieved by this declaration, quickly responded, Master Saint, to atone for our previous mistake. We wish to welcome Huashu and her child back to the tribe, to care for them properly. Wuda understood that the chief's words had fulfilled his purpose. His earlier statements were merely to encourage the Hongjun tribe to take Huashu and Fushi back under their care. Regardless of Fushi's extraordinary potential in the future, he was currently just an ordinary child of humanity. Hongyun had also instructed Wuda to ensure that Fushi remained among humanity, growing within their midst. Wuda turned to Huashu and inquired, Huashu, do you wish to return with them? I am willing. Thank you, Master Saint. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Once Fushi comes of age, you may send him to the mountain by the Weishui River to seek me, at which point I shall impart my teachings to him. Understood. After Wuda's departure from the wooden cottage, the Hongjun tribespeople hurriedly assisted Huashu from her bed. Huashu, are you all right? Huashu shook her head gently, replying softly, Father, I am fine. I am grateful for Master Saint's assistance. Otherwise The chief sighed, filled with remorse. It was my folly as a father, nearly leading us to a grave mistake. You need not worry. From this day forth, you and your child shall be esteemed guests of the tribe. We shall care for you diligently." Huashu nodded, gratitude shining in her eyes. She gazed down at Fushi in her arms, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. The members of the Hongjun tribe stepped forward, welcoming Huashu and her child back into the fold. As time passed, Fushi displayed remarkable talent during his growth. Before reaching 1 year of age, he had learned to speak and walk, engaging in conversations with the tribe. By the age of 3, he began assisting his grandfather in managing tribal affairs, handling each task with remarkable organization, earning the respect of the tribe's people. The only drawback was Fushi's inability to embark on the path of cultivation. Whether in martial arts or the golden elixir path, he could not find entry. Just as Fushi began to doubt his aptitude for cultivation, Huashi reassured him that the time for his training had not yet come. Chapter 96. Seeking a mentor mother. What do you mean when you say that this is not the right time for my cultivation? Fushi, you are but 5 years old. It is not yet the moment for you to grasp this matter. I shall reveal it to you when you reach the age of 16 and come of age. Upon hearing his mother's words, Fushi could only nod and continue to learn from his grandfather how to manage the affairs of the tribe. In the beginning, his methods were somewhat immature. However, it did not take long before he had the people of the Hongjun tribe obediently in line. One day, Fushi noticed that many children under the age of 10 in the tribe were succumbing to untimely deaths. This prompted him to ponder the underlying cause. Through diligent observation, he discovered that the high mortality rate among these children was due to the prevalence of consanguineous marriages. After consulting with his grandfather, the chieftain, and receiving his support, Fushi initiated sweeping reforms within the Hongjun tribe. At that time, the human race was largely in a state of knowing only their mothers, with little awareness of their fathers. Thus, Fushi decreed that men and women must reside separately until their marital relationships were established. Furthermore, he mandated that a piece of animal skin be presented as a betrothal gift before any couple could unite as husband and wife. As a result of Fushi's reforms, the number of deformed children born in the Hongjun tribe drastically diminished to the point of near extinction. Through this success, Fushi's prestige within the tribe soared, and his renown spread to surrounding smaller tribes, which flocked to join the Hongjun tribe. Witnessing this growth, Fushi's grandfather bequeathed the chieftaincy to him, granting Fushi full authority to manage the tribe's affairs. Fushi did not disappoint. Under his stewardship, the Hongjun tribe thrived. On the day of Fushi's 16th birthday, Huashu summoned him to her side. "Fushi, you have grown into adulthood. There are matters I must now disclose to you. When you were born, you were accepted as a disciple by the Saint Master of the 5 Virtues, who instructed that you seek a mentor upon reaching maturity.